Shirakawa Shizuku traversed into another world. Believing it to be an ordinary realm, he devoted himself to earning a living honestly, only to encounter the fabled deathly elementary school student. Faced with a difficult customer, Shirakawa Shizuku uncontrollably revealed a sinister, morbid smile, brandished a knife, and emitted an ominous cackle akin to that of a villain. "You pitiful little insect, I shall undoubtedly slay you." Huh? What is he doing? Why is he producing such a peculiar laughter? And how did this knife suddenly find its way into my hand? Shirakawa Shizuku, calm yourself. Eventually, Shirakawa Shizuku discovered that he had transformed into a perpetrator within the world of Conan, endowed with an innate proficiency for crime, capable of effortlessly mastering the criminal skills of others at a mere glance. Moreover, encountering the protagonist triggered a passive skill, an irresistible urge to wield a knife. The more detectives present, the stronger his compulsion to commit crimes became. Shirakawa Shizuku. What? The deranged criminal is actually me? Later on, Shirakawa Shizuku realized that he had been living in a fog, with invisible hands manipulating his past and future. Kindness invites deceit. Thus, it was time to cease feigning innocence and ensure those individuals faced the consequences. Conan. Mr. Shirakawa is a good person, though he sometimes emits strange laughter. Jin, that fellow? Clearly of the same ilk, yet he insists on masquerading as virtuous. How foolish. Ainami-Rei. What on earth is going on with this guy? Where's my gentle classmate? Chapter 1. Oh no, on my first day at work I feel the urge to wield a knife. Ding. As the cafe door swung open, Inomoto Azusa greeted with a commercial smile. Welcome to Poyo Cafe, may I offer you something to drink? It was a summer afternoon, and the sweltering heat outside had failed to infiltrate the cool confines of the cafe, where the air was imbued with the refreshing aroma of coffee. Scattered throughout the tranquil establishment were a few patrons, their nerves soothed by the melodious strains of piano music. Shirakawa Shizuku surveyed the elegantly arranged cafe, feeling quite satisfied. Situated near the city center of Mikihana, the location boasted convenient transport and a pleasant environment, complemented by the presence of a seemingly amiable young woman. This boded well for a comfortable work experience. Hello, my name is Shirakawa Shizuku, the new manager of Poyo Cafe. He explained with a beaming smile. The former manager should have already informed you of this? Inomoto Azusa looked at the young man in surprise, quickly stepping out from behind the counter to greet him. Ah, you must be the new manager? Welcome, welcome. The former manager did notify me, and I was awaiting your arrival. I am Inomoto Azusa, an employee here. The young man before her, with his white hair and golden eyes, possessed a strikingly handsome visage that captivated instant attention, prompting awe at the marvels of creation. However, his complexion appeared somewhat pale, and his physique was slightly slender, suggesting he might not be in the best of health. He seemed to be an exceedingly gentle man. This was Inomoto Azusa's initial thought. Good day, good day. They exchanged friendly handshakes, yet before they could engage in further pleasantries, several individuals entered the cafe. Miss Inomoto, please carry on with your duties. I will take a look around and familiarize myself with the situation. Shirakawa Shizuku stated. Certainly, Mr. Shirakawa, feel free. Inomoto Azusa, unable to welcome the newcomers as her boss, returned to her work at the counter. The group that entered appeared to be familiar with Inomoto Azusa, who greeted the three patrons with a smile while preparing their orders. Shirakawa Shizuku noticed one small boy in a blue suit turning to appraise him curiously. That face seems familiar. Shirakawa Shizuku paused, sensing something was slightly amiss, but out of politeness, he merely smiled and nodded at the boy. Ding! The cafe door swung open once more, and a middle-aged man clutching a folder strode in. I'm in a hurry, just take my order first. Approaching the counter, he disregarded the three patrons ahead of him and directly addressed Inomoto Azusa. Inomoto Azusa looked at the middle-aged man, apologizing awkwardly. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Ueshita, but there are three patrons ahead of you, and you may need to wait 10 minutes. They're not in a rush, just make mine first. A cold Americano, extra ice, hurry up. It's scorching. Ueshita Mitsuo waved his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away a fly, completely ignoring Inomoto Azusa's words. Inomoto Azusa's smile appeared strained. The man with the mustache beside her could no longer contain himself. What do you mean they're not in a rush? It's first come, first served, do you understand? Do you know what courtesy is? Ueshita Mitsuo cast a sidelong glance at the mustached man. Who are you? I'm not talking to you. The mustached man, incensed, rolled up his sleeves. You cut in line and ask me who I am? You scoundrel are simply Dad. The girl beside him attempted to restrain her furious father. Mr. Muri, please calm down. Inomoto Azusa hurriedly intervened. Ueshita Mitsuo, slightly intimidated by Muri Kagoro's fervor, took a small step back, but upon seeing Muri Kagoro held back by his daughter, his arrogance only grew. Where's your boss? Do you know I'm his friend? Bring him out. Put these people on the blacklist. They're not welcome in this cafe. Ueshida Mitsuo not only spoke but also pointed his thick, stubby finger at Mori Kagoro, nearly poking him in the nose. Mori Kagoro. Oh dear, my temper. I apologize everyone, but please remain calm. At that moment, a soothing voice halted the standoff. Shirakawa Shizuku stood between the two parties, creating a barrier. Upon seeing the white-haired youth, several individuals were momentarily captivated. Beauty transcends gender. It is always a delight to behold. If this gentleman truly has an urgent matter, we can cancel his order. Next time you visit, we can offer you a discount voucher. Shirakawa Shizuku gestured to Inomoto Azusa to continue with the orders, while he addressed the troublesome customer. Ueshida Mitsuo regarded him with disdain, appraising Shirakawa Shizuku from head to toe. And who are you? Do you have any say here? Scram, I want to speak to the manager. I am he, Shirakawa Shizuku replied with a smile. If there's an issue, you may discuss it with me. You? Ueshida Mitsuo appeared taken aback. The three individuals beside him were similarly surprised. The owner of Poyo Cafe has changed? Yes, indeed, so please feel free to express any concerns. Shirakawa Shizuku retrieved a stack of discount vouchers from behind the register, distributing them to everyone present, even remembering the little boy who had looked at him earlier. Thank you. Mori Ran and Conan accepted the vouchers, both developing a favorable impression of their gentle manager. Ueshida Mitsuo glanced at the voucher, disregarding it entirely, swatting Shirakawa Shizuku's hand away. Quit with the nonsense. Since there are two people here, you should hurry and prepare my order. I'm in a rush, your orders will be ready shortly. I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience. Shirakawa Shizuku observed the vouchers that had fallen to the floor, slightly furrowing his brow, yet maintaining his smile as he picked them up and placed them back on the counter, moving to assist Inomoto Azusa in making coffee. Fortunately, Shirakawa Shizuku was well versed in coffee preparation. He skillfully took up a cup to brew. However, as he passed by Inomoto Azusa, his gaze inadvertently fixed upon the cutting board beside her. There, a fruit knife lay quietly, glimmering on the board. Detestable guests deserve to perish. Bai Chuanqiu gazed intently at the fruit knife, murmuring softly to himself. How dare they brush my hand aside and speak to me with such disrespect? Telling me to leave. I shall ensure they comprehend the cost of their insults. He extended his hand, firmly grasping the fruit knife, a smile gradually blossoming on his face. The once gentle expression began to contort, until his mouth twisted into a grotesque arc, revealing a set of sharp, orderly teeth akin to a shark lurking in the abyss displaying its menacing fangs. His golden eyes gradually became tinged with crimson. How shall I orchestrate their demise? A swift thrust? No, that would be far too merciful. Allow me a moment to devise the most excruciating and torturous end. I shall send them to hell to repent, to make them realize that I am not someone they can offend with impunity. Let them perish. Bai Chuan. Manager? A pair of hands waved in front of Bai Chuanqiu. Inomoto Azusa, somewhat puzzled, observed that Manager Bai had been standing there with the fruit knife for a while. Does Manager Bai require the fruit knife? I need to slice a few cherry tomatoes first. Bai Chuanqiu's thoughts were abruptly jolted back to reality. He widened his eyes, and through the reflection of the fruit knife, he clearly saw the sinister and ghastly smile plastered across his face. Bai Chuanqiu. In disbelief, he dropped the knife, hastily covering his mouth. Had the person emitting that ha-ha-ha laughter just now been himself? What in the world? Why was he standing there with a knife, lost in thoughts of murder, while producing such bizarre laughter? Oh dear. This is utterly deranged. My heavens. Have I lost my sanity? Ha ha, I have finally gone mad. Chapter 2. What? Am I the chosen criminal? Forgive me, your order is ready. Azusa Inomoto slid the tray in front of Kagoro Mori and his companions, wishing them a pleasant meal. Shikawa Tsubaki took a deep breath and placed the prepared iced Americano before Mitsushita Mitsuo, forcing a smile. Sir, your coffee is ready. I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience. However, Mitsushita continued to find fault. This isn't cold enough. Didn't I just mention that I wanted it extra chilled? Look at how few ice cubes you've given me. Tsubaki felt an inexplicable surge of murderous intent rising within her, exacerbated by his words. Though this man was undeniably infuriating, it was merely verbal harassment. Who would actually resort to murder? Wait, what's your right hand doing? Tsubaki looked down in horror, realizing her right hand was once again moving uncontrollably, grasping the nearby clean butter knife. Why is this happening? The corners of her eyes twitched in alarm at the thought of losing control and stabbing someone. She hastily placed the knife down, maneuvering around the counter to stand before Mitsushita. Without any tools at hand, surely she wouldn't succumb to the urge to kill now. Sir, I sincerely apologize. This is the maximum amount of ice we can provide. Adding more may compromise the flavor. Tsubaki averted her gaze, striving to maintain her composure. Meanwhile, the Mori family prepared to take their leave. "Goodbye, Miss Inomoto," Ran Mori cheerfully waved. Azusa nodded in response. "Goodbye, Ran Mr. Mori and Conan." She glanced at Mitsushita and whispered to Ran, "It's not convenient today. Let me treat you to ice cream tomorrow." Ran nodded in agreement, not refusing. "Sounds great, thank you." Kogoro Mori shot a disdainful glance towards Mitsushita before huffing and exiting the cafe. Traditionally, they would finish their meal inside, but given today's unpleasant encounter, it seemed wiser to dine upstairs. As Azusa called out to them, the three departed from the Polo Cafe. After bidding farewell to the Mori family, Azusa approached to help apologize, and eventually, through their combined efforts, they managed to see the picky Mitsushita off. Tsubaki exhaled a sigh of relief. Such is the service industry. Smiles must be maintained outwardly while bitterness is swallowed internally. Yet, what puzzled her more was the inexplicable desire to kill. Tsubaki returned to the cutting board. Staring intently at the fruit knife, her expression grave. Could it be the knife's fault? Yet, after gazing at it for some time, her mood surprisingly calmed. Devoid of the earlier impulse to lash out. This is truly perplexing. Perhaps a visit to a psychiatrist is in order. With clarity about her condition, Tsubaki felt a sense of reassurance. She was not one to shy away from seeking help. If there was an ailment, it must be treated. After exchanging a brief greeting with Azusa, Tsubaki exited the Polo Cafe. Just outside, she heard a familiar voice from upstairs, the girl from earlier. "Conan, you haven't finished yet. Why are you leaving?" "I have urgent business. Please help me put it in the fridge, Sister Ran," the young boy exclaimed, rushing down the stairs with his skateboard. "Conan." Tsubaki suddenly froze, her previously clouded mind clearing as if something was about to emerge. Instinctively, she hurried a few steps forward, eager to catch another glimpse of the boy named Conan. In the next moment, the two collided forcefully. Thud! Conan fell onto the ground, while Tsubaki stumbled back. Her left foot unfortunately landing on the skateboard that Conan had dropped. In an instant, her surroundings flipped upside down, accompanied by gasps from onlookers. The white-haired youth crashed heavily to the ground, the back of his head making solid contact with the surface. Thud! Everyone winced. Ugh. It seems I've landed myself in a bit of a predicament. Just before losing consciousness, Tsubaki's sole thought was, well then, straight to the hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. Let us skip the pleasantries. Ding. The little black finger system has been activated. Host name, Shirakawa Tsubaki. Current title, Worthless Novice Little Black, referring to you as Little Black is a compliment. Title evaluation. What? Just a mindless stabber? You are the disgrace of the criminal world. No need for Conan to intervene. Any rookie officer from the police department could apprehend you. Talent. Criminal expertise once you've laid eyes on it. You can master any criminal skill without guidance. Skills acquired. Bomb maniac. Explosions are an art form. Perhaps one should orchestrate an unprecedented fireworks display at the Miho factory? Current progress. The rude customer is simply tarnishing your professional aesthetic. Wield your fruit knife and show him your prowess. Not making a move? It seems you possess the reasoning skills of a competent little black. Now use that minuscule brain of yours to ponder how to make him beg for mercy. Tsubaki lay wide-eyed, staring blankly at the ceiling as the system panel hovered before her like a virtual light screen, refusing to dissipate. Uncertain how much time had passed, her eyes grew weary, and Tsubaki finally closed them, her expression one of desolation. I've unexpectedly traversed into the world of Conan, and have become the fated criminal of this realm. Shirakawa Tsubaki, originally from China, found herself in this situation following a fateful car accident that transported her to the land of cherry blossoms, inhabiting the body of an unfortunate soul who shared her name. The previous owner, also named Shirakawa Tsubaki, had initially been a promising police academy trainee, set to become an officer in this foreign land. However, unbeknownst to the original owner, they had ventured out one night, drinking and driving, ultimately crashing into a pillar of the Rainbow Bridge in Tokyo, resulting in immediate death. Meanwhile, Tsubaki from China fortuitously awoke before her body was cremated, fully assuming the identity of Shirakawa Tsubaki in this new world. Though she had narrowly escaped death, the mess left behind by the original owner was substantial. First, as a police academy student, the original owner had breached school regulations by sneaking out and driving under the influence, leading to a grave accident, thus ensuring their disqualification from the academy. Next came the matter of compensation for the bridge. It seemed the Rainbow Bridge was a shoddy structure. Shortly after the original owner crashed into a pillar, one side collapsed, leading to the entire bridge being shut down for safety concerns. All related compensation fell squarely on the original owner's shoulders. a staggering sum that was impossible for the orphaned youth to repay. Lastly, the original body was in a dilapidated state. Even with Tsubaki's spirit clinging to life, she was nearly paralyzed. And it took immense effort and determination to rehabilitate herself over the years. All of this transpired 7 years ago. Presently, Tsubaki had accumulated enough funds to clear the debts left by the original owner, and had gradually regained her health through years of careful recuperation. Finally liberated from the shadows cast by the original owner, she returned to Miho, ready to embark on her own life anew. Now the system informs me that I have actually traversed into the realm of Conan Doyle, and I am merely a prospective criminal in this world? What kind of history is this? What have these past 7 years amounted to? A mere diary of labor for the little black one. Chapter 3, Alas. I am a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. The world of Conan Doyle is replete with 2 types of individuals. One is the detective, and the other, the criminal, affectionately dubbed Little Black by the fans. They are indispensable to the narrative. They uphold half of the story's essence, relentlessly providing the protagonist with invaluable experience, and they are the reason the name of death is renowned far and wide. The praises resound in my ears, the mechanical voice of the system resonating with a peculiar gravitas. If accompanied by a stirring background score, it would feel akin to attending a grand award ceremony on a glorious stage. Bai Chuanqiu listened intently, eyes closed and brow furrowed. If this were indeed the accolades being bestowed, he would not hesitate to applaud these diligent little blacks, even offering his heartfelt commendations. However, should he find himself as the recipient of such honors, his delight would certainly wane. Host, do not lose heart. Although you have not yet transitioned into a formal criminal, you have fortuitously activated me, the world's unique criminal golden finger system. You even possess an unparalleled talent for crime, destined to become a figure of dread among the citizens of Mihua City. Bai Chuanqiu's eyes narrowed. He was not particularly keen on this. Thank you very much. What is happening to me? Why do I feel an uncontrollable urge to commit murder whenever I encounter Conan? Because the body you have traversed into is that of a future criminal, and the narrative's influence will subtly affect you, the system replied. Does this mean I cannot escape the narrative's influence? Bai Chuanqiu was not pleased. Must I follow your directives and eliminate every individual who has wronged me? Not precisely following our directives. The system is the system, and the narrative is the narrative. I am merely an auxiliary presence, the system clarified earnestly. And is this not a favorable situation? Continuously accumulating experience, gradually becoming a top-tier existence that instills fear in the ranks of the police, causing all to tremble before your blade. Oh ho ho ho! Bai Chuanqiu me? No, my dear fellow. You possess even more blind confidence than I do. Where do I resemble that? Seemingly hearing Bai Chuanqiu's inner thoughts, the system spoke again. Moreover, you must understand that the talent for crime is not something just anyone can acquire. The fact that you obtained it prior to system activation indicates your inherent aptitude. You are indeed a malleable talent. Bai Chuanqiu. He rolled over, feeling a tinge of self-isolation. The door to the hospital room swung open. Mori Kagoro entered, carrying Conan. Followed closely by Mori Ran. Ah, Mr. Bai Chuan, you are awake. Are you alright? How do you feel now? Mori Ran approached with great concern. I'm fine. Just a bit dizzy, Bai Chuanqiu replied as he sat up, his face remarkably pale, resembling a fragile porcelain doll, both delicate and beautiful. Mori Kagoro gave Conan a light smack on the head. This brat is always so clumsy. I just had a word with him. He should apologize. Conan, looking dejected, turned to Bai Chuanqiu and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Bai Chuan. No need, it was my fault. I was distracted while walking. Are you alright, Conan? Bai Chuanqiu felt somewhat guilty. After all, he had indeed heard Conan running down the stairs, but due to the familiarity of the name, he could not resist rushing forward a few steps, leading to their unfortunate collision. In this regard, it was truly his fault. This kid has quite the physical prowess, Mori Kagoro remarked, patting Conan on the head. I'm fine, Conan replied. Bai Chuanqiu wished to say more, but the door was pushed open once more. Excuse me. May I ask how Mr. Bai Chuan is feeling now? A nurse entered. I'm well, Bai Chuanqiu responded. Good, then please prepare to leave. The bed will need to be reused shortly. Alright, thank you, sorry for the trouble. Bai Chuanqiu rose from the bed. His earlier examination indicated only a mild concussion. A bit of rest would suffice, and there was no need to occupy hospital resources further. Mori Ren quickly offered her assistance. Thank you. Bai Chuanqiu gazed at the young woman before him, feeling a swell of emotion. The last time he had watched Conan was over a decade ago, and he had nearly forgotten the plot entirely. Now, animated characters stood before him in the flesh. He found himself struggling to adapt. It was indeed his fault. He had been so preoccupied with earning a living and maintaining his health that he had failed to notice the differences in this world. Now he found himself entirely unprepared, nearly becoming a murderer. Hurry, hurry. Voices echoed from outside the ward as a somewhat plump nurse approached. She glanced at Bai Chuanqiu without directly addressing him, merely urging the previously notified nurse, "Clear the ward quickly. The beds are urgently needed. Do not waste others' time." Bai Chuanqiu raised an eyebrow. The young nurse said nothing, merely nodded. Muri Kagoro scoffed. "She is speaking as if we can't hear her." Muri ran, noticing the temporary beds set up in the corridor. Understood the hospital's predicament. Bai Chuanqiu had no intention of continuing to occupy medical resources, and began to step outside. However, after just a few steps, he found himself unable to move. He was the patient. What was the nurse's problem? Why the condescending tone? What attitude was that? He wasn't he without means. Bai Chuanqiu considered himself to be quite easygoing, yet inexplicably he felt a surge of anger. What's wrong? "Mr. Bai Chuan, are you still unwell? Should we sit a while longer?" Muri ran quickly sensed Bai Chuanqiu's discomfort and inquired. Bai Chuanqiu forced a smile. "I'm fine." No. He was not fine. The system panel popped up once again. "The heartless head nurse is pushing you out of the hospital? Did she not see your face, which is paler than that of a corpse? Such a lack of professional ethics. Scum like her should repent in hell. Choose your method to make her scream." Ha ha ha. Bai Chuanqiu. He could not help but roll his eyes. He was not a powder keg, ready to explode, while the nurse's attitude was indeed discomforting. It hardly warranted death, did it? What a ridiculous system. Does it not realize how laughable such a reason for murder is? Damn it. Why couldn't he take a step forward? "Where is my knife?" Bai Chuanqiu grinned maliciously and turned around. "I apologize. I need to visit the restroom." "Thank you for your trouble. You may head back." Muri ran watched Bai Chuanqiu's face twitching, feeling something was off. "Mr. Bai Chuan, are you truly all right?" "Haha, I'm fine, very well indeed." Bai Chuanqiu quickly covered his mouth to prevent the sinister smile unique to the little black men of Conan's world from escaping. Conan moved a bit closer, looking up with concern. "Mr. Bai Chuan? Were you just laughing? Why did it sound so strange?" "It sounded quite sinister. Mr. Shirakawa is rather peculiar, exuding an unsettling aura that is hard to ignore." Although this is their first encounter, Conan inexplicably finds himself drawn to Mr. Shirakawa. If Shirakawa Q were aware of Conan's thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "This is the detective's instinct towards a perpetrator. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Farewell." Ignoring the bewildered expressions of the others, Shirakawa Q swiftly turned and fled. If he hesitated any longer, he felt he might transform. The trio watched as Mr. Shirakawa disappeared at the end of the corridor. Muri Kaguru scratched his head, utterly baffled. Mr. Shirakawa really seems to be in a hurry. Perhaps he truly needs to relieve himself. Muri ran. Conan. Chapter 4. Hush, Little Black is at work. 1. In the hospital restroom, Shirakawa Q turned on the tap, frantically splashing cold water on his face. The sound of rushing water reverberated throughout the washroom, creating an eerie silence, as though it had isolated him in a world of its own. Shirakawa Q lifted his head, wiped the water from his face, and pushed back his damp hair, scrutinizing his reflection in the mirror. The restroom's lighting was dim, with only a beam illuminating his profile, casting delicate, flowing contours alongside a shadow that seemed to divide him into light and dark. The youth's eyes still bore a crimson hue, resembling a fiery thread entwined within his golden irises, ever poised to engulf the remnants of his sanity and struggle. The face shrouded in shadow appeared grotesquely distorted, lips curled in a sinister smile as if sealed within the mirror, revealing a malevolent grin towards its impending prey. If the illuminated half belonged to the gentle Mr. Shirakawa, then the shadowy half embodied a treacherous fiend, steeped in bloodshed. The figure in the mirror was him, yet somehow it felt alien. It seemed to be a terrifying force, one that, upon breaking free from its seal, would lead to irrevocable ruin. Once again, the voice of the system echoed in Shirakawa Q's ears. Accept reality, do not struggle. Crestfallen, he exited the restroom and encountered the head nurse from earlier. At that moment, she was engrossed in conversation with another nurse, oblivious to his presence. Instinctively, Shirakawa turned away, reluctant to meet her gaze. However, after turning, he felt an unexpected absence of the previous urge to strike violently. Hesitating, he cautiously redirected his focus. Their eyes met, and Shirakawa Q inhaled sharply, his heart racing. Please, please no. The head nurse furrowed her brow, glanced at him briefly, then quickly averted her gaze, dismissing the ailing young man without a second thought. Shirakawa exhaled, realizing he had unconsciously patted his own cheek. Strange, he murmured softly. Why do these feelings come so swiftly and depart just as quickly? Should I truly consult a psychiatrist? What system, what Conan, what murders? Are they merely figments of my imagination? He clasped his hands together in prayer. Please, let it be a mere illness. I can take medication, truly. After all, I've been on medication for 7 years. One more dose won't hurt. Before he could continue his silent supplication, he was abruptly shoved aside. What are you blocking the way for? If you're sick, go get treated. Shirakawa stumbled slightly, turning to see a burly man. It turned out he was standing at the restroom entrance, obstructing others. The man scrutinized him and muttered unceremoniously, "Pretty boy. Why not block the women's restroom instead?" Shirakawa. Not like that, brother. I'm dangerous right now, one wrong word and I might just slash you. However, as he gazed at the man, his heart remained unperturbed. Anger? He should be enraged by such remarks. Yet even as his inner self raged against this intruder, the uncontrollable desire for violence had entirely dissipated. Could it be that heaven had granted him clarity, awakening him from his delusions? Yet the system shattered his fantasy. Stop thinking. Little Black needs rest too. Otherwise, how can the population be balanced? This influence only manifests in Conan's presence. Upon hearing the system's words, Shirakawa hastily opened the system panel. Discovering that his progress task had indeed refreshed, with the target shifting from Ueda Mitsuo to an unfamiliar name. Judging by the name, it likely belonged to the head nurse who had previously sparked his murderous impulse. So that's it, Shirakawa sighed with relief. Thank goodness, otherwise, I would have to remain vigilant at all times. Mr. Shirakawa. A voice called from afar. He turned to see Mori ran jogging towards him. A look of concern on her face. Miss Mori? I thought you all had left? Mori ran replied, a murder has occurred at the hospital. And I was worried about your well-being, so I came to check on you. Shirakawa was taken aback. A murder? Is Little Black starting to work? Shouldn't we head to the scene and learn from the future? No, not learn, just go to witness the commotion. He had yet to see a real-life Conan murder case. Shirakawa steadied his nerves and suggested to Mori Ran, I feel much better now. Why don't we go to the crime scene? Mori Ran nodded in agreement. All right. Thus, they retraced their steps and arrived at the scene of the crime. The incident had transpired in the stairwell, which had already been cordoned off by the police. Perhaps due to Mori Ran's frequent appearances at crime scenes, the police did not hinder their entry, allowing them to approach the body without obstruction. Shirakawa leaned in for a better look. This plump fellow must be Inspector Megure. And that short-haired lady over there is definitely Satomiwako. Then there's the tall, lanky one. He must be Takagi Wataru. Shirakawa quickly ran through the names in his mind. Perfect. Though he had forgotten much of the plot, he could still match the characters to their roles. Inspector Megure, a seasoned detective, appeared somewhat cumbersome. If he faced him, a strategy of endurance might be prudent. Satomiwako possessed a certain level of combat prowess, so it would be best to outsmart her. Oh no. Shirakawa shook his head vigorously. What was wrong with him? Why was he even contemplating how to escape? Shirakawa, you are a law-abiding citizen. Do not entertain such criminal thoughts. Is it inappropriate for Mr. Shirakawa to view the body? Mori Ran observed his pale complexion. I'm fine. Prompted by her concern, Shirakawa finally glanced at the corpse on the ground. It was a middle-aged man, clad in a crisp black suit, his eyes wide open and mouth agape, bearing an expression of disbelief as if he had witnessed something utterly unfathomable. He lay in a pool of blood, his hands awkwardly twisted, naturally resting at his sides. Nothing else appeared particularly noteworthy. Shirakawa quickly scanned the scene, his eyes narrowing. Something was amiss. Very much so. The blood pooled beneath the deceased's head suggested he had fallen backward, striking his head. Yet his hands exhibited clear signs of fracture, as though he had instinctively reached out to brace himself during a fall. If he had indeed tumbled down the stairs, sustaining severe injuries to his head and neck upon impact, then the condition of his hands would not align with that scenario. If he had fallen down the stairs, it would indeed correspond with his broken arms. However, his injury is located at the back of his head, and the position of the corpse is supine. This creates a contradiction. Shirakawa Tsubaki further scrutinized the condition of the shirt on the corpse's chest, as well as the outstretched palms. The fabric bore some wrinkles, yet showed no significant dust. The hands were naturally spread open, palms facing upward, devoid of any abrasions, indicating that the body had not been moved. Clearly, this issue had also been noted by others. Conan, fixated on the state of the corpse, took advantage of the adult's distraction, donned his gloves, and quietly lifted the corpse's arms for closer examination. Wow, as expected of Conan. Witnessing the entire scene, Shirakawa Tsubaki raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of admiration. He had never perceived it this way while watching on television. Observing it live made Conan's actions exceedingly conspicuous. He glanced around and noticed that the people nearby were oblivious to the unfolding events. Shirakawa Tsubaki thought to himself, well, as long as you're happy. However, there are no cameras here. This must be a tradition of Conan's deduction, right? Chapter 5. Hush, Little Black is at work too. Soon, the police uncovered the identity of the deceased. The individual was named Tohu Kuniyashi, an insurance salesman who was present to promote his company's insurance policies. According to the police investigation, he had visited the hospital for insurance sales that morning, but after leaving around noon, no one had seen him until his body was discovered. The deceased appeared to have succumbed to an accidental fall, prompting the police to focus their investigation on the possibility of an accident. Shirakawa Tsubaki raised an eyebrow. There was no doubt, it was undoubtedly foul play. Nevertheless, he did not intend to partake in the case's resolution. After observing the crowd for a while, Shirakawa Tsubaki withdrew and ascended the staircase. Since the deceased's broken arms were not due to bracing against the ground, they must have been used to support something else. Shirakawa paused in his ascent, lifting his gaze to the adjacent glass window. The stairwell of this hospital was exceptionally bright, with wide staircases and transparent glass curtain walls on each floor, comprising a large pane of glass at the bottom and several smaller framed panes at the top. This design not only appeared aesthetically pleasing, but also allowed ample light, a favored architectural choice in modern buildings. Of course, each hospital's design varies according to its specific circumstances. What truly captured Shirakawa Tsubaki's attention was the remarkable clarity of the glass curtain wall on this particular floor. In other words, it was exceedingly clean. One must acknowledge that glass walls inevitably accumulate dirt over time. The interiors may be regularly cleaned, but the exteriors are typically cleaned no more than once a year. Shirakawa ascended and descended the stairs for comparison, discovering that the glass on this floor was indeed remarkable. The hospital could not have exclusively cleaned this section of glass, as even the outer side was pristine. Standing before the glass window, he began to form a vague hypothesis. Has Mr. Shirakawa noticed something? A small voice suddenly emerged beside him. Shirakawa Tsubaki started in surprise. Conan? When did he materialize here? What a chilling encounter. Unfazed by Shirakawa's astonishment, Conan squatted by the glass window, pointing at a specific spot, and looked up at Shirakawa. Mr. Shirakawa, you see the marks here, right? Following Conan's finger, Shirakawa indeed spotted the adhesive marks along the edge of the glass. This indicated that the glass had been recently installed, possibly immediately after the crime occurred. Ah, indeed. Shirakawa Tsubaki was at a loss for words and could only manage an awkward smile. Conan gazed at Shirakawa, his eyes sparkling. Mr. Shirakawa is also interested in deduction? Shirakawa shook his head, then nodded. He shook his head because he had not engaged in any deduction. However, inexplicably, his mind had automatically simulated the crime scene and the perpetrator's actions. He nodded out of concern that Conan might continue to probe into his reasons for being there. It appears Mr. Shirakawa has already deduced the identity of the culprit. Conan adjusted his glasses, filled with admiration and determination. The Shirakawa before him had surprisingly discovered clues even faster than he had. An admirable adversary. Shirakawa Tsubaki was unsure how to respond, awkwardly muttering, perhaps. He had not even identified 3 potential suspects. How could he know who the murderer was? Indeed, Mr. Shirakawa has discerned the truth. Conan clenched his small fist. It seemed he needed to take this seriously. Shirakawa, unsure why Conan dashed down the stairs with such fervor, could only extend a hand and weakly remind him. Be careful, don't fall. With Conan in full throttle, it was nearly impossible for anyone to surpass him, and within a few minutes, the case was entirely resolved. The murderer is you. Do you Moritake? The dormant Morikagaru raised his hand. What? Everyone turned to look at the individual who first discovered the corpse, Jiyu Moritake. At Morikagaru's accusation, Jiyu Moritake's complexion quickly faded. He did not even attempt to defend himself. Megure Juizu understood that Morikagaru's words had shattered Jiyu Moritake's psychological defenses. Why is that? Having committed murder, he pretended to be a kind passerby, assisting in reporting the incident. It was utterly perplexing. Jiyu Moritake cradled his head, softly sobbing. I simply did not expect he wouldn't remember me. So I lost control for a moment. You knew each other? Takagi Wataru asked, somewhat surprised, flipping through his notebook. Following the preliminary police investigation, no connection had been established between the two. 3 years ago, he sold us a very successful medical insurance policy from his company. Jiyu Moritake slowly recounted his story. The policy covered the most common ailments treated in the hospital. He had assured us that purchasing this insurance would guarantee us peace of mind for minor ailments and security for major illnesses. However, when their daughter fell ill, Jiyu Moritake discovered that the insurance policy was riddled with pitfalls and limitations. To put it in a starkly simplistic manner, if you broke your left arm and sought treatment at a hospital, when you approached the insurance company, they would assert that the contract only covered a broken right arm. Hence, the left arm was not their concern. And if you broke your right arm, even more absurdity followed. They would claim that the treatment method for the right arm was not included in the contract and exceeded the limitations. Thus the expenses could not be covered. Of course, this is a grossly exaggerated example. The reality involves corresponding medical conditions, treatment methods, self-paid medications, and a myriad of other issues. It is important to realize that people do not conveniently fall ill in alignment with these stipulations. Jiyu Moritake had no idea at that time. He thought that securing insurance for the whole family would provide an added layer of protection. Naturally, Tohu Kuniyashi would never disclose these obscure issues to Jiyu Moritake, leading to the harsh realization only after the situation escalated. Their daughter's illness had devastated the family, and the hope they had once pinned upon insurance was now shattered. Consequently, Jiyu Moritake harbored resentment towards Tohu Kuniyashi. As a renovation worker, he had come to the hospital today to replace a section of the glass curtain wall in the stairwell, and unexpectedly encountered Tohu Kuniyashi. Perhaps burdened by years of toil and sorrow, Tohu Kuniyashi failed to recognize the weathered worker before him. Uncertain of his own emotions, Jiyu Moritake took the initiative to greet Tohu Kuniyashi. Shirjia and Bangi not only failed to recognize each other, but were also quite excited to consider Jiyu and Yongtai as their next insured customer. After all, workers inevitably face injuries while on the job, and having insurance provides a sense of security. The two engaged in casual conversation at the stairway as Jiyu and Yongtai, burdened by a heavy glass panel, prepared to ascend. This glass panel weighed nearly 100 pounds, thick and long, rendering it impossible to fit in the elevator, leaving Jiyu and Yongtai with no choice but to carry it himself. In a gesture of goodwill, Shirjia proactively offered to lift the packaging paper behind Jiyu and Yongtai to alleviate some of the weight. This action was, in fact, quite perilous. Yet Jiyu and Yongtai accepted it without objection. Halfway up, Jiyu and Yongtai suddenly inquired if Shirjia remembered him. Having interacted with countless individuals over the years, Shirjia could hardly recall the other. Thus, a tragedy unfolded. I never anticipated that he would forget me. In that moment, I was nearly driven to madness, allowing the glass to crush him. As Jiyu and Yongtai fell, covering his face, his voice resonated with sorrow. It turned out that Jiyu and Yongtai had deliberately unloaded the glass from his back, allowing it to crash onto Shirjia behind him. In instinctive reaction to the falling glass, Shirjia reached out to push it away, attempting to prevent it from descending, and in doing so, he lost his balance and tumbled down the stairs. By the time I descended to check, he had already perished. After recounting everything, Jiyu and Yongtai closed his eyes and bitterly smiled. I still find it hard to believe that I made such a choice. It seemed that fate was also in his favor, as the glass remained unscathed. Consequently, Jiyu and Yongtai proceeded to install the glass, and then voluntarily reported the incident, crafting a facade of innocence. Chapter 6 System. When will the host achieve their first kill? This case was not particularly challenging, and was swiftly resolved with Conan's covert assistance. However, after hearing Jiyu and Yongtai's account, Shirakawa Su was plunged into prolonged silence. Before Jiyu and Yongtai was led to the police car, Shirakawa Su could not resist approaching. "Excuse me. May I ask him a question?" Upon seeing the unexpectedly handsome young man before him, Takagi Wataru momentarily froze. "You are? Oh, my apologies. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Shirakawa Su, the owner of the cafe below Mr. Mori's residence, and I have a keen interest in deduction." Shirakawa Su smiled as he introduced himself. Here, Shirakawa Su deliberately mentioned Mori Kogoro, hinting to Takagi Wataru that he had a good relationship with the Mori family. "Ah, I saw you at the scene earlier. You came with Ran, right?" Takagi Wataru extended his hand to shake with Shirakawa Su. "My name is Takagi Wataru. Since you know Mr. Mori and enjoy deduction, feel free to ask your question." However, Shirakawa Su's name seemed somewhat familiar to him. "Thank you." Shirakawa Su expressed his gratitude and turned his gaze towards Jiyu and Yongtai, who looked back at the young man with a hint of curiosity. To be honest, it was rare to encounter someone so handsome, yet someone like him should have no connection to him. Jiyu and Yongtai had already clarified the circumstances of the case, leaving him puzzled as to why the young man still had questions for him. "Hello, Mr. Jiyu," Shirakawa Su said, gazing at the middle-aged man with piercing golden eyes that conveyed seriousness. I am merely curious about what thoughts crossed your mind before you took the life of Shirakawa. Ji-Yu and Yontai paused for a moment. What did he think about before committing murder? In truth, Shirakawa was more interested in whether he, too, felt compelled by an inexplicable force, leading him to make the uncontrollable choice to kill. Was he also influenced by the narrative's power? After a lengthy silence, Ji-Yu and Yontai finally responded. I thought of my daughter, but she passed away half a month ago, and my partner, unable to bear the blow, just passed away last week. Shirakawa fell silent as well. Perhaps not today, or perhaps tomorrow. The world of Miflower is so small that when we meet again, I may still make the same choice. Ji-Yu and Yontai chuckled softly. People always need to blame something. Otherwise, they can only blame themselves. When I said I was bewitched, I was actually comforting my own conscience. In truth, when he engaged in conversation with Shirakawa, he had already made his decision. The middle-aged man, accustomed to bearing heavy loads, seemed perpetually hunched over, unable to straighten his back. After uttering these words, he nodded at Shirakawa and willingly followed Takagi Wataru into the police car. Shirakawa watched the police car depart, his emotions complex. They are different from you. At that moment, the system began to speak again. I was just contemplating Conan's influence on them. The system seemed to have overheard a joke. If the insurance company had not dug the pit, Ji-Yu and Yongtai's daughter could have received better treatment resources. Perhaps this tragedy would not have occurred. Do you think Conan was responsible for this? Shirakawa shook his head. Was it Conan who incited him to kill? Shirakawa shook his head again. They acted out of hatred, leading to their choices. You are not the original host. You harbor no hatred. Therefore, your unique situation is a forced correction by the narrative's power on your otherworldly soul. As for the protagonist Conan, you may consider him unfortunate, as he has become a mere witness to everyone else's stories. The system scoffed. Rather than concern yourself with the fates of others, why not set a small goal for yourself and successfully achieve your first kill? Shirakawa felt a wave of frustration. He had anticipated that the system would speak only to deliver unwelcome tidings. So after all that, you are just suggesting I commit murder? System host, you must possess a sense of ambition. While I am here to assist you in achieving success, if you continue to remain idle, I will have no way to cheer for your endeavors. Shirakawa, I thought you were going to threaten me. I never expected you to utter such soft words. Hiss. Such a soft persimmon, just a squeeze. Shirakawa yawned lazily. You make a valid point. Perhaps I should return and take it easy. System no host. The following day, at the Polo Cafe, Shirakawa entered as the cafe officially opened for business. Good morning, Mr. Shirakawa. Inomoto Azusa, preparing hot water, looked up to greet him upon hearing his voice. Good morning, Miss Inomoto. The silver-haired youth slightly tilted his head, a smile gracing his face. I sincerely apologize for frightening you yesterday. After his fall, Inomoto Azusa had also come out to assist, but as the cafe could not run without staff, she did not accompany him to the hospital. I'm glad to hear you're okay, Mr. Shirakawa. Inomoto Azusa stood before the coffee machine, her smile radiant. What would you like to drink? Just a cup of warm water will suffice, Shirakawa replied. Certainly. Inomoto Azusa retrieved a glass and poured warm water, placing it in front of Shirakawa. Thank you. Shirakawa took a sip and engaged in casual conversation with Inomoto Azusa. How long have you been working here? I joined in June of last year, so it has just been a year. Inomoto Azusa was a vibrant woman, possessing a pleasant temperament and a gentle manner of speaking, ensuring that their conversation never faltered. After chatting for a while, Shirakawa felt a bit of his gloom dissipate. Encountering youthful vitality always invigorates the spirit. Ding. The cafe door swung open once more. The previously jovial exchange between the two abruptly halted. It was that particularly irksome Ueshida Mitsuo from yesterday. Inomoto Azusa leaned closer to Shirakawa and whispered, Mr. Ueshida seems to be having trouble at work lately, which has made him particularly irritable, often causing trouble for nearby shops. Shirakawa frowned. It appears that this is not the first occurrence. Shikata Mitsuharu frequently vents his frustrations at work onto the nearby staff, earning a rather notorious reputation on this street. You proceed to the kitchen to prepare some fruit. Shirakawa Tsubaki gently pats Inomoto Azusa, saying I'll handle him. Inomoto hesitates. But the manager seems so gentle. Hardly the type to confront Shikata Mitsuharu's temperament. While Inomoto considers herself quite gentle, she would not hesitate to retaliate if provoked. Previously, she refrained from offending him directly due to the former manager's influence, but now that the new manager has taken over, she feels emboldened. It's fine, Shirakawa Tsubaki smiles as she pushes her into the kitchen and steps behind the cash register. Good morning, sir. What would you like to drink? Shikata Mitsuharu appears particularly lethargic today. Glancing at the menu, he replies, an iced Americano, extra ice, the more the better. Adding too much ice may dilute the flavor, sir. Are you certain? Just make it quickly. Shikata waves his hand, plopping down onto the bar stool. Shirakawa Tsubaki maintains her smile. Sir, I merely wish to clarify that excessive ice could compromise the quality and taste of the coffee, and we cannot guarantee that. Are you sure? Just do what I say. Why are you asking so many questions? If it affects the taste, that's your problem. Figure it out. If you spent less time questioning, you would have it done already. Shikata slams his hand on the table, glaring furiously. Shirakawa Tsubaki's smile wanes significantly. They had just had a confrontation over this matter yesterday, and here he is again, clearly looking for trouble. Hearing the commotion, Inomoto Azusa peeks out with concern. Shirakawa waves her back to her tasks. Chapter 7. Help! The manager of the Poyo Cafe is insane. Shirakawa Tsubaki continues to smile. But as she gazes at the man before her, a shadow of darkness flickers in her golden eyes. System, may I activate my passive skill proactively? Host, have you finally come to your senses? This fellow is quite unbearable. He should have been dealt with long ago. Even through the mechanical tone, Shirakawa could sense the system's excitement. She retorts, just tell me if I can activate it. The system hesitates since it's a passive skill. I'm afraid that might not be possible. Conan is upstairs. The system falters. That seems to be an issue. Shirakawa elongates her tone. Oh, then I suppose I'll just continue to lie flat. After all, this customer isn't a matter of life and death. Ding. In an instant, Shirakawa feels a surge of violent malice wash over her. I cannot control the influence of the narrative power, but I can fabricate the aura of a detective. Briefly activating your body's passive state. Shirakawa lowers her gaze, reaches for the nearby knife, and replies quietly, that will suffice. I sincerely apologize, but this cannot be rectified. If you find it intolerable, sir, you may wish to visit another cafe. When she lifts her head again, a hint of wickedness has crept into her smile, and the bright gold of her eyes is tainted with a dark crimson. What do you mean? Shikata erupts. What? You're kicking me out while running a business? His profanities had barely left his lips when his collar was suddenly seized by someone. The forceful grip sent him sprawling across the table, and a sharp knife swiftly hovered before his eyes. The physiological response caused his pupils to constrict, and the curses he intended to hurl were swallowed back. The cafe fell silent. As he stared at the blade, he swallowed hard, acutely aware that even a blink could result in a fatal injury. What are you doing? Shikata stammered, eyes wide with fear, struggling against his captor. You scoundrel! With that, the knife plunged sharply into his hand. Thud. Ah! Shikata's legs gave way, and he screamed in terror. The young man smirked, his once warm and gentle golden eyes now radiating a cold and maniacal indifference. Like a madman relishing in his calmness, he finally shed his facade. Shirakawa Tsubaki playfully brandished the knife, waving it tantalizingly before Shikata. Under the light, the knife gleamed cleanly, devoid of any blood, having merely grazed the spaces between Shikata's fingers. Mr. Shikata, the frigid blade traced along his face, and the young man's voice had taken on a notably hoarse timbre, akin to a cold serpent flicking its tongue. Should you dare to bring trouble to my establishment again? He left the threat unspoken, yet the implications were chilling. Shikata, an ordinary employee accustomed to bullying the average service staff, had never encountered someone like this. As the blade brushed against his cheek, his legs trembled in fear. Moreover, psychologically, even without being struck by the knife, he felt a phantom pain in his palm. I understand, Shikata stuttered. This lunatic was utterly terrifying. You understand? Shirakawa echoed, lifting him to face her. With the bar counter-blocking the view, Shikata found himself almost suspended over it, his toes desperately reaching for the ground but failing to find purchase, resembling a potato being hoisted up by its clothing. You understand? Shirakawa reiterated. Shikata nodded fervently, his voice tinged with desperation. I understand. However, Shirakawa frowned, disappointment lacing her voice. How could you come to that conclusion so quickly? It's not easy to learn from experience. With that, she tipped a cup brimming with ice cubes into his mouth. Ugh. Shikata's eyes widened as he flailed his arms, attempting to push the cup away. Yet as he reached out, the young man's knife jabbed at his hand repeatedly. Hud. Shirakawa did not blink, her movements rapid and instinctive, the blade always striking perilously close to Shikata's hands. Instantly he ceased his resistance. The other could afford countless missteps, but he could not risk his hands. Thus, Shikata completely surrendered, complying with the swallowing of ice cubes, even carefully catching any that fell. His mouth was stuffed with ice, and he cradled a handful in his trembling hands. The ice had frozen overnight, just out of the freezer, at its most frigid state. His mouth felt numb, and his hands shook from the cold. But after what had just transpired, he dared not move an inch. Observing this scene, Shirakawa smiled with satisfaction. She raised the knife once more, and under Shikata's terrified gaze, she plunged it into a piece of ice in his hand. Shikata jolted again, only to realize that Shirakawa had merely pierced the ice. Shirakawa offered no further glance. The silver-haired youth raised the knife, his expression devoid of any madness. His golden eyes fixated on the ice as if admiring a beautiful work of art. "Get out," he said coolly, with a sense of liberation akin to receiving a pardon. Shimizu Mitsuo clutched the ice cube and fled the cafe without a backward glance. The manager here is utterly mad. Ding, irrational customer, progress, 90. Evaluation. Didn't he kill him? Your pitiful bottom line is laughably thin. A merciful butcher shall never earn respect, ha ha ha. Shirakawa closed his eyes, chuckling coldly. I've long wished to inquire, the snarky remarks in the parentheses of my system panel. Were they penned by you? They are simply too infuriating. The system retorted softly, not me. Shirakawa remained non-committal. The system, it was you. Why didn't you kill him? I even activated your passive skill. Shirakawa shrugged, casually tossing the ice cube from the table knife into the trash before laying the knife down. I never claimed I intended to kill him. The system. You deceitful wretch. Shirakawa Consider it from another perspective, at least the task has progressed. The system. But if you continuously refrain from killing, the task cannot be completed. Shirakawa stroked his chin. Is there a reward upon task completion? The system asserted defiantly. Accumulate experience, attain a higher title. Become a legendary figure in the underworld of popcorn criminals. Shirakawa So there's essentially none. The system's voice dwindled. Wouldn't becoming a part of urban legend be thrilling? Many yearn to leave a mark of their existence, to validate their capabilities. Shirakawa Are you referring to the Joker from Gotham? The system. What is that? Shirakawa sighed deeply. Never mind. Chapter 8. He was once a star at the police academy. Inomoto Aki emerged from the kitchen with a platter of fruit. The bothersome Shimizu Mitsuo had departed, and their new manager was now seated at the bar, appearing rather melancholic. Oh, Mr. Shimizu has left? Enomoto Aki inquired curiously. Yes. Shirakawa straightened, his voice serene. I appealed to Mr. Shimizu's emotions and reason. He has now profoundly recognized his errors and departed immediately. Oh. Enomoto Aki expressed her astonishment. To her knowledge, Mr. Shimizu was not the type to be easily understanding. Indeed. Shirakawa spoke earnestly, adding that he had asked me to convey his apologies to you, promising to reflect on his mistakes. Is that so? Enomoto Aki set down the fruit platter, pondering the sudden shift in Mr. Shimizu's demeanor, her gaze dropping to the pitted surface of the bar. Oh dear? Enomoto Aki was momentarily stunned, rushing forward to inspect. How did so many small holes appear here? While it wasn't the finest wood, it was certainly sturdy. Ahem, perhaps mice gnawed at it. Shirakawa cleared his throat. This table is due for replacement. I always felt it clashed with our cafe's decor, appearing rather jarring. Let us seize this opportunity to replace it. Enomoto Aki, but dismantling it will incur significant costs. Shirakawa clutched his bleeding heart, suppressing laughter. Not to worry, it's merely an investment. Perfect. He glanced at a spot beside the bar and remarked. Many establishments now offer afternoon tea and desserts. Perhaps we could set up a display case nearby for sweets, which should be quite popular. Shirakawa had already surveyed the area upon his arrival. There were currently no cake shops or dessert stores on this street, and once they launched their confections, they would swiftly capture the market. Enomoto Aki also deemed it an excellent idea. However, she hesitated, but I only know how to bake items like bread and cookies. Cakes are not my forte. I forgot to consider the skills of the sole employee in the shop. Shirakawa pondered for a moment. Let us start with something simple. Even pudding would suffice. And we can figure it out later. Enomoto Aki nodded. Alright, I will strive to learn and expand my repertoire. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Aki. Shirakawa said, patting her with satisfaction. With such an employee, he felt greatly reassured. You can call me Aki. Enomoto Aki said. Shirakawa promptly adjusted. Very well, Aki. Thus, following this incident, their relationship began to flourish. Shirakawa managed the orders and payments at the cash register, while Enomoto Aki took charge of coffee preparation and service. It was curious, however, that the ice was depleting at an alarming rate. The ice bucket was nearly empty in no time. Inomoto Aki turned to fetch new ice from the kitchen, muttering to herself. Why is the ice being used up so quickly? It seems I'll need to prepare more ice for the afternoon. Behind the cash register, Shirakawa suddenly sneezed multiple times, rubbing his nose. He glanced at the cafe's air conditioning. It seemed the temperature was set too low. It should be adjusted upwards a bit. At the police department, Takagi Wataru sat in his seat, propping his chin in thought. What's the matter? I've noticed you've been deep in contemplation all day. Sato Miwako took a seat, casting a curious glance at Takagi Wataru. Is there an issue with your case? No, nothing of the sort. Takagi Wataru sat up straight, hastily explaining. Do you recall the white-haired youth beside Ran at the crime scene yesterday? Sato Miwako pondered for a moment. The individual had a low profile, and amidst her flurry of activity, she hadn't made a detailed acquaintance, only recalling that there was indeed such a person. Yes, what of it? Sato Miwako casually inquired. He introduced himself as Shirakawa Shu, and I can't shake the feeling that I've heard that name somewhere before. Takagi Wataru scratched his head. But I've been racking my brain for nearly a day and still can't recall. A name that resonates with a detective is hardly a trivial matter. Thus, Takagi Wataru continued to reflect meticulously on when he had heard of this person. Shirakawa Shu? Sato Miwako's expression turned to one of astonishment. Are you certain the individual is named Shirakawa Shu? Takagi Wataru nodded. There aren't many with the surname Shirakawa. I remember it quite clearly. Have you forgotten? Sato Miwako chided. Didn't your instructors mention him during your time at the academy? Takagi Wataru's eyes widened as previously hazy memories crystallized. So it was him. Takagi Wataru exclaimed in shock. Indeed. He was the only one among our cohorts to be expelled. Sato Miwako paused, then added. No, to be precise. He is the only one in the past 7 years to have faced such a fate. During this time, there have been dropouts, transfers, and even those who met untimely ends, but only Shirakawa Shu was outright dismissed for misconduct. This rendered him a quintessential example of what not to do at the police academy. Even now, instructors at the academy shake their heads when recalling him, citing him as a blemish on their educational careers. Why does Sato Miwako remember this so vividly? Because Shirakawa Shu's incident transpired just before her own cohort. The repercussions of Shirakawa Shu's actions instigated reforms at the police academy, resulting in particularly stringent management for her year. Nearly to an extreme degree, the instructors frequently recounted his name and the deeds he had committed, tormenting the other trainees mercilessly. Years later, the impact of Shirakawa Shu's legacy still lingers. Even today, many younger officers grimace at the mention of his name. It seems you were quite the obedient child back then, solely focused on your studies, utterly oblivious to the world outside. Sato Miwako remarked with a tinge of exasperation. Many remember this. Just ask any newcomers in the department, and they'll know. Takagi Wataru felt a bit awkward, scratching his head. Back then my physical skills were lacking, and I spent all my time in the training grounds, not really keeping up with these matters. Miwako Sato expressed her understanding, yet simultaneously, a sense of curiosity regarding this legendary figure was kindled within her. Hey Takagi, what does that guy look like? I hardly paid attention to him yesterday. The image of a slender, tall silhouette lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Takagi Wataru, relying on first impressions, exclaimed, incredibly handsome. He is a remarkably striking young man. However, upon hearing Takagi's unwavering response, Miwako Sato was filled with skepticism. After all, she had been present at the scene yesterday. If such an attractive person had truly been there, she could not have possibly overlooked him. Such an eye-catching presence would naturally draw anyone's gaze. This is simply human nature. Is that really true? Why do I not recall him at all? Takagi rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Strangely enough, I had little impression of him before he approached me. Yet, he clearly accompanied Ran at the crime scene, and even listened in during Detective Mori's investigation. Suddenly, the thought sent a chill down Takagi's spine, and he couldn't help but rub his arms. Was I really seeing a person yesterday? Miwako Sato playfully tapped Takagi's forehead. Some individuals may naturally be less noticeable to others. Stop scaring yourself. Ouch. Takagi exclaimed, alright, I get it. However, regarding Shirakawa Sumi, Miwako recalled some tidbits she had heard from someone previously, pursing her lips with a complex expression. Chapter 9, The Detective Mori's Calming Coffee. The following day, the custom bar counter for Shirakawa Sumi arrived. He directed the workers to carry it inside, only to turn and see Conan and Ran descending from upstairs. Good morning, Mr. Shirakawa. Good morning, Ran. Conan. Shirakawa Sumi discreetly stepped back, maintaining a smile on his face. Ran looked at the construction workers with some surprise. Is the cafe undergoing renovations? No. The surface of the bar counter was damaged, so I'm replacing it, Shirakawa explained. Conan looked up just in time to see the workers carrying out a heavy tabletop, which bore several conspicuous knife marks. Conan's expression froze, his previously indifferent demeanor shifting to one of intense focus on the knife wounds. Ah, how strange. The child's exclamation tightened Shirakawa's nerves, prompting both to turn their heads. Conan pointed at the knife marks on the table and asked curiously, "Did you stab the table, Mr. Shirakawa? It looks like there are so many knife marks." Ha. Shirakawa paused for a moment, then bent down with a smile, ruffling Conan's hair. "Your powers of observation are impressive. Well, actually, there was an impolite customer yesterday, and after an unpleasant exchange between us, he stabbed our bar counter with a dining knife." Both Ran and Conan were taken aback. "That's outrageous." Ran furrowed her brows and inquired anxiously, "Are you and Miss Inomoto all right, Mr. Shirakawa? That sounds terrifying." Shirakawa reassured them. "It's nothing serious. He merely damaged the table and left quickly." Conan pressed on. "Did you report it to the police, Mr. Shirakawa? Such a person must be punished. This is utterly unacceptable. If he stabs tables today, what will he stab tomorrow? He's a definite threat." "Well, he left in a hurry, and since he didn't cause us any harm, I decided not to pursue it," Shirakawa replied with a resigned gesture. "It's just a minor issue. No need to escalate it with the police. After all, running a business means encountering all sorts of people." Ran sighed. "Mr. Shirakawa, you are too kind." Shirakawa smiled. The young man stood at the street corner, his posture tall and striking. As he conversed with the pair, his gaze subtly shifted, momentarily glancing in another direction. Ushida Mitsuo, who had intended to take his usual route to work, met those emotionless eyes and was so frightened that he stumbled backward, turning to cross the street, scrambling to find another path. He vowed never to come near that lunatic again. Observing the man fleeing in panic, Shirakawa Sumi felt a sense of satisfaction as he withdrew his gaze, his smile becoming more genuine. "Are you all heading to the TV station?" Shirakawa attempted to recall the details in his mind, but many of Conan's explanations had already faded from memory, leaving him uncertain of their purpose at the station. "Yes. It's about time." "Well then, Mr. Shirakawa, Conan and I will be on our way," Ran announced. "All right, farewell." Shirakawa smiled and waved. After the pair had departed, Shirakawa turned back, pondering for a moment before handing a stack of bills to the driver. "Hello, please take these items and help me dispose of them." The driver glanced at him. "Sir, this board is actually quite good. You could sell it secondhand and recoup some money." "I appreciate it," Shirakawa replied with a smile. "But this table brings me bad luck. I simply wish to rid myself of its misfortune." Hearing such an unusual statement, the driver chose not to press further, readily agreeing. The new bar counter, crafted from marble, exuded comfort in both quality and aesthetics, significantly elevating the cafe's ambience. The only source of pain for Shirakawa was the exquisite price tag. Watching Inomoto Azusa cheerfully polish the new countertop, Shirakawa clutched his empty wallet, forcing himself to feel cheerful. It's all right, just a small expense." In truth, if he could, he would prefer to move away from Mihan and distance himself from Conan and the detectives entirely. Unfortunately, his wallet did not permit such actions. Destroying evidence of criminal activity is a task that a competent criminal ought to undertake. The host's actions were also part of his growth, so he should not feel too disheartened. The system interjected inopportunely. "Thank you," Shirakawa replied, feeling even more disheartened. The system, sensing his discomfort, earnestly suggested, "Since you're short on funds, why not plan a bank robbery? This would not only alleviate your immediate financial woes, but also provide valuable experience, allowing you to become a wanted robber in Mihan." Shirakawa retorted, "If you remain silent, no one will consider you a mute." The system fell silent, feeling aggrieved. Shirakawa resumed his contemplation at the table. In the evening, as he prepared to close for maintenance, he brought in the sign from the entrance. Upon raising his gaze once more, he noticed the darkened Muri Detective Agency. He found it peculiar. "Aren't Mr. Muri and the others returning tonight? It feels like I haven't seen them at all today." Inomoto Azusa, unfazed, replied, "Mr. Muri often goes out for leisure or on assignments. Sometimes they don't return for several days, which is quite normal." Shirakawa murmured, "It's nice to be able to go out and about. One shouldn't solely burden Mihan. Everyone should share the weight of misfortune." However, Shirakawa felt a twinge of envy. Are they living such carefree lives? Detective Mori possesses excellent deductive skills, and many people frequently seek his help with cases. Inomoto casually remarked, "It must be quite profitable." I truly envy them," Shirakawa sighed with longing. Propping his chin up, an idea suddenly struck him. "Azusa, what do you think about collaborating with the Mori Detective Agency? Inomoto looked surprised. Huh? Shirakawa clapped his hands together excitedly. I could organize a promotional event. Inomoto watched him with curiosity. A promotional event? I could leverage Detective Mori's reputation to transform our cafe into a popular spot. Shirakawa Chika straightened his posture. The overall pace of development in this world lagged nearly 2 decades behind that of his previous existence. Yet perhaps influenced by the storyline of Conan, he recently discerned that the timeline he inhabited was rather peculiar. Time seemed to stagnate, while the world advanced rapidly, continually narrowing the gap with the realm he once knew. It would not be long before it caught up. By then, both technology and economy would undergo tremendous transformations. As someone who had traversed these experiences, Shirakawa Chika was well aware of the power of collaboration. We could provide coffee for the Mori Detective Agency free of charge, allowing customers visiting Mr. Mori to enjoy our coffee. As the number of patrons increases, the buzz would build, and then we could launch a new product. Aptly named Mori Detective's Soothing Coffee. Aspiring detective enthusiasts would flock to savor the same brew as the renowned Mori Detective, thereby generating greater profits. Although he had little prior exposure to the term collaboration, Inomoto Azusa listened intently and found Shirakawa's casual proposal remarkably promising. She curiously raised her hand. But why call it Mori Detective's Soothing Coffee? Isn't coffee meant to invigorate? Why the term soothing? What a splendid question. Shirakawa Chika replied with a smile, placing an empty glass on the counter before Inomoto Azusa, gesturing towards it. Isn't Mori Detective famously dubbed Sleeping Mori Kogoro by the public? Therefore, our invigorating coffee can help him transcend into the realm of solving cases while in slumber. Isn't that impressive? Listening to Shirakawa's whimsical reasoning, Inomoto Azusa nodded, somewhat comprehending. Moreover, it was merely a name, a gimmick intended to pique curiosity. Just like how you, Azusa, just inquired about the name. Inomoto Azusa tilted her head. True. Buy a cup, and you will understand. Perhaps you'll get a chance to experience the state that Mori Detective achieves. Shirakawa Chika slid the glass toward Inomoto Azusa, his voice laced with temptation, as if the legendary coffee was right before them. If not for the emptiness of the glass, Inomoto Azusa felt she might have genuinely purchased a cup out of curiosity. Unable to contain her excitement, she clapped. Wow! You're incredible, manager. How did you come up with all this? Shirakawa Chika cleared his throat. It's all about making money. I used to ponder such things often. However, this matter cannot be rushed. It requires careful consideration. This world reveres detectives immensely, and if Mori Kogoro's fame were to soar, it could indeed elevate the cafe. Chapter 10. It's my idol Jin-sama. Unbeknownst to Shirakawa Chika, on the other side, Conan was once again engaged in a confrontation with the Black Organization. This time, due to forgetting to retrieve a listening device, Conan inadvertently discovered that the female host of the Daily by Television, Reiha Minami, was a member of the Black Organization, codenamed Jin. In a joint operation with the FBI, they successfully apprehended Jin and thwarted the assassination plan orchestrated by the Black Organization. However, Conan had not anticipated that Jin would discover the listening device stuck to Reiha Minami's shoe and promptly change targets, directing his focus towards Detective Mori Kogoro. At the Poirot Cafe, after a day of intermittent rain, the weather finally cleared. Shirakawa Chika lifted the sign and repositioned it at the cafe's entrance. Mori Kogoro, wearing headphones and listening to the live horse races, happened to stroll past the cafe. Mr. Mori, you're back. Shirakawa Chika casually greeted him, noticing the rosy glow on his face. Is there some joyous news today? Having just secured another victory in a match, Mori Kogoro beamed with delight. Grinning from ear to ear, good afternoon, Shirakawa. I hit 3 matches on Marseille yesterday. I might just rake in a fortune today. Haha. Shirakawa Chika chuckled. Haha. Then I extend my early congratulations to you, Mr. Mori. Sometimes he truly admired Mori Kogoro. Despite receiving substantial sums for numerous commission cases, he squandered it all on horse racing and drinking, ultimately still driving a rented car and living frugally. Unaware of Shirakawa Chika's internal critique, Mori Kogoro remained engrossed in the horse racing commentary, ambling back to his office. Shirakawa Chika shook his head, truly hopeless. Upon returning to the cafe, Inomoto Azusa presented a batch of freshly baked cookies. Manager, come taste my new creation. Shirakawa Chika stepped forward. Thank you for your hard work, Azusa. He picked up a cookie and took a bite, his eyes lighting up. Chocolate filling? Delicious, he remarked, grabbing another one. Observing his actions, Inomoto Azusa sighed in relief, patting her chest. That's wonderful. It seems my skills have not diminished. Well, I happened to purchase a box of packaging bags yesterday. We can use them as complimentary gifts for the customers, Shirakawa Chika suggested. Inomoto Azusa nodded in agreement. Perfect. I can also gather feedback from customers to see where improvements are needed. As they conversed, the cafe's landline suddenly rang. Shirakawa Chika, being closer, answered. Hello. This is Poro Cafe. How may I assist you? Mr. Shirakawa, it's me, Conan. Shirakawa Chika paused for a moment. Conan? How did you get this number? Before he could finish, Conan hurriedly interrupted. Sorry, Mr. Shirakawa. I urgently need to reach Uncle Mori, but he hasn't been answering his phone. Could you check if he's in the office? Without needing to check, Shirakawa Chika had just spoken to someone. Mr. Mori is in the office. Likely watching the horse races, which is why he hasn't answered. Is there something urgent, Conan? I can relay a message. It was a chance to increase goodwill, allowing him to smoothly propose his collaboration plan later. Conan hesitated briefly before saying, Uncle Mori seems to have offended someone in a previous case. And now there's someone trying to kill him. Please, Mr. Shirakawa, warn him to be cautious, especially not to sit by the window while watching the races. Which plotline is this from? Shirakawa Chika acknowledged. Alright, I'll go check on Mr. Mori now. After hanging up, Shirakawa Chika took a bag of cookies that Inomoto Azusa had prepared. Azusa, I'm going to check on Mr. Mori. I'll leave this to you. Okay, manager. Before exiting the cafe, Shirakawa Chika stood at the door, surveying the rooftop of the building across the street. Since Conan advised against letting Mori Kagoro sit by the window, it was likely that the threat was a sniper. However, once he glanced, he spotted a familiar figure. Silver hair clad in black. Childhood memories flooded back. It was that man. The one who transformed Kudo Shinichi into Conan, who even after the organization morphed from the Black Organization into the Water Organization, diligently contributed to its construction, remaining a haunting presence in the hearts of many children. Jing. Oh no, this is part of the main storyline. The leg he had prepared to step forward was silently retracted. Shirakawa Chika regretted agreeing to Conan's request. He was already in a precarious situation. Getting entangled in the main plotline would only worsen it. Before he could make a decision, the System's voice echoed once more in his ears. System. It's Jin-sama. The pose he is striking is so cool, ah. Slurp slurp. Shirakawa Chika had never realized that he could hear the sound of drooling amidst the excited mechanical voice. Are you alright? Have you caught a virus? System. Squeak, that's Jin. My idol. Shirakawa Q. Huh? You have an idol? The System, indignant, replied. Why not? Lord Jin is the pinnacle of intelligence and capability in this world, the ultimate villain. He embodies my ideal vision. I can hardly fathom how vibrant and cheerful I would be if he were to become my host. Shirakawa Q. Pouts if you like him. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. The System's voice fell. But the one who activated me is you. I can only follow you from now on. There was an undertone of disappointment in its tone. Shirakawa Q. So you're feeling wronged for being with me? Who could be more innocent than I? Very well, you've ignited my competitive spirit. Shirakawa Q rolled up his sleeves, flung open the cafe door and stormed out. Heading straight for the second floor of the Mori Detective Agency. On the rooftop, Vodka, who had been observing below, suddenly exclaimed, Big brother! A white-haired kid just walked out of the cafe across the street, and is now heading toward the second floor of the Mori Detective Agency. Chianti, peering through the scope, clicked her tongue. Then I shall deal with this fellow first, and then take care of that white-haired one. Jin narrowed his eyes as he watched the fleeting figure below. Wait a moment. Bourbon, who had initially harbored some concerns, crossed his arms, surprised by this unexpected turn of events. What is going on? That guy. A flicker of malice passed through the man's dark green eyes as he fixated on the Mori Detective Agency on the second floor. Knock knock. The door to the agency was usually ajar. Shirakawa Q knocked twice before pushing it open. Excuse me, Mr. Mori. Shirakawa Q approached and snatched the newspaper from Mori Kagoro's hands. Mori Kagoro, deeply engrossed in his crossword puzzle, jumped in surprise, looking up at the suddenly appearing white-haired youth. Confusion evident in his eyes. Shirakawa? What brings you here? Shirakawa Q. Conan sent me here. He paused, moving to the window to draw the curtains. Mori Kagoro. As Shirakawa Q drew nearer, everyone on the second floor caught a clear glimpse of his face. His short white hair, pale golden eyes, and delicate features bore a hint of a sickly allure. The corners of his mouth seemed to curl into a smile, revealing a few sharp teeth that added an unusual charm to his presence. It was a face that was difficult to forget at a mere glance. Jin's fists clenched. His voice icy. Chianti, eliminate him first. Chapter 11. The Unexpected Variables from 3 years ago. 1. Jin vividly recalled the events from 3 years prior. Just after completing a mission, He returned to the base, only to receive an email from the boss. Scotland is problematic, deal with him. Scotch, who had joined the organization a few years ago and had become one of Jin's subordinates, was a sniper with skills far exceeding those of the veteran Chianti and Conan. He was astute, knowing when to engage and when to retreat, qualities that Jin greatly admired. Unfortunately, a rat is a rat, and inevitably, he revealed his true nature. The man, who had been leaning against the window, quietly smoking a cigarette, felt a bloodthirsty killing intent rise within him upon reading the email. Vodka. The man beside him slightly bowed. Big brother. He extinguished his cigarette. His voice hoarse. Where is Scotland now? Vodka recalled and answered. He is currently on a mission with Rai. Is there a new task for him? Rai was another capable member under Jin's command, and people within the organization speculated that he might become the second Jin. However, Jin had little fondness for someone who relied on women to advance. He sneered. Perfect, inform them to wrap up their mission and come to Kabukicho. I have a new assignment for them. The man turned and strode toward the exit. Notify Chianti and Cohen to bring their guns and meet me at Kabukicho. Vodka, unsure of what was happening, nodded. Understood, big brother. Meanwhile, upon receiving the message, both Rai and Scotland frowned simultaneously. Scotland lightly tapped his fingers against the edge of the car window, his usually gentle expression turning cold. This is the first time Jin has assigned us a task outside of our plans. Rai driving, subtly reduced the speed of the car. It is indeed a bit odd. Rai, being familiar with Jin, questioned. Don't you know what's going on? Scotland, half in jest and half probing, responded. You're close with Jin, aren't you? Scotland remained silent, a vague unease stirring within him. A sense that something was amiss lingered in the air. However, with the highly alert Rai beside him, he refrained from taking out his phone to investigate. Thus, they traveled in palpable silence. Arriving at Kabukicho punctually, the two received another text simultaneously. Scotland opened his phone, but hesitated to read the contents. Instead, casting a discreet glance to the side, Rai, expressionless, looked at his phone, seemingly unfazed, appearing no different than usual. Scotland, half skeptical, began to examine the message on his phone. Jian, a temporary transaction will occur at Kabukicho Plaza. Position yourselves nearby, and report any abnormalities immediately. A temporary transaction? Scotland narrowed his eyes, his once gentle cat-like gaze transforming into something more predatory. Kabukicho Plaza is merely 2 streets away from the municipal center. Why would Jin set the transaction there? It was odd, yet he could not pinpoint any flaws. Scotland remained inwardly vigilant, masking his concerns as he tucked his phone into his pocket. Beside him, Rai, though maintaining an impassive demeanor, felt turmoil brewing within upon reading the message. Jian, Scotland is a rat, eliminate him. Rai could hardly believe that Scotland was also an undercover agent. His real name was Akai Shuichi, and as an FBI agent, Rai slowly tucked away his phone. This situation was becoming complex. Rai's gaze subtly scanned the surroundings, and his heart sank. The message had been sent just as they arrived, indicating that other members of the organization had already been stationed nearby, placing both him and Scotland within the watchful eye of these individuals. Jin appeared to delegate the task of dealing with Scotland to him, while simultaneously testing the allegiance of his camp. If he were to let Scotland go, his identity would undoubtedly raise Jin's suspicions, potentially leading to exposure. Yet if he did not let Scotland go, Rai lowered his eyes, hands tucked into his pockets, slowly tightening his grip. Scotland remained oblivious, intently studying the map before pointing out. The best sniper points at Kabukicho Plaza are these locations. I think this one is suitable. What do you think? Rai glanced at the direction Scotland indicated, his gaze shifting to another point. That location was indeed optimal for sniping. However, it was backed by taller buildings, making it a perfect ambush spot for the opposing side. Jin must have anticipated their choice of position, which is why he sent them to Kabukicho. Rai fell silent for a moment, finally nodding. Yes, sounds good. Thus, each of them slung a guitar bag over their shoulder and made their way towards the location indicated by Shukran. It was a bustling shopping complex, renowned in the area for its diverse offerings at remarkably affordable prices. Shukran even recalled that during his time at the police academy, he had visited this very place with his roommate to procure daily necessities. Time had flown by, and it had been 4 years since then. As Shukran gazed up at the building's sign, a swirl of emotions stirred within him. He was halted in his tracks by Haima, who turned to inquire. What's the matter? Shukran shook his head. Nothing. At the rear of the edifice, there existed an outdoor iron staircase leading directly to the top floor, typically used by the public and frequented only by maintenance personnel during repairs or inspections. Their current objective was to circumvent the front of the building, and ascend the outdoor staircase at the back. Excuse me. Are you interested in a gig at our underground bar? Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the air. Shukran paused. A somewhat recognizable young man with white hair cheerfully obstructed Haima's path, extending a flyer towards him. Seizing the opportunity to delay, Haima also came to a stop. By Chuanqiu. Not immediately noticing Shukran behind Haima, eagerly added, "Sir, I see you play guitar as well. You should consider this. Our bar only requires performances from 9 in the evening until 2 in the morning, merely 5 hours. The compensation is far superior to that of our competitors, and if possible, we could also arrange a small concert for you at the bar." So it was the guitar bag at their backs that had piqued this fellow's interest, Haima thought. Shukran's heart raced in astonishment. There stood Bai Chuanqiu, his former roommate from the police academy. How could he be here? Bai Chuanqiu appeared oblivious to the complex emotions of the two men, his expression brimming with anticipation as he gazed at the long-haired man before him. Would you consider it? This face, this physique, coupled with his dark, brooding locks, clearly suggested a talent for music. Bai Chuanqiu was certain that regardless of the man's skill with the guitar, if he performed at the bar, it would undoubtedly flourish overnight. Shukran inhaled deeply, gradually approaching. "I'm sorry, sir, but my friend and I are not interested." Bai Chuanqiu turned at the sound of his voice. Another striking individual. Those blue cat-like eyes are simply mesmerizing. With a bit of effort, he could surely succeed. But why does that beard look somewhat familiar? Bai Chuanqiu widened his eyes. Wait, isn't this guy my old roommate from the academy? Hey you. Bai Chuanqiu attempted to speak, but Shukran had already reached out to take the flyer from his hand. How about this? We have urgent matters to attend to, so please don't block our way. Bai Chuanqiu was momentarily taken aback, then pouted. Well, you could at least take a look at the flyer. Our bar offers excellent benefits. Shukran sighed in relief, thankful that Bai Chuanqiu understood his meaning. The astute Haima, however, narrowed his eyes. That fleeting moment didn't he seem like one of unfamiliarity with Shukran. He began to scrutinize this unfamiliar youth more carefully. With his striking white hair, handsome features, and slender physique, he appeared somewhat fragile, resembling not a mere flyer distributor, but rather a young master experiencing life. Shukran's companion? Haima shook his head inwardly. This fellow was far too conspicuous. He certainly did not align with the type he had in mind. Haima decided not to dwell further on it, and politely declined. We have matters to attend to, apologies. As the two continued onward, Haima casually remarked, Shukran, I had no idea you had such leisure pursuits. Shukran nonchalantly tossed the flyer into a corner, his expression unyielding as he replied, salespeople are the most tenacious, especially ones like him. It's better to avoid unnecessary fuss. Haima's gaze darkened as he regarded Shukran and chuckled softly, his voice gravelly as he concurred. You are indeed correct. As the two gradually distanced themselves, Bai Chuanqiu rested his chin on his hand, musing, did that fellow resign to become a guitarist? Although he knew that was unlikely, perhaps he had heard too many such tales in his past life. A term suddenly sprang to mind, undercover. No wonder it had been 4 years since their last encounter. While Bai Chuanqiu pondered this, a burly thug unexpectedly loomed before him. The thug, covered in tattoos, bore a scornful gaze and a voice as rough as gravel. What are you up to? Let me see. He seized the flyer from Bai Chuanqiu's hand. Hey. Bai Chuanqiu was taken aback. Who are you? He reached out to reclaim it. That's just an ordinary flyer. What are you doing? The thug shoved Bai Chuanqiu aside, sizing him up with a scrutinizing glare. What did you discuss with those two just now? What, am I too ugly to hold your flyer? Their scuffle had cleared the previously bustling entrance, as onlookers, upon glimpsing the thug's tattoos, hastily retreated, too intimidated to linger. Bai Chuanqiu frowned. What do you want? A loud voice pierced through the tension as a girl with dual ponytails strode forward, hands on her hips. Xiaoqiu, are you alright? Lin Zhaozhao inquired in Mandarin, her concern palpable. Bai Chuanqiu responded in kind, I don't know, he just randomly picked a fight. The thug paused in his inspection of the flyer, glancing between the two with a somewhat softened demeanor. Are you both from Huagua? Lin Zhaozhao crossed her arms, her demeanor fierce. Yes, and I warn you, don't provoke us. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Bai Chuanqiu nodded in agreement. The thug's bravado dissipated, and he returned the flyer to Bai Chuanqiu's hand. You're not allowed to distribute flyers here. This is your last warning. He then turned and left, just as mysteriously as he had arrived. Bai Chuanqiu's gaze lingered on the tactical earpiece nestled in the thug's ear, his eyes darkening. Lin Zhaozhao, who had initially assumed a confrontational stance, was now perplexed. Why did he leave so easily? Given his tattoos and demeanor, I thought this situation wouldn't end well. Bai Chuanqiu, however, appeared contemplative. Perhaps he was testing our connection with Zhu Fujingguang. The thug retreated to a corner and spoke softly into his earpiece. Vodka, you heard that, right? They are the Hogwarts people here to distribute flyers, and they just happened to interrupt Shukran and Haima. Nothing strange. Hogwarts people. Then we should avoid provoking them. Vodka cut off the communication and quietly informed Jin. Those two are from Hogwarts. It's not worth the trouble. Jin, exhaling a plume of smoke from his cigarette, withdrew his gaze. Then let us leave them be and focus on dealing with Shukran. Understood. Achio? Lin Zhaozhao's voice pulled Bai Chuanqiu from his thoughts. She looked at him quizzically. What are you thinking? Were you scared just now? Bai Chuanqiu regained his composure and replied, It's nothing. I was just contemplating what to do with the remaining flyers. Lin Zhaozhao nonchalantly accepted the flyers from Bai Chuanqiu. No worries. We can find another place to distribute them. She lifted her chest with an air of determination, proclaiming, I must establish my own career amidst the cherry blossoms. Then I shall return to dazzle them. Shirakawa Akira was left in a state of bemusement, replying, Miss, if I recall correctly, you have an examination the day after tomorrow. Are you prepared? Lin Zhaozhao's expression instantly fell. Teacher Shirakawa, if you hadn't mentioned it, we would still be good friends. Shirakawa Akira chuckled and shook his head. Lin, I have some matters to attend to. You should hurry back and review for your studies. Lin Zhao, the esteemed daughter of the Lin family in Huaguogang City, was currently pursuing a degree in finance at Dongdu University, while Shirakawa Akira served as her teacher for the cherry blossom language. After class today, she had enlisted him as a companion, only to unexpectedly encounter this situation. A fleeting glimmer of shadow passed through his golden eyes, unnoticed by the young girl before him. Lin Zhaozhao sighed in resignation at the thought of the impending exam. Very well, she lamented. Why must I study finance amidst the cherry blossoms? It is too torturous. Meanwhile, the duo known as the Faux Wine had reached their destination. The sky had turned a deep shade of gray, and the wind on the rooftop whipped around them, lifting their clothing, while ominous clouds loomed, seemingly brewing a tempest. Scotland stood on the rooftop, gazing down at the streets illuminated by vibrant lights, bustling with throngs of people, and the colorful lights of Kupu Park shining brilliantly against the dazzling nightscape. This place is quite suitable. Preparations can commence. After confirming the target location, Scotland set down his guitar case, and Black Rye followed suit, remaining silently behind him, devoid of movement. Scotland paused as he reached for the zipper. Thus, it is indeed true. He slowly slipped his hand into his pocket, gripping the handgun concealed within his clothing. You are one of the cherry blossom people, aren't you? Black Rye inquired from behind. Scotland stood upright, directing a wary gaze at the man before him. I am one of the cherry blossom people. What of it? Black Rye scrutinized the cat-eyed youth, his expression complex, before he sighed heavily. So you are with the Public Security Bureau? Scotland did not even blink, incredulously snorting. Black Rye? Is it too much to jest at a time like this? Black Rye glared at him coldly, his voice icy. Scotland, you know I am not jesting. With that, Scotland abruptly drew his handgun, aiming it at Black Rye. Simultaneously, distant red lights flickered and the lurking wolves revealed their sharp claws, as bullets flew forth, knocking the firearm from Scotland's grasp. Another bullet struck Scotland in the thigh. He winced in pain but did not relent, charging towards the man before him. Black Rye retreated slightly, blocking Scotland's punch with one hand, then nimbly leaping back a step, swiftly landing a precise blow to Scotland's abdomen. Cough. Scotland lowered his gaze, concealing the resolve in his eyes, and lunged once more, entangling himself tightly with Black Rye. Above, Jin observed the unfolding scene with indifference, commanding the eager Chianti. Do not fire again. Chianti, filled with excitement, responded with disappointment. Why? I still wish to personally conclude his life. Scotland and Black Rye had stolen her thunder upon their arrival, and her sniping skills paled in comparison. She had held a grudge for quite some time. Jin looked down at the two below, his voice chilling. Scotland has been shot in the thigh. He cannot escape. However, it must be Black Rye who kills him. Chianti clicked her tongue in displeasure, reluctantly releasing the trigger, while continuing to observe through the scope. Chapter 13. Unexpected Variables from 3 years ago. 3. The battle on the rooftop had come to an end. Scotland, breathless, held aloft the revolver he had seized from Black Rye. Panting lightly, Black Rye raised his hands. Truly. You are Scotland Whiskey. You managed to retreat while advancing, snatching his firearm. Scotland remained silent, merely staring intently at the man before him. At this juncture, he had no path of escape. Fortunately, Zero was not present. Black Rye subtly shifted his position, ensuring his body shielded Scotland from distant snipers, and spoke calmly. Before we continue, may I have a moment of your time? Scotland chuckled lightly. This gun was not taken to shoot you. He reversed the revolver, aiming it at his own chest. Black Rye's gaze darkened, and he lunged forward, pressing down on the revolver's cylinder. With the cylinder restrained, Scotland could not possibly pull the trigger, regardless of his struggle. The two were forced to retreat due to inertia, with Scotland collapsing against the wall, while Black Rye fixed his unwavering gaze on him, whispering, "Scotland whiskey, a man such as you should not meet his end here." Scotland stared in astonishment at the man before him. "What?" The man's eyes were sincere, his tone grave. "I am an undercover agent sent by the FBI, Akai Shuichi. Like you, I am a hound in pursuit of prey, and once I sink my teeth into the enemy's throat, I shall not let go. Set down the gun and listen to me. I can still allow you to leave, provided you cooperate." Faced with the man's steadfast gaze, Scotland could not discern the truth of his words, yet his unerring intuition assured him that this man was akin to them. The thought of a comrade sharing the same path reinforced Scotland's resolve. If that were the case, he could not hinder another's progress, whether for himself or for others. Death was the most favorable choice at this moment. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase behind them. Seizing the opportunity while Black Rye was distracted, Scotland unhesitatingly pressed the trigger. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the building, and both Scotland and Black Rye stumbled as the ground beneath them began to collapse. Boom! Another thunderous blast ensued, and everyone above witnessed the rooftop where Scotland and Black Rye stood begin to cave in, subsequently consumed by the sudden explosion, descending into a vast chasm of ruins. "What on earth just happened?" Chianti exclaimed, both anxious and astonished. Scotland and Black Rye had been blown up. Jin stepped forward, peering down at the darkened building, suspicion flickering in his eyes. "Brother, there are bombers conducting a terror attack in the building. Not only the top floor but also the parking garage has been destroyed. The entire building is in chaos." Jin's gaze turned icy, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Such a coincidence?" Chianti retorted. "What else could we do? We saw them fall into the explosion ourselves. Scotland and Black Rye must be dead." Vodka added, "Bourbon has just arrived on the scene. We can have him take a look." Jin nodded. Losing interest in continuing to observe, he turned to leave. "Let us go, may they fend for themselves." Below, Bourbon, having just reached the top floor, caught a glimpse of two figures plummeting into the chasm, vanishing from sight. His heart racing with urgency and concern, he rushed forward, only to see Black Rye clinging to the edge of the debris. The explosion had cast darkness upon the entire building. A man clutched the edge of the wreckage with one hand, his visage a portrait of disarray, stained with several patches of crimson blood. Beneath his feet lay an abyss of inky darkness, seemingly bottomless, poised to devour everything in its path. Hearing a sound, Black Wheat lifted his gaze to behold Bourbon, his expression remaining tranquil. "Bourbon, you've arrived," he remarked. Bourbon, however, paid him no heed, fixating intently on the obscured depths of the ruins. Black Wheat lowered his head, gazing into the darkness below, and spoke to Bourbon. "Scotland was killed on the spot. I fear his body may not even be recoverable. The police will arrive shortly. We should withdraw for now." Upon hearing the news of his friend's gruesome demise, Bourbon inhaled deeply, his hand trembling as he clenched it tightly to prevent his true emotions from surfacing. "Bourbon?" The man extended his hand toward him. Observing the figure at the edge of the wreckage, Bourbon forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. He was uncertain how he mustered the strength to refrain from shooting Black Wheat while he was defenseless, instead reaching out to pull the man up from below. "Let us go," Black Wheat whispered, turning away without a backward glance. Bourbon lowered his head, murmuring in response, his slate-gray eyes lingering on the abyss, his clenched fingers digging into his flesh, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. The penultimate floor of the building housed a furniture mall, an expanse filled with large furnishings. Though not frequently visited, it occasionally attracted curious onlookers, making it relatively lively. Alas, an explosion had plunged the entire structure into darkness, sending everyone on that floor scrambling down to escape. Only one peculiar white-haired youth defied the tide, moving against the flow toward the furniture mall. The explosion had rent the ceiling asunder, revealing the hues of the sky outside, with debris scattered chaotically across the ground. Bai Chuanqiu navigated through the scattered wreckage, precisely locating a spot before commencing his excavation. Moments later, a hand was unearthed. Bai Chuanqiu took a deep breath, wiping the sweat from his brow as he continued to dig, revealing an arm, a chest, and finally a head. Exhausted, he finally dragged the man from the ruins. The man was drenched in blood, yet upon closer inspection, most of the wounds were superficial abrasions from the debris, save for a gunshot wound on his thigh that continued to bleed profusely, a gruesome sight. Bai Chuanqiu first checked the man's nose and mouth to ensure they were not obstructed by debris, then swiftly applied a makeshift tourniquet, patting the man's cheek. Zhu Fu. Zhu Fu Jingguang, wake up. Zhu Fu Jingguang finally stirred, gazing at the youth before him with an expression of unexpected familiarity. Cough, cough. He coughed a few times. The moment I heard the explosion, I knew it was you. Today was destined to be a day of calamity, yet the fortuitous arrival of Bai Chuanqiu was the only variable. Bai Chuanqiu chuckled. I had to procure the materials on site, hence the delay. Fortunately, I made it in time. Zhu Fu Jingguang surveyed his surroundings, offering a wry smile. Wasn't that commotion a tad excessive? Bai Chuanqiu scratched his nose sheepishly. I assure you, no one was injured due to the explosion. Zhu Fu Jingguang, resigned, replied, I know nothing. His life had been saved by the other. What could he possibly reproach? Bai Chuanqiu chuckled softly, hoisting Zhu Fu Jingguang onto his back. With the chaos outside, I'll carry you out to find a hospital. Zhu Fu Jingguang hesitated. Given my current condition, it's rather inconvenient to visit a hospital. Bai Chuanqiu countered. Then where else can you go? Zhu Fu Jingguang fell silent. His identity had been compromised, yet the reasons remained unclear. He was troubled by the possibility of internal traitors within the public security apparatus or other insidious methods employed by his organization. The latter was unpredictable and beyond his control. But if it were the former, he was particularly concerned about Zero's situation. If that individual had the authority to uncover Zero's existence, wouldn't Zero be in grave danger? The mere thought unsettled him. Presently, he was essentially a dead man. Even if the organization harbored doubts, they would likely assume he was deceased. As long as he handled matters judiciously, he could remain concealed beneath the radar of both public security and the organization, investigating the mole. Zhu Fu Jingguang's resolve solidified once more. Take me to the clinic at 31, Beihu Avenue. The doctor there is an informant I've cultivated in private, and he will assist me. Bai Chuanqiu replied affirmatively, all right. Thank you, Zhu Fu Jingguang murmured softly. Bai Chuanqiu lowered his gaze, his expression gentle. No need for thanks. Years prior, when Bai Chuanqiu awakened from his hospital bed, the events had already settled into an inescapable reality. The police academy had expelled him, creditors loomed ominously, and the original host's body was so frail he could scarcely stand. Were it not for the timely assistance of a few close friends from his school days, he might have met a more dire fate. Thus, no matter how much time passed, Bai Chuanqiu would forever remember this debt of gratitude. Chapter 14. Indeed. This world is a makeshift ensemble. Ding. Alarm. Danger is imminent. Accompanied by the system's alert, Bai Chuanqiu abruptly crouched down. The next moment, a bullet pierced the glass, striking the ground. A sniper! Bai Chuanqiu shouted, while Kogoro Mori's expression hardened as he crouched down, pulling Bai Chuanqiu away from the window's line of sight. Jin stared intently below, his expression frigid. Vodka, puzzled, inquired, Boss, why target that kid first? Jin cast a sidelong glance at Vodka, his tone icy. He was present when Scotland was killed. Prompted by Jin's reminder, Vodka recalled the incident. Oh right, he was the one distributing the flyers. Uneasy, Vodka pondered. But isn't he innocent? This matter had been personally investigated by him. Jin scoffed. I suspected something was amiss with Scotland's death. Now he reappears here. I refuse to believe it's mere coincidence. In his eyes, two coincidences converging could not simply be attributed to chance. However, as he spoke, a bullet struck the listening device in his hand, causing the members of the organization to turn alertly. Behind them, at a higher vantage point, a man lay in wait, his sniper rifle gleaming ominously, heralding death and peril. Akai Shuichi. Jin glowered at the man in his sights through the scope, rage and murderous intent simmering within him. Yet, with Akai Shuichi holding the high ground, they were left entirely on the defensive. Jin decisively issued the command, withdraw. Chianti protested. Are we not going to kill Kogoro Mori? Jin's mind whirled, his suspicions regarding Kogoro Mori and that kid undiminished, yet he merely smirked coldly, reprimanding. This is all an FBI conspiracy. Kogoro Mori is merely a decoy. Move. He offered no further explanation, hastily covering his gunshot wound as he and Vodka departed. Damn it. Chianti grumbled, reluctantly being pulled away by Cohen, while Vermouth wore a smug smile, striding away with confidence. Meanwhile, at the Murray Detective Agency, the two individuals who had been concealed felt that the sniper had seemingly vanished. Uncle Mori, Conan's voice called from downstairs. Kogoro Mori peered down cautiously. Conan waved from below. Uncle Mori, it seems we are safe now. Kogoro Mori lifted his head, scrutinizing the surroundings to confirm that the sniper was indeed absent. Is Shirakawa-kun all right? I am immensely grateful to you. You just saved my life. Mori Kaguru grasped Shirakawa's hand earnestly, expressing his heartfelt thanks. Shirakawa was acutely aware that the bullet was intended for him. Yet he refrained from elaborating, merely offering a subtle smile. It is my honor to assist you, Mr. Muri. Internally, however, he was in turmoil. Why? Why is it that when I am with Mr. Muri, the organization seeks to eliminate me first? When have I ever provoked these lunatics? As matters finally settled, Shirakawa, who had originally come merely to convey a message, found himself only tangentially involved in the situation, aside from the fact that the bullet was aimed at him. After completing his statement with the police, he promptly returned to the Poirot Café. Perhaps due to the recent shooting incident, the café was relatively empty. Inomoto Azusa had already finished distributing the cookies she had baked that day, and was tidying up the counter. Manager, she called out, I heard that Detective Mori was shot. Are you all alright? Shirakawa shook his head. We're fine. Casting a glance at the time, he noted it was already 6 in the evening, and most customers had vacated the establishment. Let us close early today. There should be no one left. Alright. Once Inomoto Azusa had finished her tasks and departed, Shirakawa settled down to inquire of the system. System, I didn't know you had a warning function? The system responded with a haughty snort. I am the Golden Finger system. Such trivial matters are easily managed. Shirakawa retorted with a wry smile. I had thought you were lost in the glamour of being a villain's idol. The system replied with utmost seriousness. That is different. Work is work and idolization is idolization. I cannot forsake my responsibilities for the sake of idol worship. Shirakawa mused. Wow, you truly are a modern-day paragon of fandom. The system then expressed its own confusion. But what did you do? Why have the villains turned their attention to you first? Shirakawa protested. I have no idea. What should we do now? He paused before tentatively asking. Does the system not know either? Perhaps you could find clues within the main storyline. The system fell silent. Shirakawa began to suspect. You don't know the subsequent main storyline either? I of course know. The system replied loudly. However, sometimes the louder one speaks, the more insecure they sound. Shirakawa replied with feigned indifference. If you don't know, that is fine. I truly do know. The system attempted to assert its status as the Golden Finger. Shirakawa inquired. Then, do you know where Karasuma Renya resides? The system responded with garbled characters. Shirakawa clicked his tongue. The system immediately deflated. Alright, I forgot to bring that information with me. Shirakawa exclaimed. Wait, are you even speaking human language? Oh no. I forgot you aren't human. And you can forget to bring something like that? The system, feeling guilty, explained. You are my first host. I was so excited that I neglected to bring all the data. Even the system panel was copied from another. No wonder the sarcastic remarks on the panel did not feel like they were written by this foolish system. It was a mere imitation. Shirakawa closed his eyes, realizing that this world was indeed a colossal farce. Host, do not be disheartened. I am currently borrowing plot data from the adjacent world. Though there may be some differences in parallel worlds, there will certainly be elements of value to glean. Shirakawa inquired. How long will it take? The system replied. Still in the process of borrowing. Shirakawa rolled his eyes. Meanwhile, within the organization's safe house, a man sat quietly on the sofa smoking. His upper body was bare, with bandages wrapped around wounds still oozing faint traces of blood. The air, thick with smoke, was imbued with an inescapable scent of blood. The man closed his eyes, the bullet wound on his face slowly forming a scab, his sharply defined features obscured by shadows. Surrounded by an atmosphere that instinctively induced a sense of trepidation, Vodka cautiously approached and presented the gathered information to Jin. Boss, I have rechecked. This fellow indeed deceived us in the past. He is a local from Sakura, Tokyo, and 7 years ago, he was a student at the police academy, but was expelled due to violations of regulations. Jin casually pinched the cigarette between his fingers, reclining on the sofa as he reviewed the materials Vodka had handed over. For years, he had been in a state of transient employment, frequently changing jobs every 6 months. What was particularly perplexing was that every employer he worked for had sung his praises, even going so far as to offer him lucrative contracts to return, all of which he declined. The Pluton family from America was among them. Jin paused as he perused the material. The Pluton family from America. The family of the current president. It was astonishing that such a prominent family would extend an olive branch to this individual. As Jin scrutinized the various job positions, he found himself amused. Chef, assistant, secretary, driver, gardener, even housekeeper and tutor. These roles could easily be honorary titles if the employer wished. Unexpectedly, he appeared to be a jack of all trades. Jin scoffed. Vodka lowered his head, averted his gaze from his brother's expression. What was the reason for his dismissal? Jin inquired coldly. Vodka replied. Shirakawa has a notoriously poor reputation within the police. The informants are well aware of this. He then recounted the incident of Shirakawa's drunk driving, which led to the collapse of the Baihong Bridge. Jin listened calmly, the sarcasm on his face becoming increasingly evident. This is what they call a police officer? The man tilted his head back, extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray, his thin, cold lips curling into a sinister smile. A bunch of fools. Chapter 15, Jin's Night Visit, Unpleasant Characters 1. On this night, the cafe was unexpectedly lively. By the time Inomoto Azusa and Shirakawa finished their tasks, it was already 9 o'clock. Shirakawa inquired with concern. Azusa, will you be alright going home at this hour? Inomoto Azusa reassured him. It's fine, manager. The apartment I rent is nearby. Shirakawa nodded. Then please send me a message once you arrive home. Sure thing. Don't worry, manager. The young woman waved cheerfully as she bid farewell. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. As the cafe door closed and footsteps faded into the distance, Shirakawa bent down to prepare food and water for the cafe's new resident, a calico cat named Captain. Its previous owner had been allergic to cats, thus relinquishing it to Poirot Cafe. Shirakawa was not opposed to cats, so he decided to keep it. Typically, Captain would venture out to play with other cats nearby during the day, returning to the cafe at night to sleep and snack on cat food. Perhaps it was Captain's innate free spirit, but Shirakawa couldn't help but notice that after spending a few days outdoors, the cat had inexplicably become plump, its fur smooth and glossy, exuding an air of carefree elegance. Observing Captain grooming itself at the entrance, Shirakawa couldn't help but muse softly. Thank goodness you're already neutered, otherwise, I would truly fear that you might be frolicking with other cats out there. As if hearing Shirakawa's sarcastic remark, Captain suddenly became alert, rising with bristled fur and extended claws, emitting warning hisses at something outside. Shirakawa asked, "What's wrong, Captain?" Captain directed its attention towards the door, its fur standing on end, claws fully extended, continually hissing at the figure outside. Shirakawa looked up, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. Control your cat, or I cannot guarantee it will continue to make noise at me. The man donned a black top hat, his silvery hair obscuring much of his face, leaving only his pair of cold, dark green eyes to observe him with a chilling gaze. The unmistakable black trench coat billowed slightly in the night breeze sweeping through the streets. Beside him stood Vodka, who similarly wore a black hat, and even sported a pair of sunglasses. Shirchuanchio was too pressed for time to mock Vodka for wearing sunglasses at night. Instead, he stepped forward, deftly scooping up the cat and cradling it in his arms to soothe it. May I ask who you two are? Shirchuanchio inquired with a smile, though his heart raced with trepidation. Two iced Americanos, came the reply. The man circumvented Shirchuanchio and strode directly into the Polo Cafe. Vodka, meanwhile, produced a wad of cash and thrust it into Shirchuanchio's hand. Shirchuanchio pondered, bewildered. The villain can't sleep at night and comes here for coffee? The system continued to shriek in excitement. Jin is here to see us tonight. My goodness. I never anticipated such a day would come. This is marvelous. Shirchuanchio took a deep breath, placing the cat at the entrance, guiding it away from the cafe. Before shutting the door, and approaching the two men seated at the bar. I apologize, but the cafe is closed and we cannot serve customers. The man remained silent. But Vodka, ever aware, interjected. You must know who we are, so there's no need to play the fool here. My brother and I have come to see how you perform. Shirchuanchio's smile faltered slightly. I don't quite grasp your intentions. As soon as the words left his lips, the muzzle of a dark, menacing gun pressed against his forehead. Jin, brandishing a beretta, regarded the young man before him with an expression reminiscent of a predator toying with its prey. A mix of arrogance and amusement apparent on his face. Do you understand now? Shirchuanchio slowly raised his hands, his smile widening, though his golden eyes reflected a haughty indifference. I believe I comprehend. He turned away, approaching the counter to commence the meticulous preparation of the iced Americano. Even when confronted with the threat of death, the silver-haired youth executed his actions with a steady grace, his posture upright and demeanor languid, as though he truly regarded the two men behind him as mere ordinary patrons. We're out of ice. Would water suffice? He inquired, tilting his head slightly toward the two men behind him. Vodka remained silent, merely glancing at his brother. Jin squinted slightly. That will do. Thus, Shirchuanchio continued with his tasks. Meanwhile, in a realm where the two men could not hear, the system fretted anxiously. This is it. It's all over. How could the villain be here? Goodness. Is my first host about to meet his demise? I don't want that. Shirchuanchio felt embarrassed, They haven't made a move yet. Why are you panicking? I'm not even worried. The system lamented. If only you had rushed to gain more experience. If you had learned some criminal skills, you wouldn't find yourself in this predicament. You possess a rare talent for crime, yet all you think about is lying low. My fate is so miserable. Shirchuanqiu sighed. Do not fret. Jin and the others are likely here to ascertain my identity and wish to recruit me. The system retorted. Do you think I'm unaware of your identity? You're merely a weak, brainless little black hen who hasn't even killed anyone. How could such an impressive organization possibly have any interest in you? Shirchuanqiu smirked. That's not necessarily true. The 2 cups of coffee were successfully prepared, and he approached Jin and Vodka, placing the cups down. Thank you for your patience. Please enjoy. Vodka made no move, simply waiting for his brother to speak. Jin cast Vodka a sidelong glance with a smirk. The coffee is ready, drink it. He then extended his hand and took the first sip. Vodka quickly followed suit. Shirchuanqiu stood behind the bar, silently observing the two. The cafe's music had ceased, rendering the establishment eerily silent, with even the sound of vodka swallowing being distinctly audible. Neither party initiated conversation, yet an intangible aura of danger lingered in the air. Soon, Vodka's cup of coffee was drained, while Jin's remained virtually untouched. Or rather, he had simply not drunk it at all. It appears my coffee does not suit your taste. Sir, Shirchuanqiu remarked lightly. Jin set down his coffee cup. It has a foul odor, akin to the unending stench of dead rats in the room, nauseating to the senses. Oh, Shirchuanqiu laughed heartily, wiping away tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. Then audaciously reached out to pour the coffee from Jin's cup into the nearby sink. What are you doing? Vodka immediately drew his gun, aiming it at Shirchuanqiu. Since you don't enjoy it, there's no need for you to drink it. Shirchuanqiu's gaze turned frigid, exuding a chill unlike anything Inomoto Azusa and Conan had ever witnessed, as if a world-weary deity had finally revealed its true, lofty nature. Vodka sneered. Our brother hasn't spoken yet. You really are courting death. Shirchuanqiu grinned. Vodka barely registered a flash of silver before a sharp fruit knife was forcefully embedded in his gun-wielding hand. This time, it was genuinely lodged in. Ah. Vodka gasped in pain, attempting to fire, but Shirchuanqiu had already tilted his head, his wrist deftly twisting. Crack. The man who had been seated swiftly seized Shirchuanqiu's wrist, rendering his movements entirely confined. Shirchuanqiu felt a piercing pain in his wrist as Jin forcefully pinned him to the table. Thud. His head struck the tabletop with a resounding crack, disorienting him. And before Shirchuanqiu could resist, the muzzle of Jin's beretta pressed against his temple once more. Chapter 16. Jin's Night Visit, a Malicious Encounter 2. Brother. Vodka grasped the wrist that Shirchuanqiu had pierced, standing slightly shaken behind Jin. If Jin hadn't swiftly grasped Shirchuanqiu's wrist just then, that fruit knife would have likely cleaved deeply into Vodka's palm. Jin's expression was cold. The beretta firmly pressed against the young man's temple. His voice icy. Don't think you can play tricks on me just because you possess some ability. Your feeble skills are laughably inadequate. Yet the youth, firmly restrained, though his head pinned to the table, could not suppress the laughter that erupted from his lips. Ha ha ha, how amusing, truly amusing. My pathetic skills managed to injure that fool. And now you're left with this sort of trash beside you? Ha ha ha, it seems you aren't so impressive yourself. The youth chuckled, his body shaking as though he might burst from laughter, defiantly challenging Jin's limits even in the face of imminent peril. Jin leaned closer to the young man's ear, his voice husky. Shirchuanqiu, do you think I wouldn't kill you? Hee hee, I'm not as foolish as you think, Shirchuanqiu replied. Casting a sidelong glance at Jin, his tone muffled. Let us make a wager. You won't kill me tonight. Jin scoffed. Do you know much about Scotland? I don't. What do you know about the matters of Kogoro Muri and Sherry? Shirchuanqiu let out a small snicker. Without hesitation, Jin pressed the trigger. Buzz. The sound of a ringing phone emanated from the man's pocket. Jin's hand, poised to shoot, hesitated momentarily. Shirchuanqiu erupted into raucous laughter. It seems I've won the bet. Jin chuckled darkly. I could kill you right now and then answer the phone. Shirakawa Akira winked at him, her light golden eyes devoid of any shadow, bright and dazzling, as if the divine sun had scorched away the madness of the moment. The young man reverted to the gentle, refined, and kindly image of the shopkeeper. You wouldn't seek to exploit me simply because you admire me. Jin narrowed his eyes, releasing Shirakawa Akira, and answered a phone call in her presence. Jin, do not lay a hand on Shirakawa Akira. The mechanical voice of the boss came through. Jin glanced at Shirakawa Akira. Understood, sir. Try to recruit him, and if that fails, then return. After finishing the call, Jin's expression grew colder. Yet he ultimately refrained from raising his weapon again. Shirakawa Jiao wore a smile, a noticeable bruise marring her forehead, cradling one wrist with the other, her voice cheerful. So, are you still going to kill me? Jin gazed deeply at her. Does that man from America have your finesse? The Pluton family. Shirakawa Jiao blinked. I have no idea what you're talking about. Truly, Jin was remarkable, despite Karasuma Renya's silence. He had managed to sniff out some clues from his own dossier. How terrifying. Jin fixed his gaze on Shirakawa Jiao, saying nothing, holstering his beretta and turning to leave. Vodka, clutching his bloodied hand, hurried after him. Shirakawa Jiao watched the two depart, her tone melodious. Aren't you leaving your name? I'd like to return the favor someday. Jing. The man's voice faded at the door, and Shirakawa Jiao chuckled, deeply bowing to the two, her demeanor insincere. Please take care, esteemed guests. We welcome your next visit. The glass door swung open and shut, plunging the cafe once more into a deathly silence. Shirakawa Jiao straightened, the smile gradually vanishing from her face, as she leaned against the chair behind her, as if all her strength had been drained. She lowered her gaze to inspect her wrist. Jin had shown no restraint earlier, his grip nearly crushing her wrist, and now it appeared swollen and reddened, almost double its original size, the contrast with her fair skin rendering it a ghastly purple. The system exclaimed. Oh my god, oh my god. Jin, truly didn't he kill you? It's a miracle. How did you manage that? It's so strange. Shirakawa Jiao averted her eyes, expressionless, and tugged at her lips. He's a good person. The system countered. How could that be? He's Jin, not a philanthropist. Shirakawa Jiao chuckled softly. Perhaps it's because he values talent. The system gasped. Wait. Host, what are you joking about? Don't you and I know better? You're just an ordinary worker who has barely repaid debts, using all your savings to buy the Polo Cafe, and you've never even killed anyone. How could Jin possibly take an interest in you? Up until now, the host's system title remained at the stage of an useless beginner black, completely stagnant. Shirakawa Jiao shrugged, confidently inquiring. So you can only see my basic identity information, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't know nothing. The system replied, oh, that is indeed the case. After all, we must preserve some privacy for the host. But rest assured, that foundational data is sufficient for me to understand you, and will certainly assist you in reaching the pinnacle of crime. Shirakawa Jiao chuckled. Such a simpleton. Quite well indeed. The system continued. And that aura you just had, wow. It was the very essence of a deranged criminal. It pierced my heart. So cool. Even Vodka was intimidated by you. Shirakawa Jiao replied. Thankfully Conan is upstairs. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to activate my passive skills. The system chimed in. Yes, thankfully. You managed to outsmart Jin. Your acting was superb. Upon hearing the system's words, Shirakawa Jiao was uncertain whether to laugh, merely staring at her wrist, suddenly stating, System, you're right. The system responded. Huh? What? I can't remain complacent any longer, Shirakawa Jiao declared. At the very least, I should learn a few more skills. Otherwise, if I encounter such a situation again, wouldn't my criminal prowess be severely diminished? The system, if it had a heart, would be ecstatic. Great, wonderful. The host should have done this long ago. Otherwise, being pinned down by Jin next time would be quite presumptuous. Shirakawa Jiao retorted. Let us not bring up the fact that I was pinned down. Shirakawa Jiao felt genuinely frustrated. She had initially believed she could at least put up a struggle, if only to earn Jin's respect. To her dismay, a single encounter had rendered her utterly defenseless. Their disparity was astonishingly vast. Ahem, what a dark history, let us hastily forget it. Meanwhile, Jin took the driver's seat, while Vodka, looking dejected, apologized. Sorry, boss. It was my oversight. Jin slowly produced a cigarette, lighting it with the car's lighter, calmly stating, I don't blame you, that guy is insane. And with your abilities, it's hard to guard against him. Vodka felt somewhat aggrieved but also a bit defiant. Don't worry, boss. Next time I guarantee that Kid 1T gain the upper hand. Jin scoffed. Just you? He glanced at Vodka, who shrank back in fear. Jin turned back, exhaling a puff of smoke, his eyes narrowing as he watched the smoke swirl before him. Do you know how to kill? Vodka hesitated, unsure why his boss would ask such a question, cautiously observing him and responding weakly. With a gun? With a knife? Jin shook his head derisively. Foolish. Vodka gritted his teeth, asking quietly. Then boss, what should I use? Jin's voice was flat. Use humanity. Humanity is the most difficult yet the easiest weapon to manipulate in this world. Greed, desire, love and hate, kindness, all can become a person's weapon, and then one lives but is dead inside. Chapter 17. A call from a foreign land. Good morning. Inomoto Azusa was taken aback upon seeing Shirakawa Jiao's face, rushing forward. Manager. What happened to your face? Shirakawa Jiao's fair skin appeared even paler due to her condition, and the large bruise on her face was exceedingly conspicuous. Good morning. Little Azusa. Shirakawa Jiao waved her hand. It's nothing, just a little tumble on the way home. However, her gesture revealed her wrist, prompting another gasp from Inomoto Azusa. Oh my manager, your hand. Shirakawa Jiao's right hand resembled a swollen pig's trotter, both tragic and comical. How did you get hurt like this? Manager, put down the broom, I'll handle it. Inomoto Azusa hurriedly removed her crossbody bag and stepped forward to take the broom from Shirakawa Jiao's hands. Sigh, it's just bad luck. Shirakawa Jiao chuckled ruefully, scratching her head. I fell last night on my way home, and unfortunately, I not only bumped my head against a utility pole, but also fractured my hand. Inomoto Azusa looked worried upon hearing this. How could this happen? Manager, you shouldn't come in today. You should rest at home. Shirakawa Jiao sighed. It's fine. I'd just be idle at home anyway. She glanced at her watch. Isn't Kudo going to come down soon? Inomoto Azusa also looked at her watch. It seems like it's around this time. Sure enough, Maori Ran was the first to descend, carrying a backpack and stopping by the Polo Cafe to buy a croissant for breakfast. Ran, good morning. Upon seeing the injuries on Shirakawa Jiao, Maori Ran was taken aback. Mr. Shirakawa, your face and hand. Shirakawa Jiao chuckled lightly. It's nothing, just a little fall. He observed Inomoto Azusa assisting Maori Ran with her packing and casually inquired, does Mr. Mori have any recent cases? I trust the recent shooting incident did not affect him? Maori Ran appeared quite distressed, responding, the shooting incident is not a significant concern for my father. Rather, he has been engrossed in a game of mahjong lately, and has not received any assignments for several days. Shirakawa Tsubasa nodded in understanding. I see. Miss Mori, your bread. Inomoto Azusa handed the packaged bag to Maori Ran, who accepted it with a grateful thank you. After Maori Ran departed, Shirakawa Tsubasa once again sat idly on the stool. The system chimed in. What a splendid opportunity, host. Since the Mori family is idle, isn't this the perfect time for you to commence your criminal endeavors and become the perpetrator of the next case? Shirakawa Tsubasa sighed. Sometimes, I truly wish to exhale in exasperation. I must first acquire a few skills before considering any actions. Otherwise, should I falter, I would still have the option to flee. The system retorted. That is a valid point, host. Your abilities are rather lacking. Thus far, you possess only the skill of a bomb enthusiast. Its words were laced with unmistakable disdain. Shirakawa Tsubasa replied, having that is already commendable. Besides, it was merely a stroke of luck. The system suggested. Then why not orchestrate a grand explosion? Perhaps blow up a building or derail some tracks. We can rely on your exceptional skills. Upon hearing the mention of demolishing a building, Shirakawa Tsubasa averted his gaze. That seems rather inappropriate, and I have 2 friends in the bomb disposal unit. It wouldn't be good to interfere with their work. The system sighed, exuding an air of frustration akin to an ancient Chinese emperor waiting impatiently for his eunuchs. When will the host become the most notorious criminal in Mihan? It began to lament once more. Shirakawa Tsubasa mused, 3 sentences without mentioning the mission. The system is indeed quite devoted. Suddenly his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he was taken aback before answering. Hello? After a brief silence, a low voice inquired. How have you been lately? Shirakawa Tsubasa beamed. Everything is splendid. I have settled back in Mihan. If you return, come find me at the Mihan Polo Cafe. Jufuku Kajiki chuckled softly. I will certainly do so. At that moment, he stood under the night sky of a foreign land, gazing at the distant, twinkling lights. My mission is complete. I expect to return shortly. Shirakawa Tsubasa raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that something you can share with me? Jufuku Kajiki's voice was gentle. It's nothing to worry about. I have acquired certain items and upon my return, none of those individuals will escape. Shirakawa Tsubasa exhaled in relief. That is truly wonderful. 3 years prior, during their last separation, Jufuku Kajiki had gone into deep cover, tracing the exposed leads from that time, only to discover that the matter grew increasingly intricate, eventually implicating the United States. After careful contemplation, Jufuku Kajiki resolutely decided to head to the United States. He had scarcely discussed this with anyone, aside from Shirakawa Tsubasa, who was aware that Jufuku Kajiki was alive. Only the highest-ranking leader within the Public Security Bureau had received Jufuku Kajiki's reports. Even Zero, who had been undercover in the organization, remained uninformed. This was not due to a desire to spare Zero's feelings. but rather because the matter involved extensive implications and pointed directly at a notable figure within the Public Security Bureau. Jufuku Kajiki could not be certain he would return alive. Thus, it was preferable for others to believe he had perished, so that if misfortune befell him, his friends and family would not suffer anew. After exchanging updates, Shirakawa Tsubasa hesitated, and despite his ignorance of the specifics of Jufuku Kajiki's mission, he felt a surge of anxiety and cautioned, "Please do prioritize your safety," Jufuku Kajiki assured. "I will certainly do so." Just as their conversation was about to conclude, Shirakawa Tsubasa suddenly heard a sound of shattering glass from above, followed by a figure in a hooded sweatshirt, dashing past the cafe entrance. Then came Mori Kagoro's frantic shouts. "Damn it! My newly replaced window! You better not let me catch you." The hurried sound of footsteps descending the stairs followed. Shirakawa Tsubasa quickly bid farewell to Jufuku Kajiki, hung up, and peered out the window. The first to emerge was Conan, who had yet to attend school, followed closely by Mori Kagoro, his mouth still foaming with toothpaste. "You bastard! Stop right there!" Mori Kagoro yelled as he sprinted across the street. The cafe patrons craned their necks to see what was happening. Even Inomoto Azusa, who was preparing coffee, was drawn to the commotion. "Huh? Did someone smash the window of the Mori Detective Agency?" Shirakawa Tsubasa echoed his curiosity. "It appears so." Suddenly, a spark of excitement ignited within him. "I shall go investigate." "Azusa, the shop is in your capable hands." Inomoto Azusa nodded, albeit with a hint of concern. "Manager, please be careful. Your hand is still injured." "No need to worry," Shirakawa Tsubasa assured her as he hurried in the direction where Mori Kagoro had gone. However, the culprit's path was too convoluted. After a few twists and turns, Shirakawa Tsubasa found himself unable to locate Mori Kagoro. He bent slightly, gasping for breath. Years of inactivity had left his body in a rather poor state. He glanced at the fork in the road and addressed the system. "System, can you tell me where they have gone?" The system replied, "How would I know?" Shirakawa Tsubasa rubbed his temples in frustration. "Please sense Conan's general aura." The system responded, "Ding. Turn left." Without hesitation, Shirakawa Tsubasa sprinted to the left. Yet, unexpectedly, after just a few steps, he stumbled upon a gathered crowd. It seemed something significant had transpired. Hastening his pace, he squeezed into the throng to ascertain the situation. There, he spotted Mori Kagoro and Conan, but their expressions were notably grave. Before them stood a white sedan, its front end smeared with blood, and not far from the vehicle lay a familiar figure. It was the very individual who had shattered the window of the Mori Detective Agency. He had been struck dead by the car. Chapter 18 Ding. A new skill is now available. Thus, the events unfolded. Mori Kagoro, still somewhat agitated, scratched his head. Who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, he would be struck by a vehicle? Such a misfortune. The driver of the white sedan, Takebayashi Maki, a tall and lean man, wore a distressed expression as he explained to the police, "I truly did not intend for this to happen. I merely lowered my head for a moment, and suddenly, he appeared out of nowhere, right in front of me." He certainly bore some responsibility for the incident, yet he was also incredibly unlucky. After hearing the testimonies of those present at the scene, Megure Jizo nodded, and turned to survey the accident site. "Are there any other eyewitnesses?" Takagi Wataru shook his head. The others nearby only came upon hearing the commotion. At the time, it was essentially just these few individuals. Megure Jizo pondered. "At present, it does seem to resemble an accident." However, Mori Kagoro was utterly perplexed. "So who is this guy? Why did he smash the window of my agency? That was just recently installed." Megure Jizo reassured him. "Do not worry, Mori-kun. We will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly." Just as the police began to examine the body on the ground, they pulled down the deceased's sports hoodie and mask, revealing a familiar face. Takebayashi Maki's eyes widened in shock as he took several steps forward. "Nakatsu." Mikuru Jizu immediately sensed something amiss as he approached Uyo Bayuki, inquiring, "Do you know the deceased?" Uyo Bayuki's face turned a ghostly pale. Conan, deep in thought, rested his chin on his hand. The scenario of shattering someone's glass for no apparent reason, only to be fatally struck by an acquaintance while fleeing, was indeed intriguing. Soon, with Uyo's introduction, everyone became aware of the deceased's identity. The victim was Nakatsu Yumahira, who had just turned 30 and was a long-distance runner. Coincidentally, Uyo Bayuki was his coach, and the two had known each other for over a decade, enjoying a close relationship. Who could have imagined that Uyo would inadvertently cause the death of his dear friend? Kagoro Mori suddenly understood. No wonder this kid ran so fast. He was a professional athlete. I was wondering why I almost lost him when I was chasing from behind. Meanwhile, Shirakawa Tsubaki, who had been silent, subtly flickered his golden eyes. Conan tugged at Wuyo's sleeve and innocently asked, Mr. Wuyo, may I inquire why you were looking down while driving? Wuyo paused for a moment before replying. Nakatsu sent me a message saying he had forgotten his lighter in my car, so I glanced down to check. Are you suggesting that the deceased messaged you just before his death? Conan astutely noted the anomaly. Takagi, who had been diligently taking notes, furrowed his brow. However, according to Mr. Muri's earlier testimony, they were in hot pursuit of the victim. How could he have had the leisure to text you while running? Wuyo grew somewhat flustered. I swear, if you don't believe me, I can show you my phone. He promptly retrieved his phone to share with everyone. Moments earlier, the message read, Nakatsu, did I leave my lighter in your car? Please keep it safe for me. To clarify any misunderstandings, Wuyo explained. My phone messages are automatically routed to the car's audio system. So when he messaged, I heard it immediately and instinctively glanced down. If he had indeed looked down at his phone, his responsibility would only increase. Takagi took the phone for inspection, and then located Nakatsu Yumahira's phone. Nodding to Mikuru, it is indeed a message from Mr. Nakatsu. Wuyo let out a sigh of relief. Kogoro Mori questioned in bewilderment, so are you saying that Mr. Nakatsu inadvertently caused his own demise? The group fell silent. Viewed from this angle, it appeared that Nakatsu Yumahira bore a significant portion of the responsibility. Takagi then inquired, Mr. Wuyo, do you have any idea why Mr. Nakatsu would vandalize the window of Muri Detective Agency? Wuyo looked utterly perplexed. I'm afraid I truly don't know. Perhaps he intended to enlist Uncle Muri's help for some investigation. A child's voice chimed in, and Wuyo glanced down at Conan, his expression contemplative. If I had to speculate, Nakatsu had long suspected that one of his teammates was using performance-enhancing drugs during competitions, and wished to report him, but he lacked evidence. Thus, he only confided in me. He looked at Kogoro Mori. Perhaps he sought help from the Muri Detective Agency to investigate this matter. Kogoro, skeptical of this reasoning, placed his hands on his hips and retorted, then why did he smash my window? It makes no sense. Wuyo recoiled slightly. I'm truly sorry. I can only guess. Observing the straightforward scene, and considering the numerous ambiguities surrounding the case, Mikuru Jizu hesitated to label it merely an accident. Feeling a headache as he rubbed his forehead. Let us contact the family. Additionally, Mr. Wuyo, please elaborate on the matter of the alleged drug violations you mentioned. Shirakawa Tsubaki stood at a distance, quietly observing the scene without directly engaging in the investigation. The system remarked. Host, look at the other little shadows diligently working. And then at yourself. Sigh. Shirakawa Tsubaki replied, this comparison is somewhat excessive. The system retorted. This is what is known as no pain, no gain. Ignoring the system's incessant chatter, Shirakawa turned and walked back to the street corner, retracing his steps to the intersection where he had previously consulted the system. It was a narrow path, with the left leading to the Mihua Sports Arena, the location of the accident, while the right directed towards the city center. Shirakawa stood at the crossroads, glancing left and right. The system queried. Host, what are you doing? Shirakawa replied, reconstructing the murderer's method of killing. The system expressed surprise. Oh, you can do that? Shirakawa rested his chin on his hand. Understanding the murderer's mindset is not particularly difficult. Deducing their method of operation is quite achievable. Ding. The talent criminal mastery was activated, and the system panel updated. The system exclaimed. What has the host done now? Host name, Shirakawa Tsubaki. Current title, Novice Shadow with a modicum of understanding, skills unused, still inept. Title evaluation. Acquired some skills but remains incompetent. A shadow that initially learned to run is not a good shadow. Don't tell me you can't kill, only run. How embarrassing. Talent. Criminal mastery, once witnessed. You can effortlessly learn any criminal skill. Having this bestowed upon you is a waste. Mastered skills. Bomb maniac, escape artist. Escape is an art. Stamina and endurance are foundational. But with your frail physique, you can only exert half your potential. Current progress. Not yet updated. Ah. The system squealed excitedly. It's updated. It's updated. The host has finally learned a new skill. This is fantastic. Shirakawa's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he opened the system panel, ignoring the derisive comments and focusing on the new skill. Escape artist. Noticing that he could only utilize half of its ability filled him with disappointment. His physical condition had never been robust, and he had hoped that acquiring such skills would enhance his physical prowess, yet he found himself still constrained by his health. The system remained oblivious to Shirakawa's mood, continuing to shower praise. How did the host manage this? Simply remarkable. Shirakawa composed his expression and replied without pretense. Because the murderer is a long-distance runner. That fellow employed his professional skills to commit the crime, while I merely observed, utilizing my criminal mastery talent to acquire the murderer's expertise. Initially, he had intended to test the extent of this Golden Finger's learning capabilities. But he was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Chapter 19, Tragedy. A certain detective actually has to attend school. Mr. Shirakawa. Conan arrived at the crossroads and was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Shirakawa, particularly due to the bruises on his face and the bandaged right hand. Mr. Shirakawa. What happened to you? The young man turned around and nodded at the child. Conan, it's nothing. I just tripped while walking. Why aren't you with Detective Mori? Conan scratched his head awkwardly. Uncle Mori had some doubts and asked me to come over and help take a look. The young man lowered his gaze. His golden eyes shrouded in shadows as if he could see through everything. Conan blinked. Although he was not well acquainted with Mr. Shirakawa, he often felt something odd about him, especially today with his injuries. Deciding to take the initiative, Conan suggested, if Mr. Shirakawa is also interested in the case, why not join us at the scene and discuss it with Uncle Mori and the others? He had noticed Shirakawa standing outside the police line observing, indicating his interest in the case. Bai Chuan Xiao smiled as she bent down, gently stroking Conan's head with her uninjured hand. There's no need for that. My abilities are rather mediocre. If I were to interfere, it might hinder the police's investigation, which would be even more irksome. Huh? Conan inquired, somewhat puzzled. More irksome? What do you mean? However, the situation here did indeed seem rather peculiar. Bai Chuan Xiao held Conan's hand as they stood at the fork in the road, deliberately leaving her previous statement unexplained. Conan suppressed his curiosity and followed her to observe. Look at this position. Both sides of the corner are obstructed. Even after turning the corner, it would be difficult to discern the direction in which the deceased ran at first glance. How did you know he ran to the left? Conan pointed to the opposite side. At that time, the shop across had yet to open, but its window faintly reflected the silhouette of Mr. Nakatsu running. Mr. Nakatsu was running extremely fast, and they were almost left far behind. The series of corners made it even more challenging to determine the details. Fortunately, Conan had spotted the reflection of the figure on the street from a distance. Otherwise, he and Uncle Mori would have lost track of the case at that intersection. So, you merely caught a glimpse of his silhouette turning the corner, and did not witness the moment he was struck by the car? Conan nodded. Precisely. That is why I have my doubts. There are no surveillance cameras at these corners or intersections, and they had a blind spot for a period of time. If someone else had switched places with him, or taken the opportunity to attack Mr. Nakatsu. I see, Bai Chuan Xiao remarked casually, as if merely inquiring, hoping that Detective Mori would successfully resolve this case. Do you have any leads, Mr. Bai Chuan? I thought you might have some answers. Conan replied just as Sato Miwako approached from a distance. Conan, shouldn't you be going to school? Mr. Mori asked me to take you there, she said, twirling the car keys in her hand. Conan's expression froze. Oh, I almost forgot. I have school today. Bai Chuan Xiao stifled a laugh. Ha ha. Our clever and brave detective is now burdened by school worries. How amusing. Ha. Sato Miwako noticed Bai Chuan Xiao, especially his distinctive white hair, and instantly recalled what Takagi had mentioned to her last time. Are you Senior Bai Chuan? She exclaimed in astonishment. Your face and hand. Bai Chuan Xiao paused for a moment before chuckling softly. No need for senior. I am well aware of my reputation among you all. As for this face and hand, it's merely a minor fall. Sato Miwako had to concede that Takagi was correct. Despite the bruises on his face, it did not detract from his attractiveness. Feeling a bit awkward, she corrected herself. Hello, Mr. Bai Chuan. I'm Sato Miwako. Greetings, Officer Sato. Bai Chuan Xiao patted Conan's little head. School is of utmost importance. Conan. Hurry along with Officer Sato to school. This. Conan's scalp prickled. He had only just begun to grasp the case. How could he possibly leave it behind to go to school? Sato Miwako noticed Conan's rigidity, but she thought it was perfectly normal for a child to be reluctant to go to school. She simply extended her hand, intending to guide Conan. Come on, Conan. If we delay any longer, the second period will be nearly over. Conan attempted to resist. But I want to stay and investigate the case. If the person before him had been Takagi, Conan might have had a chance to plead his case and avoid school. Unfortunately, the person in front of him was the more rational and assertive Sato Miwako. Let us go. Sato Miwako firmly took Conan by the arm, offering Bai Chuan Xiao a polite smile before leading him toward the police car. Bai Chuan Xiao watched the entire scene unfold, clicking his tongue in sympathy. Having walked the path of a student himself, he knew all too well that, regardless of circumstances, as long as school was in session, parents would ensure their children attended. Not even Conan could escape this fate. Bai Chuanqiao had no intention of playing the benevolent bystander. Instead, he remained discreetly silent, watching the police car speed away. Glancing at his watch, he mused that he might still make it in time for the second period. Even the system seemed to revel in the misfortune. With Conan gone, this case is likely in jeopardy. As a criminal system, it found great joy in witnessing the detective's struggles. Host, since we have acquired the skills, why not return now and devise our exquisite crime? The system suggested slyly. However, Bai Chuanqiao contemplated for a moment before striding toward the crime scene. Once again, the scene buzzed with activity. The athlete mentioned by Wu Yubai had arrived, a somewhat short man with notably well-developed leg muscles, clearly someone involved in sports. According to the police inquiries, his name was Kuchiyuki. Kuchiyuki had been summoned on short notice, dressed in a sports hoodie and pants, his face damp, suggesting he had just come from a track. His expression was one of anger and bewilderment. What does this have to do with me? If he suspects me, he should report it. Speaking behind someone's back is worthless. Wu Yubai was equally furious. Exactly. He intended to gather evidence against you and report it. But now he is dead. Perhaps you harbor guilt, fearing he would expose your misdeeds, and thus you killed him. Kuchiyuki pointed an accusatory finger at him. You're talking nonsense. You were driving the car, you hit him, and yet you have the audacity to smear my name? He squinted, eyes filled with resentment. Moreover, I know he owed you a significant sum of money due to gambling on horse races. Haven't you been pestering him for repayment? Perhaps it was because he refused to pay you back that you let your grievances drive you to deliberately run him over. Wu Yubai was struck at his weak point, erupting in rage. What nonsense are you spouting? Wasn't he refusing to pay me? What benefit would his death bring me? Meanwhile, Megurju and the others observed as the two exchanged accusations. This was also a technique in solving cases. By allowing the suspects to tear each other apart, the police could indirectly gather a wealth of information. For instance, the fact that the deceased, Nakatsu Yuhei, owed Wu Yubai a large sum of money due to gambling was previously unknown to the police. This case, seemingly straightforward, could become increasingly complex when entangled with personal grievances and unresolved doubts. The police would not easily relent. On the other side, the deceased's wife, Nakatsu Mina, was weeping uncontrollably, and Takagi could only cautiously offer her wet tissues. This might be a customary practice in Conan's world, where suspects were summoned at the scene, and bodies were claimed on-site, with cases needing to be solved right there. Yet, those familiar with criminal investigations knew that each step diverged significantly from reality. Nevertheless, Bai Chuanqiao was unconcerned with such minute details. He directly approached Takagi. Chapter 20. The case is solved. A tissue was offered to Nakatsu Mina. She looked up, somewhat taken aback by the sudden appearance of the white-haired youth before her. Takagi was also surprised, but upon recalling Bai Chuanqiao's reputation within the police, he lowered his greeting significantly. Senior Bai Chuan. I am not a police officer. There's no need to call me senior. Bai Chuanqiao replied with a weary shake of his head. Your injury. Bai Chuanqiao sighed. It's just a fall. I'm fine. Today has been utterly exhausting. I had to explain everything to everyone. That insufferable Jin. I must reclaim my dignity next time. Takagi's gaze shifted from Jin to Minami Nakatsu. Surely, Mrs. Nakatsu must love her husband dearly? Minami Nakatsu paused for a moment, tears streaming down her cheeks. In truth, Minami Nakatsu was rather attractive, albeit slightly frail. Her arms and shoulders were almost alarmingly thin, giving her an unhealthy appearance. I apologize. My emotions are quite overwhelming. Wiping her tears, Minami's voice trembled, as if she might shatter at any moment. I express my deepest regrets regarding your husband's situation. However, Mrs. Nakatsu, I presume you are preparing for a divorce? Shirakawa Cho inquired with a cheerful smile. Minami Nakatsu froze, her eyes brimming with more tears. Oh dear, you scoundrel. How could you strike at someone's wound so directly? Out of concern for the fair lady, Kogoro Mori promptly halted Shirakawa's impudent remarks. Takagi hesitated. Mr. Shirakawa, does your statement imply that you have discovered something? Shirakawa raised an eyebrow. We have a perceptive individual among us. It's nothing. I merely noticed that Mr. Nakatsu was still wearing a ring on his finger, presumably his wedding ring, while Mrs. Nakatsu's hands were entirely bare. Thus, I assumed there may have been a rift in your relationship. As Shirakawa spoke, all eyes turned to Minami Nakatsu's fingers. Indeed, there was nothing there. Instinctively, Minami retracted her hand but, realizing the impropriety, she opened it again stating, It's my fault. I accidentally misplaced the ring a few days ago. Shirakawa elongated his voice with a teasing tone. I wonder if it might have been lost nearby? The expressions of everyone shifted. Even the two individuals previously bickering ceased their quarrel, following Muro's approach. What is the situation? Muro regarded the unfamiliar young man with seriousness. May I ask who you are? Shirakawa replied. My name is Shirakawa Cho, the owner of the cafe beneath the Mori Detective Agency. Muro turned to Kogoro Mori. Mori nodded quickly, explaining, Officer Muro. He is the one who saved me from the sniper's gun. Otherwise, I might have had a hole in my head. Muro's demeanor softened slightly. So you are Mr. Shirakawa. However, Mr. Shirakawa, what do you mean by that? After all, Mrs. Nakatsu is a relative of the victim. We must clarify matters to prevent further distress to the family. In the face of the group's serious gazes, Shirakawa remained remarkably composed. I mean no offense. I merely witnessed an individual shatter the window of the Mori Detective Agency while fleeing from the cafe, and noticed that they were not wearing a ring at that time. Everyone gasped in surprise. Kogoro Mori exclaimed, Shirakawa-kun, did you actually see this? That person wasn't he Mr. Nakatsu himself? Shirakawa replied. While the individual had a similar build and their face was obscured by a mask and hoodie, I am quite certain I did not see a ring. Muro pondered for a moment before asking Minami Nakatsu. Mrs. Nakatsu, could you tell us where you might have lost your ring? Minami Nakatsu's face paled for an instant. Then she bowed her head, sobbing. I do not remember, and if someone truly impersonated my husband, it would be quite normal for him not to wear a ring. Yet, it is clear that only you seem capable of knowing that and preparing an identical outfit, while also disguising yourself as someone slightly larger than Mr. Nakatsu. Who else could it be? The most suspicious athlete, Kyuhei, although also short, is quite muscular and could not possibly disguise himself as Mr. Nakatsu. Shirakawa crossed his arms. Interestingly, I just called our cafe Suzusa Inomoto to observe the entrance of the cafe, and wouldn't you know it, Mrs. Nakatsu? You first visited the Mori Detective Agency before arriving at the scene, roaming around downstairs several times before hastily leaving. He gazed at Minami Nakatsu with a bemused expression, his tone still gentle, yet it felt like a dull knife slowly penetrating her heart. What? Is this really the case? Everyone was astonished. Takagi, however, poked his cheek with his pen, pondering. From what I've gathered, Mrs. Nakatsu used to be a professional athlete. The crowd's expressions began to shift. Takagi's words were acknowledged by Kazuki Muya, who added, Indeed, Minami was quite a formidable long-distance runner in her earlier years, but she retired early to better support Nakatsu's career. However, the current Minami Nakatsu appears exceedingly frail, hardly resembling an athlete. Mr. Nakatsu has a habit of morning runs. Correct? Shirakawa resumed his questioning. Mrs. Nakatsu, do you know your husband's usual morning running route? Minami Nakatsu fell silent. Shirakawa smiled. I hope you won't tell us that you don't know. Do not think of lying or concealing the truth. The local residents frequently see Mr. Nakatsu. After a moment of silence, Minami Nakatsu finally relented. Of course I know. He loves to run on the track at the nearby sports field, which is his regular route. Kogoro Mori suddenly understood. So when we turned the corner, we were actually pursuing Mr. Nakatsu himself. In truth, after entering those corners, Mori and Conan had become disoriented. The true perpetrator who threw the rock and shattered the window had already escaped, taking a different path to hide. Coincidentally, at that moment, Kyuhei Nakatsu was returning from his morning run, and Conan mistakenly believed he was the one who broke the window, prompting both to chase after Kyuhei. Unbeknownst to Kyuhei, who continued jogging back, the assailant, who had been lurking, suddenly appeared when Mori and Conan's line of sight was obstructed, pushing the unsuspecting Kyuhei into the path of an oncoming vehicle. At that moment, Kazuki Muya was distracted, looking down at her lighter, leading to the tragic incident. And thus no one could ascertain the presence of a third party. As for now, it remains uncertain. Minami Nakatsu stated directly. Sir, I urge you to speak cautiously. Please refrain from making unfounded claims in the absence of evidence. Shirakawa shrugged. Apologies, Mrs. Nakatsu. I was merely stating facts, and all my inquiries reflect my personal confusion. And my speculations are solely my own. Minami Nakatsu felt a secret sigh of relief. However, Shirakawa produced a handkerchief, unfolding it to reveal a ring. Minami Nakatsu instantly stiffened. This ring must be quite old. Back then, Mrs. Nakatsu was not so thin. Otherwise, this ring would not be so loose and ill-fitting now. Especially to be lost at such a critical moment. Wouldn't you agree, Mrs. Nakatsu? Minami Nakatsu forced a smile, though her face had long lost its color. Even Moro and the others could clearly see her guilt. Meanwhile, Shirakawa remained oblivious, his face alight with a radiant smile. revealing a few sharp, shark-like teeth, glinting as if ready to devour. Well then, Mrs. Nakatsu, why not take a guess as to where this ring might have ended up? Chapter 21. The Unseen Watcher at the Street Corner. Host, why are you helping them solve the case? Shirakawa watched as Minami Nakatsu was led away by the police, the system's incessant chatter echoing in his ears. Enhancing the police's goodwill and better concealing oneself. Isn't that the very essence of a cunning criminal's survival strategy? System. That does make a certain sense. Faced with the most crucial piece of evidence, Nakatsu Mina ultimately succumbed to the pressure and confessed. Her motive for murder was rather straightforward. She could no longer tolerate her husband's obsession with gambling and his incessant borrowing of money. She had proposed a divorce. But her husband resorted to violence, mocking her as a mere housewife incapable of leaving a man, threatening only with the notion of divorce. Yet, who could recall that Nakatsu Mina had once been a promising athlete? She had chosen to retire at the pinnacle of her career for the sake of marriage and family, quietly resigning herself to the role of a housewife, ultimately becoming ensnared within the confines of her home, never to tread upon the beloved tracks or competition fields again. Ironically, Nakatsu Yumihei had remained unremarkable over the years, never achieving any notable accomplishments. However, after making the decision to eliminate Nakatsu Yumihei, Mina hastily intensified her training for just a few days, enabling her to outpace both Muri Kogoro and Conan, even having the stamina to circle the residential area and surveil the scene. The text that compelled Takagami Hayashi to bow was indeed sent by Nakatsu Mina, who, after conducting reconnaissance, knew that he would be driving past at that precise moment. Thus, the night before, she deliberately unplugged Nakatsu Yumihei's charging phone, resulting in him leaving it behind to charge at home that morning, neglecting to take it for his morning run. As for Nakatsu Yumihei's phone, it merely needed to be discarded at the time of the incident, leading others to mistakenly believe it had been in his possession all along. The act of shattering the window of the Muri Detective Agency had also been meticulously planned by Nakatsu Mina. Nakatsu Yumihei suspected Ko-Uchi of doping, and indeed intended to hire a detective for investigation. The presence of Muri Kogoro would not only assist Mina in proving that the window breaker was Nakatsu Yumihei, but would also redirect the investigation's focus onto Ko-Uchi, allowing her to maintain a low profile as the victim. Shirakawa Sho, with a slight click of his tongue, remarked, "What a stroke of misfortune for her." Of all detectives to choose, she picked Muri Kogoro. The criminals in the world of Conan truly exhibit a remarkable stubbornness. They are well aware of Muri Kogoro's reputation, yet persist in their futile attempts to exploit him for their nefarious ends. System. Such is the commendable spirit of challenge. Without their relentless pursuit, where would our resplendent and rich criminal civilization be? Shirakawa Sho's lips twitched. As long as you're happy. At this rate, can the prison still accommodate everyone? Suddenly he lifted his gaze, piercingly scanning the opposite street. On that street, pedestrians went about their daily business, and shops opened as usual. Everything appeared normal, devoid of any irregularities. Shirakawa narrowed his eyes, a fleeting shadow of inscrutable apprehension flickering within his golden irises, before vanishing just as swiftly. System. Did you detect any danger just now? System. No, why do you ask, host? Shirakawa. I have a peculiar feeling that someone is watching me. System. Oh, really? How did you sense that? I felt nothing at all. Shirakawa furrowed his brow, stealing a few more glances before finally averting his gaze. Perhaps I am merely overly sensitive. He murmured softly. Mugure Jizo approached with Takagi Wataru. We owe a great deal to Mr. Shirakawa for today's case. Mugure Jizo smiled as he shook hands with Shirakawa, his attention landing on Shirakawa's other hand, inquiring with concern. Is your hand all right, Mr. Shirakawa? Shirakawa. Here we go again with the questions. It's fine, just a little fall. Who would have thought? Your deductive skills are quite commendable. Muri Kogoro chuckled as he patted Shirakawa on the shoulder. Shirakawa. I merely stumbled upon some evidence left behind by the culprit, which led me to uncover the truth. Mugure Jizo. Regardless, Mr. Shirakawa has been of immense help this time. Having graduated from the police academy many years ago, Mugure Jizo had not heard of Shirakawa's circumstances. Thus his demeanor toward Shirakawa was that of a senior showing concern for a junior. After the exchange of pleasantries, Shirakawa successfully hitched a ride with the police, returning to the entrance of the Poirot Cafe alongside Muri Kogoro. As the police car gradually receded into the distance, a young man wearing a baseball cap emerged from around the corner, his violet-gray eyes quietly gazing at the street's end, seemingly lost in thought. After a lengthy pause, he adjusted the brim of his cap, a glimmer of golden hair flashing by, before he too vanished from the street corner. On their way back, Mugure Jizo was in good spirits. engaging in rare light conversation in the car. This Shirakawa-kun is indeed impressive. He managed to identify the crux of the issue even quicker than Muri-kun. I dare say he will become an outstanding detective in the future. Takagi Wataru, observing Mugure Jizo's expression, surmised that he had not known Shirakawa previously. However, Takagi was not one to speak out of turn. His own experiences at the police academy were not particularly profound. So he refrained from maliciously bringing up Shirakawa's past. The veteran officer driving, however, suddenly turned his head to inquire. Was that young man who assisted in solving the case named Shirakawa? I feel like I've heard that name before. Mugure Jizo. Oh, do you know him? The veteran officer, Kosaka Ryoso, had served under Mugure Jizo for many years. He wasn't particularly skilled, primarily tasked with driving and securing the scene. He pondered for a moment before responding. He seems to be the one who was expelled from the Sakura Police Academy. Mugure Jizo was somewhat taken aback. Expelled? That's quite serious. Those who could pass the national examination had already undergone a stringent selection process, primarily comprising exceptionally talented individuals from Sakura, destined to become vital resources for the nation's law enforcement. To be ousted from the police force was indicative of a grave transgression. I believe it was for leaving school without permission and causing a major accident while driving under the influence, Kosaka Ryoso jested. Because of him, the regulations at the police academy were reformed, and discipline was tightened, which has unfortunately affected those who came after. Mugure Jizo furrowed his brow. So that's how it is. He fell silent. If that were the case, his character was indeed questionable. Takagi Wataru, gathering his courage, remarked, but I've heard from others that the situation back then seems to have been more complicated than that. Kosaka Ryoso chuckled lightly, adopting a condescending tone. Takagi, you're just too young. You easily fall for the rumors spread by some with ulterior motives. That incident was definitively adjudicated by our police department. What you say may be fine for us to hear, but if others catch wind of it, it could lead to trouble. Such statements implied that there were issues within the police leadership. If the higher-ups were to learn of this, one could only imagine their thoughts. Mugure Jizo's expression turned serious. Takagi, some things are best left as jest. There's no need to pursue it further. Takagi Wataru immediately shrank back, apologizing. Sorry. I spoke out of turn. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Kosaka. At the Poro Cafe, Shirakawa was blissfully unaware of the discussions regarding him taking place in the police car. Upon returning to the cafe, he resumed his repose in his designated chair. Inomoto Azusa looked up, presenting freshly baked cookies to Shirakawa. Manager, do try the new recipe. Shirakawa, thank you. He took a bite and praised, delicious. Your skills have improved remarkably, Azusa. Inomoto Azusa sighed, if only I could master the cake, it's still eluding me. The display case had remained empty for several days. Yet her creations had yet to take shape. Shirakawa Jun swiftly discerned the anxiety that enveloped Inomoto Azusa. After a period of contemplation, he ultimately arrived at a resolution. If circumstances proved dire, perhaps we should consider hiring another individual. The cafe had been thriving recently, and Azusa found herself tirelessly juggling multiple tasks alone. As the manager, Jun could hardly afford to remain idle, and must also lend a hand. Should they manage to recruit someone skilled in pastry making, he could finally assume the role of a hands-off proprietor. Azusa, however, delicately reminded him, but manager, we have only just begun to turn a profit. Is it prudent to hire staff at this juncture? Although Jun rarely mentioned it, Azusa could sense that her manager was facing some financial strain. Upon being queried about his injuries, Jun responded, Chapter 22, Two friends arrive. Due to financial constraints, the plan to hire new staff was temporarily shelved. However, Jun had heard whispers of a new cafe set to open nearby. Initially, the news came from Azusa, followed by Muri Ran and Conan. Thus, on that day, they gathered for a casual chat. The establishment had been under renovation for quite some time, and had only recently unveiled its sign, shrouded in mystery that had sparked much speculation. Azusa remarked, I've seen their renovations and layout. It appears quite impressive. Driven by his detective's curiosity, Conan had taken the time to observe it. Jun, who had been reclining leisurely, straightened up upon hearing Conan's words. It was curious, and perhaps intentional, that the new cafe was located on the same street as theirs, a mere 200 meters apart, making them direct competitors. Unlike restaurants, cafes cater to a limited customer base, and on a typical street away from commercial hubs, one establishment was nearly at capacity. In a rational world, a sensible owner would refrain from opening a similar business adjacent to a well-established and stable one. This scenario felt odd and inexplicably irksome to Jun. The prospect of making money was paramount to him, and he was loath to see his patrons lured away by this new venture. A surge of murderous intent welled up within him, and his eyes glinted crimson. "When is their opening?" he inquired. "It seems they haven't announced it yet. But judging by the renovations, it should be soon." "The facilities appear nearly complete," Conan replied. "I see." June closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before reopening them and smiling at his companions. "Thank you for the update. I shall pay them a visit soon. Rest assured our Café Polo has maintained an excellent reputation for many years. Not just any establishment will be able to steal our business." Azusa attempted to reassure him, believing he was troubled. "Indeed. I have faith in Polo," June replied, though he was primarily preoccupied with his uncontrolled desire to confront the owner of the competing cafe. Fortunately, perhaps due to the absence of any direct confrontation, this murderous urge remained manageable, and after a few deep breaths he felt considerably better. Moreover, at that moment, his system's progress did not manifest. June exhaled a sigh of relief. Another quiet period ensued, until one day, two peculiar guests arrived at Polo Cafe. A sunglasses-clad, curly-haired gentleman pushed open the door, his expression stern and intimidating, as if he were a henchman from the underworld, surveying the cafe with a fierce gaze. Following closely behind him was a casually dressed, long-haired gentleman, exuding a languid demeanor as he leisurely scanned the cafe, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Azusa was taken aback and nervously stood up. "May I assist you, gentlemen?" "Shirakawa June," the curly-haired man suddenly bellowed, startling June from his idle reverie as he noticed Matsuda Jinpei striding toward him with an expression of mock menace. "What brings you here?" June exclaimed, his face a picture of alarm. Matsuda grinned wickedly, rolling up his sleeves. "How dare you hide away here? What are you planning?" Azusa instinctively reached for her phone, her fingers flying across the screen to call for help. The man in sunglasses was far too intimidating. She feared he might harm their boss at any moment. "Apologies for the fright. We are old friends merely engaging in some playful banter," Hayohara Kenji interjected swiftly, interrupting Azusa's actions. Meanwhile, June, unable to flee, found himself caught in Matsuda's grip, his head being tousled mercilessly. "You sneaky brat, returning to Tokyo without informing us. Such a heinous crime warrants punishment. You shall wear this bird's nest hairstyle and join us for drinks." No, my esteemed Matsuda," June protested, flailing his arms in a futile attempt to escape. However, the unfortunate and helpless June was no match for Matsuda's overwhelming strength, and soon his hair was transformed into a chaotic mess. Whether it was due to the nature of curly hair or Matsuda's relentless torment, June's once smooth locks now resembled a tousled, beautiful white curly-haired cat, evoking sympathy from onlookers. Observing this scene, Azusa finally breathed a sigh of relief and stifled a laugh. "So you are friends of the boss? What would you like to drink?" "2 glasses of plain water will suffice," Hayohara Kenji replied with a wink at Azusa. "My apologies for startling the lovely lady." Azusa's cheeks flushed. "It's quite all right." Having calmed the startled Azusa, Hayohara Kenji approached. Matsuda had already taken a seat opposite June, adopting an interrogative posture as he glared menacingly at him. While June cautiously regarded Hayohara Kenji, "I haven't been here long, I swear. You can ask my staff." Hayohara Kenji then noticed the injuries on June's face and hands. "What happened to you, Shirakawa? Were you assaulted?" Matsuda laughed. "He simply tripped while walking, and look at the state he's in." Hayohara Kenji chuckled. "No wonder you haven't reached out to us. You were afraid of being ridiculed." June sighed. "As long as you know, Matsuda and Hayohara Kenji were former classmates of the original owner, and it was said that they shared a close bond." When June regained consciousness, he faced the grim reality of insufficient funds for treatment, and the impending threat of being discharged from the hospital. It was these friends who pooled their resources to ensure he could remain hospitalized for continued care. Later, when Ohashi's exorbitant compensation and persistent debt collectors harassed June, it was these friends who took turns standing guard outside his hospital room. At that time, several friends had just graduated, and one named Akai Shuichi had seemingly never appeared due to special circumstances. June had no idea what he looked like, yet he contributed the most financially. Jufu Kagemitsu frequently brought supplements and nourishing soups, excelling in cooking and possessing a delightful personality, leaving June with a favorable impression. However, Kagemitsu also seemed to have commitments that kept him often away on business trips. The squad leader, Date Kaito, was a rugged man who often shared meals prepared by his girlfriend with everyone. It was said he had joined the criminal investigation department and was extremely busy with cases, alongside needing to spend time with his girlfriend, so he typically visited on weekends. Matsuda and Hayohara had joined the Special Operations Unit's explosive disposal team. Whenever there were no major bomb-related incidents, their days were relatively relaxed, and being single, they could easily find beds to sleep in, making them the friends Jun interacted with the most during his hospital stay. Thus, as time passed, Bai Chuanqiao rekindled his friendship with these two individuals. When Bai Chuanqiao first traversed into this world, he found himself devoid of the original owner's memories, and had no choice but to feign amnesia. Fortunately, Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenji provided him with a general overview of the original owner's circumstances. However, they too were unclear about the specifics of the accident. Despite this uncertainty, they were convinced that Bai Chuanqiao, the original owner, would never engage in such behavior. Even before Bai Chuanqiao regained consciousness, they had already lodged multiple complaints and protests with the school authorities. Unfortunately, the incident had escalated to the point where the usually sluggish higher-ups acted with swiftness, hastily assigning blame to Bai Chuanqiao and expelling him. He narrowly escaped imprisonment. At the time, Bai Chuanqiao refrained from expressing any opinions, uncertain if the original owner truly bore any guilt. Thus, at his repeated insistence, his friends ceased their efforts, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity, forever tainting Bai Chuanqiao's record. Chapter 23. The First Criminal Skill Bomb Maniac. Wana? So you heard about me from the First Investigation Division? Bai Chuanqiao inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Matsuda Jinpei crossed his arms, a scowl marring his features. Indeed. Didn't you assist Officer Meguro from the First Investigation Division in solving a case a few days ago? Now, many at the police headquarters are aware that you've opened a cafe named Poro in Mihua. We stumbled upon this tidbit through mutual friends. Hajiwara Kenji interjected, raising a finger and winking at Bai Chuanqiao, ex-girlfriend. Bai Chuanqiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Wait, when did this happen? Matsuda had started dating without his knowledge? How infuriating. Matsuda Jinpei shot a furious glare at Hajiwara Kenji, exclaiming, we only dated for 3 days. That hardly qualifies as a former relationship. Excluding sleep and work, their time spent together hadn't even exceeded 24 hours. Hajiwara Kenji wagged his finger seriously. Not so, little Jinpei. 3 days still counts as an ex. You can't deny it. That would be terribly unmanly. Matsuda Jinpei snorted in annoyance and turned his face away. Bai Chuanqiao genuinely regarded Matsuda Jinpei as a friend and, with a conspiratorial glance at Hajiwara Kenji, whispered, "What's the story here? What's going on?" Matsuda Jinpei, suppressing his voice, retorted, "I can hear you." Bai Chuanqiao dismissed Matsuda's protest, firmly pressing a hand over his mouth. "I want to hear what Hajiwara has to say." "You keep quiet." Matsuda Jinpei, He gestured a thumbs down at Bai Chuanqiao, who ignored him. Hajiwara Kenji smiled at Matsuda Jinpei, showing no mercy to his childhood friend, and directly broached a past incident. "Do you remember that time 7 years ago when we nearly got blown up?" Bai Chuanqiao paused, memories surging back to that fateful time 7 years prior. At that point, his health had improved enough for him to navigate using a wheelchair, prompting him to leave the hospital and temporarily stay with Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenji in their shared apartment due to financial constraints. Out of respect for the original owner, Bai Chuanqiao also intended to visit the original owner's family home. The residence, situated in the Ase Villa district near Yoshioka 3-Chome, was said to have been bequeathed to the original owner by his parents, but regrettably, it had since been seized and auctioned off, with most of its belongings having vanished. Bai Chuanqiao harbored trepidation about whether any clues regarding the original owner's accident might remain, but as he opened the apartment door, he was rendered speechless. The entire apartment was in disarray, resembling a site ravaged by thieves. Most valuable items, appliances, furniture, and decorative pieces, had been taken, leaving only blank imprints on the floor as testament to their prior existence. The original owner's room was even more shocking, reduced to a bare space. Bai Chuanqiao gazed at the emptiness, devoid of even a speck of dust, utterly dumbfounded. What had previously been mere speculation now solidified into certainty. The original owner had indeed encountered grave troubles. Any semblance of clues had been meticulously obliterated, and not even a bed frame remained. Bai Chuanqiao maneuvered his wheelchair, stubbornly circling the room several times, only to sorrowfully conclude that the perpetrators had executed their actions with astonishing thoroughness. He was left in ignorance of the original owner's past, relationships, interests, and even his reading habits. "Seriously, you guys didn't leave me even a photograph of my parents, let alone my kindergarten diploma? This is utterly deranged." Bai Chuanqiao clutched his chest, feeling a surge of indignation. Yet, what could he do? He could only accept the reality. Regaining his composure, Bai Chuanqiao reminded himself that the one truly affected was the original owner, and it bore no relation to him. With this realization, he felt a sense of resolve. He turned his wheelchair towards the room belonging to the original owner's parents, clasped his hands together, and softly addressed the vacant space, though I know not who you are. I presume you have reunited with Bai Chuan Qiao. I hope you are at peace above, and I ask for your blessings to overcome this ordeal. Once I rise again, I shall endeavor to uncover the truth behind the accident and restore your child's honor. With that, he gestured in a manner befitting his world, offering a silent tribute to the original owner's parents before wheeling himself back outside. The apartment was on the 20th floor. After exiting, Bai Chuan Qiao maneuvered his wheelchair toward the elevator. The lobby outside the elevator was spacious, its decor reminiscent of a reception area, with a thick carpet covering the floor, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Even the sound of his wheelchair gliding over the carpet was muted. However, it struck him as peculiar that the elevator remained unresponsive despite pressing the button, failing to arrive. Waiting patiently, Bai Chuan Qiao watched as the elevator ascended from the 1st to the 25th floor, then descended back to the 1st floor, repeatedly passing the 20th floor without stopping. Bai Chuan Qiao was momentarily taken aback. Was the elevator button on the 20th floor malfunctioning? This posed a dilemma. He turned his wheelchair, attempting to locate the property management's contact number. But upon turning, he spotted a man in property staff attire, crouched in front of a decorative fireplace, fiddling with something. Hello. Bai Chuan Qiao tilted his head slightly, wheeling closer. The elevator button on this floor is broken. You work for the property management here, right? Could you please take a look? Or at least make a call to have it repaired? The man, visibly impatient, did not lift his head as he replied. The elevator button on this floor is broken and can't be fixed for now. Just walk down to the next floor. Bai Chuan Qiao was taken aback. What are you talking about? He protested. Look at me. Do you really think I can walk down? The man turned his head, momentarily silent. It was then that Bai Chuan Qiao caught a glimpse of the small box the man was tinkering with. Bai Chuan Qiao raised an eyebrow. What are you doing there? The man subtly shifted his position, responding, I'm repairing the electrical box for this fireplace. Bai Chuan Qiao replied, well, how about you pause that for now and fix the elevator first? I want to go downstairs. The man retorted, just wait a moment. He stood up and forcefully pushed Bai Chuan Qiao back to the elevator, insisting, you stay here for a bit. He then turned and resumed fiddling with the wires in the box. Shirakawa Akira. What he had just seen was indeed a timed bomb, wasn't he it? Surely this man couldn't be underestimating him due to his youth, thinking him a fool? Although the box appeared to be an ordinary electrical junction, those peculiar wires still hinted at its extraordinary nature. Shirakawa Akira felt he had truly run out of luck. What should he do now? There was nowhere to escape. After a moment of hesitation, he stealthily took out his phone. He could only seek help. However, behind him, a shadow fell once more. Shirakawa Akira froze. Thud. A heavy blow struck the back of his head, causing his phone to clatter to the ground. The young man hung his head, slumping helplessly in his wheelchair, utterly losing consciousness. The man furrowed his brow as he picked up the young man's phone, glancing around before swiftly dragging the slender youth and stuffing him into a cupboard beside the fireplace, then carelessly pushing the wheelchair into a nearby cleaning room. Finally, having dealt with everything, the man straightened up and nonchalantly returned to the fireplace, continuing to tinker with the electrical box. Chapter 24. The First Criminal Skill Bomb Maniac, 2. Shirakawa Akira awoke in a daze. He opened his eyes slightly, and through the faint crack before him, he vaguely saw the man manipulating the timed bomb. Perhaps having just emerged from unconsciousness, his mind was still somewhat muddled. Fixating on those nimble hands swiftly adjusting the wires, Shirakawa Akira seemed to faintly hear a voice. Ding. The criminal mastery talent has been activated, skill acquisition in progress. Shirakawa Akira squinted, dazed and confused, as if the voice were merely a figment of his imagination. Hey. I'm almost done, coming down shortly. The man's hushed voice came through the microphone. I've thought it over. And we should add a few more things to ensure their lives are in our hands. It's almost ready. Rest assured, they won't suspect a thing. I've merely altered a few wires, haha. Shirakawa Akira held his breath slightly. Perhaps the man's words were too explosive. He struggled to muster his mental fortitude, widening his eyes to observe the man's actions, attempting to find a way to unravel this predicament. Uncertain if it was a psychological effect, he felt as though he had suddenly learned a great deal, as if merely glancing at those elements he had never encountered before had allowed him to grasp them instinctively. Even the densely packed wires and the intricate installation method of the bomb seemed to come naturally to him. It was as if the man's procedures were no longer alien. He could do it too. Perhaps that blow to his head had caused some issues. Shirakawa Akira mused. Regrettably, his body was in such poor condition that he lacked the strength even to move. As he watched, he felt his eyelids growing heavier. No, he couldn't sleep. He must not sleep. The young man heavily shut his eyes, sinking back into slumber. Captain, all the residents of this building have evacuated. Hajiwara Kenji took a final puff of his cigarette, methodically stashing the remnants in his pocket as he spoke. In that case, we can take our time. Shirakawa gently twitched his fingers, slowly regaining his thoughts. It seemed to be Hajiwara Kenji's voice. Oh right, a bomb had been planted here. So as a member of the bomb disposal unit, Hajiwara Kenji would certainly be coming to defuse it. Mercury column replacing the red wire beep, beep beep. An external caller answered the phone. Matsuda, what's going on? Hajiwara Kenji replied with a smile. 3 minutes? That might be a bit difficult. This bomb has many traps. It seems the assailants focused on this. Bomb disposal suit? Haha, that thing is too hot. I'd rather not wear it. Hajiwara Kenji chuckled lightly, though his laughter bore a hint of unease. You idiot. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Matsuda Arima's furious voice pierced through the phone. So much so that even Shirakawa, hidden in the cupboard, could hear him clearly. Shirakawa found himself amused by the man's ridiculousness. Thinking he must teach him a lesson, he suddenly pushed open the cupboard, exerting all his strength to roll out. The cupboard was not far from the fireplace, but as a chair was always positioned there, and the table often remained empty, hardly anyone would notice that someone was concealed within. Thud. The cupboard door slammed against the chair with a resounding crash, leaving everyone stunned as a frail young man tumbled out. The youth's face was pale, his hair long from prolonged hospitalization, cascading over his face. The agony of being partially paralyzed forced him to half-roll, half-crawl toward the fireplace, resembling a ghost that suddenly appeared to demand a toll. Some screamed, others scattered, and nearly everyone's heart skipped a beat. Hajiwara Kenji remained by the bomb, crouched with his phone raised, staring in astonishment at the apparition that approached him, his mouth forming an O shape as he involuntarily exclaimed, Shirakawa? Matsuda Arima, too, was momentarily taken aback, before bellowing, what? How is Shirakawa here? Shirakawa glanced at the bomb before him, alarm pulsing through his heart. Indeed. That guy had left a hand unplayed. Shirakawa, how did you end up here? Hajiwara Kenji felt his mind was about to explode. The others finally realized that this figure was not a vengeful spirit, but rather a friend of the captain. There was no time for explanations. Shirakawa extended his hand. Give me a pair of scissors. Everyone paused momentarily before hastily interjecting, no, that's too dangerous. Sir, we need to get you out of here first. Hajiwara Kenji, too, was stunned, staring in shock at the suddenly appearing Shirakawa. Shirakawa, frantic, insisted, the bomb has a problem. I saw him install it. Trust me. This was no trivial matter. An unceremonious bomb disposal member retorted. Do you even know what you're doing? Are you out of your mind? This is no game. Quickly. Get someone to take him away. This gentleman must have lost his mind. As someone attempted to pull Shirakawa away, he only looked at Hajiwara Kenji. His eyes filled with an unprecedented determination and seriousness. Hajiwara Kenji met those pure golden eyes, set his phone aside, and without a word, silently pulled a small pair of scissors from his clothing, handing them to Shirakawa. He then stood up, using his body to shield Shirakawa from the others, and loudly admonished, he is in poor health. Don't pull him. Let go. Hajiwara Kenji, you're insane. Don't touch the bomb. What is he doing? That wire cannot be cut. Stop. Everyone's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, watching in horror as the seemingly unstable youth severed the most crucial red wire. In the next moment, the air in the entire space seemed to freeze. Those trying to stop Shirakawa widened their eyes, straining their necks like chickens caught by the throat, mouths agape but unable to utter a sound, while others felt their breaths growing shallow, nearly unable to breathe. Fortunately, nothing happened. Hajiwara Kenji turned to Shirakawa, a smile breaking across his face. Shirakawa also exhaled in relief, raising the scissors to Hajiwara Kenji and giving a light laugh. However, in the next second, the bomb beside him resumed its countdown. 6-5. The bomb was about to explode. The bomb disposal team shouted, and chaos ensued. 4. Kenji Hajiwara's face was marked with astonishment, yet his body instinctively surged forward to embrace the bomb, shouting at Shirakawa, take care of yourself. Without hesitation, he charged in the opposite direction of the crowd, clutching the explosive. Shirakawa, in shock, reached out, exclaiming Hajiwara. With all his might, Kenji Hajiwara sprinted ahead, his eyes filled with a steadfast resolve to face death. The moment he handed over the scissors, he had made up his mind. He placed complete trust in Shirakawa, yet he would not entrust that faith with anyone else's life. Thus, should any misfortune occur, he would stake his own life to ensure no one else would be harmed. The farther he ran, the safer others would be. Alas. I'm sorry, Jinpei Shirakawa. Accompanied by a loud and desperate beeping sound, everyone crouched down, bracing themselves for the impending blast. In an instant, the entire space seemed to freeze, every face frozen in an expression of unshakable sorrow and panic. The only sound was Kenji Hagiwara's phone, which lay on the ground, as Matsuda Jinpei's hoarse voice cried out, "Hagiwara!" Chapter 25. It was not I who saved you, but Hagiwara. Time passed, though it felt interminable. The anticipated explosion did not occur. The crowd, bewildered, lifted their heads, their faces reflecting the dazed relief of having narrowly escaped. Kenji Hagiwara lowered his gaze. Staring blankly at the bomb he clutched tightly, noticing the digital display showing 0, his expression one of confusion. He suddenly turned around. Shirakawa remained seated on the ground, slowly lowering his hand, his expression a complex blend of emotions. What I actually meant to say is that I have already cut the most crucial ignition wire. Therefore, even when the countdown ends, an explosion is impossible. For a moment, Kenji Hagiwara was at a loss for how to react. Still clutching the bomb, he kept a safe distance from everyone, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Really?" Shirakawa understood that Hagiwara was in a state of panic and felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. You can see for yourself. Not wearing a bomb disposal suit while defusing a bomb? He wondered if this kid would dare to do it again. Hagiwara then remembered that he was also an expert. Quickly bending down to meticulously examine the wires on the bomb, before finally exhaling in relief. "It's fine." He abruptly sat down on the ground. Perhaps from exhaustion or the aftermath of adrenaline, but he simply smiled at Shirakawa and gave him a thumbs up. As expected of my Shirakawa. Shirakawa returned the gesture with a thumbs up, playfully chiding, "When Matsuda comes up, you'll be in for it." A few minutes later, Matsuda Jinpei hurriedly arrived on the 20th floor, panting. He surveyed the bomb disposal team who were already organizing their tools, and strode directly towards Kenji Hagiwara. "Hagiwara, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Matsuda grabbed Hagiwara by the collar, his fists clenched, teeth gritted, eyes blazing with fury. Shirakawa, now seated in a wheelchair, quickly grasped Matsuda's arm, urging, "Calm down, let us deal with him later. For now, we need to wrap things up." Seeing Matsuda's face twisted with worry, Hagiwara felt a wave of guilt. He raised his hand and earnestly vowed, "I'm sorry, I'll wear it next time." Bomb disposal is an inherently perilous task, and one must not overlook the necessary precautions. These are lessons learned through the blood and tears of countless predecessors. While a bomb suit cannot guarantee survival in critical situations, it is nonetheless indispensable. To put it bluntly, if something were to go awry, it could at least help preserve a relatively intact body. Matsuda scoffed, his fist poised to strike his friend, ultimately remaining suspended in the air, his expression dark. Hagiwara cautiously regarded him. "We still need to tidy things up here. How about you take Shirakawa down to wait for me?" Matsuda glared at him coldly. "You put on that bomb suit and I'll go down." Under Matsuda's watchful gaze, Hagiwara donned the bomb suit again with the help of several bomb disposal team members. Only then was Matsuda satisfied enough to escort Shirakawa downstairs. The heart-stopping bomb disposal mission concluded successfully. Shirakawa's complexion remained pale. Yet out of concern for his friend he held on, waiting for Hagiwara to descend safely. A member of the bomb disposal team approached Shirakawa, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, and I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier." This referred to their earlier actions that had obstructed Shirakawa, and even led them to doubt the mental stability of this suddenly appearing youth. After conducting their sweep, they understood what had transpired. The time bomb had been fitted with an additional manual detonation device, and due to the numerous traps within the bomb, they had not immediately recognized the issue. Had it not been for Shirakawa's sudden appearance, the bomb would have detonated. Not only Hagiwara but everyone present would have undoubtedly been affected. Several team members turned crimson with shame. Shirakawa, however, dismissed their concerns, stating, "You need not thank me. If anyone deserves gratitude, it is your captain. He placed absolute trust in me, and as you all witnessed, he was willing to sacrifice himself to ensure your safety." Shirakawa genuinely felt he was not the savior of these individuals, and bore no resentment toward them. A person like him, appearing in such a perilous situation, would not have been allowed to handle such a dangerous bomb by any rational individual. Only Kenji Hagiwara would dare to permit him to do so. In fact, subsequent actions suggested that Hagiwara was prepared to take responsibility for their safety. Thus, it could be said that it was Hagiwara who saved them all. "Regardless, you are worthy of this apology and gratitude," one of the team members said, and several continued to bow before departing with their various tools. Kenji Hagiwara approached. Having shed the bomb suit, his face slick with sweat, his previously shoulder-length hair clinging to his cheeks. As he wiped his forehead with his hand, he smiled brightly at Matsuda. "Jinpei, could I have a paper?" Matsuda, scowling, coldly snorted, but still pulled a sheet from his clothing and handed it to Hajiwara. Hajiwara accepted it with a grin, extending his words. Thank you, Jinpei. Matsuda erupted in irritation. Save that sweet talk for the girls. I won't easily forgive you. This matter is far from over. Crossing his arms, he spoke in a frigid tone. I've already inquired with the First Investigation Division. It was the reporters who prematurely disclosed the police's capture of suspects, allowing that criminal's accomplice to see it. Thus, he likely detonated the bomb in retaliation against the police. As Matsuda's anger escalated, he clenched his fists. I will make those loose-tongued fools pay dearly. He turned to Shirakawa, quietly asking Shirakawa, did you see that man's face before? Shirakawa narrowed his eyes, confidently replying, though he obscured much of his face, I can roughly restore his appearance. Good, Matsuda said. His face serious. This matter will not be easily resolved. I will eventually track that guy down. Kenji Hajiwara, still smiling, slung his arm around Matsuda's shoulders, attempting to lighten the mood. I'm the one who was victimized in this situation. When we next encounter him, I'll handle it. So don't you dare steal my thunder, Jinpei. Matsuda Jinpei let out a light snort, casting a sidelong glance at Hajiwara Kenji, brusquely shaking off his hand with his shoulder. Let us see how you perform from now on. Hajiwara Kenji, undeterred, replied, all right, we'll tackle this together. Shirakawa Tsubaki chuckled softly, just remember to help me repay that little knock. My head still aches from it. Hajiwara Kenji promptly responded. I should take you to the hospital first. We must ensure there are no lingering effects. Matsuda Jinpei stepped forward, nudging Shirakawa Tsubaki towards the large police vehicle behind them. I'll handle it. You go back and write your reflections. Shirakawa Tsubaki agreed. It better be a 10,000-word reflection. If it lacks depth, I'll make you rewrite it. Hajiwara Kenji scratched his head in resignation. This was truly unfortunate. He had inadvertently upset both of his friends. He sighed deeply. He truly wouldn't dare again next time. Chapter 26. The night are camouflage. Wait, so that criminal from 3 years ago has resurfaced? Shirakawa Tsubaki snapped back to attention, surprised. After all this time, why didn't you inform me? Matsuda Jinpei shot him a glare. We intended to call you, but you changed your number again. We couldn't track you down. Shirakawa Tsubaki, feeling guilty, replied, is that so? During that period, I was abroad and didn't use my old number. Jinpei had secretly transferred to the investigative unit during that time, hoping to find that criminal before me. Who would have thought? That guy even managed to find himself a girlfriend. Matsuda Jinpei explained loudly, we got together after the case was resolved. It wasn't long, just 3 days. Later, when he returned to the mobile unit, they had scarcely stayed in touch, at most colleagues collaborating on a few cases. Hajiwara Kenji disregarded his feeble explanation and continued lamenting to Shirakawa Tsubaki, little Shirakawa, you must take my side this time. Shirakawa Tsubaki queried, huh? Hajiwara Kenji pointed at Matsuda Jinpei, visibly furious. That criminal installed a timed bomb on a Ferris wheel, intending to lure people to their doom. And this guy knew it was a trap yet still approached. If I hadn't stopped him in time, he would have certainly been blown to smithereens. Matsuda Jinpei averted his gaze uncomfortably. Wasn't the situation urgent? The Ferris wheel could have held the lives of others. I could not stand idly by while he endangered others. The moment Hajiwara Kenji mentioned this, he became enraged. There's always a way, otherwise we'd have perished for nothing. Look, didn't we eventually manage to catch that guy? If you had truly gone up and died in the explosion, I would have laughed at you. I'd visit your grave every year just to mock you. Matsuda Jinpei scoffed, Pa, I'm still alive, aren't I? What about the incident you faced previously? Wasn't he that infuriating? Hajiwara Kenji retorted, hey, we're not revisiting old grievances. In the blink of an eye, the two former friends had turned against each other. Shirakawa Tsubaki raised his hand, looking back and forth, uncertain of whom to placate first. If it weren't for the suspect sketch provided by Shirakawa, they might not have captured the criminal. And what about the innocent people who nearly perished? Yet they had the sketch and successfully apprehended him. Those hypotheticals were utterly baseless. The two shouted back and forth until Inomoto Azusa placed 2 cups of water before them. Observing the two friends of the store manager with curiosity, a sincere smile adorning her face. 2 cups of water, please enjoy. Matsuda Jinpei parched, lifted his cup and drank it down in one go, subsequently wiping his mouth in dissatisfaction. Shirakawa didn't even greet us upon his return. We must treat him to a feast later. Shirakawa Tsubaki's face fell instantly. All right. He then inquired, is the squad leader coming? His wife is pregnant. He has been running back and forth and can't find the time, so he asked us to send his regards. Hajiwara Kenji informed. Pregnant? Wonderful news. Shirakawa Tsubaki was genuinely thrilled for the squad leader. They got married last year, but alas, when I messaged you, you didn't respond. The squad leader lamented for quite a while. Matsuda Jinpei added. Shirakawa Tsubaki lamented. I was abroad during that time and couldn't keep up with any of this. Ah. This is the culmination of love. He had missed the opportunity. When the baby is born, I must go celebrate the full-month feast. Shirakawa Tsubaki promised. Since I've settled in Mihakata, I'll be visiting him and his wife often. After discussing the squad leader, Hajiwara Kenji propped his chin on his hand, grinning at Shirakawa Tsubaki. Little Shirakawa, is that shop assistant of yours still single? Shirakawa Tsubaki shook his finger. No way, absolutely not. Hajiwara Kenji feigned innocence. I was just asking. Matsuda Jinpei chimed in. A woman is like a flower. Without romance she won't bloom. Shirakawa Tsubaki burst into laughter. Hajiwara Kenji stared at Matsuda Jinpei in disbelief. Jinpei, you Matsuda Jinpei chuckled, flashing his bright, white teeth. Hagi, just accept your fate. I'm here to accompany you. Hajiwara Kenji clutched his chest, playfully whining. Little Jinpei, you're so kind to Kenji-chan. Matsuda Jinpei replied, indeed. Shirakawa Tsubaki urged. Hold back your laughter, indeed. Although the three had not seen each other in years, sitting together once more felt remarkably familiar, sharing updates on their lives in an atmosphere brimming with warmth. That evening, Shirakawa Tsubaki treated the two to barbecue, and although all three were nearing 30, they drank excessively and reverted to their childish selves, embracing each other and singing with bottles in hand, their voices imbued with joy and relaxation. As midnight approached, a somewhat sober Hajiwara Kenji supported Matsuda Jinpei, waving to Shirakawa Tsubaki under the streetlights. Little Shirakawa, goodbye. Remember to message us when you get home safely. Shirakawa Tsubaki waved back with a smile. Sure. Matsuda Jinpei, slightly slurred, asked, You're not leaving, right? Shirakawa Tsubaki paused momentarily, then chuckled, Not at all. The three waved under the lights before turning away, each heading homeward. Yet, for reasons unknown, as they parted, the two supporting each other walked under the light, while the solitary white-haired youth lowered his gaze, suddenly halting. Realizing that his own figure was entirely shrouded in shadow, an inexplicable sense of desolation washing over him, though merely two divergent paths. Why was one bright and the other dark? The contrast was painfully stark. Even the road is unfair. How could fate possibly be just? Upon reflecting on this, Shirakawa Tsubaki paused, then self-deprecatingly smiled. When did I become so sentimental? To be granted a new lease on life. How could that not be a favor from fate? Why had he allowed himself to fall into a dead end, becoming inexplicably obstinate? Shirakawa Tsubaki furrowed his brow, clutching his chest. Perhaps it was once again the influence of that narrative force. Just then, the system activated once more. Noticing the host is in a rather poor mood. It's my turn to step in. Let us go and have some fun killing a few people. Witnessing the blood and bodies should elevate your spirits considerably. Shirakawa Tsubaki responded, Great, now my mood is even worse. The system, oblivious, continued, If the host still refuses to kill, there are plenty of other opportunities awaiting us this evening. Shirakawa Tsubaki retorted, I'm not particularly interested in knowing what other opportunities await me, thank you. The night, our camouflage, murder and arson, our new life. As Shirakawa Tsubaki remained silent, the system unexpectedly began to sing a passionate, motivational tune in its emotionless mechanical voice. The lyrics are undoubtedly original, their discordant melody strangely imbued with a hypnotic charm, rendering Bai Chuanqiu incapable of contemplating anything else. He clasped his ears, yet could not silence the bewitching sounds echoing in his mind, feeling as though darkness enveloped him, as if the song were draining him of his very life force. In a moment of desperation he shouted, Silence! If you sing one more note, I shall flee from Mihua by night. The system promptly muted, showcasing its ability to control the volume at will. Bai Chuanqiu shook his beleaguered head, hastening his steps back to his apartment. All grievances and melancholy had vanished. All he yearned for now was to return home and sleep. System Hidden talents abound. Chapter 27. The new cafe emerges, a daunting rival. 1. In the early morning. Despite suffering from a hangover, Bai Chuanqiu resolutely committed to his morning run, although his criminal expertise granted him the ability of escape artist. His physical condition was still lacking, prompting him to focus on enhancing his fitness. The apartment he rented was conveniently located near the Polo Cafe, adjacent to a riverside running path that meandered down to another street, allowing him to traverse through alleys straight back to the Polo Cafe. This morning jogging route. Though the street leading to Polo Cafe was somewhat noisy and busy with traffic, predominantly offered a tranquil and harmonious natural ambience that uplifted one's spirits and fueled motivation. Bai Chuanqiu had scarcely begun before he was drenched in sweat, yet he persisted, gritting his teeth and forging ahead. Meanwhile, his system cheerfully cheered him on. Host, keep going. Host, you will undoubtedly become the man who conquers the Metropolitan Police Department. Bai Chuanqiu, after yesterday's auditory assault, he was disinclined to engage with it any further. As he jogged onto the street leading to the cafe, the flow of traffic gradually increased, and various shops began to open their doors. In the distance, he spotted a store adorned with numerous floral arrangements and signs, where a handsome young man stood, smiling as he distributed flyers to passers-by. Narrowing his eyes, Bai Chuanqiu approached, only to recognize that this was the new cafe Love, mentioned by Inomoto Azusa and Mori Ran. It was officially ready to open, with today marking its trial operation. Upon noticing Bai Chuanqiu pause, the young man approached him, his expression warm and inviting. Hello. Our new cafe is open with many activities. If you're interested, you can come in today to receive a complimentary dessert. Bai Chuanqiu. What? They are launching complimentary desserts before us. How infuriating. Accepting the flyer, he replied, all right, thank you. I'll take a look. While he accepted the flyer, the young man quickly turned his attention to another passing young professional. Excuse me, have you had breakfast yet? Come check out our cafe. We're giving away a free cake today. The professionally dressed young woman hesitated, clearly charmed by the young man's sweet address and striking appearance, though her voice betrayed uncertainty. Sorry, I'm on a diet and can't eat cake. My goodness, you're so slim and still dieting? How disciplined and impressive you are. Bai Chuanqiu watched in astonishment as the young man brought a smile to the serious woman's face, then snatched the flyer from his hand. Thank you, I'll come by after work. The young man waved cheerfully. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Please stay safe on your way to work. Bai Chuanqiu thought to himself, what a clever ploy. Turning back to Bai Chuanqiu, the young man retained his charming smile. Sir, would you like to come in and take a look? It was undeniable that he possessed a non-threatening, radiant visage, akin to a fresh-faced youth entering society. Who could gaze into those sparkling eyes and doubt his sincerity and gentleness? Bai Chuanqiu's heart raced. Very well. I shall step inside. Maintaining a stiff smile, he turned and entered the cafe. Inside, the shops along this street were generally similar in size, and upon entering, Bai Chuanqiu immediately observed the decor, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. The cafe's ambience adhered to familiar standards, with an expected layout that still aimed to impress. The staff within was a striking young woman, her appearance more polished than Inomoto Azusa's understated look. With a radiant smile, she greeted him. Hello, dear customer. What would you like to drink? Her voice was sweet and soft, her large eyes blinking innocently, reminiscent of a character from a video game. Bai Chuanqiu felt a jolt of realization. Another beauty ploy. I heard there are small cakes available for free. Ah yes. Of course. Please wait a moment. The maid bowed slightly, retrieving a petite cake from the display case, packaging it with care, and finally presenting it with both hands. Dear customer, here is your cake. This is our owner's recommended Black Forest mousse. If you enjoy it, you can return tomorrow for half off the original size cake. Bai Chuanqiu unhesitatingly accepted the complimentary offering. Thank you very much. He then boldly surveyed the menu options before leaving the cafe with a heavy heart. At the Polo Cafe, Inomoto Azusa was preparing for the day's business, when she looked up to see Bai Chuanqiu entering with a box of mini cakes. Good morning, manager. Good morning. Bai Chuanqiu placed the cakes on the table. Did you see that new cafe today? They're trial operating, officially opening tomorrow. Inomoto Azusa appeared surprised. So soon? I remember discussing this with Ran just a few days ago. Bai Chuanqiu sighed deeply, sensing the looming threat. I feel this is quite perilous. Inomoto Azusa, sensing the seriousness, inquired what's wrong. Bai Chuanqiu's expression grew grave. They're employing charm tactics, maximizing emotional appeal, and offering a variety of dessert cakes, with promotions and coupons for the first month. As he spoke, Bai Chuanqiu felt as though the sky were collapsing around him. This is blatant business thievery. Inomoto Azusa listened intently, sensing the gravity of the situation. However, they are a new establishment. It's natural for them to have numerous promotions at the start. And we possess our own advantages, so do not worry too much, she reassured him. The Polo Cafe had cultivated a loyal clientele over the years, and the Mori Detective Agency upstairs was gradually gaining prominence, drawing patrons who would stop by for coffee on their way to see Muri Kogoro. Though Bai Chuanqiu had not yet discussed collaboration with Muri Kogoro, he knew that step would soon be taken. Inomoto Azusa remained optimistic. Bai Chuanqiu sighed again. Alas, the business will suffer. Regardless, it will undoubtedly divert some customers, as the number of patrons on this street is fundamentally fixed. The thought of diminished earnings pained him. Although he was not particularly materialistic, the financial struggles of the past 7 years left him unable to disregard such matters. Well then, let us sample the rival's cake. Bai Chuanqiu retrieved a spoon from behind the counter. Azusa, you should try it as well, and provide your judgment. Alright. The mini cake was indeed petite, and they each took a generous spoonful, leaving little behind. The essence of Shirakawa show is rooted in his Chinese heritage, which leads him to favor the savory and spicy flavors of Sichuan cuisine. He exhibits little interest in desserts. After a cursory tasting, he finds the cake to be rather conventional, lacking in innovation. Inomoto Azusa, well versed in such matters, savors the treat thoughtfully before responding. I find it rather mediocre. A mousse should be refreshingly smooth upon entry, yet this one feels excessively greasy. A couple of bites might suffice, but consuming more would likely lead to a growing sense of heaviness, subsequently diminishing one's appetite. However, this is a common flaw among ordinary patisseries. I must concede, the flavors from renowned dessert establishments surpass those crafted by individuals. Furthermore, a cafe's primary focus is coffee, not desserts in the traditional sense. As long as the taste is passable, there should be no significant issue. Upon hearing Azusa's assessment, Shirakawa show lets out a reluctant sigh of relief. In that case, even if they sell desserts, the gap between our establishments won't be too vast. He then lapses into contemplation. Perhaps I truly ought to recruit another staff member. Chapter 28. The new cafe strikes, a formidable rival emerges. Love Cafe has become a sensation. In just a week, it has drawn a substantial crowd, steadily expanding its fame beyond Popcorn Town, trending towards becoming a viral hotspot. The cafe features strikingly handsome young men and charmingly sweet waitresses, offering an unparalleled emotional experience that appeals to both genders, propelling this newly established cafe into the spotlight. The establishment is bustling with activity during drowsy lunch hours. It even experiences overwhelming orders, with patrons willingly queuing outside. The meteoric rise of Love Cafe has come at the expense of Polo Cafe, whose once thriving business has been nearly decimated, with only a few loyal regulars remaining, as most transient customers have opted for the new venue. After all, we live in a world that favors appearances. Shirakawa show sits despondently by the window. Meanwhile, Inomoto Azusa hands a packaged croissant and cookies to Muri Ran. Smiling as she casually inquires, "Why haven't I seen Mr. Muri today?" Muri Ran, feeling a bit awkward, stammers, "My father, he." Conan interjects bluntly, "Uncle's gone off to drink coffee next door, being a lecher." Conan. Muri Ran glances apologetically at Azusa. "I'm sorry, Miss Inomoto." Azusa chuckles lightly, reassuring her. "This has nothing to do with you, Ran. Customers inherently possess the right to choose." She then looks towards the brooding Shirakawa show, her voice tinged with concern. "It's about the manager." The two of them glance over. The white-haired youth, his back to them, leans against the window, fingers scratching at the glass like an agitated long-haired white cat, his body trembling slightly, emitting an eerie, cackling laugh. "I shall eliminate them all. How dare they not come to my cafe? Traitors must perish. Cackle, cackle, cackle. I will slay all of you unfaithful wretches. Cursed, damned, all must die. Cackle, cackle, cackle." Muri Ran and Conan involuntarily retract their necks and turn away, unable to fathom this side of the usually gentle and courteous Shirakawa. "How long has Mr. Shirakawa been like this?" Muri Ran cautiously asks. Azusa, evidently accustomed to this behavior, wipes a glass cup while responding. "Ever since the cafe next door opened. The manager has exhibited this condition from time to time." Conan, lacking subtlety, inquires, "Has Mr. Shirakawa considered seeing a doctor?" Azusa shrugs. "He insists he is fine. Merely venting his emotions. He said not to mind him. Perhaps he will return to normal once you leave." The two of them exchange glances, feeling uneasy. "Is that really okay?" Muri Ran murmurs. Azusa sighs. "There's little we can do. The manager has indeed been feeling down lately. He initially intended to hire a staff member to compete with the cafe across the street, but applicants, upon seeing our proximity to them, assume we will inevitably close down, leading to no interviews at all." The two of them react with sympathetic gasps. "That's quite unfortunate," Conan muses. "Why doesn't Mr. Shirakawa recruit someone himself? I think he is quite handsome." Muri Ran nods in agreement. It must be said that Mr. Shirakawa is indeed striking, with refined features and a captivating visage. His golden eyes exude a gentle, ethereal quality, reminiscent of a kind-hearted celestial being from a fantasy narrative, rendering him utterly mesmerizing. Just his presence elevates the atmosphere. Why then? Azusa sighs once more. This is precisely the source of the manager's frustration. He has attempted to leverage his appearance to attract customers, yet his presence remains largely unnoticed. Ha! Mori Ran and Conan exclaim in unison. The manager has stated that throughout his life, despite his exceptional looks, he has only made a lasting impression on those who know him. To others, he tends to blend into the background, as if his beauty is concealed on another plane. Azusa reflects thoughtfully, coining the term. Perhaps he embodies the natural invisibility trait often depicted in anime. How unfortunate for Mr. Shirakawa, Mori Ran replies. If that is the case, then there's little that can be done. Little do they know. This is merely a manifestation of a natural criminal disposition. Consider this. A person with such a low profile will naturally evade the attention of detectives or law enforcement, even if present at a crime scene. Passers-by would not register the existence of such an inconspicuous individual. Hidden within a crowd, he seamlessly merges into the night, leaving no trace. Such a trait makes one adept at committing crimes in a world notoriously devoid of surveillance. Regrettably, Shirakawa is not keen on embracing this reality. He gazes skyward, his eyes reddening with a murderous intensity. System, I am filled with hatred. Yet the system remains undeterred, cheerfully proclaiming, Host, numerous tasks have successfully refreshed. Would you care to select? Shirakawa responds with silence, utterly disenchanted. Due to the discord sown by Love Cafe, his system panel now teems with an array of task objectives, all pertaining to this affair, and upon raising his gaze he is immediately confronted with yet another insufferable task. The notion of being surrounded by enemies is one he has painfully come to experience. Host, what do you think of this? The system dangles a task before him. This individual used to frequent our cafe regularly, yet has now defected. We must impose a death penalty. Shirakawa rolls his eyes. Is this really the time for such nonsense? Can you not keep quiet? The system responds in a pitiful tone. Host, I merely wish for you to find some joy. Shirakawa smirks wryly. Oh yes, I am absolutely delighted. Delighted to the point of wishing for death, thank you. He closes his eyes, stifling the urge for violence that surges within him. The system, still troubled, muses, continuously refreshing like this is not a solution. Perhaps due to the conflict. Tasks are updating in a seamless manner. If left unattended, I sense the host could accumulate dozens more. Bai Chuanqiu furrowed his brow. Let me think. Miss Inomoto, we shall take our leave now. The voice of Mao Lilan drifted from the side. Bai Chuanqiu opened his eyes, a fleeting glint of crimson flashing across his gaze, before it quickly vanished. He suddenly lifted the corners of his mouth. I believe I have found a solution. Bai Chuanqiu murmured. System? Mao Lilan and Inomoto Azusa bid farewell, preparing to depart with Conan when suddenly, a figure darted in front of her. Ha! Mao Lilan gasped in surprise, focusing her gaze to discover it was Bai Chuanqiu. The white-haired youth had a hint of red at the corners of his eyes. His gaze earnest and imploring, as he clasped his hands together, earnestly beseeching Mao Lilan. I implore you, Xiaolan. You must help me. Mao Lilan blinked in confusion. Conan was equally puzzled. Bai Chuanqiu knelt down, sincerely taking Conan's hand, leaving Conan momentarily stunned by the intensity of his gaze. This matter pertains to the survival of our establishment. I beg of you, please assist me. Chapter 29 Go! Pikachu Conan Hill. One Love Cafe. Ding. Welcome. The charming maid, Shimizu Hikari, turned with a smile. Mao Lilan, feeling slightly awkward, nodded and replied, Hello, we are here to find someone. Shimizu Hikari, far from being displeased, responded cheerfully. You look so lovely, you must be Mr. Mori's daughter. Mr. Mori was just here, praising you. Mao Lilan was taken aback. Yes. Thank you for the compliment. Behind her, Bai Chuanqiu lowered his gaze. One must admit, the service attitude of this staff member was indeed remarkable. Even the most casual remarks from patrons were remembered so vividly, no wonder so many were drawn to this place. Mr. Mori is over there, Shimizu Hikari directed them. Following her indication, they indeed spotted Mori Kogoro at the bar, elegantly dressed, holding a newspaper and a cup of coffee, exuding an air of gentlemanly grace. Three voices echoed in unison. Conan, with an exasperated expression, silently scoffed. Hey, come on uncle, that's a bit too much. Bai Chuanqiu chuckled lightly. I recall he has a wife, yet here he is acting so outlandishly. System, normal, a man is a rogue until his last breath. Bai Chuanqiu nearly burst out laughing. Wow, System. How can you utter such scathing words? System. The group approached Mori Kogoro. Dad. Mao Lilan called out, her tone laced with melancholy. She certainly disapproved of her father's behavior, but after all these years, nothing had changed. Upon seeing Mao Lilan, Mori Kagoro expressed some dissatisfaction. Did I not say I came here for coffee to ponder the case? Why are you here? His gaze fell upon Bai Chuanqiu behind Mao Lilan. Bai Chuanqiu offered a friendly nod and smile to Mori Kagoro. Mori Kagoro felt a twinge of awkwardness. It was akin to a frequent patron of a wonton shop becoming too familiar with the owner, only to be caught indulging in another establishment's wontons. Regardless of the circumstances, the owner had no right to complain, yet one could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. Bai Chuansan also wanted to enjoy some coffee, so I accompanied him. Mao Lilan explained. Oh, I see. Mori Kagoro quickly grasped the situation. Bai Chuanquan must be here to gather intelligence on the enemy. He promptly shifted his position, saying, please, take a seat. It will get crowded soon, and there won't be any space. Getting crowded? Bai Chuanqiu forced a smile. No worries. It does not concern me in the slightest. The group settled beside Mori Kagoro. A handsome young man approached. Hello, what would you like to drink? Mao Lilan replied. Just a glass of water for me. Bai Chuanqiu glanced around. Water is free, right? Nai Zhuangsheng's smile momentarily faltered, but he quickly nodded with a grin. Of course. Mao Lilan, feeling slightly embarrassed to ask directly, opted for the cheapest juice instead. She turned to Conan. Conan, what would you like? Conan shrugged nonchalantly. I'll have a glass of water too, thank you. Seeing that the three had occupied 3 seats while ordering 2 glasses of free water, Nai Zhuangsheng nearly lost his composure, but, maintaining his professional demeanor, smiled and nodded. All right, please wait a moment. Once Nai Zhuangsheng departed, Mori Kagoro felt a tinge of embarrassment. You 3 come in here and at least ought to order something. You're really affecting business. Mao Lilan, feeling a bit guilty, mustered the courage to say, I just came from Bai Chuansan, and am already full. Conan nodded, me too. Bai Chuanqiu bluntly added, misery loves company. I wouldn't he be so foolish as to spend money on rivals? Mori Kagoro retorted. You 3 have quite the justification. What exactly are you 3 here for? Mori Kagoro scrutinized them with suspicion. He could hardly believe they had come to see him. Mao Lilan and Conan simultaneously turned to Bai Chuanqiu. In truth, they were just as clueless as to why Bai Chuanqiu insisted on them accompanying him to this cafe. It was merely Bai Chuan's earnestness that swayed Mao Lilan to bring him along. I'm here to investigate the enemy, Bai Chuanqiu declared, spreading his hands in frankness. His gaze shifted to the petite figure beside him. Of course, if something were to transpire, that would be even better. Conan met Bai Chuanqiu's hopeful gaze, a question mark slowly materializing above his head. Why is Bai Chuansen looking at him like that? It's rather unsettling. Ding-ling. The cafe door swung open once more, and a plainly dressed woman walked in. Nai Zhuangsheng greeted her with a smile, striding forward. Hello, welcome to Love. May I take your order? Before he could finish his sentence, the woman completely ignored him, striding decisively toward a specific direction. Yasui Masato. The woman's voice rang out, drawing the attention of everyone in the cafe. In a corner, a man flinched, turning to meet the woman's gaze. Yuka, what brings you here? Why can't I come? Are you afraid I might discover your sordid secrets? Nagaoka Yuka approached with a dark expression, her eyes fixed on Shimizu Hikari standing beside the man. Shimizu Hikari, who had come to serve coffee, stepped back, puzzled by the woman's hostile stare. However, in the next moment, Nagaoka Yuka raised her hand and slapped Shimizu Hikari with great force. Shameless harlot. The resounding slap left Shimizu Hikari dazed, her tray tumbling to the floor, one hand covering her face. Disbelief etched across her features. The professional smile she had maintained vanished completely. Are you out of your mind? The once sweet and petite voice now replaced by a cool, mature tone. Clearly, this was Shimizu Hikari's true voice. Yasui Masato stood stunned, quickly rising to restrain Nagaoka Yuka. What are you doing? Why are you hitting someone for no reason? As he spoke, he too received a slap from the woman. Don't think I don't know you come here every day for whom? You scoundrel. Yasui Masato covered his face, angrily retorting, you lunatic. Yukari Nagaoka merely laughed coldly, dismissing the pitiful man with indifference, and turned her gaze towards Hori Shimizu. Wretch, I warn you, if you attempt to seduce my husband again, I shall tear your face apart. What a disgrace. Love Cafe is it? I suppose you engage with the patrons there daily. Her words remained unfinished as Shimizu Hori swiftly retaliated with a resounding slap. The impact twisted the woman's head. I have no relations with your husband. I caution you. Cease spreading slander. Shimizu Hori spoke icily, her demeanor shifting from the sweet maid outfit to a chilling presence. Yukari Nagaoka clutched her face, incredulously staring at Shimizu Hori, feeling the fiery sting across her skin. In a fit of rage she screamed, How dare you strike me? Shimizu Hori sneered, Why? You can hit me. But I cannot retaliate? Ah. Yukari Nagaoka, nearly bursting with fury, lunged at Shimizu Hori. You vile creature. Go perish. Chapter 30. Off you go. Piccolo Conan Hill. 2. What on earth is happening? Let us converse civilly, no need for violence. Kogoro Mori interjected as the situation escalated, prompting Ran Mori to rise from her seat. The onlookers in the cafe began to react, standing up in anticipation. Without intervention, a genuine brawl would erupt. As another employee, Makino-sei hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to separate the two. Ladies, please refrain from disturbing others while they work. Yukari Nagaoka shoved him aside, pointing a finger at his nose and cursing, get lost, or I shall strike you too. Everyone frowned in disapproval. Yet Shimizu Hori coldly replied, do not waste time with this woman. Call the police. If she accuses me of actions I did not commit, I shall reveal the identity of this so-called mistress. Masaru Hosai's expression shifted slightly as he approached, grabbing Yukari Nagaoka firmly. Will you not cease? Miss Shimizu and I are not involved in any way you suggest. I have merely visited this cafe a few times. Yukari Nagaoka sneered, I saw your messages yesterday. Do you think that's why I'm here? Masaru Hosai's face paled further. You saw them? Indeed. Not only did I see them, but I also recorded them. She pointed at Shimizu Hori. You shameless harlot, seducing another's husband and acting so self-righteous. Your messages were not as innocent. Shimizu Hori was genuinely amused by this brainless woman's outburst. Once more I affirm, I have no connection with this gentleman. I didn't even know his name until now. Speak again, and I shall not hold back. Meanwhile, Shizuka Shirakawa rested her chin on her hand, quietly observing the spectacle. Kogoro Mori and Ran Mori had already stepped in to prevent further confrontations. Conan remained obediently beside Shirakawa, craning his neck for a better view. Shirakawa glanced at Conan, amused. Are you intrigued by such matters? Conan rubbed his nose, slightly embarrassed. It's mainly their conflicting accounts. Something seems off. Yet that man's expression does reveal genuine guilt, suggesting the person his wife mentioned must indeed exist, though it doesn't seem to be that cafe employee. Shirakawa chuckled lightly. I too believe that employee would not cast a glance at that man. Conan laughed. Well, there's no need to state the obvious. At that moment, another altercation erupted. Yukari Nagaoka attempted to kick Shimizu Hori, who swiftly dodged, glaring coldly at the deranged woman. Mr. Mori, I kindly ask you to call the police. Kogoro Mori agreed promptly. But Masaru Hosai's face turned ashen as he reached out to stop him. No, we cannot call the police. It's all a misunderstanding. Makino-sei awkwardly looked at Kogoro Mori. Mr. Mori, I beg you, do not involve the police. This could tarnish our cafe's reputation. Kogoro Mori found himself in a dilemma. Yukari Nagaoka seized Masaru Hosai by the collar, shrieking, even now you defend this harlot? Shimizu Hori coldly laughed, glaring at Makino-sei. This woman continues to slander me. If we do not allow the police to investigate, the rumors will spread, and people will genuinely think there's something amiss at our cafe. That would be a predicament we cannot clarify. It's all a misunderstanding. This woman is delusional. Do not heed her nonsense. Masaru Hosai shouted. You scoundrel. Yukari Nagaoka lunged at him, clawing. The scene descended into chaos once more. Goodness gracious. At that moment, a clear voice cut through the crowd, entering the fray. Oh dear, I inadvertently called the police. What shall we do? Everyone turned to see a white-haired youth behind the bar, casually waving his phone. His expression was innocent, his tone elongated as if genuinely apologetic. My apologies. I couldn't control my hand. The police should be arriving shortly. At this remark, two individuals in the crowd turned pale. Yukari Nagaoka. Look at the trouble you've caused. Masaru Hosai could no longer contain his anger, and turned to slap Yukari Nagaoka across the face. The force sent her sprawling to the ground. Ah. Yukari Nagaoka covered her face, breaking down in tears. You hit me? You actually struck me. Masaru Hosai's expression darkened, disregarding the woman on the floor, and turning to leave. He intended to flee. Kogoro Mori frowned, detesting any man who struck a woman, stepping forward to block his path. However, before he could act, Shimizu Hori had already advanced, positioning herself in front of Masaru Hosai. You cannot leave, until this matter is clarified. Neither you nor your wife can depart. Masaru Hosai, intent on escaping, waved his hand dismissively at Shimizu Hori. I've stated, we have no relationship. I've clarified this already, yet she refuses to believe me. Move aside, I have urgent matters, and if there's an issue, let the police detain her. Shimizu Hori was nearly driven to laughter by this irresponsible man, yet he seemed resolute in his escape attempt, reaching out to shove Shimizu Hori aside and flee. Unbeknownst to him, Shimizu Hori reacted swiftly, sidestepping his push and seizing the back of his collar. You shall not depart. Kogoro Mori stepped forward, firmly grasping Masaru Hosai. Release him. Masaru Hosai struggled, shouting, do not push your luck. At that moment, the arriving patrol officers made their entrance. For disputes of this nature, there was no need for detectives from the precinct. The local patrol officers were there to mediate. The officers, appearing quite responsible, swiftly separated the chaotic crowd, their expressions serious. Voices cold, silence. Particularly upon seeing the famous Kogoro Mori present, their expressions grew even more severe. What is the situation here? Officer, she seduced my husband and struck me. Woe is me. Look at my face. Oh, someone apprehend this vile woman. Nagaoka Yuka forcefully pushed through the crowd, rushing to stand before the officer, covering her face while casting the first stone. Mori Kaguru could only chuckle with irritation. Madam, we've all witnessed this unfold. Your dramatic display of victimhood is rather unbecoming. Wouldn't you agree? The officer, of course, would not render a judgment based solely on Nagaoka Yuka's one-sided account. He turned to Mori Kaguru, inquiring, Detective Mori, what transpired here? Allow me to clarify. It was I who requested the police intervention. Shimizu Hori stepped forward assertively. Mori Kaguru nodded in agreement. Let Miss Shimizu speak first. With so many witnesses present, any discrepancies shall surely come to light, lest that woman accuse us of bias. Chapter 31. It seems you've offended someone, Manager Shirakawa. Before long, the officer grasped the situation at hand. He regarded Nagaoka Yuka with a serious expression. Miss Nagaoka, are you certain that you possess evidence to substantiate that Mr. Yasui and Miss Shimizu share an intimate relationship? Upon hearing this, Nagaoka Yuka promptly brandished her phone, exclaiming loudly, I have evidence. I do. The officer turned his gaze toward Shimizu Hori. With her arms crossed, Shimizu Hori smirked derisively. Very well, I too am eager to see what this so-called evidence entails. Nagaoka Yuka shot her a fierce glare. You hypocritical wench. You shall weep soon enough. She then presented her phone for the officer to examine. The officer and Mori Kaguru leaned in to inspect the screen. The video Nagaoka Yuka recorded was brief, consisting primarily of conversations and exchanges between the two individuals at different times, which were laden with flirtation and endearments. One particular message indicated a meeting for love the following day, to which Yasui had responded with an okay and a kiss emoji. Clearly, Yasui had an affair. Yet this did not conclusively identify Shimizu Hori as the other party involved. Mori Kaguru scoffed, how absurd. This is merely a collection of dialogues that at most suggests your husband has strayed. Not a single piece of evidence points to Miss Shimizu as the culprit. Nagaoka Yuka erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Shimizu Hori. I've been lying in wait here for days. The only woman my husband has interacted with is her. Who else could it possibly be? Perhaps it could be a man. A voice croaked from the back of the crowd. Suddenly, silence enveloped the room. Conan gazed in astonishment at Shirakawa Tsubasa, his eyes brimming with questions. Did he just state that openly? That woman is bound to lose her mind. Indeed. Upon hearing those words, the couple, already on the brink of dissolution, exchanged an uncharacteristic, mutual look of dismay. Nagaoka Yuka flushed red, while Yasui turned ashen. Who said that? Show yourself. I'll tear your tongue out. You dare speak so recklessly. Their voices rang out in unison. Those standing towards the back cast admiring glances at Shirakawa Tsubasa. Now this couple was truly doomed. Shirakawa Tsubasa shrugged, and wore an innocent smile. How amusing. He was not here to merely spectate, but to stir the pot. The system chimed in, wow host, you've truly mastered the art of disguise. Silence, Shirakawa Tsubasa retorted. Hearing his words, the couple continued their tirade, while Mori Kaguru and the officer struggled to restrain them from further chaos. Only Shimizu Hori's eyes flickered with contemplation. If we simply examine Mr. Yasui's phone, the truth shall undoubtedly be revealed, someone suggested. Yasui immediately clutched his pocket defensively. No, that is my personal privacy. He directed his gaze at the officer. You have no right to search my personal belongings, correct? The officer, maintaining a stern demeanor, nodded. Indeed. This matter, while not trivial, could only be condemned on moral grounds, and even as law enforcement, they had no authority to forcefully inspect another's phone. Thus, Yasui took a smug stance. Since that's the case, let us all disperse. This is merely a private issue between us, and there's no need to trouble you further. The officer frowned. Shimizu Hori scoffed. Yet this woman has defamed me. This cannot simply be overlooked. Nagaoka Yuka glared at her menacingly. Wench, you have the gall to feel wronged? Shimizu Hori, arms crossed, replied coldly, oh yes, and I shall pursue charges for slander and assault as well. Wench. Nagaoka Yuka extended her hand, attempting to claw at Shimizu Hori, only to be swiftly restrained by the officer. So you wish to resort to violence? One more move, and I shall not hold back. The officer admonished sternly. In truth, the matter was quite simple. Suddenly, a child's voice chimed in. Everyone looked down. Conan, hands clasped behind his back, tilted his head slightly, appearing puzzled, although Mr. Yasui is unwilling to provide his phone records. This cafe is equipped with surveillance cameras. We could easily review the footage from this time frame to uncover the truth. As he spoke, expressions among the crowd shifted dramatically. Shirakawa Tsubasa nearly burst into laughter. Goodness, the very fabric of reality has unraveled. The world of Conan indeed has surveillance. It was even Conan himself who proposed the idea. Simply unbelievable. Ainoma Seiji was the first to step forward. Apologies. But our surveillance footage is currently not available for public access. There is footage. Follow me, Shimizu Hori declared, turning to lead the way to the counter. Shimizu. Ainoma Seiji couldn't help but call out quietly, attempting to stop her. This concerns customer privacy. Shimizu Hori brushed his hand aside. With her meticulously crafted appearance, even in a maid outfit, her demeanor shifted to one of icy authority. Is it the customer's privacy or your own? Ainoma Seiji's complexion changed dramatically. Shimizu Hori narrowed her eyes, coldly scrutinizing the young man. If I recall correctly, during previous visits, it was you who attended to this gentleman. I have hardly interacted with him at all. As her words hung in the air, the surrounding crowd gasped in unison. The officer and Muri Kaguru exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they pieced together Ainoma Seiji's odd behavior and Yasui's increasingly pale visage. They began to suspect they were unraveling the true story. Sure enough, after viewing the surveillance, several individuals exhibited profoundly animated expressions. Indeed, that individual earlier spoke the truth, someone murmured. Such furtive gestures. The moment they sat down, their fingers intertwined. No one would believe that was merely a platonic relationship. The one who mentioned a man. Don't leave. Are you a prophet? Thus, all eyes fell upon the two principal culprits. Ainoma Seiji managed to maintain a semblance of composure, while Yasui could no longer hold it together. Turning to Nagaoka Yuka with a resentful growl. Well, are you satisfied now? Nagaoka Yuka appeared dazed, her expression reflecting a shattering worldview. Shimizu Hori chuckled, poor fool. She felt no sympathy for the woman due to this incident. Ah. Nagaoka Yuka shrieked in despair, lunging at Ainoma Seiji. You all deserve to perish. The scene erupted into chaos once more. However, none of this concerned Shirakawa Tsubasa. He leisurely rose from his seat, stifling a yawn. The matter had been successfully resolved. Time to return, Shirakawa Tsubasa murmured softly. You scoundrel. If I hadn't happened to see it that day, I would never have believed that you had the audacity to betray me behind my back. Ha, consider yourself fortunate. Let me be frank with you. I have never been fond of women. I have been frolicking with a dozen or so others outside. Ugh, how revolting. Shirakawa Tsubaki. You despicable gay. Shirakawa Tsubaki exchanged a brief greeting with Muriran before turning to leave the Love Cafe. Suddenly, a cold, clear voice emanated from behind. Shirakawa paused momentarily. It was Shimizu Hori, who had actually chased after him alone. Thank you for your reminder earlier. Shimizu Hori expressed her gratitude. Shirakawa slightly turned, his golden eyes exuding a chilling indifference. Yet, as his gaze flickered, the aloofness vanished, leaving only a radiant softness. No need to thank me. The white-haired youth replied in a subdued tone. It was merely a farce. However, I must inquire, who is the proprietor of this cafe? I seem to have never seen them. Shimizu Hori answered, I'm not quite sure. Everything is managed by an agent. She hesitated, then added softly. It seems you have offended someone, Shirakawa-san. Chapter 32. Memories of Akai Shuichi. Inside a safe house, a blond man, having just completed his evening run, wiped the sweat from his brow, his strides both agile and light. His grayish-purple eyes bore a chilling aloofness as he leisurely settled onto the sofa, perusing messages on his phone. Rum. The investigation into Sherry is entrusted to you. Do not forget the individual I instructed you to get close to. Jin's sudden interest in him surely harbors ulterior motives. We must ascertain the truth. Bourbon, rest assured, but I am more concerned about Akai Shuichi. Is he truly dead? I hope he won't cause me any trouble. Days prior, KIR had escaped from the FBI's grasp and even turned the tables, gunning down Akai Shuichi. What kind of individual was Akai Shuichi? A formidable opponent whom even Jin regarded with caution. Yet KIR managed to eliminate him just like that? The organization was in an uproar, casting doubts on the authenticity of the event. However, since Jin was present at the scene and remained silent, others dared not speak out. Bourbon, however, maintained his skepticism. That guy. His grayish-purple eyes glinted with frost. Rum. Heh, are you questioning Jin? Or perhaps Kir? Bourbon. I am merely adopting a cautious stance. After all, we are dealing with Mori Kogoro. If he truly has allied with the FBI, I would be in grave peril. Rum. Do not worry, I have not received any relevant information. At this remark, Bourbon's gaze darkened. Indeed, Rum had informants within the FBI. It was no wonder that Akai Shuichi's attempt to capture Jin had failed. There were problems within their ranks. Reflecting on this, Bourbon smirked sarcastically. No matter the time, traitors were the most detestable beings. If it hadn't been for a mole back then, Hiro would never have. After exchanging a few casual words with his superior, Bourbon switched off his phone, leaning back against the sofa as if releasing tension. He exhaled deeply, the room dimly lit, enveloped in silence. Save for the gentle rhythm of his breathing affirming his presence. Time elapsed, and he reached for the documents on the table, switching on a small lamp to once more scrutinize a file he had reviewed countless times. The document bore a large portrait of a white-haired youth, presumably a resume photo from a past interview. The young man faced the camera, his gaze soft, a subtle smile gracing his lips, appearing particularly striking. With detailed information beside the photograph, Bourbon could hardly believe he was encountering his old friend once more in such a manner. Shirakawa Tsubaki, the current proprietor of the Borough Cafe. According to Rum's intel, Jin had shown interest in him recently, even rumored to have personally visited Shirakawa Tsubaki with vodka, only for vodka to return injured while Shirakawa remained unharmed. Why would Jin suddenly take an interest in Shirakawa Tsubaki? Bourbon, wary of the possibility of a namesake, conducted thorough investigations. By sheer coincidence, there was only one Shirakawa Tsubaki in all of Tokyo. This was his old friend. From the information Bourbon gathered, after being expelled from the police academy, Shirakawa Tsubaki had been actively involved in rehabilitation at a hospital while working to repay debts. He had held various jobs, his work inconsistent, and he had spent a significant portion of the past 7 years abroad. Bourbon, leveraging his connections within the Public Security Bureau, investigated Shirakawa Tsubaki, but all he found were reports of his normal employment, nothing amiss. Yet the more ordinary it seemed, the more unsettling it became. To catch Jin's attention was undoubtedly no small feat. Bourbon closed his eyes, his heart a tangled web of emotions. Truth be told, it had been 7 years since they last met. Nearing graduation, Akai Shuichi, an exceptionally talented student, had caught the attention of the Public Security Bureau, poised to enter the most enigmatic Zero Division. During that time, Shirakawa Tsubaki suffered a car accident and was expelled from the academy overnight. When Akai Shuichi took leave to attend, he could only see Shirakawa, just off the operating table, as the doctor issued a critical condition notice. With Shirakawa's parents deceased and no distant relatives, the only individuals willing to assist him were the 5 friends he had made at the police academy. Akai Shuichi harbored suspicions regarding the circumstances surrounding the incident, but soon he was to enter a new training program, undergoing extensive secret training to become a qualified undercover agent, tasked with the perilous assignment of infiltration. Time was of the essence, and Akai Shuichi could no longer assist Shirakawa Tsubaki. He didn't even have the opportunity to glance at Shirakawa after he regained consciousness, contemplating the new work arrangements from the Public Security Bureau, which would require him to abandon his identity as Akai Shuichi and assume a different role. He pondered briefly and unhesitatingly left all the savings he had amassed during the first half of his life as Akai Shuichi for Shirakawa's treatment. After all, he would never use that money again. It was better left for someone in greater need. This was Akai Shuichi's meager compensation for his inability to assist. The next time he heard news of Shirakawa Tsubaki was during an encounter with Jufuku Kiku within the organization. Jufuku, who had entered the Public Security Bureau before being selected as an undercover agent, had joined the organization much later than Akai Shuichi, and was privy to more information. Shirakawa Tsubaki had lost his memory after the accident. This revelation was unexpected for Akai Shuichi. He was unaware of what had transpired that night, even forgetting all the people involved. Jufuku sighed. Matsuda and the class leader had made a fuss with the principal several times, almost facing disciplinary action. But ultimately it was Shirakawa who implored them to let the matter be, to treat it as if it never happened. After all, without any evidence and with the involved parties having no recollection of the events, the characterization of the incident relied entirely on the police department's reports, which were thoroughly documented. Even if they sought redress, Shirakawa and his friends had no grounds to stand on, appearing instead as the ones causing trouble. Eventually, the matter dissipated without resolution, leaving Shirakawa Tsubaki irreversibly branded with shame at the police academy becoming a scapegoat. Now 7 years had passed. Bourbon gazed at the figure in the photograph. His fingers tracing the edges, his expression a tapestry of emotions, his voice a low murmur. I hope it doesn't turn out as I fear. The following day, good morning, Shirakawa Tsubaki announced as she pushed open the door, discovering Inomoto Azusa engaged in conversation with Mori Ran and Conan at the bar. Good morning, the trio greeted in unison. What are you discussing? Shirakawa Tsubaki inquired casually as she shed her coat. We were just chatting with Miss Inomoto about yesterday's events, Mori Ran replied, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Inomoto Azusa's face reflected a mix of excitement and concern. I noticed on my way here that the adjacent establishment may genuinely be going under. The notice for subleasing has already been posted. While she recognized the inappropriate nature of her curiosity, the intrigue surrounding the downfall of a rival establishment was simply too alluring for Inomoto Azusa to resist. Oh, so soon? Shirakawa Tsubaki expressed her surprise. Conan scratched his head. Perhaps it's because it was later revealed that Mr. Uchiyumi Masaru had connections with several ladies and gentlemen from the cafe. Shirakawa Tsubaki replied. That's impressive. Who unearthed this information? Conan's expression grew slightly complicated as he recalled the previous day's developments. It was that Lady Nagaoka. She couldn't bear to accept that her husband's affair was with a man, and insisted that the cafe release the surveillance footage from the past few days. What she discovered was shocking. Shocking how? Shirakawa Tsubaki pressed. It turned out that Mr. Uchiyumi Masaru was quite the charmer, effortlessly wooing one romantic interest after another, even managing to steal kisses in the corners of the cafe, leaving several patrons utterly captivated. He was without a doubt a master of time and space management. After viewing the footage, a profound silence enveloped the room. Chapter 33. Welcome to the Poirot Cafe, Amuro-kun. It was said that subsequently, this individual was besieged by his various romantic interests, and became notorious in the world of coffee. Inomoto Azusa remarked, now that cafe's reputation is tarnished, it must be impossible for them to continue operating. The owner must be heartbroken. Upon hearing the ultimate fate of the neighboring establishment, Shirakawa Tsubaki allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. Thus being a seducer is ultimately not a good thing. For us in the cafe business, it is paramount to prioritize service and quality. We must never entertain nefarious thoughts. Had Mr. Uchiyumi chosen to conduct himself with integrity rather than seducing patrons, perhaps Love Cafe could have thrived. Regrettably, the character of the staff often dictates the longevity of the establishment. Furthermore, a cafe named Love with an entirely attractive staff, where the gentlemen were charming and eloquent, and the ladies donned sweet attire, including maid outfits, made it difficult to assess the cafe's seriousness. Well, it's all a business tactic, Shirakawa Tsubaki mused, finding the other party's ideas quite intriguing. After all, profit is paramount. Just as the group was engaged in their light-hearted banter, the cafe door swung open. Hello, is this place hiring? A young man with golden hair stood at the threshold. Clad in a simple black shirt and light blue jeans, he bore a warm smile. Despite his slightly darker complexion, his features were well-defined, exuding a gentle charm. Amuro-san? Conan exclaimed, taken aback. Ah, Conan. What a coincidence. Amuro Turu grinned, greeting both Conan and Mori Ran. Good morning, Ran. Please send my regards to Detective Mori. Good morning. Amuro-san, Mori Ran replied politely. This encounter stemmed from a few days prior when they had crossed paths at a crime scene, where Amuro had discovered several crucial clues. It was unexpected to meet again. Oh dear, I almost forgot we were hiring. Inomoto Azusa exclaimed, slapping her forehead. It was no wonder she had forgotten. The recruitment notice had been posted for quite some time without any applicants, leading her to disregard it. Now that Love was closing, she pondered anxiously whether the manager was still seeking staff. Shirakawa Tsubaki's eyes widened upon meeting Amuro's unfamiliar violet-gray gaze, her heart swelling with excitement. Wow, our cafe's facade is about to be born. With a face like that, who needs love? He could instantly create love forever. The system piped up softly, but host, didn't you just say that cafes shouldn't rely on appearances? Shirakawa Tsubaki retorted earnestly. What do you mean by relying on appearances? We are merely enhancing service quality and ensuring the mental well-being of our customers. The system replied. That seems to be a subtle distinction. Shirakawa Tsubaki insisted. There is a difference, be quiet. Excuse me, is there still a position available? Amuro Turu inquired, sensing Shirakawa Tsubaki's eager gaze upon him, momentarily doubting if she recognized him. However, her next words dispelled any uncertainty. Yes. We are in dire need of someone like you, Shirakawa Tsubaki exclaimed joyfully. Wait, If memory serves, isn't Amuro Toru a detective? Conan questioned, puzzled. Does he really want to work at a cafe? He is a detective? Shirakawa Tsubaki's enthusiasm dimmed. Just managing one detective like Conan above was exhausting enough. Introducing another detective into the cafe might lead to chaos. Amuro Toru chuckled as he clarified. I'm merely an amateur detective with little income. The operation of my office requires funds, so I must work various jobs. Shirakawa Tsubaki's expression fell. I'm sorry, but we aren't hiring temporary workers. I can sign a long-term contract. I truly need this job, Amuro Toru implored. Mori ran. Sensing the tension, stood up tactfully. Conan and I will head upstairs now. Miss Inomoto, Mr. Shirakawa, farewell. Conan felt that Amuro-san was somewhat unusual, but he had no authority over the hiring process, and merely followed Mori ran upstairs after bidding farewell to the others. Once the two had departed, Shirakawa Tsubaki regarded the detective with a serious expression, contemplating how to decline his application. I see the requirements state that one must be able to make desserts. I once apprenticed at a renowned patisserie, and am capable of crafting most desserts available in the market, Amuro Toru stated. I can also prepare sandwiches and rice balls. Shirakawa Tsubaki hesitated. This fellow seems to meet the qualifications quite well. Then, how about you prepare a cake right now? Shirakawa Tsubaki suggested, her initial rejection wavering. A Black Forest mousse. We have the tools here. Sure, Amuro Toru replied without hesitation, rolling up his sleeves and heading into the kitchen. Inomoto Azusa and Shirakawa Tsubaki followed closely behind. Manager, this person's credentials are quite impressive, Inomoto Azusa whispered. It mainly depends on Muri Ran and the others' attitudes. They should be familiar with Amuro Toru. He is likely a detective known to Muri-san, so his character should be trustworthy. Perhaps he could become a great detective like Muri-san. And our cafe could continue collaborating with him. Shirakawa Tsubaki looked at Inomoto Azusa in astonishment. Wow, this young lady can draw insightful conclusions. Inomoto Azusa blinked innocently, tilting her head slightly. Did I say something wrong? Shirakawa Tsubaki frowned, her heart in turmoil. An hour later, Shirakawa Tsubasa set down his sandwich, extending his hand to calmly extract a napkin to wipe his mouth. How infuriating. Both the cake and the sandwich were delicious, leaving me with no grounds for refusal. Inomoto Azusa silently indulged in the cake, yet her gaze had transformed, radiating satisfaction as she observed Amuro Toru. However, at this juncture, she would refrain from expressing her opinions. For ultimately, the decision rested with the manager, and Inomoto Azusa would not interfere with his choices. Might I inquire if I have passed? Amuro Toru looked at Shirakawa Tsubasa with a beaming smile. As a former friend of Shirakawa, he was well aware of his indifference towards sweets. Thus, during the intervals of cake making, he promptly prepared a sandwich, a recipe once taught to him by Hiro, convinced that Shirakawa would surely enjoy it, given the uncertain circumstances. Since Shirakawa had completely forgotten him, he had no intention of revealing his identity outright. If Shirakawa were indeed facing difficulties, his purplish-gray eyes momentarily darkened, fixating on the sandwich beside him, betraying a barely perceptible sorrow. Shirakawa Tsubasa seemed oblivious to Amuro Toru's despondency, and after considerable internal deliberation, he opted not to confront financial matters. Such an exemplary employee would undoubtedly help Poyo Cafe achieve new heights. Ahem. The silver-haired youth cleared his throat, inquiring, "What is your name?" Amuro Toru, suppressing the complexities of his emotions, softly replied, "I am Amuro Toru." "Very well, Amuro Toru." Shirakawa Tsubasa reached out his hand. "Welcome to Poyo Cafe." Amuro Toru lowered his gaze, clasping the tanned hand with that of Shirakawa's fair one. "Thank you. What is your name?" "Akira Furuya." "All right. Akira Furuya, from now on we shall be colleagues. Welcome to the family." "Thank you, Shirakawa-san." Chapter 34. The annoying phone call with Amuro Toru's arrival. Poyo Cafe flourished once more, dispelling the previous gloom. Shirakawa Tsubasa sat at a table, observing the golden-haired staff member traversing the dining area, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Mr. Amuro is indeed quite popular," Inomoto Azusa remarked. "Indeed he is remarkable," Shirakawa Tsubasa concurred. He had noted that during Amuro Toru's tenure, the cafe's profits had doubled. Such an employee was truly a treasure. Mori ran, sipping her juice, reminisced about her time spent with Mr. Amuro. He seemed to garner affection wherever he went. Recently, Amuro Toru had formally apprenticed under Mori Kogoro, accompanying the Mori family on various outings, encountering cases of varying magnitudes, thus allowing Ran to glean further insights into this Mr. Amuro. Conan, however, observed Amuro Toru with a hint of wariness. He had heard that a new operative had been dispatched from the organization to investigate Sherry, who, if all went well, was now lurking amongst them. Among the recent arrivals, aside from the individual named Saira Masumi, there was also a Muro Turu. Poyo Cafe, located beneath the Muri Detective Agency, was undoubtedly an ideal spot for covert operations. Shirakawa-san, what do you think of Mr. Amuro? Conan ventured to inquire of the cafe owner. After all, the proprietor should possess the clearest perspective on his employees. I find him satisfactory, Shirakawa Tsubasa replied casually, pausing before adding, though there is one point that is indeed troublesome. Conan's eyes brightened. What point? Shirakawa Tsubasa gazed at him pensively. Conan, feeling inexplicably anxious, inquired. Amuro often misses work to assist you with cases, Shirakawa Tsubasa stated coldly. Well, I didn't intend for that to happen, Conan stammered. Shirakawa Tsubasa withdrew his gaze. Wearied. Were it not for Amuro Turu's diligent work, which undeniably benefited the cafe significantly, he would genuinely consider dismissing him. Time and again. He would deliver sandwiches to Muri Kogoro, only to become embroiled in murder mysteries, trailing after Kogoro until the cases were resolved. As such, Shirakawa Tsubasa lamented, I have such a large staff member, yet he vanishes once again to follow Muri Kogoro. Presently, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Muri Ran. A person so engrossed in cases would only bring about waiting. Conan shivered involuntarily, rubbing his arms. Something about the situation felt amiss. Buzz buzz. The phone rang, and Shirakawa Tsubasa glanced at it, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. Azusa, I must take a call in the back. Azusa nodded in agreement. But before she could raise her gaze, Shirakawa Tsubasa had swiftly entered the kitchen. As she tidied the tableware, she mused, it's strange, recently. Many people have been calling the manager. Amuro Turu, returning to the counter, paused, casting his gaze towards the kitchen. Does the manager not usually receive calls from friends? Inomoto Azusa rested her chin on her hand. A few of the manager's friends visited recently, and they have been in sporadic contact, but it hasn't been frequent. This surge began only recently. Intrigued by Azusa's words, Conan asked, so many strangers have been contacting Shirakawa-sen lately? Amuro Turu's eyes darkened, fixating on Azusa, evidently seeking an answer. Azusa pondered carefully. It seems so, but I recall that whenever the manager answers the phone, his expression is rather grim. However, it is a private matter, so I shouldn't pry. Meanwhile, Shirakawa Tsubasa listened to the sobbing voice on the other end of the line, his face devoid of expression. Tsubasa, I know you're kind. Please, just 100 million yen, save your brother. The voice on the other end was chaotic, punctuated by muffled sobs. I don't even know you, and I warn you once more, do not presume a familial connection with me. Shirakawa Tsubasa's voice was frigid. Tsubasa? How can you say that? If it weren't for your family's actions, ours wouldn't have fallen to such depths. You can't be this callous. If you call again, I assure you you will regret it. A flicker of darkness passed through the silver-haired youth's eyes, though it was nearly instantaneous, undetected even by the system that accompanied him. Tsubasa, Shirakawa Tsubasa decisively hung up the phone, adeptly blocking the number. Watching the screen fade to black, he fell into contemplation. The system chimed in. Host, things have been rather peculiar lately. Is someone targeting you? Shirakawa Tsubasa smirked coldly. Even you have noticed. If he hadn't, it would indeed be alarming. First, there was the persistently intrusive Love Cafe. And now this distant relative who had emerged from nowhere. Clearly, someone did not wish for him to remain in Baika. System, do you not possess any knowledge regarding the original identity of this body? This body had lost its parents, and its previous owner had mysteriously passed away, with the only source of information, the apartment, having been ransacked. In gratitude for this era of cherry blossoms, which relies heavily on printed materials, Bai Chuanqiu had sought numerous official channels, only to receive news that the relevant documents pertaining to the original owner had mysteriously vanished. Consequently, Bai Chuanqiu remains oblivious to the identities of the original owner's parents and the past experiences that shaped them. It appears that prior to entering the police academy, every trace of the original owner's existence had been meticulously erased. The system expresses its deepest apologies. Host, my binding is with you, and the only information I can access pertains to the basic details following your arrival here. Thus, I am equally in the dark about the original owner's past. This is indeed quite vexing. Bai Chuanqiu muses with a furrowed brow. It becomes increasingly evident that if he does not resolve the troubles afflicting the original owner, he shall remain indefinitely ensnared by them. So host, what shall we do now? The system eagerly suggests, why not eliminate these individuals directly? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Chuanqiu replies, there is no rush. If they are indeed sent by the puppeteer behind the scenes, they are certain to have contingencies in place. Moreover, since no relatives have appeared following the original owner's accident, the sudden emergence of a multitude of relatives is rather suspect. Previously disinterested, Bai Chuanqiu now finds himself intrigued. Let us seek them out directly and compel them to divulge the whereabouts of the mastermind, the system proposes with enthusiasm, eager to support the host's newfound interest. No need for that. I shall wait for them to come to me. After all, the ones in haste are not I. If they are truly anxious, they will undoubtedly devise ways to locate me without my intervention. What I ought to focus on now is acquiring additional skills. Bai Chuanqiu murmurs softly, observing the limited skills displayed on the system panel. The system feels somewhat disheartened. Recently, Conan has been rather lackluster. We have not encountered many promising cases. Criminal skills are not easily obtained. For instance, in a baffling murder mystery, the perpetrator employed sophisticated ruses to deceive the police. Yet, once the method is exposed, any ordinary individual could replicate it. Such cases may teach one about trickery, but they do not impart skills. Similarly, the recently acquired escape artist skill is something that an ordinary person might understand, but not be able to reproduce. Due to its high level of specialization, only a professional athlete could manage it. Thus, it qualifies as a unique criminal skill. Alas, since that particular case, we have not encountered any skills of such specialization. Chapter 35. Kid the Phantom Thief and the Gem Exhibition. As Bai Chuanqiu emerged from the kitchen, he spotted a short-haired girl wearing a headband seated next to Mao Lilan at the bar. The young ladies were engaged in lively conversation, with Amuro Turu occasionally interjecting with laughter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Bai Chuanqiu paused momentarily. It is Suzuki Sonoko, the daughter of the Suzuki family and Mao Lilan's closest friend. Having never encountered her before, he was finally able to meet her this time. What are you all discussing? Bai Chuanqiu approached them. The group turned to him, and Suzuki Sonoko's eyes lit up first. Oh, the beautiful white-haired gentleman. We were just talking about the gem exhibition happening in a week. Conan responded promptly. Gem exhibition? Bai Chuanqiu echoed. Suzuki Sonoko eagerly chimed in. It's the exhibition hosted by the Suzuki family, titled The Tear of Victoria. And it's said that Kid the Phantom Thief will also be attending, planning to take the dazzling tear under the moonlight. She gazed at Bai Chuanqiu, her hands clasped in excitement. Are you the owner of the Polo Cafe? My name is Suzuki Sonoko, and I am Lan's best friend. I've heard so much about you from Lan. I'm thrilled to finally meet you. I wonder if you might be interested in attending the gem exhibition? I have tickets. Kid the Phantom Thief? Bai Chuanqiu's mind flashed with the image of the elusive thief, his golden eyes shimmering. Is that really possible? I find it quite intriguing. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Sonoko wasted no time and pulled out the tickets from her pocket, handing them to the three at the cafe. Here are the tickets. With them, you can attend the event, and perhaps even get a close encounter with the great kid. Inomoto Azusa and Amuro Turu both waved their hands apologetically. Sorry. We have work that day and probably can't make it. Thank you for your kind offer, Sonoko. Bai Chuanqiu, the astute capitalist who doesn't hesitate to seize opportunities, accepted the tickets without a second thought. I will consider it. Thank you. Suzuki Sonoko beamed. You're welcome. You're welcome. How wonderful. Not only will we get to admire the grace of Kid, but we'll also have the chance to be close to the beautiful white-haired gentleman, hee. After chatting for a while, the Polo Cafe grew busier, prompting Mao Lilan and the others to rise and bid farewell before leaving together. Just as they departed, a young boy wearing a cap and mask entered. Hello, may I take your order? Bai Chuanqiu casually pressed the tickets beneath his phone, raising his gaze to the boy. Hello, I would like a hot cocoa to go. The boy's eyes briefly lingered on the tickets before swiftly looking away. Soon, Amuro Turu handed the steaming cup of hot cocoa to the boy at the counter. Thank you. We look forward to your next visit. The boy did not linger in the cafe, hastily taking his hot cocoa and leaving. A subtle gaze followed him discreetly before vanishing. A week's time can feel neither long nor short. In the lengthy hours of Conan's world, it passes in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Bai Chuanqiu closed the door to his apartment, took out his keys to lock up, and turned to head toward the elevator. This apartment building originally had 2 elevators, but one was under maintenance, forcing everyone to use the other. Perhaps due to it being the weekend, when most people preferred to sleep in, the elevator arrived unusually quickly and was empty. Just as Bai Chuanqiu prepared to step in, he abruptly withdrew his foot. Watching the elevator's numbers, he rested his chin on his hand and mused, on such a beautiful day, one ought to take the stairs. The elevator door stood open, offering no response to his soliloquy. After some time without anyone entering, the doors slowly closed and silently descended. Bai Chuanqiu, observing this, could not help but smile faintly and turned to descend the stairs. Meanwhile, hidden above in the elevator, someone was muttering, "Damn it! How can this guy be taking the stairs so early in the morning?" Bai Chuanqiu pushed open the door to the fire escape and leisurely walked down. "Host, your reflexes are quite sharp. I was just about to remind you," the system remarked. Bai Chuanqiu chuckled softly, just a matter of instinct after all these years. He could not help but wonder what kid the phantom thief was thinking, as it seemed he had set his sights on Bai Chuanqiu's identity. Bai Chuanqiu could sense that someone had been watching him lately. It was clear that the other party intended to use his identity to attend the exhibition. Well, that simplifies things, Bai Chuanqiu thought as he continued down the stairs, only to encounter an elderly man leaning on a cane. The old man was hunched over, his head bowed, moving slowly and stiffly, as if his bones were glued together, inching his way up the stairs. Bai Chuanqiu glanced over, feeling no particular inclination to concern himself with the old man's presence in the stairwell, but still hypocritically inquired, "Sir, this building has an elevator. Why are you taking the stairs?" The old man trembled as he replied, "The elevator seems to be broken. I have no choice but to take the stairs." "Is that so? It was working just a moment ago." Bai Chuanqiu stepped forward with initiative, inquiring, "Which floor do you reside on? Allow me to assist you up." The elderly man expressed profound gratitude, replying, "Thank you, young man." Bai Chuanqiu smiled warmly, "It is my pleasure." However, in the next moment, the masked elder lifted his head, revealing a pair of piercing eyes. The cane, which had been resting on the ground, was suddenly raised and directed towards Bai Chuanqiu, releasing an unknown gas. The silver-haired youth widened his eyes in disbelief, instinctively retreating a few steps in utter vulnerability, before leaning weakly against the wall and murmuring, Who are you?" His body gradually slumped downwards, collapsing onto the ground as he succumbed to unconsciousness. The elderly man cautiously ascended and descended the stairs for a quick survey, then promptly straightened himself, lifting the fallen youth and maneuvering towards a nearby corner, where another figure awaited. "Young master," the elder called out, his once frail voice now resonating with vigor. Kaido Kuroba knelt down to scrutinize the condition of the silver-haired youth, whispering, "He didn't discover anything, did he?" Terai Kojiro nodded affirmatively, "Rest assured, he holds no suspicion whatsoever." Kaido Kuroba swiftly brushed his fingers along the youth's cheek, then clicked his tongue gently. "This visage is remarkably challenging to replicate. Could it be that individuals possess inherently distinct auras?" Bai Chuanqiu was undeniably handsome. This was the conclusion Kaido Kuroba arrived at after meticulous observation. Yet he was not strikingly exceptional. This too was a deduction made by Kaido Kuroba. Good-looking, yet not outstanding. Even in a crowd he would not stand out. It was only when one's full attention was devoted to him that the beauty of his countenance would become astonishingly apparent. Kaido Kuroba had privately attempted to imitate this face, but invariably, upon stepping into the streets, he would attract attention. After all, no matter how one might suppress their appearance, it is impossible to conceal one's looks entirely. There will always be those who cast glances due to beauty, unless obscured by something else. Kaido Kuroba prided himself on his flawless disguise skills, yet never had he encountered a face that posed such a challenge. "Young master, is this truly feasible?" Terai Kojiro queried anxiously. Kaido Kuroba, brimming with determination, reassured him, "Fear not, I have almost perfected the imitation. Having now experienced the contours of his face firsthand, I can craft a false mask based on his features without error." Kaido Kuroba was always one to confront challenges head-on. Such a trivial trial was hardly a concern for him. Chapter 36. Acknowledgements to Kid the Phantom Thief for the Master of Disguise skill. At the exhibition venue, ticketing had commenced. Suzuki Sonoko stood at the entrance of the VIP passage. Waving towards Kagoro Mori and his party, ran, "Over here." Mori ran reciprocated the gesture. Among the attendees, aside from the Mori family, was the owner of the Poirot Cafe Bai Chuanqiu. "Mr. Bai Shuan," Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she remarked, "You look even more handsome than last time." Bai Chuanqiu, taken aback, felt an inexplicable flush of embarrassment, responding awkwardly, "Thank you for your kind words, Sonoko. I must also express my gratitude for your invitation." Suzuki Sonoko covered her mouth, beaming, "It's wonderful that you could come. There's no need for formality, he. Conan lifted his gaze to the silver-haired youth beside him, retracing his attention with suspicion. Something felt amiss about Mr. Bai today. Could it be the Phantom Thief Kid? That seems improbable. How could Kid leave such a glaring flaw? Nevertheless, Mr. Bai could sometimes exhibit peculiar behavior. Conan recalled several instances where he had inadvertently caught Mr. by staring vacantly at certain individuals, occasionally letting out a strange chuckle, and he felt a strange sense of relief. If it were Mr. Bai, that would indeed be normal. Bai Chuanqiu? Meanwhile, oblivious to the significant misunderstanding unfolding around him, Bai Chuanqiu rose languidly from his bed. He stretched lazily. Terai Kojiro, a decent fellow, had directly escorted him home and settled him back into bed. Had he not remained fully conscious throughout, Bai Chuanqiu might have believed that the experience of being incapacitated by the elderly man was merely a dream. System, open the panel. Ding. Hostname Bai Chuanqiu. Current title, Capable Novice Little Black, theoretically promising, yet utterly ineffectual. Title evaluation. Possesses skills absent in ordinary criminals, yet is not a criminal, if possible. I would love to expel you from the Little Black team. You must tremble at the sight of blood, right? Useless trash should be discarded, not waste our time here. Talent. Mastery of crime. Upon merely glancing, you can instinctively learn any criminal skill. Your possession of this is truly a waste of potential. Skills mastered. Bomb expert, escape artist. Master of disguise, should you wish, you can transform into anyone. Of course. You could also saw off your legs and masquerade as a primary school student to infiltrate the Young Detective League. No one would suspect a thing, he. Current progress, not yet updated. Bai Chuanqiu disregarded the aggressive evaluations, focusing intently on Master of Disguise, his face finally breaking into a satisfied smile. He was grateful for the rare gift bestowed upon him by Kid the Phantom Thief. He had finally acquired an exceptionally valuable skill. If one were to reflect on his childhood days spent watching Conan, the skill he envied the most was undoubtedly the art of disguise wielded by Kid the Phantom Thief and Vermouth, with the ability to alter one's appearance at will. Possessing this skill, coupled with Escape Artist, would enable him to enter any venue freely and evade any pursuit effortlessly. Such a combination of skills would undoubtedly make any criminal a thorn in the side of law enforcement. Even the fabled notion of committing the perfect crime would be well within his grasp. If the system had a physical form, it would likely be jubilantly bouncing around at this moment. Hooray! Hooray! The host has acquired this skill, so there's no need to worry about police apprehension. We can become the second Kid the Phantom Thief at any time. It pondered with a hint of frustration. Let us come up with a name even cooler than Kid the Phantom Thief. Little Black the Phantom Thief? Grand Thief Little Black? Flying Little Black? Bai Chuanqiu facebombed. Since the Suzuki family was hosting a gem exhibition, why not seize the opportunity to steal some jewels? This way he could also profit from selling the gems. The only consolation was that the system was still brainstorming ways for its financially strapped host to make money. However, the suggestion was indeed quite exasperating. Bai Chuanqiu sighed deeply. Who says I want to be the second Kid the Phantom Thief? I have no interest in becoming a grand thief. The system responded, what a pity. Its voice trailed off in disappointment. Bai Chuanqiu shrugged, rising to his feet, retrieving his prepared tools, and began employing the Master of Disguise skill to transform his appearance. The system, witnessing this scene, inquired curiously, Host, aren't we going to the exhibition? Not at all. Bai Chuanqiu swiftly transformed himself into a stranger, then turned, dragging out a heavy box from deep within his wardrobe. Since Kid has taken my identity, I can boldly utilize this gap to attend to other matters, he stated as he opened the box. Inside lay a dense assortment of various explosives, causing the system to momentarily short-circuit in its data stream, raising its voice in disbelief. What on earth do you have so many explosives hidden in your home? There's no space to store them, so they have to be kept here for the time being, Bai Chuanqiu replied nonchalantly. What's so surprising about that? The system stuttered, but this is your home. Your sleeping place. In the event of an accidental fire or some other unforeseen circumstance, such as a bomb explosion, fear not. My suitcase is impervious to flames, bullets, and theft, ensuring utmost security. System. Yet it does not safeguard against explosions. Oh dear my heavens. Host. Please exercise a bit more caution, and do not handle things so recklessly. Bai Chuanqiu rummaged through the contents of the suitcase with abandon, carelessly discarding any unwieldy bombs as if they were mere clutter. The system watched in trepidation, fearing that one might inadvertently detonate. Alas. With such a timid host who dares not harm a soul, why does he exhibit such carelessness when handling these items? The system sighed inwardly, realizing it must remain vigilant. Otherwise, what would become of its host? Oblivious to its worries for his future, Bai Chuanqiu eventually selected a particularly sophisticated and formidable time bomb from the assortment. This one will suffice, he decided with satisfaction. System. What exactly are we doing, host? It inquired apprehensively. Guess. Bai Chuanqiu replied with a benevolent smile. System. Well, host, While I have persistently pressured you to become a bomber and blow up buildings, let us remain rational. At the very least, we ought not to squander experience unnecessarily. Bai Chuanjiao, taken aback, responded, but system, you did not say that before. System. The issue lies in your current state, host. Something about you seems rather peculiar. Perhaps it is due to your disguise, but I cannot shake the feeling that you exude an aura that even I find vaguely intimidating. Unfazed by the system's concerns, Bai Chuanjiao packed the bomb into his backpack, donned a cap and a mask and stepped outside. He hailed a taxi with ease, his silhouette with the backpack swiftly vanishing into the streets. Meanwhile, at the exhibition hall, Conan and Kid the Phantom Thief continued their battle of wits. Little did anyone suspect that someone was forging an entirely new plotline on the other side of Tokyo. Chapter 37, Police Academy Mission. The Sakura Police Academy, located in the outskirts of Tokyo and affiliated with the Metropolitan Police Department, is a product of modern policing in Sakura, responsible for the pre-service training of newly appointed law enforcement personnel, and serving as a primary source of Sakura police officers. Since its establishment, the academy has emphasized both theoretical knowledge and practical training, along with character development, boasting a wealth of teaching resources. Countless exemplary officers have graduated from here, and many students hold it in high esteem. Today, however, what should have been a routine training session was notably enveloped in silence. A line of police cars stood outside the gate, while students who were supposed to be in class lingered outside, whispering among themselves. From the police cars emerged Kenji Hagiwara and Jinpei Matsuda, clad in black uniforms, who gazed thoughtfully at the large stone monument at the entrance. Kenji Hagiwara exhaled and pointed to a spot nearby, chuckling as he addressed Matsuda. I remember that spot was where we took our group photo back in the day. I can hardly believe it has been 7 years since then. Jinpei Matsuda, cigarette in mouth, glanced over with a smirk. That was ages ago. Matsuda. Hagiwara. It's truly you two rascals. A coarse voice called from the side as a burly man with a fierce appearance approached. Yo, it's you, the notorious Matsuda Jinpei. Who greeted him first. Having frequently faced punishment from the strict instructor Hachizo Onizuka during his school days, Matsuda had yet to shed his nonchalant demeanor. Kenji Hagiwara offered a more courteous nod. Instructor Onizuka, it's been a while. Hachizo Onizuka surveyed the two with a satisfied expression. Not bad, not bad. I've heard about your commendable accomplishments. Your future is indeed promising. He shot a glance at Matsuda, delivering a playful slap to the back of his head. How many times must I remind you to treat your work with seriousness and diligence? Smoking while on duty only gives the public the impression that we are training delinquents. Matsuda choked slightly, nearly swallowing his cigarette, and sheepishly rubbed the back of his head while removing it. Understood, understood, instructor. After all these years, you should consider tempering that fiery disposition of yours. What? How dare you lecture me after all this time? Hachizo Onizuka glared, while Kenji Hagiwara stifled a laugh. Striving to ease the tension between the teacher and student. Let us focus on the task at hand. We can reminisce later. Matsuda crossed his arms, muttering. What is there to reminisce about with him? Hachizo Onizuka scoffed. You'd best be able to dismantle this. If you can't, I assure you, I will have you retrained. Where are we? The police academy. Most of the instructors here are retired frontline officers or currently serving policemen. And those specializing in bomb disposal are true experts in the field. If they cannot disarm it, we will have to call in the mobile unit. One can only imagine the complexity of the bomb. If this news were to spread, it could become a minor joke within the industry. Upon hearing Hachizo Onizuka's words, Matsuda's interest was piqued. I'm curious to see what kind of bomb even our Academy's instructors cannot dismantle. Hachizo Onizuka glared at him. Regardless of whether you can disarm it, keep your comments to a minimum. You all know those old experts have tempers, and they might complain about you behind your backs. Matsuda and Kenji Hagiwara had displayed remarkable bomb disposal talent during their time at the academy. While Hagiwara was more tactful and reserved, Matsuda was quite the opposite. He showed no hesitation in tackling experimental devices deemed indestructible by the instructors, leaving no face-saving grace for them. For those arrogant experts, it was a slap in the face, and naturally, they held a grudge against Matsuda. Hachizo Onizuka had heard those old-timers complain countless times about Matsuda's lack of respect for his teachers and his disruption of classroom order. Matsuda smirked, recalling those days. I believe they are merely clinging to their old ways. Having been cooped up in the academy for so long, it's only natural they cannot keep up with the evolving times. It's only expected they would be unable to dismantle modern bombs. As for their behind-the-back gossip, it matters little to me. Hachizo Onizuka felt his blood pressure rising. Don't worry, instructor. Matsuda has always been like this. They should be well aware by now. Kenji Hajiwara placed a comforting hand on Matsuda's shoulder, suggesting they ignore the naysayers and finish their task quickly to avoid lingering and listening to their snide remarks. Matsuda agreed. I share the same sentiment. Although the police academy held many unforgettable memories, and Instructor Onizuka was indeed a good person, some individuals were undeniably unpleasant. Hachizo Onizuka opened his mouth, eager to say more, but upon seeing his two most promising students he merely sighed. Very well, I shall refrain from scolding you further. The group proceeded to the administrative building, making their way to the 5th floor. They discovered the bomb was located within the fire hydrant in the corridor, where several members of the bomb disposal unit awaited. However, the experts whom Hachizo Onizuka had worried about were notably absent, likely having chosen to avoid Matsuda's sharp tongue. Based on the information left at the scene, there should be a few more bombs distributed throughout the academy, but for now, this one will be entrusted to you, Hachizo Onizuka declared. Kenji Hajiwara nodded in agreement, while Matsuda seemed distracted, lost in thought about something else. Kenji Hajiwara promptly nudged Junpei Matsuda's arm with his elbow. Matsuda snapped back to reality and immediately replied, no problem. Hachizo Onizuka did not linger and left the scene, leaving only the bomb disposal team behind. Hajiwara, intrigued, asked, what were you just thinking about, Junpei? Matsuda opened his toolbox while gesturing towards another direction, over there. Hajiwara followed his gaze and discovered that the end of the corridor led directly to the police academy's archives. For various reasons, Japan still favored paper archives. Despite the advancements in digital technology, the old guard, who controlled most resources and power, remained nostalgic, refusing to innovate the management methods of the past. This often led to incidents where documents would be lost due to fires or changes in storage facilities, resulting in frequent disputes each year. Therefore, the archives were of utmost importance and required intensive protection. The police academy's archives were even more critical, housing extremely sensitive information. However, today was peculiar. A timed bomb had been discovered, and everyone in the building had been evacuated. With just a glance, Hajiwara understood Matsuda's implication. Are you referring to the Shirakawa incident? He inquired in a hushed tone. Yes, Matsuda affirmed. Given how hastily things were wrapped up back then, did Hagi not harbor any suspicions? Hajiwara smirked slightly. Of course not. If Shirakawa hadn't, he kept refusing. However, after all these years, the documents might have been updated. This was the truth. As an archive could hardly accommodate years of student records, they would inevitably be transferred to a more secure repository periodically. Particularly sensitive information, such as that of certain important officers, would be relocated to higher security facilities to prevent prying eyes. Hajiwara felt that even if they entered now, they might not find anything useful. Yet, the opportunity was rare. Matsuda gazed intently at the archives and whispered, I've dealt with a similar lock before. I can surely open it. With only our personnel present, I'll take a quick look inside. Matsuda was never one to adhere strictly to rules. If possible, he wished to uncover the truth for his friend within his limited capabilities. Chapter 38. Dusty clues. Deep within the archive stood a dusty filing cabinet. A man with black hair and red eyes lingered before it, quietly scanning the labels with a brooding intensity. Host, why are we not investigating your records from that time, but instead searching for some chaotic position logs here? The system questioned, perplexed. If the original host's death indeed bore secrets, then his records and related documents would have long been destroyed, and there would be nothing left here. The system grew even more bewildered. Then it is strange. Why go to such lengths for an investigation here? Shirakawa raised his head and finally spotted a label, a faint smile gracing his face. Everyone focused on my disciplinary violations and expulsion from school, yet they overlooked a crucial detail. Shirakawa opened the cabinet door, revealing a dusty file bag within. The original host had been involved in a drunk driving incident. As a police academy student, regardless of wealth, one was not permitted to drive their own car to school. Thus, where had this vehicle come from? Shirakawa recalled that after awakening, no one had ever mentioned the car involved in the accident, and inquiries revealed that it had been severely damaged and immediately disposed of. According to the original host's family circumstances and the recollections of his friends, it was clear that he did not own a car. This raised questions. The original host had been driving someone else's vehicle when the fatal accident occurred, yet the owner had never come forward, nor sought any explanation from Shirakawa. Where had that car come from? Surely, it could not have been a random theft from the street. Once the incident occurred, the school hastily expelled the original host, as if eager to pin Shirakawa to a pillar of shame, raising suspicions about a connection between the accident and someone within the school. Moreover, that car was likely related to someone as well. Inside the file bag lay a thick record book detailing vehicle entries and exits from the police academy 7 years prior. Due to the passage of time and the lower importance of the content, these records had been carelessly left here, largely ignored and unattended. When Shirakawa opened it, a heavy layer of dust and a damp, decaying odor wafted out. He wrinkled his nose in discomfort, but continued to leaf through until he reached the day of the incident. It was March 21st, the vernal equinox in Japan. A day when the people honored their ancestors at grave sites. Although the academy strictly prohibited students from going out at night, on this special day, students could request leave to pay respects. However, upon reviewing the records, Shirakawa noticed an alarming lack of vehicle entries during those days, significantly fewer than on typical weekdays, which was decidedly abnormal. As he examined the record book, he felt the edges of the pages and indeed discovered signs of torn paper. The mark suggested this had occurred years prior, likely when the original host's incident prompted someone to erase the vehicle entry data from that day and fabricate false information. It seemed they were not foolish, knowing that a thorough cover-up was necessary. The system observed this, confused. So this is a forgery? What now? Doesn't that mean this lead is cut off? Shirakawa perused the record book, scanning the entries for a long time in silence before finally allowing a smirk to emerge. Not at all. It precisely corroborates my suspicions. If they were not guilty, why would they go to such lengths to disguise the truth, unless they feared being discovered? The system, disheartened, replied, but we still cannot ascertain which vehicles left that day. We can use the process of elimination, Shirakawa suggested, pointing to a record from March 20th. For instance, this one, with the license plate ending in 322, a black Honda, registered to Nakamaki. This vehicle entered the school on the 20th. Yet there are no subsequent records of its exit. It can't be that it simply entered and never left, can it? The system suddenly grasped the implication. So it must have left on the 21st. It couldn't possibly be him. Shirakawa shook his head. That cannot be certain. If I were in their shoes, I might also erase the record of that vehicle's entry. The system sighed in disappointment. So it remains useless? However, there are various avenues we can explore for corroboration, Shirakawa stated. For example, if certain vehicles frequently visited the academy before the 21st, but never returned thereafter, or if some vehicles retain the same license plates, but changed models upon their next entry. Shirakawa listed numerous possibilities in quick succession, leaving the system bewildered. Naturally, one must also consider the worst-case scenario. Bai Chuan Xiao let out a sigh before finally stating, if this vehicle had arrived at school for the first time on that day, and all traces of it have since been erased, then everything I am doing now is in vain. Upon hearing this, the system too grew concerned, yet it contemplated a way to assist Bai Chuan Xiao. Host, while you were perusing, I recorded everything. In a moment, I shall reconstruct a vast database to see if we can filter out the suspicious individuals based on the doubts you just mentioned. Bai Chuan Xiao arched an eyebrow. Not bad, system. You have finally made me perceive your value. The system replied, I have always been eager to assist you, dear host. At that moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from behind them. Bai Chuan Xiao's expression tensed, swiftly returning the items to their original place before deftly concealing himself in the narrow gap beside the cabinet. After a brief pause of footsteps, an individual halted at the very spot where Bai Chuan Xiao had just stood. The system's voice trembled. This is bad, host. You haven't been discovered, have you? Bai Chuan Xiao narrowed his eyes and held his breath. I shouldn't be. The other person appeared to be wielding a flashlight, the beam almost brushing against Bai Chuan Xiao's cheek, threatening to reveal him at any moment. Bai Chuan Xiao leaned back slightly, striving to maintain distance from the light. After a rustle, the individual opened the cabinet and retrieved the record book that Bai Chuan Xiao had just placed back inside. The system shrieked. Yes, here for the record book too. What should we do? Bai Chuan Xiao firmly silenced the system. Quiet. Your voice is impairing my auditory judgment. The system promptly fell silent. Meanwhile, to Bai Chuan Xiao's front side, Matsuda Jinhei furrowed his brow, biting the flashlight, as he examined the remnants of torn pages. A glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Indeed, there was something amiss with the events from 7 years ago. He decisively took out his phone and swiftly flipped through the record book, recording its contents. Matsuda Jinhei worked with remarkable speed, completing a series of actions in under 2 minutes, returning the items to the file bag, placing it back in its original position, and shutting the cabinet door. With a thud, the closure of the cabinet stirred up a cloud of dust. Matsuda Jinhei pressed down on the cabinet door with one hand while tucking his phone away with the other. As he attempted to remove the flashlight from his mouth, he suddenly froze. Clearly, this place had not been maintained for quite some time, with a thick layer of dust even covering the cabinet. However, What caught his attention was a handprint on the cabinet door, nearly overlapping with his hand's resting position, save for the slight angle. The handprint, while not particularly distinct, had a scattering of dust atop it. Yet, upon scrutinizing the internal handle of the cabinet, Matsuda Jinhei noticed that the dust within had vanished, indicating it had recently been opened. Otherwise it would not be so lightly dusted. Suddenly, Matsuda Jinhei recalled the peculiar timed bomb mission. His gaze sharpened instantly. Someone had indeed been here. Perhaps they were still lurking. Chapter 39, A Perilous Escape. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated from outside. Matsuda Jinhei's initial desire to continue his investigation evaporated in an instant. Fearing something had gone awry with Hajiwara Kenji, he turned and sprinted outside without hesitation. As Matsuda Jinhei dashed out, Bai Chuanxiao also swiftly emerged, racing towards the exit. Hajiwara, what is happening? Matsuda Jinhei casually strolled back from the opposite side, relieved to see Hajiwara Kenji unscathed, and approached him with a concerned jog. Hajiwara Kenji, equally perplexed, removed his anti-explosion helmet, and turned to his team member. It seems there was an explosion over at the playground. A team member pulled out their phone and nodded to the two. Yes. A bomb created a crater about 10 meters wide at the playground. Fortunately, there was no one around, so no injuries occurred. What? That sounds far more severe than what I have here, Hajiwara Kenji remarked, only to catch sight of Matsuda Jinhei seemingly coming to a realization before abruptly turning to run back. Matsuda, what is wrong? Matsuda Jinhei could not spare a reply, hurrying back to the archives, just in time to glimpse a dark figure flash past the staircase. Stop. Matsuda Jinhei barked, striding after the figure. However, the individual seemed intimately familiar with the layout, vanishing around a few corners of the staircase before Matsuda Jinhei could catch up. With a grave expression, Matsuda Jinhei approached the corridor window and suddenly pulled the curtains aside. But all he could see were tall walls enclosing the area and members of the mobile unit heading towards the playground. Captain Matsuda. A team member jogged over, calling out. The bomb at the playground detonated. Everything's alright on your end, right? Matsuda Jinhei, his face stoic, leaned out to scan the surroundings before inquiring. Did you notice any suspicious individuals just now? The team member shook his head in confusion. No, Captain Matsuda. Everyone running over here is one of us. Clenching his fists, Matsuda Jinhei realized he had lost the trail. Damn it. He slammed his fist against the window ledge. That person was undoubtedly connected to the accident 7 years ago. Regrettably, he had let them slip away. Meanwhile, Bai Chuanxiao had exited the police academy, blending back into the crowd. In an inconspicuous corner, he finally let out a breath, slowly sinking to the ground. Panting, the dark-haired youth pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. The system seemed to finally relax after the heart-pounding chase. Reflecting with a hint of trepidation, fortunately, the host reacted swiftly, otherwise, we would have truly been caught. Bai Chuanxiao sighed. I genuinely did not anticipate that the one searching through the documents would be Matsuda. Had he not shouted, I would have never recognized him as the one who nearly discovered me. Thankfully, he had managed to escape quickly, though it did ignite some latent potential within my body. My physique is too weak, and I nearly stumbled even with my escape artist skill. The system responded, however, host, since it is Matsuda Jinhei, there's no need for you to flee. Given his demeanor, he is likely seeking to assist you in investigating the previous matters. Bai Chuanxiao sighed again. But how am I to explain the timed bomb at the police academy, as well as my altered appearance? The system replied, I believe that given Matsuda Jinhei's character, he will not take any drastic actions against you. At most, he might invite you to a few meals. Bai Chuanxiao considered this. Perhaps you have a point. He cast his gaze down at his pallid hands, rendered so from excessive exertion, his voice heavy. However, he should not be entangled in such affairs. The system countered. The issue is he has already become involved, and judging by the circumstances, he will likely bring Hajiwara Kenji along. Bai Chuanxiao. The system continued. According to my calculations, even if you try to dissuade him, there is a substantial probability he will relentlessly pursue this matter. He seems quite stubborn. Bai Chuanxiao remarked. Aren't you the crime system? Listening to you, I feel as though I am the one deceiving them and selfishly pursuing my own interests. The system sighed. Sounding older than its years, ultimately, as your system, I must also be concerned about your mental well-being. If you spend too much time pondering such matters, you may lack the energy to contemplate how to become the foremost criminal mastermind. Bai Chuanxiao. How splendid it was. The system always had a knack for darkening his mood just when he felt inexplicably moved. At times, I truly wished to delve into the system's data, meticulously examining its composition. Let me ponder for a moment. Bai Chuan Xiao let out a long sigh, then slowly rose to his feet. How is the big data screening progressing on your end? Are there any suspicious individuals? System. Coincidentally, host, there are 3 individuals in total. Bai Chuan Xiao. That seems about right. The timing is also appropriate. I shall return first, organize the details and send them to me shortly. He understands the choice among the 3 in the world of Conan. System. Wouldn't you like to check on the developments at the exhibition? Bai Chuan Xiao shrugged. I am but a victim. The affairs over there have nothing to do with me. The romantic rivalry between Kid the Phantom Thief and Conan holds no interest for him. With that, Bai Chuan Xiao began to head back. However, upon returning to his apartment, he was taken aback by the urgent knocking at the door. Knock knock. Manager, are you home? Knock knock. Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan Xiao paused in the midst of undressing. That voice belongs to Amuro. What brings him here? Bai Chuan hastened his change of attire. The system grew anxious. Could it be that Conan has detected something amiss, prompting Amuro to come and ascertain your situation? Bai Chuan Xiao furrowed his brow. A bit quicker than I anticipated. The system urged him. Host? You should promptly open the door. Bai Chuan pondered for a moment, shook his head, and instead reclined on the bed. No rush. After a while the knocking ceased. System. Has he given up? Buzz. Bai Chuan Xiao's phone began to vibrate again. He closed his eyes peacefully. System. Host, there is no need to be so cautious. Is there? Bai Chuan Xiao. There is an ancient saying in Hogwarts. Caution steers a ship for 1,000 years. The system sighed. If only the host could direct this meticulousness toward criminal endeavors. Bai Chuan Xiao. I think I just blew up the police academy's playground. System, indeed. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Well done, host. You are remarkable, keep it up. Bai Chuan Xiao felt no inclination to respond. Outside. Amuro gazed at the unanswered phone, his expression laden with hesitation. Bai Chuan must not be in any trouble, right? A flicker of concern crossed his mind as he idly toyed with a piece of wire in his hand. If he wished, he could simply enter directly. But how would he explain his lock-picking skills to Bai Chuan Xiao? Moreover, the other party does not remember his background yet. Just as Amuro was lost in thought, the call was finally answered. Hello? A young man's hoarse voice came through. Chapter 40. The unexpected appearance of a distant relative 1. Inside the apartment. Please take a seat. Bai Chuan Xiao pushed a cup of tea toward Amuro, his face still pale, yet he wore a gentle smile. I am truly grateful, Amuro-kun, for making the trip. Otherwise, I would remain oblivious to what transpired. Amuro accepted the teacup, relieved. I was merely worried about your situation. It's a relief to see you're unharmed. Bai Chuan Xiao beamed brightly, then inquired with a hint of concern. But how did you know I was in trouble, Amuro-kun? Frankly, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought it was merely a dream. Amuro replied. It was Professor Muri who informed me. He mentioned that Kid the Phantom Thief seemed to have assumed your identity, and hoped I could verify your safety. Since your phone was unanswered, I felt compelled to intrude. Bai Chuan Xiao understood. No problem. I owe a debt of gratitude to Mr. Muri for this. I will thank him later. Amuro nodded, his gaze subtly surveying the modest apartment. The apartment was not large, merely a 2-bedroom unit of around 90 square meters. Furnished and decorated in a manner typical of rental accommodations, devoid of any distinguishing features. The purple-gray hue of his eyes flickered with seriousness. What could possibly have drawn Jin's attention to Bai Chuan? At times, Amuro even contemplated directly confronting Bai Chuan Xiao to inquire about the situation. However, he restrained himself. He was no longer the zero of the past, the one who could wholeheartedly trust his friends. Until he clarified the other party's background, he could not risk exposing himself. Amuro opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by the ringing of Bai Chuan Xiao's phone. The name Matsuda flashed briefly before being obscured by a pale hand. Apologies. Bai Chuan Xiao offered a polite smile to Amuro, rising to answer the call from the bedroom. Hello. Bai Chuan, we encountered some issues today. How about gathering later this evening? Bai Chuan Xiao nodded without hesitation. Sure. He lowered his gaze, his voice taking on a deeper tone. Just in time. I have matters to discuss with you all. Matsuda Jinpei chuckled. Great, see you soon. See you soon. Bai Chuan Xiao exited the bedroom. Noticing the blonde attendant standing at the entrance, gazing at the wall painting. It was left behind by the landlord. Bai Chuan Xiao approached, remarking that the landlord had a fondness for flowers and plants. It was a beautiful oil painting featuring sunflowers, radiating warmth and sunlight. Amuro nodded, approving of the landlord's taste. He must be a lover of life. Amuro-kun, will you be returning to Borough later? Bai Chuan Xiao inquired, wondering if he might catch a ride. Amuro Turu hesitated for a moment, recalling the name displayed on the phone, and vaguely deduced that Bai Chuan Xiao likely had an engagement this evening. On the other end, it was presumably Matsuda and Hajiwara. Of course. Amuro Turu retrieved his car keys. Shall we leave now? Ms. Inomoto is alone at the cafe, and I worry she may be overwhelmed. Bai Chuan Xiao had no objections. After a brief tidying up, the two exited the room. However, as soon as they stepped outside the apartment building, they collided with a middle-aged couple. The man was clad in a pristine new suit, his face gaunt and his back slightly hunched, while the woman wore a deep crimson dress. Her face heavily caked with makeup, her gaze sharp and haughty. Bai Chuan Xiao did not recognize them, and thus walked straight ahead without a sideways glance. Yet the couple's eyes lit up upon spotting Bai Chuan Xiao. Xiao Qiao, the woman exclaimed, lunging toward him. Bai Chuan Xiao and Amuro Turu were startled, quickly stepping aside. Xiao Qiao, you cannot abandon your brother. The woman, missing her target, began to weep, while the man shouted desperately, Xiao Qiao, we borrowed a substantial sum from your family back then. You must repay it now. Amuro Turu's gaze sharpened as he swiftly stepped in front of Bai Chuan Xiao. Shielding him. Who are you? What do you want? Bai Chuan Xiao recognized their voices, his eyes flickering. They were the couple who had called them a few days prior. I do not know you, Bai Chuan Xiao replied coldly. You cannot simply deny us like that. The woman cried out loudly. Your brother is currently lying in the hospital, waiting for this life-saving money. You have opened a cafe, so just sell it to fund your brother's treatment. We are your only family. Bai Chuan Xiao's relatives? Amuro Turu's eyes darkened. 7 years ago, Bai Chuan Xiao was involved in a car accident, hanging by a thread between life and death. They inquired far and wide, but could not locate any of Bai Chuan Xiao's so-called distant relatives. Ultimately, it was the class monitor who signed the death notice. Yet now, these individuals have miraculously appeared, audaciously demanding money? How laughable. If it were not for the last vestige of rationality, Amuro Turu would have been tempted to confront them. Who do you think you are? Bai Chuan Xiao furrowed her brows and remarked. I have never heard of you. What is the nature of our relationship? The woman promptly replied, I am your aunt. This is your uncle. The woman, named Mitsuzuka Miho, and her husband, Mitsuzuka Nobuhiro, were introduced as such. Do you even know who my parents are? What evidence do you have to substantiate our relationship? Bai Chuan Xiao inquired coolly. You are Bai Chuan Xiao, 28 years old, currently running a cafe. Your parents were businessmen from Nagano Prefecture, who borrowed a substantial sum from us for smuggling operations. After a plane crash, you were left all alone. At that time, seeing your youth, we refrained from demanding repayment. But this time it is truly different. We are in dire need of funds and have come to you. Amuro Turu scoffed inwardly. Lies. After gaining some authority within Zero Organization, he had previously assisted a friend in investigating their parents. To his astonishment, however, he found that he lacked the necessary clearance to access such information. What did this imply? Either Bai Chuan Xiao's parents held esteemed positions, surpassing even the authority of Ryugi Zero, or they were embroiled in some clandestine affair that warranted higher-level protection. Or perhaps individuals with greater influence had deliberately concealed their information. Regardless of the scenario, it was a chilling thought. Amuro Turu had speculated that Bai Chuan Xiao's parents were likely involved in the system. Otherwise, their information would not be so meticulously hidden. While it was improbable they were associated with the police department, they were certainly not merely the businessmen this woman claimed. Bai Chuan Xiao also found it hard to believe this woman's fabricated tale, and almost laughed. Since you can locate me here, you must know I was accepted into the police academy? Do you think entering the academy is a trivial matter? If my parents were truly as you say, how could I possibly have passed the political review? Are you jesting? Are you trying to extort me? Mitsuzuka Miho quickly changed her tune. I must have remembered incorrectly. They were merely ordinary businessmen, but later went bankrupt. Bai Chuan Xiao's expression remained impassive. The family of discredited individuals would still impact a political review. Although unsure of the original Bai Chuan Xiao's parents' true occupations, she would not allow anyone to slander them indiscriminately. It seems you are merely trying to extort money. I warn you, if you dare to falsely claim kinship again, I will report you. Mitsuzuka Miho, now infuriated, defiantly retorted, I don't care. If you have the audacity, report me. Let me be frank, you will take this money, or we will come to your cafe daily to disrupt your business. Bai Chuan Xiao narrowed her eyes. Very well. You cannot provide any evidence, yet you dare to extort me? Let's see how this plays out at the police station. Chapter 41. The sudden appearance of distant relatives too. Mitsuzuka Miho naturally did not dare to approach the police station. Hesitation flickered in her eyes. However, the man behind her subtly nudged her, whispering a reminder. Don't forget. Mitsuzuka Miho considered the potential benefits she stood to gain, her resolve hardening. Her gaze now filled with malice. She seized Bai Chuanqiao's sleeve. Do not force my hand. My son is still in the hospital. And I would do anything for this money. Bai Chuanqiao frowned, her voice cold. Release me. Amuro Turu extended his hand, firmly pulling Mitsuzuka Miho's grip away. The blonde youth's expression darkened, revealing a fury that even surpassed Bai Chuanqiao's. Please leave. Mitsuzuka Nobuhiro immediately began shouting. What are you doing to my wife? Don't touch her. With that he lunged forward, tugging at Bai Chuanqiao's clothing. Bai Chuanqiao, genuinely enraged, felt a fire ignite within her, escalating uncontrollably. Amuro Turu sensed something was amiss with these individuals and quickly intervened, but amidst the struggle, a flash of silver suddenly appeared. The system blared, alert! Danger is imminent. Bai Chuanqiao caught a glimpse of the glint and cried out, watch out! Amuro Turu's gaze turned icy as he spotted the gleaming blade. Yet rather than retreating, he instinctively protected Bai Chuanqiao, allowing the suddenly brandished fruit knife to graze his arm. In the next moment, the blonde youth's eyes shifted, swiftly twisting the man's wrist, rendering him unable to maintain his grip on the knife, and with a decisive turn of his body, he hurled Mitsuzuka Nobuhiro over his shoulder, slamming him to the ground. Thud. The man collided with the surface, producing a resounding crash, lying limp thereafter. Mitsuzuka Miho screamed, Husband, are you alright? Mitsuzuka Nobuhiro cried out in pain. You attacked someone. You assaulted us. The woman screeched, drawing the attention of onlookers nearby. Bai Chuanqiao had no interest in the woman's plight. She hurried to check Amuro Turu's wound. Are you alright? Amuro Turu glanced at his arm, under his deliberate control. It was only a superficial cut that would soon scab over. He shook his head, saying, It's nothing, just call the police. This constitutes intentional harm. Bai Chuanqiao's face remained cold, her gaze fixed on Amuro Turu's injured arm, forcibly suppressing her anger. Alright, thank you. Fortunately, Conan was not present. Otherwise, Bai Chuanqiao felt she might well pick up a knife and retaliate. The system was also enraged, exclaiming, Who are they? Who gave them the audacity? This is akin to attempted murder. Bai Chuanqiao. She took a deep breath, surprisingly refraining from responding to the system's outburst. It was unexpected that these individuals could be so brazen. Perhaps she had been too lenient. However, she soon discovered that the most nauseating part was yet to come. Attempted murder? Megure Juozu answered the phone, surprise evident in his voice. Amuro Turu. Yes, I hope Officer Megure can dispatch personnel to assess the situation. Their behavior is utterly outrageous. I have been wounded, and it is difficult to fathom what they might do if I were absent. Megure Juozu understood and inquired with concern. Is your arm alright? Amuro Turu replied. It's fine, thank you for your concern, Officer Megure. After a brief silence on Megure's end, as if he were instructing someone, Amuro Turu speculated that he was likely at some crime scene given the background noise. After a while, Megure Juozu finally stated, I will have Takagi come take a look shortly. Amuro Turu smiled slightly. Alright, thank you, Officer Megure. After hanging up, Megure Juozu looked around for Takagi Shuichi. However, he did not see Takagi. Oh dear, my mind. Megure Juozu slapped his forehead, realizing that Takagi was still investigating the suspect's background. To be honest, out of the people under him, only a handful possessed commendable work ethic. And now that a murder had occurred, it was challenging to spare anyone. Officer Megure, is there something amiss? At that moment, Nagata Ryuzu inquired. Megure Juozu turned to face Nagata Ryuzu. Nagata Ryuzu had been with him for many years, his abilities mediocre, typically preferring to coast along. So Megure was taken aback by his unusual eagerness today. Megure Jusen had no time to ponder deeply. He casually gestured for Nagata to make a trip to Mihua, where an incident had occurred. It wasn't particularly grave, but Kogoro Muri's apprentice, Amuro Koen, had called, expressing a desire for our assistance in examining the situation. Nagata Ryoso agreed. Very well. I shall head over immediately. Megure Jusen waved his hand nonchalantly and redirected his focus entirely to the case at hand, dismissing the matter from his mind. Meanwhile, Nagata Ryoso drove a police car toward Mihua. Upon arrival, Amuro was taken aback to find that the officer who had come was not Takagi Wataru, but rather a somewhat unfamiliar, gaunt middle-aged policeman, whose sharp features exuded an unsettling aura. What is going on? Nagata Ryoso nodded at Amuro and approached the nearby patrol officer, who appeared somewhat surprised. Captain, what brings you here? I heard there was an attempted murder. Chief Megure sent me to investigate, Nagata Ryoso replied, his gaze settling upon Mitsuzuka Miho and Shirakawa Shizuku. As his eyes passed over Shirakawa, they lingered momentarily. Shirakawa met that gaze, her golden irises flashing with wariness. Why did she feel that this officer was not here to assist them? Indeed, after listening to the officer's account, Nagata Ryoso turned to Mitsuzuka Miho. Does your husband have mental issues? This was the excuse Mitsuzuka had conjured earlier. She grew anxious, but having come this far, could only nod resolutely yes. In truth, we have been accommodating, but upon learning of my husband's condition, he intentionally provoked him with words, leading to this misunderstanding. Illness provocation. Misunderstanding. Shirakawa was utterly astonished by this distortion of truth. Do you even have a say in this matter? Nagata Ryoso cast a sidelong glance at Shirakawa, noting her deteriorating mental state, and requested that Mr. Shirakawa refrain from further provoking the situation. Shirakawa responded silently, realizing that she was indeed being targeted. Amuro's eyes widened, fixated on Nagata Ryoso. Wasn't this officer supposed to be helping them? What nonsense was he spouting now? Wait a moment. Amuro's incredulity turned into barely contained laughter. Officer Nagata, are you implying that this entire situation is our fault? Nagata Ryoso feigned innocence. I did not say that, Mr. Amuro. Please do not be agitated. I am merely gathering information. Amuro glared at the middle-aged officer, his fists clenched in frustration. So Ms. Mitsuzuka, can you prove that Mr. Shirakawa's parents borrowed a substantial sum from you? Mitsuzuka hesitated. That was over 20 years ago. I fear Nagata Ryoso frowned. Then it appears you lack evidence. Mitsuzuka wiped her tears, her gaze meeting Mitsuzuka Shinro's for a fleeting moment, before she burst into tears. Officer, it's all our fault. Punish us as you see fit. We just want our money back. That is my son's life-saving funds. Shirakawa remained expressionless, coolly observing Mitsuzuka's performance, his heart unexpectedly calming. Thank goodness Conan was not here. Otherwise, he might very well have resorted to violence. Chapter 42. The sudden appearance of a distant relative 3. Shirakawa recalled that after regaining some health, he had attempted to seek work nearby, hoping to earn money to repay his debts. However, misfortune seemed to follow him relentlessly. Delivering items, they were always damaged. Receiving customers, they were invariably rude. Running a small business, he faced a multitude of imitators. Even as a streamer, he was inexplicably banned. This led Shirakawa to seek alternative paths. Even considering leaving Tokyo, as he had a foreboding feeling that this streak of bad luck would only worsen, threatening his safety. Little did he expect that 7 years would pass in the blink of an eye, and certain individuals still harbored resentment. After all, he had not let go either. Amuro-kun. Shirakawa called out to Amuro, who was still entangled in a dispute with Nagata Ryoso. Amuro paused before approaching. I apologize, manager. I inadvertently made matters worse. I did not anticipate that this fellow would be so biased. Amuro was acutely aware that the officer was targeting Shirakawa, likely due to the events of 7 years prior. Officer Nagata was playing a game of verbal fencing, neither directly concluding nor leading the case in a direction favorable to them, causing Amuro's blood pressure to spike. It was precisely these types of individuals that had turned the police department into a chaotic mess. Perhaps it was such people who had ultimately led to Hiro's exposure. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Amuro's violet eyes as he lowered his gaze, striving to calm his emotions. Shirakawa chuckled softly, his golden eyes filled with gratitude. No need to apologize, Amuro-kun. I owe you my thanks instead. Otherwise, I might have ended up in the hospital by now. He turned to Nagata Ryoso, coolly stating, since neither party can provide substantial evidence, let us consider this matter settled. What? Both Amuro and the system exclaimed simultaneously. Amuro stared incredulously at Shirakawa, unable to believe that he would concede so easily. The system was in a frenzy. Why? On what grounds? Clearly, they instigated this, and their words are nonsensical. We are clearly in the right. Shirakawa displayed no excessive emotion, merely gazing steadily at Amuro, his voice calm. Addressing both Amuro and the system. There are no surveillance cameras or witnesses nearby. Ultimately, this matter cannot be conclusively determined. Moreover, the other party has a mental illness, which affords them a natural advantage. There is no need to continue this dispute. It is well known that mental illness carries certain privileges. One should never provoke those afflicted. Amuro fell silent. Furthermore, given the other party's dramatic display of victimhood, the more we argue, the more unjust we appear. Mitsuzuka raised her voice. What do you mean by that? Nagata Ryoso furrowed his brow slightly before quickly composing himself, glancing at the eager Mitsuzuka, and decisively concluded. Let us proceed with a written statement. Consider it a mediation. Mitsuzuka immediately grew anxious. Officer, what about my son's medical expenses? This matter does not concern the police any longer. I am unable to assist you, Nagata Ryoso shrugged. Mitsuzuka was still frantic. But Mitsuzuka Shinro seemed to grasp Nagata Ryoso's implication, pulling Mitsuzuka aside. Thank you, Officer Nagata. As long as we have the mountains, we need not fear the lack of firewood. Once the police are gone, we can pursue this again. Shirakawa regarded Mitsuzuka Shinro. This individual has already reached the point of violence. Should he not be sent to a hospital for treatment? Mitsuzuka Shinro chuckled. I apologize for earlier. I simply cannot endure excessive stimulation. Ordinarily, a bit of medication suffices. Nagata Ryoso cast a glance, unwilling to intervene. Deeming it a waste of time. Family members of the patient should arrange for treatment. If the patient's condition is poor, please do not take him out casually. Mitsuzuka, receiving a cue from Mitsuzuka Shinro, quickly replied, Understood, I will contact the hospital. Well, it's a simple misunderstanding. Let us disperse, Nagata Ryoso declared with righteous finality. Amuro glanced at the taciturn Shirakawa, falling silent as well. Is this what the police department has become? Lacking procedure, discipline, patience, and responsibility? Amuro felt as if he had been undercover for too long, becoming disconnected from the police force. After confirming all matters, Ryoso Nagatani leisurely drove away. Yet, ironically, the situation had not been successfully resolved in the slightest. Miki Mitsuzuka glared at Shikawa Tsubaki, her demeanor increasingly brazen. Hurry up and repay the money. It is only right to settle debts. Even the police cannot contest that. Shikawa Tsubaki replied, without a promissory note. I refuse to engage in this matter. Besides, you both know very well what transpired back then. The white-haired youth regarded the couple before him with a frigid detachment, devoid of any emotion in his gaze. You may continue your ruckus. I am more than willing to accompany you. Miki Mitsuzuka attempted to retort, but Mitsuzuka Nobuhiro restrained her. That's enough for today, he said, casting a glance at Toru Amuro and whispering to Miki. He was still wary of the man who had so forcefully thrown him. Moreover, it seemed that this individual had connections within the Metropolitan Police Department. Although it was unclear why the officer they summoned favored them, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't rally more support. Mitsuzuka Nobuhiro felt it prudent to seek another opportunity. At the very least, he wished to avoid this blonde man. Miki Mitsuzuka naturally acquiesced to her husband's decision. Hearing Nobuhiro's words, she no longer hesitated, scoffing coldly at Shikawa Tsubaki. Come on, dear, let us go. Mitsuzuka Nobuhiro nodded, and the couple departed without a backward glance, leaving only Toru Amuro and Shikawa Tsubaki behind. Amuro glanced at Shikawa Tsubaki, who had remained unnervingly calm throughout, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Had it not been for him, this matter might not have escalated to such a degree. What had intended to intimidate the other party had instead emboldened them. Amuro wished he could knock out the version of himself from mere moments prior. Had he known, he would have summoned Kazami instead. While having the Public Security Bureau handle the situation might have seemed slightly abrupt, it certainly would not have been as mortifying as the current predicament. Amuro clenched his fingers tightly. Perhaps sensing Amuro's discomfort, Shikawa Tsubaki smiled and spoke first. Thank you, Amuro-kun. If it weren't for you, I might have truly faced dire consequences from that man. Amuro sighed, recognizing that Shikawa was providing him an exit. I apologize. Should those individuals approach you again, please do not hesitate to inform me. I genuinely fear what further outrageous acts they might commit. Shikawa Tsubaki nodded. Understood. Thank you, Amuro-kun. Ultimately, Shikawa Tsubaki chose not to ride with Amuro to the Poirot Café. After the earlier incident, he preferred to return home. Amuro, filled with concern, could only drive back himself. Before leaving, he repeatedly urged Shikawa Tsubaki not to overexert himself, and to seek help if trouble arose. Shikawa merely smiled and nodded. As the white Mazda drove away, the smile on Shikawa Tsubaki's face gradually faded. Host, I still do not understand, the system lamented. Why let that couple go? Who said I would let them off the hook? Shikawa Tsubaki scoffed. System. Have you forgotten that you are, in fact, a criminal system? The system responded with shock. Right, we can ensure they pay a price in our own way. Shikawa Tsubaki surprisingly refrained from countering the system's words. Truth be told, he had never held any expectations for those in the Metropolitan Police Department. Perhaps it was because this world seemed inherently designed for detectives, who held the keys to the truth, rendering the police nearly impotent in virtually all cases. Shikawa Tsubaki could not deny that the few friends he knew, along with the officers Conan had encountered, were among the rare commendable members of the Metropolitan Police. Indeed, most of the frontline officers possessed their own convictions and sense of responsibility. However, some things had long since rotted from within. Chapter 43. Matsushita and Hajiwara's plans and future aspirations. In the Mobile Task Force office building, Jinpei Matsuda hung up the phone, a contemplative look on his face. Kenji Hajiwara, smoking a cigarette, inquired curiously upon noticing Matsuda's expression. What's the matter? Was it Shirakawa again? Matsuda set his phone down, brow slightly furrowed. Yes. Shirakawa just informed me that he won't be joining us for dinner tonight. Hajiwara appeared surprised. Oh really? Then what else with that expression? Matsuda stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's nothing. I was just contemplating that since Shirakawa is still unaware of this matter, perhaps we should investigate it ourselves? Hajiwara extinguished his cigarette, tossing it into the trash, and approached Matsuda. Based on the information you brought back, I suspect this matter is more complex than it seems. According to their investigations, there are indeed several vehicles that seem suspicious in that record book, but they are particularly troublesome, because, without exception, the owners of those vehicles are all from the Metropolitan Police Department. Given that it was a police academy, those who came and went would certainly not be of ordinary standing. They were predominantly instructors and officers, many of whom held not just teaching positions, but also ranks and duties within the police force. This meant that their inquiries would be directed towards their own people. Matsuda raised an eyebrow. So what? He was a man resolute in his desire to confront the police chief. If there were indeed hidden circumstances surrounding past events, he would not hesitate to deliver a few blows to the instigator. Hajiwara chuckled lightly, placing a hand on Matsuda's shoulder. Well then, it's time to consider a transfer and personally conduct the investigation in the criminal division. It's the most fitting course of action. Your capabilities are highly regarded by our superiors. You are already at the rank of inspector. If your superior writes a recommendation for you to transfer to the criminal division, you could accumulate enough experience to reach the rank of inspector before turning 30. Although Matsuda had never contemplated such matters, Hajiwara had already devised a plan. Even if this opportunity did not arise, they would eventually seek a transfer. Matsuda regarded him. I knew you were poring over all those position materials lately for a reason. Bomb disposal was a frontline, perilous job with frequent personnel changes, and there was typically little room for advancement. One could only reach a certain point before inevitably being reassigned elsewhere. When Matsuda had joined the Mobile Task Force, it was purely out of interest, while Hajiwara had come solely to be alongside Matsuda. Now 7 years had passed. They had witnessed their fair share of storms, often finding life and death hanging by a thread. Yet they had never feared death. Their only fear lay in being left alone. Matsuda realized he should indeed consider his future. Otherwise, Hajiwara would certainly not be inclined to let him remain there. What are your thoughts? Matsuda asked decisively. You should go to the first investigation division. You are familiar with it from your time there, and your team leader is still around. I intend to head to the second investigation division. Hajiwara candidly shared his thoughts. Matsuda frowned and replied without hesitation. Then I'll accompany you to the second investigation division. Hajiwara chuckled softly. That won't he do? Vacancies are just like that, and besides, with your temperament in the second investigation division, I genuinely fear you might clash with the suspects. The second investigation division primarily handled intelligent crime cases, such as fraud, breach of trust, illegal appropriation, and other commercial offenses, as well as the abuse of power and electoral fraud by public officials. In other words, it was a department prone to offending others, typically staffed with emotionally intelligent officers capable of dealing with the seasoned players in both bureaucratic and commercial arenas. Furthermore, they had the closest ties to the public prosecutor's office. According to Kenji Hajiwara's character, he would have undoubtedly thrived in the past. Although the events of yesteryear were reported by the Ministry of Transportation, they were substantiated by the criminal department. Should we wish to delve deeper into these matters, we could each conduct our investigations separately and potentially uncover more. After calmly analyzing the situation, Kenji Hajiwara patted Jinpei Matsuda on the shoulder with a smile. Rest assured, I have already assessed the situation. The second section's office is conveniently located adjacent to the first section. We can pay them a visit when we have the time. Matsuda pondered this for a moment and could not help but concede that Hajiwara's arrangements were indeed the most optimal. Since they would be departing sooner or later, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity. Without a backward glance, Matsuda turned and walked away. Confused, Hajiwara inquired, "What's wrong?" Matsuda waved his hand dismissively, his tone resolute and unwavering. "I'm submitting an application." As night descended, at the Mihana Inn, Miho Mitsuzuka sat on the sofa, watching her husband walk in from the balcony, and immediately inquired with urgency, "What did they say over there? This incident is truly not our fault. It's all that meddler's doing." Nobuo Mitsuzuka's expression was far from pleasant. "They expect us to expedite our efforts and not dawdle." Miho, feeling somewhat exasperated, muttered curses under her breath at the names of Toru Amuro and Chikage Shirakawa. It's fine. As long as we have protection from above, they cannot touch us. Nobuo maintained a strong confidence. He cannot escape our grasp. Miho thought for a moment, then chuckled. True, in the end, our son's job prospects will also improve. And we owe this unfortunate soul our gratitude for providing us with such an opportunity. Shoo, didn't they say not to mention this matter directly? Nobuo frowned and warned softly. Upon hearing this, Miho immediately ceased her chatter and embraced Nobuo. Let us not discuss that anymore. We should rest early. Tomorrow we'll create a ruckus at that boy's cafe. It's only a matter of time before he is ousted. Agreed, Nobuo nodded. Thus, after a brief discussion, the couple retired to their beds to prepare for the following day's endeavors. Meanwhile, a youth with black hair and crimson eyes appeared at the Mihana Inn. System host. What shall we do next? Chikage Shirakawa lifted his gaze to the NS sign, speaking in a detached manner. I shall return his actions in kind. Although the system was oblivious to the implications, it grew excited. Go for it, host. Tonight's success hinges on this pivotal moment. Shirakawa shrugged, opting not to elaborate on his intentions, and strode into the inn. The inn was not particularly large, yet it stood as one of Mihana's most prominent establishments. In the reception area, there was but a single female receptionist. Shirakawa approached and gently knocked. The receptionist looked up. Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? Shirakawa raised the bouquet he held, smiling brightly as he explained. Mr. Nobuo Mitsuzuka has ordered a bouquet for his beloved, but I am unaware of the floor and room number. Could you assist in delivering it? After confirming that they were indeed guests, the receptionist nodded. Certainly. You may leave it here. This bouquet had been secretly purchased by Mr. Mitsuzuka, intended to surprise his partner, and he requested that the young lady deliver it without knocking. As Mr. Mitsuzuka would emerge upon receiving my notification. This was not a troublesome request. After inspecting the bouquet and ensuring its safety, the receptionist agreed. Very well. I will have someone take it up immediately. Thank you, Shirakawa replied with a slight smile before turning and departing without a trace of reluctance. The receptionist promptly dispatched another staff member to deliver the flowers upstairs. However, shortly after stepping outside, Shirakawa quickly returned in a different guise. Donning headphones and a hoodie, he carried a soda bottle and ambled casually into the elevator, standing beside the staff member bearing the bouquet. Due to his attire resembling that of a guest heading downstairs for a purchase, the staff member paid him no mind and pressed the button for a floor. As the elevator doors slowly opened, the staff member stepped out at her designated floor, oblivious to the fact that the youth behind her had stealthily slipped out just as the doors were about to close. Following the guest's instructions, the staff member placed the flowers at the door, and then turned to leave. As she descended in the elevator once more, Shirakawa stood before the Mitsuzuka's door, squinting at the room number, his crimson eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. The system cheered him on. Go for it, host. Unleash our true nature and reveal our sharp fangs. Let them learn the consequences of crossing us. Shirakawa merely held the flowers, then retrieved a master key he had prepared in advance to unlock the door. By then the Mitsuzuka couple had long since retired for the night, the room enveloped in darkness and silence. Shirakawa placed the flowers at the entrance and, without a sound, glided to the couple's bedside. After a long day of commotion, the two lay in bed, utterly exhausted, blissfully unaware of the presence that had entered their chamber. The disguised youth stood silently at their bedside, looking down upon them with an emotionless gaze. The night had only just begun. After finishing his work, Toru Amuro returned to his car and opened the documents sent by his subordinate Yuya Kazami, meticulously reviewing the information contained within. Miho Mitsuzuka, a resident of Saikawamura in Nagano Prefecture, had married over 20 years ago and had one son with her husband, Nobuo Mitsuzuka, who had been unemployed for an extended period. Previously, the couple had operated a modest convenience store, living in financial straits with no other sources of income. However, Kazami had discovered that this couple had recently sold their store and constructed a large villa in Saikawamura, suggesting they had come into a windfall. Meanwhile, the information regarding Miho Mitsuzuka was intriguing. Kazami had found no records of her existence prior to her arrival in Saikawamura, nor could he trace her family background. This led to a reference to the backdrop of 20 years ago, coinciding with the burst of the bubble economy during the cherry blossom season, when the nation was engulfed in a vortex of bankruptcy and collapse, leading many into unemployment, insolvency, and crippling debt, with the pressure driving some to the brink of despair. A substantial number of people vanished, died, or fled. Even as recovery gradually took hold, the losses incurred during that time were not merely monetary. Thus, when it came to investigations, Kazami found himself at a loss. Amuro furrowed his brow and called Kazami. Hello, Mr. Akira. What about Miho Shirakawa? Have you found any information on her? Amuro inquired. If Miho Mitsuzuka was indeed Chikage Shirakawa's aunt, she would have been known as Miho Shirakawa prior to marriage. Kazami replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Amuro, but among the individuals with the same name, we have not located the woman you wish to investigate. This posed a considerable complication. Amuro frowned, understood. After hanging up, he fell into deep contemplation. What a curious coincidence. Perhaps this couple was not related to Chikage Shirakawa after all. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Taking a deep breath, Amuro started his Mazda and drove toward the Mahana Inn. Perhaps some answers could only be gleaned directly from their lips. Upon arriving at the Mahana Inn, Amuro was taken aback to find it surrounded by police cars. What on earth had transpired? Amuro Turu harbored an ominous premonition, abruptly halting his vehicle by the roadside and plunging into the throng. Good heavens, you cannot fathom it. That knife was hovering right above my head, nearly cleaving me in two. I was nearly paralyzed with terror. Indeed. I witnessed it too. That individual was drenched in blood, indiscriminately stabbing anyone in sight. A hapless soul who tripped was brutally slashed, blood gushing uncontrollably. Thank goodness I was not at the scene. It was utterly terrifying. As Amuro listened to their dialogue, his anxiety deepened, compelling him to surge forward. At the scene, Megure Jizo and his colleagues were meticulously investigating. I didn't do it. I swear it wasn't me. Mitsuka Shinro, covered in blood, was being restrained by officers, crouched on the ground and trembling as he incessantly repeated his denial. The officers, however, were unyielding, issuing a stern command. Stay down. Do not speak. Takagi Wataru, his expression grave, was relaying the details of the incident to Megure Jizo. According to eyewitnesses, this man brandished a knife and stabbed indiscriminately, running amok while emitting terrifying laughter, resembling someone unhinged. Have we conducted a blood test? Megure inquired. Shiratori Ren's response was a shake of his head. A preliminary examination was performed. There were no issues. Then he is not a drug user. What about the casualties? Sato Miwako replied. At the time of the incident, most individuals were too frightened to open their doors. Only 5 passers-by fell victim to his attacks. Fortunately, none sustained severe injuries. One person suffered a superficial wound to the waist and is currently en route to the hospital. Additionally, a woman residing with the suspect was also injured in multiple places, severely traumatized, and has been sent to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Megure Jizo let out a restrained sigh of relief. The thought of someone randomly attacking others had truly caused him anxiety, fearing a grave outcome. Thankfully, though the situation was indeed dire, it had not resulted in fatalities. Sato Miwako then approached Megure Jizo, whispering, the injured passerby appears to be a gang leader from this area, and his subordinates are furious, demanding that we provide a satisfactory explanation. In Sakura, gangs are legal. As long as they conduct themselves within societal norms, the police typically do not interfere with them. This time, the gang leader was a victim of unfortunate circumstances. If the police do not act swiftly, it is conceivable that Mitsuka Shinro may face a dire fate at the hands of those subordinates. Megure Jizo furrowed his brow at Sato Miwako's words, his tone becoming resolute. First, we must ensure that their group remains calm and does not cause any disturbances. The police will certainly provide an explanation. As an experienced detective, Megure Jizo held a disdain for such gangsters, but would not show favoritism in this matter. Sato Miwako nodded. While Shiratori Ren volunteered, I will speak with them. Good, Megure Jizo acquiesced. At that moment, a familiar voice emerged. Officer Megure, what has transpired? Turning around, Megure Jizo encountered the familiar blonde youth. Ah, it is you, Amuro-kun, he greeted, though a hint of curiosity colored his tone. What brings you here? Amuro Turu appeared bewildered, seemingly unaware of the situation, simply responding, I came to find someone. Why, is that not Mitsuka-san? His gaze fell upon Mitsuka Shinro, his expression one of surprise. Mitsuka lifted his head, locking eyes with the blonde youth's half-smiling gaze, causing him to tremble and hastily lower his head again. Megure Jizo, brow knitted in confusion, inquired Amuro-kun. Do you know this individual? Amuro Turu, astonished yet resigned, exclaimed, Officer Megure. This is the very person I mentioned to you earlier this afternoon. The one involved in the attempted murder. What? Megure Jizo nearly shouted, his astonishment palpable. How did he end up here? In such a situation, he should have been taken to the station. Amuro Turu sighed. His wife claimed he suffers from a mental illness. We inadvertently provoked him, and Officer Takeda seemed inclined towards mediation, allowing them to leave without further ado. He even rolled up his sleeve, revealing the wounds inflicted earlier in the day to Megure Jizo. What? This time, Megure Jizo truly roared, his blood pressure soaring. Knowing the individual had a mental disorder and had already harmed someone, Officer Takeda released him? The mere mention of that name caused Megure to grit his teeth in frustration. Amuro Turu shrugged, appearing quite innocent. Both Shirakawa-kun and I believed he should be admitted to a psychiatric hospital, but Officer Takeda merely instructed the family to contact the hospital themselves, showing no concern. He then sighed, filled with self-reproach. It is also our fault for not following up on the matter. We never anticipated his mental state was this grave. Megure Jizo felt darkness cloud his vision. Chapter 45. Mental illness? A major incident. You are referring to the events of this afternoon. From the shadows, Shirakawa Q answered the phone. His voice still tinged with the lingering haze of slumber. This incident was mishandled on our part. I sincerely apologize. We hope to confirm a few details with you. Takagi Wataru raised a mobile phone on speaker mode, carefully recapping what Amuro Turu had said, then inquired, is this account accurate? Amuro Turu had also been present at the scene. A flicker of doubt crossed Shirakawa Q's eyes, though he maintained a calm demeanor, responding yes. That was indeed the situation at the time. All right, thank you for your time, Mr. Shirakawa. Takagi concluded before hanging up. He cast a glance at Megure Jizo, whose face was ashen with fury, swallowing hard. Officer Megure, it appears this is indeed the case. Sato Miwako, having absorbed the entire account, was infuriated. What gives him the right to act this way? Who granted him that authority? Yet, Megure Jizo narrowed his eyes, connecting the dots. If his memory served him correctly, Officer Takeda had harbored a particular disdain for Shirakawa Q. They had recently discussed this matter in a police vehicle. In an instant, Megure Jizo felt an urge to strike his own head in frustration. How could this incompetent be dispatched, allowing personal biases to influence his actions? Blatantly favoring the suspect while ignoring the evident risks? Megure Jizo's eyes burned with indignation. This time he did not instruct anyone to contact Officer Takeda. Instead, he retrieved his own phone and dialed. Following the incident earlier in the day, Officer Takeda had taken the day off under the pretense of needing rest, avoiding involvement in the ongoing case. At this hour, he had likely retired for the night, but after Megure Jizo's relentless barrage of calls, he finally answered. Hello, Officer Megure. Is there an urgent matter? Came Takeda's groggy voice. What was your handling of today's incident? Megure Jizo asked, suppressing his ire. Takeda paused, his brain still struggling to awaken. Failing to grasp the underlying tone of Megure's inquiry. Well, I issued a warning to the suspect, and thereafter both parties reached a mediation, so the matter was resolved smoothly. Is that so? Megure Jizo retorted. Only then did Takeda sense something amiss, his mind sharpening as he quickly processed the situation. Could it be that Shirakawa Q and Amuro Turu reported the events of this afternoon to you? Ryoso Nagatani scoffed inwardly. He should take a look at Shirakawa Tsubasa's reputation before going to the police to lodge a complaint. It was simply a futile endeavor. Inspector Megure. Has someone put something in your ear? Nagatani sighed deeply. The situation at the scene was quite straightforward. Merely an ordinary dispute that hardly reached the threshold of criminality. It was simply that Amuro Koen wished to impart a lesson, which had led to the deadlock. I have already cautioned them. Any further actions would be against protocol. Megure Jizo chuckled in frustration, realizing too late that Nagatani was adept at dodging the crucial issues, playing both sides with remarkable finesse. Are you aware that the other party has a mental illness? Megure asked coldly. Nagatani was somewhat perplexed by Megure's insinuation. The male involved did indeed exhibit mild psychiatric issues, yet communication had been seamless, suggesting that Shirakawa Tsubasa had intentionally provoked him, leading to his erratic behavior. Disappointment washed over Megure Jizo. Nagatani Ryoso now immediately. Get to the police headquarters. The usually affable officer revealed a steely demeanor. If you do not show up tonight, then you need not return to the precinct tomorrow. With that, he hung up the phone, disregarding any reaction from the other end. At that moment, Chiba and Nashin approached, presenting Megure with a diagnostic report. Inspector Megure. This is the diagnosis we retrieved. The other party indeed suffers from a severe mental disorder, reaching a level that warrants hospitalization. Megure took the report. Feeling a chill envelop him. The suspect had been adamantly claiming he was not mentally ill, yet his various behaviors coupled with this report confirmed otherwise, Chiba stated. Megure examined the document and approached Mitsuzuka Shinro, who was still muttering to himself. I didn't do it, it wasn't me. Megure smirked coldly. This report belongs to you. Does it not? He raised the document before Mitsuzuka. Upon seeing the report, Mitsuzuka appeared as if struck by lightning, shaking his head frantically. No, that is not it. Suddenly he fell silent, his head drooping in defeat. The report was indeed his. And he did have a mild mental illness, but it was far from severe. He had merely exaggerated his condition to secure immunity after his planned assault on Shirakawa Tsubasa. Now, however, it had become an irrefutable piece of evidence against him. Yet, he dared not voice these truths, for he knew that certain individuals would not hesitate to eliminate him. Mitsuzuka's eyes were filled with dread. How had matters spiraled to this? He had been peacefully asleep, and upon awakening he found Mitsuzuka Miho clutching her wound, her expression filled with terror, while everyone around accused him of wrongdoing. Looking down, he saw his hands stained with blood, and faintly, he could hear the echoes of screams in his ears. In a daze, Mitsuzuka could scarcely ascertain whether he had indeed committed those acts. From the testimonies of others and the scant footage available, he could clearly see his own face. How could there be someone in this world who looked exactly like him? Mitsuzuka struggled to accept the reality, but the evidence was undeniable, and he dared not offer an explanation, for his conscience was stained. Thus, faced with the evidence, he chose silence and submission. Perhaps his overwhelming desire to rid himself of Shirakawa Tsubasa had exacerbated his mental condition, even causing him to exhibit symptoms of sleepwalking, leading to these actions in his dreams. He mused uncertainly. However, he quickly reassured himself that, regardless of his mental state, the police could do nothing against him. Yes, a mental illness was his shield. He would be fine. Feeling a slight sense of calm, Mitsuzuka boldly proclaimed, "I have a severe mental illness. I demand special treatment. You cannot arrest me." Megure Jizo sneered. "Surely you don't intend to escape the consequences by feigning insanity? I have encountered many like you." He gestured for Takagi and Chiba to escort the man to the police car. Mitsuzuka, however, began to struggle violently, feigning madness. Don't provoke me. Don't provoke me. The police are intentionally agitating a mentally ill person. Look, you think you're insane? I wouldn't dare touch you. A more menacing voice echoed as a small man, seizing the moment while Shirobita Jinsaburo was distracted, broke through the police barrier and lunged at Mitsuzuka, striking him. Takagi rushed to restrain him. "Sir, please calm down. We will handle this." Before he could finish, a mob of gang members, previously pacified by Shirobita, surged forward, eager to retaliate. "You wounded our leader and now pretend to be sick to evade responsibility? You'll pay for this, you little brat." To these gang members, who already harbored distrust toward the police, it seemed apparent that Mitsuzuka was merely attempting to feign illness to escape punishment. But how could that be tolerated? Where would their gang's honor go? Instantly, chaos ensued once more. Chapter 46. Mental illness? I hope he relishes this conclusion. From the shadows, Shirakawa Tsubasa observed the commotion, unhurriedly peeling away his disguise. The mask that belonged to Mitsuzuka Shinro dangled carelessly from his hand. The system cheered on the gang members. "Go, go. Beat that scoundrel to a pulp. Ensure he can never commit such acts again. Go." As if affirming the system's words, the gang members surged into the fray, seizing Mitsuzuka and delivering a brutal beating. When the police's attempts to intervene proved fruitless, Megure Jizo's expression turned icy. He drew his firearm and fired a warning shot into the air. "Everyone, cease at once." With the gunshot, all fell quiet. Sato Miwako and Takagi raised their weapons, demanding, "What is the meaning of this? Interfering with the police investigation?" Faced with the officers' armed standoff, the gang members finally regained their senses, raising their hands in surrender. "Don't shoot. Don't shoot." Megure Jizo cast a cold glance over the crowd. "Interfering with a police investigation, everyone is to be arrested. Truly, a tiger does not reveal its claws, lest they mistake him for a sickly cat." Megure, an experienced detective, had weathered numerous storms. He knew when to be firm, or else they might take the officers of the police headquarters lightly. "Oh no!" Takagi suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned to see Chiba supporting Mitsuzuka, his face pale as he clutched his abdomen, where a knife protruded. Someone had taken advantage of the chaos to stab Mitsuzuka with a concealed blade. Today's events had spiraled out of control. Megure Jizo, seething with anger, remarked sarcastically, "Excellent, arrest them all. Anyone who dares act up again will be shot." Sato Miwako and Shirobita led the officers in apprehending the culprits, while Takagi hurried to contact an ambulance. Under Megure Jizo's fury, the scene was swiftly reorganized. Observing the entire debacle from the sidelines, Amuro Toru was taken aback. He had always thought Megure Jizo was muddled in his investigations, relying on detectives and lacking independent thought. However, it was clear now that Megure was indeed dependable in critical moments. After attending to the situation at the scene, Jizo Muguroma appeared considerably weary. Yet he still approached Toru Amuro, softly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Amuro-kun, for your assistance in this matter." Amuro shook his head in response. "It was nothing. I hardly contributed at all. The evidence at the scene was comprehensive and clear, and his role was merely to unveil the true nature of the unscrupulous officer, Ryoso Takeda. Regarding the matter of Takeda, I shall report it to my superiors faithfully, and will not let him evade accountability easily. This incident is also a shortcoming of our police force, and I kindly ask for your understanding, Amuro-kun, and implore you to keep this matter confidential. If it were to be pursued, Juzo Mugiroma would also find himself facing repercussions, for Takeda was his subordinate, and he had dispatched him to handle this affair. Amuro, discerning Mugiroma's unspoken implications, was still inclined to acquiesce to the request of the seasoned detective. I understand, Officer Mugiroma, you need not worry. As the police vehicles departed one after another, Shirakawa Sumi gazed at their retreating forms before turning back into the shadows. The system, still brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Host? You are truly a genius. How did you conceive such a clever strategy? It's a pity you didn't personally eliminate them." If Mihiro Mitsuzuka had perished at the hands of Nobuo Mitsuzuka, this incident could have escalated even further. Such a scenario would grant you your first taste of blood, launching you into a flamboyant and audacious criminal career. Sumi, however, felt no regret. There is no need for that. If fatalities occurred, the police's focus would shift to the homicide rather than the incident itself. There is indeed a significant distinction between life and death, and the police's level of scrutiny would vary accordingly. Even Amuro did not concentrate on the knife attack, but rather on Nobuo Mitsuzuka and the unscrupulous officer, Takeda. After all, the scene was replete with witnesses and evidence, and even the suspect lacked the confidence to refute the claims. Amuro need not retrace the clues personally. That would be too much of an affront to Mugiroma's dignity. However, if someone were to die, the matter would become far more complicated. The system still expressed a tinge of disappointment. Alas, when will the host acquire their first taste of blood? Sumi merely smirked with a hint of sarcasm. System. What do you suppose will become of a man who offends the local gangsters and claims to be mentally unstable? The system pondered and replied. Things certainly won't end well for him, but he likely won't die. Sumi chuckled lightly. Death. Death is but a release. Living is the true hell. Such a character, even if acquitted due to mental illness, would inevitably be forcibly confined to a psychiatric institution. Given his dangerous nature, the management there would be stringent, perhaps even brutal, and the inhabitants would not be particularly gentle. Just imagine. An otherwise normal person sent to such a place, what would their life be like? Alternatively, if he is not acquitted by reason of insanity, and is instead sent to prison, the gangsters are hardly benevolent. There are always connections in prison, and Nobuo Mitsuzuka would not be met with a pleasant reception. Sumi had meticulously paved a treacherous path for Nobuo Mitsuzuka, one that led to a hellish existence no matter the direction taken. Next, there was Mihiro Mitsuzuka to consider. The system muttered, this woman is even more ruthless. Despite being relatives, she betrays you without a second thought. She deserves her due punishment. Do not concern yourself with her. Sumi replied coldly. She lacks any intellect, merely obeying her husband's commands. Now that her husband is imprisoned, she will undoubtedly engage in foolish acts to secure money and rescue him. Undoubtedly, the individual who instructed them to target me will become her next point of desperation. Given the methods and temperament displayed by that individual, the Mitsuzuka couple has accomplished nothing, and thus they shall receive no assistance. Rejected by Mihiro Mitsuzuka, she will likely lash out in frustration and threaten that person. That individual, being well-connected and cunning, will not be easily intimidated by a mere village woman. In due time, Mihiro Mitsuzuka will bring about her own demise without my intervention. The system, puzzled by Sumi's thoughts, inquired, but host, if she encounters trouble, how will you find the mastermind behind it? Sumi dismissed the concern. Such small fry cannot possibly know who the true mastermind is. They are merely pawns. The other party would not leave behind a single clue. Thus, I have no intention of exerting effort to unearth the mastermind. The system pressed on. What about news of your parents? They must know something. Sumi frowned, then relaxed. They likely will not divulge anything to me. Moreover, their sudden appearance raises questions about whether they are truly related to the original host. That person erased the original host's information so thoroughly. They must have been aware of my amnesia. Hence they will not willingly provide me with any leads. The system suggested. Perhaps you could ask their son. Sumi shrugged. Their son probably knows nothing. Whether he dares to come to Tokyo upon receiving news of his parents is uncertain. If he chooses not to come, I could easily overlook it. If he does come, I could handle him as the situation demands. The system sighed in admiration. The host truly embodies a criminal mastermind. Your criminal intellect is unparalleled. Sumi retorted. Am I not your first host? The system coughed awkwardly, attempting to recover. Ahem, from now on, I shall commend every host I work with, declaring you the finest among them. Sumi replied, Thank you, but there is no need. Chapter 47. Seemingly defeated in the task, yet truly triumphant in life. However, there is one thing that troubles me. Sumi pondered, resting his chin in thought. Is Toru Amuro perhaps too concerned about my affairs? Huh. The system queried. Isn't it natural for him to be attentive since you are his superior? Sumi narrowed his eyes. That does not warrant him showing up at the Miho Inn at such a late hour. What could his intentions be? Amuro's appearance at this hour raised suspicions in Sumi's mind. He had reason to believe Amuro was seeking the Mitsuzuka couple. But why? No matter how well-intentioned he might be, it seemed excessive. After a moment of silence, the system realized. Host, I understand. This person may very well be the one directing the Mitsuzuka couple against you. Therefore, he has come in the dead of night to issue new orders. Sumi, however, dismissed this notion. That seems unlikely. If Amuro were the mastermind, he would not have just revealed Takira's true nature to Mugiruma. Instead, he would have defended Nobuo Mitsuzuka. Moreover, I have an inexplicable feeling that Amuro is here to assist me. He does not seem to harbor any malice. The system, bewildered, suggested. Perhaps he is simply being helpful. After inadvertently causing trouble this afternoon, he now seeks to assist you in investigating the matter to alleviate the awkwardness? Sumi remained silent, as he too could not discern the truth. Perhaps this is the nature of a detective, he finally remarked. Detectives are perpetually curious about peculiar occurrences. The white-haired youth sighed deeply. To lose such an exemplary employee would indeed be a regret. I sincerely hope he remains unscathed. With that, he discarded the mask of Nobuo Mitsuzuka into the shadows, leaving the scene without a backward glance. Only the golden-haired youth remained, gazing thoughtfully at the Mihuayan, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The following day, Shirakawa Kazu learned of the developments from Amuro Toru. What? Missing? Shirakawa Kazu exclaimed, his surprise evident as he looked at Amuro. Indeed, Amuro replied, his brow knitted, clearly troubled by the matter. It was reported that by the time the police arrived, Mitsuzuka Miho had vanished from the hospital, and their son in Nagano was also unaccounted for. In reality, the individuals sent to investigate were arranged by Amuro Toru himself, but by the time they arrived, both had disappeared without a trace. The entire situation was steeped in strangeness. Mitsuzuka Nobiru, who had suffered a stab wound, appeared to be either genuinely insane or feigning madness. His demeanor increasingly neurotic. After learning of his wife's and son's disappearance, he trembled incessantly, unreservedly confessing to his crimes while refusing to divulge anything else, adamant about wanting the court to expedite his trial. He was simply unyielding. Amuro Toru's confusion deepened. What had transpired around Shirakawa Kazu? Yet, amid Amuro's perplexity, Shirakawa Kazu remained remarkably composed. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. The trail had been severed swiftly, leaving no clues behind, which could be deemed a fortunate conclusion. Shirakawa mused. Amuro cautiously inquired, Aren't you going to check on Mitsuzuka Nobiru? After all, he is a distant relative. Aren't you at all curious about your parents? Shirakawa Kazu shook his head decisively. No, those people are not my relatives. Amuro, taken aback, exclaimed, What? He wished to inquire further, but promptly restrained his tongue. Given their current relationship, Amuro could not possibly know about Shirakawa Kazu's past, and thus he should remain unaware of Kazu's amnesia. Shifting the conversation, Amuro remarked, I see now why you reacted that way. It was a forced encounter, wasn't it? In this light, the other party indeed appeared to be of questionable sanity. Shirakawa Kazu smiled silently, offering no explanation. Amuro Toru recognized that his excessive concern had led to suspicion on Kazu's part. With a quiet sigh, Amuro decided not to broach the topic again. Good morning. Inomoto Azusa cheerfully entered. Oh, manager, you're here quite early today. Shirakawa Kazu chuckled lightly in response. When have I not been early? Do you have a grievance against me? Inomoto Azusa playfully stuck out her tongue, setting down her bag and donning the cafe apron. Understood. I wouldn't dare complain, dear manager. Their rapport had grown exceedingly harmonious, rendering such exchanges light-hearted and the atmosphere delightful. Amuro Toru, observing this scene, felt a twinge of sentiment, lowering his gaze to fiddle with the tableware. Before long, Mori-ran descended with Conan to purchase something. Upon spotting Shirakawa Kazu, Conan widened his eyes, scrutinizing him as if he were an unusual specimen. What's the matter, Conan? Shirakawa Kazu inquired. Don't stare at him like that. It makes him feel as though he has exposed something. Mr. Shirakawa is truly a remarkable individual, Conan mumbled under his breath, ensuring Shirakawa Kazu was oblivious to his words. Previously, he had not fully appreciated what Inomoto had described as the Invisible Man attribute, but with Kid the Phantom Thief's recent imitation, the distinction had become glaringly apparent. Although Conan initially struggled to believe that the typically invincible Kid could fail so spectacularly, his imitation was nearly flawless, almost beyond reproach. Yet, with that face and the inherent aura of the original, he easily attracted attention. However, when these qualities resided in Shirakawa Kazu, they seemed to lack allure. Following numerous requests for contact information directed at Kid, Conan had to admit that Kid was facing the greatest challenge of his life. If some individuals were born to be protagonists, then somewhere Conan found himself at a loss for words. Although Kid's recent failure was evident, Conan felt that the one truly wounded by this situation was Mr. Shirakawa. Some may appear to have lost a mission, yet have truly won at life. Mr. Shirakawa was an enormous anomaly. Conan's expression grew solemn, resembling that of a miniature adult as he sat, gazing at Shirakawa Kazu with pity. What's going on today with the protagonist? Shirakawa Kazu wondered, perplexed. Coincidentally, Inomoto Azusa had also heard about the exhibition and curiously asked Ran, how did you figure out that Kid the Phantom Thief was disguised as the manager? If it were Kid, I doubt I would have been able to discern it. She replied, reflecting on the exhibition with a complex expression. Well, that must have been a mistake on Kid's part. A mistake? Inomoto Azusa exclaimed in shock, causing even Amuro Turu to look over. Although he had never directly encountered Kid, Amuro was familiar with vermouth and understood the prowess of disguise. The infamous Kid the Phantom Thief had actually made an error? After a brief contemplation, Ran hesitantly remarked. Mainly, the Mr. Shirakawa he portrayed was far too dazzling. And compared to the real Mr. Shirakawa, the difference was quite stark. Silence enveloped the room. Shirakawa Kazu suddenly clutched his chest, feeling as though an arrow had pierced his heart. What? Is the life of an invisible man not worth living? Though it was Kid who failed. Why do I feel like the true loser? Even the system was in fits of laughter. Haha, this is hilarious. Though Kid the Phantom Thief has lost, he has inadvertently validated the host's Invisible Man attribute. Ha ha ha. Shirakawa Kazu could only sigh, I'm exhausted, let it all end. Meanwhile, in a certain residence, Kaido Kuroba sneezed violently. Sniffling, he continued to glare fiercely at a photograph depicting a certain white-haired youth. I can't believe it, Kaido muttered to himself. How can such a person exist in this world? It's unscientific. Chapter 48. The Tragedy Brought by Shark Teeth. Following the events surrounding the Mitsuzuka couple, life returned to a semblance of normalcy. The shadowy figure attempting to target Shirakawa Kazu had temporarily retreated, refraining from further disrupting his daily life. However, Shirakawa Kazu was well aware that these individuals were merely lying low, still lurking in the shadows, seeking his vulnerabilities. Yet, with them in the dark and himself in the light, there was no need for haste. Life must go on. The cafe continued to thrive, while Conan and his companions navigated a tumultuous array of cases. Shirakawa Kazu noticed that Conan seemed to harbor an intense curiosity towards Amuro Turu, frequently seeking opportunities to inquire about him, and his gaze toward Amuro grew increasingly peculiar. Observing this situation silently for a time, Shirakawa Kazu was able to deduce certain matters, allowing his previously anxious heart to find peace. While he could not recall the main plot concerning Conan, he connected the recent series of events along with Jin's unexpected visit, leading him to a revelation. This young man, Amuro Turu, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, was in fact a black-hearted individual. No, that is not right. He was a heartless one. This fellow was nothing but a dastardly heartless chocolate. He had infiltrated his life as an undercover agent, investigating Conan and the others. Last time, such enthusiastic behavior was likely due to his curiosity about Jin, prompting him to investigate his background. Shirakawa Chio glared at the busy Amuro Turu, letting out a cold chuckle. How infuriating. I can't dismiss this fellow yet, lest it disrupt the protagonist's storyline and alert the snake in the grass. Ah, when will this torment end? I long to relocate. Shirakawa Chio silently seethed, just as he caught Amuro Turu's gaze. Amuro Turu smiled gently, his eyes curving in a warm expression. Before resuming his task of wiping down the tables used by customers, his movements deft and practiced, swiftly tending to several empty tables in no time. Shirakawa Chio thought, what an excellent employee. Sigh, it's best not to offend that organization. If he is here, let him be. If I investigate, it shall be his loss. That day, Amuro Turu went out with the Mori family again. No sooner had they departed than Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenji arrived at the Poirot Cafe. It's been a while. What have you both been busy with? Shirakawa Chio greeted them. Indeed, Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenji had been quite occupied lately, and Shirakawa Chio refrained from intruding on their affairs. Hajiwara Kenji cheerfully wiggled his fingers. Guess Shirakawa. Matsuda Jinpei, with a rebellious tilt of his head and hands in his pockets, added. He won tea guess. Shirakawa Chio regarded the two, resting his chin on his hand, and mused. Excluding the possibility of you both dating simultaneously. It must be that you've both made new advancements in your careers. Ha! Matsuda Jinpei scoffed, clearly displeased with his words. Shirakawa Chio shrugged. It's inevitable. I've seen through your essence. You two are destined to be eternal single dogs. Matsuda Jinpei, damn it. Hajiwara Kenji feigned a heartbroken gesture. How sorrowful. I wanted to share our joy with you, Shirakawa, yet you are so cold and heartless. Oh dear, it's truly heartbreaking. The young man with shoulder-length hair wore a melancholic expression, his enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with reproach, the corners of his mouth curving downwards. Once a dashing young man. Now he presented himself in a sorrowful manner, resembling a melancholic prince from a mysterious realm, utterly devoid of vulgarity. It was hard to remain indifferent in the face of such a visage. Shirakawa Chio surrendered with both hands raised. All right, please forgive my ignorance. Do enlighten me about the matter. Matsuda Jinpei huffed lightly, generously clarifying for Shirakawa. Hagi and I have both been transferred to the criminal division. He's in the second investigation unit, while I'm in the first. Shirakawa Chio was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such a development. In an instant, he grasped the intentions of his two friends. You need not. The silver-haired youth furrowed his brow, a hint of worry evident in his golden eyes. He wished to dissuade them, yet Hajiwara Kenji interjected. Don't overthink it, Shirakawa. We had plans for reassignment all along. Hajiwara Kenji spoke earnestly. Jinpei was previously retained by the first investigation unit, hoping to stay there after that case, but he chose to refuse in order to accompany me. Now, returning to the first investigation unit can be seen as fulfilling that prior sentiment. As for the second investigation unit, honestly, I find it quite intriguing. Economic crimes and complex networks present entirely new challenges. After hearing Hajiwara Kenji's words, Shirakawa Chio pressed his lips together, his feelings tangled and complex, momentarily at a loss for words. Even if they had future plans for reassignment, they were still young, with ample opportunities to explore. There was no need to make such choices so soon. Even if they remained in the mobile task force past 30, there would still be promising prospects. Ultimately, it was all for him. Shirakawa Chio lowered his gaze, emotions swirling within. What good had all their efforts done? The original owner could no longer see it. And he? Merely an opportunist, selfishly exploiting their lingering spirits. TSK. Matsuda Jinpei, noticing Shirakawa Chio's hesitance, couldn't he help but click his tongue, crossing his arms and lazily remarking. Don't flatter yourself. We've already planned this out. It was never about you. The silver-haired youth raised his eyes slightly. His pale golden irises tinged with an inscrutable depth, the upturned corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of blush, his voice somewhat muffled. I understand. Matsuda Jinpei shot him a sideways glance, attempting to lift the corners of Shirakawa Chio's mouth with his hand to coax a smile. Don't make that face. It's quite cringeworthy. Smile a little. Shirakawa Chio's mood lightened slightly as he shot a glare at Matsuda Jinpei, the corners of his mouth stretching, revealing sharp teeth, threatening ominously. Don't poke my face, or I'll bite your fingers off. Upon hearing Shirakawa Chio's words, Matsuda Jinpei froze momentarily, then suddenly recalled something. Quickly retracting his hand and clutching his wrist, scooting beside Hajiwara Kenji. Stay away from me. Maintain a safe distance. His actions suggested he was genuinely frightened that Shirakawa Chio might lunge at him. Shirakawa Chio? Wait, is this fellow genuinely reacting to that? Hajiwara Kenji, evidently recalling the incident as well, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Jinpei, after all these years, how do you still remember so clearly? Shirakawa Chio's teeth were quite even and sharp. When he smiled, they resembled a miniature shark's teeth, appearing remarkably formidable. However, Shirakawa Chio rarely smiled broadly, so most people had not noticed. Back in the police academy, when Matsuda Jinpei first encountered Shirakawa Chio, he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of Shirakawa Chio's teeth, curious whether they were intentionally crafted to appear cool. When he complained about it to Hajiwara Kenji, Shirakawa Chio overheard and promptly bit Matsuda Jinpei fiercely. Shirakawa Chio proved that his teeth were genuine, and Matsuda Jinpei bore the deep marks as evidence that whispering about someone could indeed be overheard. So, was that not a case of not biting means not knowing each other? Matsuda Jinpei rubbed his wrist, although the bite marks had long healed. Recalling the incident still darkened his expression, gritting his teeth. If I remember correctly, you were the one laughing the loudest that time, Hagi. Hajiwara Kenji innocently winked at Matsuda Jinpei. I didn't, Jinpei-chan. Don't randomly slander me. Matsuda Jinpei. The curly-haired youth could only express his discontent with clicking fingers. Shirakawa Chio couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Being with these two always made him feel youthful. However, a trace of contemplation flickered in the depths of his eyes. What kind of person was the original owner? Chapter 49. The Three Suspects of Yesteryear. After the jovial banter, Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenji finally clarified their purpose for visiting. Matsuda Jinpei presented three names before Shirakawa Chio. Shirakawa Chio glanced at the names and paused momentarily. Tsukamura Kanzuya. Kobayashi Yoshiyuki, Nakamaki Shunsuke. What do you think? Do you recall them? Hajiwara Kenji leaned closer, inquiring eagerly in a hushed tone. Shirakawa Chio narrowed his eyes, seemingly pondering. Not responding immediately. The system chimed in. Host, these are precisely the three individuals we've identified. They've even managed to investigate them? It seems the police here are formidable. Shirakawa Chio inwardly rolled his eyes. Of course, among the graduates, these few friends of the original owner were among the top. However, Matsuda and Hajiwara have both joined the bomb disposal unit. Otherwise, given their intellect, they would have already made a significant mark in the criminal division. Shirakawa always shook his head and addressed the two. I don't recall them. Matsuda Jinpei replied. I sifted through the vehicle entry records from back then, and identified some suspicious vehicle owners. If Shirakawa was indeed driving someone else's car at that time, then these individuals are highly suspect. To avoid disrupting the lives of ordinary citizens, the police academy is situated in the suburbs, and the road beneath the Baihong Bridge serves as one of the major thoroughfares to the city center. Virtually all vehicles traveling to and from the academy pass beneath that bridge. The accident occurred around 2 in the morning, a time when there would be little traffic in the suburbs. Thus, if Shirakawa wished to venture out, he likely would have been driving someone else's vehicle. Shirakawa Aoi examined the names on the list but continued to shake his head. I don't believe I have ever heard of them. Hajiwara Kenji, however, was more knowledgeable. This Tsukamura Kanzuya was the vice principal of the police academy back then, and has now been promoted to principal. He owned a Toyota Crown, which he drove to school almost daily, but shortly after your incident he switched to a Porsche. As for Kobayashi Yoshiyuki, he is even more prominent. He is currently a senior advisor in the criminal division, effectively the second in command, aligned with the Kobayashi faction, which is connected to a certain state minister. It is said that he once owned a fourth-generation Chevrolet Corvette, one of the last 100 produced before it went out of production, and he cherished this vehicle immensely. However, after your incident he was never seen driving it again. 7 years have passed, and these old matters have long been forgotten. It is evident that Hajiwara Kenji and Matsuda Jinpei have made considerable efforts behind the scenes to discuss these details so fluently. As for Nakamaki Shunsuke, Hajiwara paused and, with a hint of regret, remarked, this individual is quite peculiar. Neither Matsuda nor I have found any record of him within our ranks. He does not seem to be affiliated with the police. From this perspective, Hajiwara found Nakabaki rather suspicious. After all, deep down he hesitated to suspect their own personnel. Matsuda Jinpei crossed his arms and stated, this fellow is indeed strange. I even asked the old boss, and he has no recollection of this person either. Which indicates he is not affiliated with the academy. This situation is quite puzzling. After hearing their words, Shirakawa Aoi appeared contemplative. He had no leads on Nakabaki Shunsuke, as if he had been erased from existence. Shirakawa said, some time ago, a couple claiming to be my distant relatives approached me, alleging that my parents owed them a substantial sum of money and demanded 100 million yen. What? Matsuda Jinpei slammed his hand on the table in indignation. Who do they think they are? Hajiwara Kenji frowned and asked with concern, are you certain they are distant relatives of Shirakawa? Shirakawa shook his head. I am not quite sure, but they don't seem like it. Matsuda Jinpei bluntly stated, this is likely a scheme orchestrated by that puppet master from back then. Hajiwara inquired, and what happened next? Shirakawa recounted what he could. And when he mentioned that one of the couple was about to be incarcerated while the other had vanished completely, both men wore serious expressions. Hajiwara remarked, someone is targeting Shirakawa, employing such despicable tactics. Matsuda Jinpei was furious. Shirakawa Aoi, this is quite inconsiderate. After such an incident, you didn't even inform us? If that individual hadn't made a foolish mistake and gotten caught, they would surely have continued to trouble you. Shirakawa chuckled awkwardly. I thought there was nothing to worry about. Matsuda Jinpei scoffed. Mental illness is unpredictable. If something happens, it will be too late to lament. He then expressed relief. Fortunately, I am scheduled to report to the 1st Investigative Division tomorrow. I will keep an eye on this matter. Whether in a psychiatric hospital or a prison, I will ensure they do not have the chance to escape. Hajiwara Kenji added, Shirakawa's current residence is no longer safe. It would be prudent to relocate. Shirakawa Aoi quickly waved his hand. No, it's all right. I feel quite comfortable here, and do not wish to move. If I am truly being targeted, it wouldn't matter where I relocate. This statement held truth. Given the adversary's capabilities, pinpointing Shirakawa Aoi's whereabouts would be a simple task. Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenji fell silent. Moreover, since they are so wary of me, it indicates that I possess something they fear. Shirakawa Aoi smiled slyly, thinking, why should I hide? There is no sense in being overly cautious. After all, it is the thief who must constantly look over their shoulder, not the one being stolen from. Hajiwara Kenji sighed deeply, realizing that Shirakawa's nature is not one to shy away from problems. Thank you both for your support in this matter, Shirakawa Aoi said gently, gazing at the two men with warmth and appreciation in his eyes. As friends, he felt truly grateful for their assistance in reaching this point. Oh, it's no trouble at all, just a small favor, Matsuda Jinpei said casually, throwing an arm around Shirakawa Aoi's shoulders, dismissing the efforts he had made to investigate. Of course, if you feel indebted, do treat us to a few more barbecues. Shirakawa Aoi chuckled lightly. Absolutely, that is no problem at all, Officer Matsuda. The next day, Ida Ko received news that Matsuda Jinpei would be coming to report to the 1st Investigative Division, and he excitedly prepared to head out early in the morning. Natalie, hearing the commotion, emerged from the bedroom, supporting her waist and cradling her belly. Did I disturb you? Ida Ko quickly asked in a gentle tone. Natalie smiled and shook her head. Didn't you say Matsuda and Hajiwara would also be reporting to the criminal division today? I thought you could bring them some extra lunch, so everyone can catch up over a meal. Given her pregnancy, Ida Ko had been juggling work and home. And previously Matsuda and the others had wanted to invite him out for drinks, but he had been too busy and declined. It had been nearly half a year since they had seen each other. Now that Matsuda and Hajiwara were colleagues of Ida Ko, Natalie was naturally pleased for them. Knowing they likely had much to discuss, Ida Ko understood Natalie's intentions and was deeply touched. He stepped closer, gently embracing his beloved and placing a kiss on her forehead. Don't worry, I have everything packed. Natalie softly patted his back. Remember to send my regards to them. And invite them over to our home sometime. Ida Ko nodded, of course. After bidding farewell to his beloved, Ida Ko made his way to the police headquarters with great excitement. Upon reaching the floor of the 1st Investigative Division, he could hear Matsuda Jinpei's voice from afar. Are you going to bark again? Ida Ko. What is happening? Chapter 50 Matsuda Jinpei. Are you going to bark again? Today was the first day of reporting. The usually laid-back Matsuda Jinpei had risen unusually early, heading to the police headquarters with Hajiwara Kenji. The 2nd Investigative Division was adjacent to the 1st, and upon arrival, Hajiwara Kenji cheerfully waved to Matsuda Jinpei. Little Jinpei, be friendly and get along well with everyone. Matsuda Jinpei, still donning his trademarked king sunglasses, crossed his arms in a relaxed manner. Don't worry, Hagi. The two then proceeded to their respective future workspaces. Even at this early hour, the office was already bustling with activity. Several officers, their faces marked by dark circles, sat at their desks, smoking cigarettes and sipping strong tea, deeply engrossed in their cases, completely oblivious to Matsuda Jinpei's presence. Several scruffy officers, draped in their overcoats, rested with their eyes closed on their desks, utterly undisturbed by the fervent discussions surrounding the case. Officers hurried through the bustling workspace, embodying an atmosphere of intense labor. This was the 1st Investigative Division, a frontline bastion that never dimmed its lights. The criminal element in this world was far too abundant, relying solely on their unwavering dedication and relentless spirit for protection. Matsuda Jinpei inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of determination amidst such a work environment. He stepped into the office area, casting his gaze around the officers in search of someone with whom he could coordinate. Having previously spent some time in the 1st Investigative Division, he had made acquaintance with a few officers. However, he currently found himself surrounded by unfamiliar faces. This was to be expected. Matsuda meandered around the office, intending to familiarize himself with the current situation, awaiting the arrival of Megure Juzo and his team. In a corner, two individuals stood out against the frenzied backdrop, engaging in cheerful conversation. Poor Kosuke, one remarked. He lost his job just because he failed to assist Megure Juzo with that case. How unfortunate. Who would have thought? I used to believe Megure was quite upright. Yet when a crisis arose, it was his subordinates who bore the brunt of the blame. It was Megure who sought to curry favor, and Kosuke merely enforced the law, failing to resolve the matter for Megur's friend, which led to this grudge. How tragic. And I heard that case was linked to Shirakawa, the one we used to deride back in Police Academy. Is that so? How could Megur favor such a character? Now he's aligned with Detective Mori, and Megur must surely be wary of Mori's opinion. Things have certainly changed for him. As the officers continued their animated discussion, a pair of strong and steady hands suddenly seized one of them by the collar, yanking him up from his seat. Hey, what are you doing? The officer exclaimed, startled by the stern visage clad in sunglasses. Who are you? Who gave you permission to run amok in the 1st Investigative Division? Let go. Matsuda Jinpei's expression was frosty, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. What? With nothing better to do this early in the morning? Are you spreading rumors with your friends? Does Officer Megur know you speak of him this way? The officer faltered, realizing his words had been overheard. His face draining of color. Yet bolstered by a sense of righteousness, he retorted, I was merely chatting with colleagues about the situation. What business is it of yours? Matsuda's derisive laughter echoed. He had only learned the events surrounding Kosuke's disgrace from Shirakawa the previous day, and the sheer audacity of Kosuke's actions ignited a fire within him. Now, hearing this fool distort the truth, Matsuda's fist clenched instinctively. You dare to bark again? What business is it of yours? His fist, propelled by the wind, did not, however, connect with the officer's face. The officer, taken aback by Matsuda's defiance, shut his eyes in fear. Matsuda turned to find eyed Kosuke's serious expression, grasping Matsuda's arm. I'd spoke calmly, Matsuda, please calm down. Let's clarify the situation before resorting to violence. Other officers, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, their gazes fixed on the unfolding scene. Matsuda shook off his arm, slowly relaxing his fist. In truth, he had no intention of striking the officer. He merely sought to intimidate. Such individuals, who knew not the meaning of hard work and only slandered their superiors, displayed no courage when faced with adversity. When confronted with a fist, they became utterly submissive. Such weaklings were beneath Matsuda's contempt. Releasing the collar, the officer stumbled heavily back to his seat. Matsuda removed his sunglasses, his gaze icy as he surveyed the crowd. His voice chillingly cool, where is Officer Megur? After a long night of labor, Megur Jizo returned to the precinct, only to discover chaos. What? Who told you this? He demanded incredulously, grasping an officer by the collar. The officer, quaking under Megur's intense gaze, stammered, I was merely stating the facts. Say that again? Megur felt his usually easygoing demeanor fraying at the edges, his sleeves already rolled up. Takagi Wataru, sensing the tension, attempted to placate Megur. Officer Megur, please take a moment to calm down. The officer, emboldened by the onlookers, scoffed, the truth is, that last case had nothing to do with Kosuke, yet you forced him to resign. Who in the 1st Investigative Division doesn't he know this? He scanned the crowd, pointing at several individuals. Weren't you discussing this matter a few days ago? Why are you silent now? The atmosphere grew thick with tension as officers exchanged furtive glances, some lowering their heads in silence. Megur followed their gaze, meeting the averted eyes of his colleagues. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Kosuke had indeed resigned of his own accord. His negligence had led to a deranged individual committing acts of violence, a scandal that naturally fell within their internal matters. After reporting the situation, the higher-ups had swiftly dismissed Kosuke. In the aftermath, Kosuke had approached Megur, pleading for leniency, hoping to salvage some semblance of dignity, and ultimately resigned voluntarily. Megur, recognizing Kosuke's long service, had agreed to let him leave without publicizing the details. Little did he know, this act of mercy would afford Kosuke the opportunity to tarnish Megur's reputation and absolve himself of his misdeeds. Officers who had been closer to Kosuke were subsequently swayed by his rhetoric, fostering a negative perception of Megur and spreading a distorted narrative among their colleagues. Until now, Megur had remained blissfully unaware of the situation. Had Matsuda not exposed the truth at this moment, the rumors might have persisted for an extended period before reaching Megur's ears. Even then, while he could clarify the misunderstandings swiftly, the repercussions would undoubtedly linger. Nevertheless, a chill coursed through Megur's heart. While Kosuke's behavior was undeniably disgraceful, the fact that his fabrications could deceive a portion of their ranks was beyond Megur's comprehension. After years in the precinct, did they truly not recognize his character? How had their internal culture deteriorated to such an extent? Chapter 51. Matsuda Jinpei unleashes his fury, reshaping the workplace. Matsuda, arms crossed, observed the evasive glances of those around him, his laughter laced with derision. After years in the 1st Investigative Division, do you not know what kind of person Officer Megur is? Some lowered their heads. To accept another's word as truth without question. How could you call yourselves detectives with such limited intellect in the face of crime? Officer Marumo lifted his chin. His voice laced with indignation. His words like daggers aimed at certain individuals. And what of your sense of justice? All this gossiping, discussing others behind their backs, is it? If Inspector Magyar truly had issues, why has no one come forward to report them? Hiding away to speak has no meaning. If one has something to say, it ought to be said face to face, preferably directly confronting the director of the police headquarters to expose the crimes of others. He fixed his gaze intently on the officer, scoffing. Or do you think your mere verbal sparring is a noble act of justice, a revelation of truth that makes you a great hero? Why don't we ever see you use that foul mouth of yours to compel criminals to surrender? The guilty party felt utterly diminished by Matsuda Jinpei's words, unable to lift their head, while the others stared at Matsuda in awe, their hearts brimming with admiration. This newcomer is formidable. Takagi Wataru's heart raced with uncertainty for a moment. Is this the predecessor that Officer Sato once mentioned? How terrifying. I feel utterly outmatched. Sato Miwako remarked. This guy's tongue is sharper than before. Breaking up was indeed the right choice, but hearing him speak as a comrade is quite refreshing. Itako, Matsuda. You did an excellent job. I've long found those fellows intolerable. Matsuda Jinpei was clearly in full force. After finishing, his gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on Magyar Juzo. Inspector Magyar, I believe you are already well aware of the situation at hand, so I need not elaborate further. I trust you know what to do. Magyar Juzo looked at Matsuda, his expression complex, and sighed deeply. Applause erupted from behind the crowd. Everyone turned to see a burly man with a scar on his face entering from outside. It was Matsumoto Kiyoshi. Someone called out, and the crowd parted, allowing Matsumoto to step into the circle. Upon seeing Matsumoto, Magyar was momentarily taken aback, then quickly bowed in greeting. Inspector Matsumoto. Matsumoto Kiyoshi, the managing officer of the Criminal Investigation Department's first unit, was Magyar's superior. Matsumoto nodded slightly. I just overheard everything. Since there are doubts among you, allow me to clarify, lest anyone continue to question. Of course. Matsumoto's gaze swept over the assembly. If my words are insufficient to convince, I suggest certain individuals follow this officer's advice and report directly to the police headquarters director. I am always ready to face an inquiry from above. With Matsumoto's declaration, the room fell completely silent. Who would dare to contradict the second-in-command of the first investigation unit? Ultimately, this farce reached its conclusion with Matsumoto Kiyoshi's intervention, revealing the truth. Those officers had never anticipated that it was all a deception orchestrated by Nagata Ryoso, whose issues were entirely his own. Their faces flushed with embarrassment, they hung their heads, nearly wishing to disappear into the ground. Before departing, Matsumoto patted Matsuda Jinpei on the shoulder and gently inquired. You did well. You must be Matsuda Jinpei, recently transferred from the mobile unit, correct? Matsuda nodded. Indeed. Excellent. I shall remember you. Matsumoto cast a satisfied glance at Matsuda before turning to leave. Itako playfully nudged Matsuda. You haven't changed a bit since the old days. Matsuda adjusted his sunglasses and smirked. Of course. I'm now in Unit 4 next door. Let us chat over lunch later. Matsuda nodded. Magyar Juzo approached, his demeanor warm. Matsuda, it's been a while. Thank you for your help. Matsuda replied, no problem. I simply couldn't stand their antics. Magyar added, I've arranged your workstation. Takagi, please take Matsuda to reacquaint him with Unit 3's operations. Takagi exclaimed in surprise, nearly jumping. Me? Magyar inquired, is there a problem? Takagi glanced at Sato Miwako, who was now conversing with Matsuda as if nothing was amiss, and quickly shook his head. No problem. Oh. Officer Sato had such high standards in the past, I suppose I have no chance. Unbeknownst to Sato, she continued chatting with Matsuda. You're still the same. But I am genuinely surprised you transferred to the first investigation unit. After all, Inspector Magyar tried to retain you 3 years ago. Yet you resolutely returned. Matsuda chuckled. If I wanted to come, I'd come. Sato sighed lightly, extending her hand. Well, let us work well together moving forward. Matsuda lowered his gaze, graciously shaking her hand. Agreed. Their parting could be described as amicable, with no animosity. It was simply that their personalities were ill-suited for a romantic relationship. Competition may thrive in cases, but not in matters of the heart, where someone must concede. Unfortunately, neither of them possessed the temperament to yield. Takagi watched from a distance, hesitating about whether to approach. However, their conversation ended as Sato called out to Takagi. Takagi, please take him to the workstation. I have another case to attend to. Takagi dashed over. Understood. He looked at Matsuda, feeling slightly intimidated by his earlier demeanor, and nervously said, "Officer Matsuda, this way please." Matsuda resumed his aloof and defiant state, shaking Takagi's hand and nodding in thanks. "Thank you." Thus, the matter reached a temporary conclusion. Shirakawa had only learned of the incident from Hajiwara Kinji the following day. The system remarked, "Host, your friend is truly remarkable. Isn't this the restructuring of the workplace in the new era?" Shirakawa, that makes sense. Matsuda Jinpei's character is indeed well suited for workplace reform. Not only is he capable and forthright, but who among us would dare challenge him? However, this also reminded me that I nearly forgot about that fellow. Shirakawa pondered, stroking his chin. If I recall correctly, Nagata Ryoso is also an old officer. My issues have mostly been the passionate indignation of younger officers. How did Megure Jizo remain oblivious to this? And why does he harbor such malice towards me? System. Could it be that his juniors spoke of you? Shirakawa frowned. Just hearing it from others could incite such malicious targeting of me? Would a rational person act in such a manner? Moreover, the only ones who know me are the officers from the 3rd unit of the 1st investigation unit. Megure Jizo is unaware, and Takagi and Sato Miwako don't seem like the type to deliberately spread rumors about my situation. So how did news of my whereabouts at Mihoka coffee shop circulate throughout the police headquarters? It even reached the mobile unit, leading Matsuda and the others to find me accurately. The system responded. Are you suggesting that your information was maliciously leaked? Shirakawa revealed a sinister smile. Doesn't this behavior of gossiping and spreading rumors seem familiar to you? System. Could it be Nagata Ryoso? Shirakawa indeed. The system appeared puzzled. But why would he do such a thing? Chapter 52. A long line is required to catch big fish. What? Mori Kagoro went to the Poro coffee shop for coffee, and ended up learning about the happenings at the police headquarters from Shirakawa. Megure Jizo is Mori Kagoro's longtime companion and friend. Upon hearing such slander about Megure, Mori Kagoro nearly exploded with rage. That scoundrel Nagata Ryoso, who had always been irresponsible and frivolous, if it weren't for Megure, wouldn't he have faced consequences for the troubles he caused in the past? Clearly, Kagoro Mori possesses a deeper understanding of past events, devoid of the naive reverence that younger officers often exhibit towards their seniors. Shirogane Tsubasa slid a cup of coffee towards Kagoro Mori, subtly adding fuel to the fire. It seemed he was casually speculating about the relationship between Mr. Mori and Officer Megure, uttering some unflattering remarks that prompted a resigned sigh, as if to say, enough of this, lest it further incite Mr. Mori's ire. Kagoro Mori's frustration escalated, and he slammed his palm on the table. Shirogane-kun, you must tell me what he said. I absolutely need to know. He was eager to discover what that fellow could possibly utter. Shirogane Tsubasa furrowed his brow. Shirogane-kun. Kagoro Mori regarded the young man before him with a serious expression. His tone earnest. That Megure fellow is simply too soft-hearted. I implore you to relay this matter to me. The next time I encounter him, I shall not let him off so easily. He had previously crossed paths with Ryoso Nagata, but their interaction had been merely superficial. Now, a flicker of fury ignited in Kagoro Mori's eyes. Let us hope I do not encounter him again. Shirogane Tsubasa sighed. He claimed that Officer Megure has always relied on Detective Mori. Back in the day, he advanced in rank thanks to Detective Mori, but once the detective departed, his true colors were revealed. All these years, he has remained merely a police inspector, and even now, he still clings to Detective Mori's coattails to solve cases. Bang. Kagoro Mori slapped the marble countertop, rising abruptly. Preposterous. As a non-professional officer, Megure Jizo's ascension to the rank of inspector is already commendable. Although the position of inspector is considered a starting point for professional officers, in reality, it often represents the pinnacle for many non-professional officers. Within the internal system, promotion is perpetually arduous. It is not merely a matter of enduring time, as luck and capability are also pivotal factors. The fact that Megure Jizo has reached this point is certainly not something that could be achieved solely by relying on others. To dismiss the tireless efforts of a seasoned detective over decades with a single sentence is truly laughable. Having once been a detective himself, Kagoro Mori empathized deeply with such matters, and thus his anger was profoundly heartfelt. The man with the handlebar mustache closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he opened them again, a glimmer of clarity shone within. I understand this now. Thank you, Shirogane-kun. Kagoro Mori turned and walked towards the exit. Shirogane Tsubasa raised an eyebrow and called out, Mr. Mori, you forgot your coffee. Kagoro Mori waved dismissively. I shan't drink it, please enjoy it yourself. Subsequently, the man opened the cafe door and stepped outside. Shirogane Tsubasa watched him depart, leisurely lifting Kagoro Mori's gifted coffee to sip lightly. Ah. The temperature is just right for drinking. System. Host, what are you doing? Provoking Kogoro Mori intentionally seems to serve little purpose in exacting revenge on Ryoso Nagata, does it? Kogoro Mori is fundamentally a man of integrity. He would never resort to underhanded tactics. At most, he would merely scold Ryoso Nagata a bit more. Who said my target was Kogoro Mori? Patience will yield greater rewards. Shirogane Tsubasa sighed contentedly, then retrieved his phone. He dialed a number, and the other party answered promptly. Hello? The system was taken aback. You called Ryoso Nagata? Why is that? It was confused. Shirogane Tsubasa chose not to enlighten the system and stated directly. This is Shirogane Tsubasa. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end seethed. Shirogane Tsubasa. How did you get my number? Who informed you? Shirogane Tsubasa chuckled lightly. Officer Nagata, you truly have a forgetful nature. Did you not leave your phone number when you came to mediate that day? Ryoso Nagata evidently recalled the case that had led to his downfall. His frustration boiling over as he gasped for breath. It's your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost my job and fallen to such a state. Shirogane Tsubasa feigned innocence. What does this have to do with me? Officer, you were the one who targeted me from the outset. The other party erupted into an avalanche of insults. Various colorful expletives exchanged before the call was abruptly terminated. Shirogane Tsubasa glanced at his phone and, unfazed, redialed the number. However, the call failed to connect, as it was once again cut off. Undeterred, Shirogane Tsubasa persistently dialed the number repeatedly. On the fourth attempt, the other party finally answered impatiently. What more do you want from me, now that I am in this predicament? It was indeed peculiar. Ryoso Nagata had yet to confront Shirogane Tsubasa, yet the latter seemed intent on provoking him further. What was his motive? Who is orchestrating all of this? The young man's clear voice bore an unsettling calmness, yet his tone was resolute. This question jolted Ryoso Nagata's muddled mind into clarity. What did he mean? Had he uncovered something? Impossible. The man suppressed his rising panic and replied coldly. What nonsense are you spouting? I do not understand. Once again the call ended. This time, Shirogane Tsubasa refrained from dialing again, slowly tucking his phone away. The system lamented. Host, asking him directly like that guarantees he won't divulge anything. You should have stormed to his home, and in the dead of night, held a knife to his throat, instilling fear and trepidation in him. The white-haired youth sipped his coffee, a smirk playing on his lips. You want me to do that? Such a hassle. Let him come to me. System. Huh? Just then, Inomoto Azusa returned with the dishes. Today, Amuro Turu was on leave, leaving only her and the manager at the cafe. However, the manager had just been chatting with Mr. Mori. How had he left in the blink of an eye, looking rather upset? What could have transpired to cause Mr. Mori such distress? Inomoto Azusa recognized that the coffee in Shirogane Tsubasa's hand originally belonged to Kogoro Mori. Something occurred at the police department, and Mr. Mori was so enraged that he left without even finishing his coffee. The white-haired youth rested his chin on one hand, the other idly swirling the coffee cup. His posture relaxed as he leaned against the bar, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Inomoto Azusa was taken aback. What happened at the police department that could incite such anger in Mr. Mori? Shirogane Tsubasa shrugged. I cannot say. It is a matter for the police. Inomoto Azusa nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiry. The cafe once again fell silent, with patrons absorbed in their own thoughts. The only sound being the melodious strains of a piano echoing through the establishment. Shirogane Tsubasa finished the last of his coffee, rinsed the cup in the sink, returned it to its original place, and reclined back into the manager's exclusive chair. The white-haired youth stretched languidly, sighing contentedly. Ah, such days are delightful. All I need to do is lounge about and let the employees earn a living for me, without a care in the world. What bliss it is. The system interjected wistfully. If only you could secure a kill, that would be even better. Shirogane Tsubasa closed his eyes, feigning ignorance to the system's remarks. Chapter 53. The Unfolding of Various Plans. After hanging up on Shirogane Tsubasa, Ryoso Nagata began to pace anxiously within his room. How could he have found out? Ryoso Nagata was baffled. Could it be that merely exhibiting a hint of hostility had alerted the other to his unusual behavior? Truly impressive. Ryoso Nagata gnawed on his fingers, panic flickering in his eyes. After much hesitation, he dialed a number. Hello, it's me, Ryoso Nagata. Do you remember me? Alas. I must admit that the recent predicament is indeed my fault. It was an impulsive act on my part, and it bears no connection to you, so please rest assured. However, it seems that Shirakawa Tsubaki has caught wind of my troubles, and I harbor a certain trepidation towards him. Naturally, Even if they were to uncover something, I would remain steadfast in my silence, so you need not worry. Yes, thank you. I am determined to seize this opportunity. Farewell. With a deep bow, Ryoso Nagatani expressed his sincerity, his face adorned with a warm smile, despite the other party being unable to see him. Once the call ended, Ryoso Nagatani's countenance fell. The man lit a cigarette, his frustration escaping in a torrent of curses. Having already stumbled over Shirakawa Tsubaki, now they wish to involve me? Damn it. They treat me like a mere pawn, and I still wish to survive. Yet, the thought of the other party's promise ignited a glimmer of greed in his eyes. His hand trembled slightly as he smoked, but his expression had shifted. It is often said that the most proficient of police officers may also become the most adept of criminals. A mere sickly lad, after years of serving as a detective. Could I possibly fear him? Ryoso exhaled a plume of smoke, narrowing his eyes, as a plan began to formulate within his mind. Kogoro Mori stormed back into the Mori Detective Agency, his temper flaring. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone and called Jizo Megure. Upon answering, Jizo seemed to have anticipated Kogoro's intent, cheerfully inquiring, "Kogoro, this is not about a case, is it?" Kogoro snorted in disdain. "I am already aware. You failed to inform me of such a significant matter. Had this been a few years ago, I would have marched right to that scoundrel's doorstep." Conan, who had been quietly reading nearby, perked up, intrigued. It was the first time he had witnessed Uncle Kogoro so irate. Sitting on a soft blanket behind the sofa, Conan noticed that Kogoro was entirely engrossed in the matter at hand, oblivious to his presence. With the phone in hand, Kogoro's frustration peaked. He is spreading such slander. And you won't take action, Megure? I'll call Eerie and file a complaint. Jizo Megure reassured him, no worries, he has already lost his job. We will hold him accountable internally, rest assured, Kogoro. After all, deliberately releasing a would-be murderer while slandering his superior constitutes a genuine scandal within the police department. The higher-ups would certainly keep it under wraps, necessitating internal accountability. Though it sounded reassuring, Jizo Megure felt powerless against the situation, capable only of moral condemnation. Thankfully, Jinpei Matsuda discovered the issue early on, mitigating any significant repercussions. Kogoro was not naive enough to believe this would be the resolution. Yet he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Let it be. He is already in such a state. It would be unseemly to kick him while he is down. With that, Jizo Megure managed to pacify Kogoro. After hanging up, Kogoro reluctantly calmed himself, lighting a cigarette, when he heard Conan's voice. "Uncle Kogoro, what has happened?" Startled, Kogoro whirled around and gave Conan a sharp rap on the head. "What are you doing sneaking around here? You nearly scared me to death." Ouch. Conan rubbed his newly acquired bump, indignantly explaining, "I was just here reading. You simply didn't notice me." Kogoro snorted, placing a hand on Conan's head and turning him around. "Go read your book, it's adult business, so refrain from asking." With no strength to argue, Conan turned back to the soft blanket, pretending to read. However, the detective's instinct ignited a fierce curiosity within him regarding the source of Kogoro's anger. What could have transpired? His gaze subtly shifted to the desk, where Kogoro had gone to retrieve coffee, but returned empty-handed. Thus, it must have been something that occurred at the Poro Café. Linked to Officer Megure. A contemplative glint flickered in Conan's eyes. In the afternoon, Shirakawa Tsubaki prepared to leave work early. After exchanging pleasantries with Azusa Inomoto, Shirakawa boarded a vehicle heading to a nearby boxing gym. Outside, the curly-haired officer, having awaited his arrival for some time, was smoking a cigarette. Shirakawa approached, inquiring, "Have you been waiting long?" Jinpei Matsuda extinguished his cigarette and stood upright. "I just arrived." Shirakawa glanced around, but did not spot Kinji Hajiwara. "Hagi will bring us lunch shortly, let us head inside." Matsuda draped an arm around Shirakawa's shoulder as they entered. "I've reviewed the data you sent. Your physical condition is decent, and we can increase the intensity now." Shirakawa followed Matsuda, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Diving straight into intense training?" Matsuda clicked his tongue. "Trust the instructor. I guarantee you'll improve." Shirakawa chuckled, teasingly replying, "Very well, Instructor Matsuda, but do show some mercy." Due to his prolonged wait for new skills, Shirakawa had no intention of remaining idle, and sought out Matsuda for intensive training. Matsuda's father was a former boxer, and having been immersed in the sport since childhood, he possessed notable skills and insights, making him the perfect coach. Regrettably, the innate talent could only be activated by skills employed by criminals within cases. The traditional teaching and demonstrations by someone like Matsuda were insufficient to trigger such abilities. Thus, Shirakawa had no choice but to endure rigorous training. Thud. Once again, Matsuda knocked Shirakawa to the ground, leaving him sprawled out, a serene expression on his face. Why had he chosen Matsuda? The man certainly fought with ferocity. While effective, it was undeniably painful. Matsuda looked down at him, seemingly unconcerned with Shirakawa's battered state. Casually rolling his shoulders. Shirakawa, you're slipping. It seems you've forgotten everything you learned back then. Shirakawa. As he lifted an arm, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder blade. He winced and managed to sit up. Matsuda, your strength is more akin to a bomb thrower than a bomb disposal expert. What have you been eating? He felt as though he would be pulverized. Matsuda adjusted the straps on his hands, looking at Shirakawa with a serious expression, half-jokingly remarking, how do you know? If a bomb can't be defused, tossing it far away might just save a life. Shirakawa, a valid point. Enough resting, it's time to continue. Matsuda extended his hand, and Shirakawa used it to rise. They resumed their stances, focusing intently, delivering decisive punches. Be more resolute in your strikes, Matsuda instructed. Shirakawa took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on the man before him, his expression turning serious as he prepared for action. Admittedly, Matsuda was indeed an excellent instructor. For the sake of future plans, the silver-haired youth's eyes gleamed with determination as he launched the first punch. Chapter 54. Confirming the next mainline. Days slipped by in the world of Conan. Shirakawa Tsubaki reclined in a lounge chair, casting an unfriendly gaze at Toru Amuro, meeting those scrutinizing golden eyes. Amuro smiled slightly. Boss, there's nothing I can do about this, wouldn't you agree? Shirakawa gritted his teeth. Count for yourself. How many days off have you taken this month? Amuro replied in surprise. Wasn't it just one day? Shirakawa, you. The system quietly reminded. Host, in the world of Conan. He indeed took only 1 day off this month. By Chuan Xiao, this month, I have only truly lived through 3 days. He has taken leave twice in succession. Although this current leave has yet to be approved, isn't it rather excessive to skip around like this? System, host, you need to get accustomed to it. After all, the earnings will not diminish. By Chuan Xiao, but the expenses certainly won't be less either. The white-haired youth closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then, with a gentle smile, inquired, where are you headed this time? Amuro Toru replied with a smile. I plan to take the Suzuki train to Nagoya. A friend of mine there requires my assistance. Bai Chuan Xiao pondered for a moment. The Suzuki train? That sounds familiar. Is it part of a main line? System. It seems to indeed be a main line in the world of Conan. Bai Chuan Xiao narrowed his eyes. Didn't you say you were also unaware of the plot? System fidgeted. I inquired from the neighboring system. Bai Chuan Xiao. If you could ask the neighbor, why couldn't you simply borrow the script? System looking rather dejected and distressed. Host, this script cannot just be borrowed casually. It is a secret of each world and cannot typically be disclosed to other systems. Bai Chuan Xiao. I'm truly exasperated. Why didn't you tell me? I thought you were genuinely borrowing. While I indeed can't borrow it, I managed to sneak a glance at a few lines. The system suddenly puffed up with pride. I took a peek at his script while the neighbor was distracted, although I was promptly kicked out the next second. I did see something. Bai Chuan Xiao. His vision darkened, and he looked up at the ceiling, feeling utterly disheartened, struggling to catch his breath. Bai Chuan Xiao quivered as he asked. So what did you see? The system thought for a moment. The Suzuki train is the main line, and Amuro Toru is a major villain. Bai Chuan Xiao. And then? The system appeared bewildered. That's it. After that, I was forcefully kicked back. Bai Chuan Xiao. The Suzuki train is the main line, yet it has nothing to do with him. Amuro Toru is like a mischievous chocolate liqueur, which he has already deduced. So you foolish system. What difference does it make whether you looked or not? Manager? Amuro Toru tilted his head slightly, gazing curiously at the grim face Bai Chuan Xiao. Are you alright? Bai Chuan Xiao clutched his chest, making an effort not to let the system infuriate him, and smiled at Amuro Toru. I'm fine, you go ahead. Just ensure that Polo Cafe has me and Xiaozi. Amuro Toru scrutinized Bai Chuan Xiao, confirming there were no signs of distress on his face, before he relaxed and averted his gaze. Alright, I understand. I will try to return as soon as possible. Bai Chuan Xiao waved his hand, choosing not to say more, and simply closed his eyes to continue resting in the lounge chair. Amuro Toru took his leave willingly. The system cautiously inquired. Host, don't be too disheartened. Since we are aware of this main line, why not partake in it? Perhaps we could learn some skills from the members of the organization. Bai Chuan Xiao sighed. I am already being targeted by them. Why should I wade through this murky water? He had made a promise to the organization to refrain from taking action against him, but if there was a next time, Bai Chuan Xiao did not believe that Jin's temperament would be so lenient. Just then, Bai Chuan Xiao's phone rang. Upon seeing the number, his gaze flickered. And he answered. Hello. It's me. A warm voice came through the receiver. Bai Chuanxiao straightened. Are you preparing to return? Yes, in a few days. Zhu Fu Jingguang responded, but it seems my whereabouts have come under suspicion. Just to be safe, I've entrusted someone to send you something. Bai Chuanxiao paused for a moment. Then his worry surged. Are you in danger? Zhu Fu Jingguang chuckled bitterly. I'm not certain. However, he wouldn't let that item be put at risk. I'm truly sorry for entrusting such a dangerous item to you. Zhu Fu Jingguang said apologetically. Zero is still in the organization, making him unsuitable to take charge. And in Tokyo, the only trustworthy person aware of his existence is Bai Chuanxiao. Zhu Fu Jingguang knew that Bai Chuanxiao would surely help him safeguard that item. He felt an overwhelming guilt that his actions might drag Bai Chuanxiao into the fray. Yet he selfishly chose this path. Perhaps from the moment he became Scotland, Zhu Fu Jingguang could never turn back. Bai Chuanxiao detected the guilt in Zhu Fu Jingguang's voice, and after a moment of silence, he spoke earnestly. You never need to apologize or thank me. All of this is my choice. He would unconditionally assist them, just as they would unconditionally assist him. Zhu Fu Jingguang fell silent, unsure how to respond to his friend's words. However, there is one thing I believe is necessary to ask you. Bai Chuanxiao pondered over events from 3 years prior, lowering his voice. You were an undercover agent, weren't you? May I inquire about your codename in that organization? Zhu Fu Jingguang appeared taken aback. This matter was an unspoken understanding between them. Bai Chuanxiao had never inquired about his ongoing mission. In an instant, Zhu Fu Jingguang's mind raced with thoughts, and the first one was the worst-case scenario that sent his heart racing. Is someone watching you? Bai Chuanxiao did not respond directly but said, Rest assured, I'm fine. I merely stumbled upon some information, though I'm uncertain if it pertains to your mission. Zhu Fu Jingguang remained silent. I understand that knowing too much can be perilous, but acquiring some knowledge is ultimately not a bad thing, Bai Chuanxiao explained, hoping to ease Zhu Fu Jingguang's tension. Scotch whiskey, his voice slightly hoarse. If they are indeed watching you, you must tell me. If it becomes a dire situation, use this codename to negotiate your escape. Don't hesitate. Scotland whiskey. As expected, Bai Chuanxiao felt a wave of relief. No wonder Jin was so intent on eliminating him last time. It must have been due to his coincidental appearances in the organization's missions that aroused Jin's suspicions. Consequently, with Bai Chuanxiao harboring his own issues, Jin's investigation directly uncovered the trail, leading to Bai Chuanxiao being targeted by the organization. Bai Chuanxiao lamented this twist of fate. What kind of devil is Jin? It has been 3 years, and he still harbors such suspicion. Furthermore, isn't he supposed to have a transparent persona? How could he be remembered? However, if that is the case, then perhaps you could begin booking your tickets. Bai Chuanxiao remarked, his fingers gently tapping against his thigh, thoughts racing. Next Monday, the organization will undertake a significant operation. If you choose to return then, they will undoubtedly overlook you. That day is when Amuro Turu has taken leave, as confirmed by the system to be the main line of the Conan world, which implies yet another clash between Conan and the darkness. During this time, the organization's members will certainly be fixated on the Suzuki train. It stands to reason that those crucial members of the organization will all be present there. Zhu Fu Jingguang's decision to return at this time places him in a favorable position, as the organization will not divert its attention towards him. Even if they were to focus on Zhu Fu Jingguang, he would undoubtedly be able to handle the minor pests they might send. This presents an excellent opportunity. Zhu Fu Jingguang was taken aback. Bai Chuan, how do you know this? You know, I've opened a cafe in Miwa, and above me is the famous detective Mori Kogoro, whose deductive abilities are quite impressive, but it seems he has recently caught the organization's attention, which is how I inadvertently learned of this information. Bai Chuanjiao spoke in ambiguous terms, merely emphasizing the existence of Mori Kogoro, as if attributing the credit to him. Without revealing any further information, Zhu Fu Jingguang pondered for a moment, refraining from probing further, and instead unhesitatingly replied, I will book the tickets immediately. I will return next Monday. If what Bai Chuan said is true, then this is indeed an opportunity. Zhu Fu Jingguang clenched his fists, his eyes glimmering with determination and resolve. Chapter 55. Clumsy Tactics, Falling into the Trap. After hanging up the phone with Zhu Fu Jingguang, the system reappeared. Host. You shared such crucial information with him just like that? It took me a considerable effort to uncover it, the system whined. Bai Chuanjiao replied. I almost forgot about you. She rubbed her forehead, ultimately choosing not to dampen the system's enthusiasm. Doesn't this just confirm that the information you provided is extremely useful to me, serving its purpose at this critical moment? Keep up the good work next time. Although the little system did not obtain any useful clues this time, perhaps it could glean valuable information next time. Upon hearing the host praise it for the first time, the system felt invigorated and emboldened, imagining that if it had a physical form, it would have puffed out its chest with pride, its tail held high. Rest assured, host, I will bring you more important news next time. I am your only ace in the hole, your golden finger. I must rise to the occasion. With this thought, the system felt a profound sense of responsibility. It began to contemplate how to sneak a peek at other system scripts with its limited data capacity. The system finally fell silent. Bai Chuanjiao lifted her gaze, peering out at the street across from the cafe, shadows flickering in her eyes. Since it had come to this, it was time to address the impending trouble. Across the street from Polo Cafe, Ryoso Nakatani answered a phone call while seated in a parked jeep. Hello. I know. I've been keeping a close watch on that kid. The plan has long been prepared. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction. After hanging up, Ryoso Nakatani extinguished the cigarette pinched between his fingers. Gazing greedily at the cafe across the street, his expression icy. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for offending someone important. The following day, it was once again a tranquil afternoon tea time. Polo Cafe had few patrons today, with customers scattered about, quietly sipping coffee and savoring the serene afternoon. Amuro Turu picked up a tray and turned to Ayanami Azusa, saying, Azusa, I leave this to you. I will go upstairs to deliver some refreshments to Mr. Muri. Ayanami Azusa, busily wiping the bar counter, casually nodded in response. No problem. Amuro Turu ascended the stairs with the tray, while Ayanami Azusa hummed a cheerful tune. Reaching out to turn on the faucet. Bang! The faucet emitted a muffled sound, and then the water burst forth like an air-filled balloon, splattering onto Ayanami Azusa. Startled by the noise, Ayanami Azusa stepped back in a hurry, only to see the faucet stop flowing, the pipe emitting a sharp gasping sound. Gurgle, gurgle. Hearing the commotion, Bai Chuanjiao approached. What happened? Ayanami Azusa, clutching her still thumping heart, explained in a flustered tone. It's nothing. It seems like the water has stopped, which startled me. Bai Chuanjiao inspected the faucet, turned off the one making the strange noise, and said to Ayanami Azusa, the water has been stopping too frequently lately. It must be an issue with the pipes behind. I'll check it out. Ayanami Azusa nodded, removing her damp apron. Alright, is there anything I can do? Bai Chuanjiao contemplated for a moment, then casually remarked, Azusa, why don't you head upstairs as well? Mr. Mori borrowed a wrench a few days ago and hasn't he returned it? I suspect he has forgotten. Ayanami Azusa replied, okay. Thus, the two parted ways. Ayanami Azusa heading upstairs to find Mori Kogoro, while Bai Chuanjiao made her way to the kitchen, opening the door to the back alley of the cafe. This alley primarily housed the assorted items of various shops and external fans, and apart from some small vehicles passing through, it was generally devoid of visitors. Moreover, due to the surrounding buildings, this alley was particularly damp and dim, occasionally wafting an unpleasant odor. Stepping out the back door, Bai Chuanjiao stood on the steps, looking up at the pipe that was continuously leaking water, raising an eyebrow slightly. No wonder the cafe was out of water. It turned out the pipe had burst. Water flowed incessantly downwards, rushing towards the drainage ditch. Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming flow and rapid pace, the ditch could not handle the volume, leading to a significant accumulation of water on the ground, gradually expanding into a large puddle. Bai Chuanjiao stood on the steps, gazing down at the puddle, motionless, showing no urgency to rush over and turn off the water valve, appearing particularly disdainful of the standing water. The system inquired, host? Bai Chuanjiao lifted her eyelids, expressing her distaste. What a clumsy tactic, so inept that I can't pretend not to notice it. Otherwise, she feared that others might question her intelligence. The system responded. It looked at the puddle in confusion, utterly unaware of what was happening. Is that guy planning to take action? But I don't see any issues. Bai Chuanjiao replied, if you wait until you see it, I think I would be in dire straits. The system whimpered. Bai Chuanjiao stood at the doorway, staring intently at the pipe until she vaguely heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Amuro Turu. Out of water again? The Mori Detective Agency seems to be facing this issue frequently as well. Ayanami Azusa's voice echoed from a distance. But the neighbors aren't having this problem. It must be an issue with the pipes in our building. The silver-haired youth's eyes flickered, a chill creeping into his golden gaze, as he deliberately stepped down the stairs and into the puddle. Suddenly, a jolt of electric shock coursed through his body, his muscles contracting sharply, rendering him involuntarily rigid in midair, before he abruptly collapsed into the puddle. Due to his movement and direction when descending, his entire head fell beneath the cascading water from the pipe, the relentless flow robbing him of the ability to breathe. The system exclaimed. Instantly, the alarm blared at its loudest. Ding! Danger! The system emitted a piercing shriek. Host, get up quickly! However, the paralyzing sensation that robbed him of his ability to act lingered in his body, even as the youth attempted to move his hands to escape this perilous situation. He could not resist the terrifying sensation of suffocation. He lay there like a wooden puppet under a spell, rigid in the puddle, the ceaseless water ruthlessly washing over his face, invading his airway, rendering him unable to breathe or even cry out for help. Before long, Bai Chuanjiao felt her consciousness beginning to fade. The system, frantic, exclaimed, Host! Don't you know it's dangerous? Why are you still going in? Hang in there. Host, move even a little, just a little. Bai Chuanjiao struggled to reassure it within her consciousness. It's fine, don't worry. The system was in a frenzy. Ooh, you must hold on. They're already coming. Woo-woo, you're my first host. What will I do if you die? Alas, we have yet to realize our grand ambitions. You are destined to become the future little black boss. You cannot be vanquished by this insignificant little black creature. Such a fate would be utterly disgraceful. Bai Chuanjiao sighed deeply, his thoughts clouded. If it weren't for the inability to breathe, he would have let out a long, exasperated sigh. Foolishness. Hadn't he stated it plainly? A clumsy technique, nothing to fret about. Bai Chuanjiao's consciousness began to fade as he drifted into a haze. Chapter 56. A murder plot against Bai Chuanjiao. 1 Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan. Bai Chuanjiao. Who is calling me? Bai Chuanjiao coughed painfully a few times before struggling to open his eyes, first encountering the anxious visage of Amuro Turu. Is that you, Amuro Turu? As those gray-purple eyes bore into him, they seemed to conceal an unforgettable past, a painful emotion that could hardly be masked, glistening like ephemeral starlight. Why did he display such a sorrowful countenance? Cough, cough. Bai Chuanjiao blinked, his vision still blurred. He couldn't help but roll over, coughing persistently, even gagging a few times. It's all right, it's all right. A voice of relief came from Inomoto Azusa, while Amuro Turu quickly supported Bai Chuanjiao, allowing him to expel the water from his lungs more effectively. How do you feel now? Amuro Turu inquired in a low, trembling voice. The sight of the white-haired youth lying motionless in the water had sent his heart plummeting. The anguish of witnessing a friend perish before him, while being utterly powerless to intervene, washed over him like a tidal wave. 3 years prior, an explosion had claimed one friend, and now 3 years later, the sound of rushing water threatened to drown another. Amuro Turu nearly trembled as he dragged Bai Chuanjiao up the steps, then checked his pulse, unhesitatingly initiating cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Those pale golden eyes finally opened, albeit still somewhat fragile, yet they sparkled with their former luster, gazing at him with a gentleness that belied harm. I'm fine now. Thank you, Amuro-kun. Amuro Turu looked at him, the weight in his heart finally lifting. At last, this time, he had managed to save him. The gray-purple eyes held a complex mix of joy and melancholy, while the golden-haired clerk donned a perfectly measured smile. That's splendid. It's good to see you well, manager. Manager. What on earth happened? Inomoto Azusa asked worriedly, tears still glistening on her cheeks, clearly shaken by the recent events. Bai Chuanjiao leaned against Amuro Turu, struggling to sit up, and gently touched his still numb legs. I saw a water pipe leaking, so I intended to go down and turn off the valve. But, for some reason, there was an electric leak in the water, and my body suddenly became unresponsive. Thankfully you arrived in time, otherwise cough cough. Bai Chuanjiao began to cough again, his voice now hoarse and unpleasant. An electric leak? Inomoto Azusa gasped, searching Bai Chuanjiao up and down. We must hurry and take you to the hospital. Amuro Turu's gaze flickered towards the pool of water, his eyes hardening. Something is amiss. When I rescued the manager, I was also in the water, and I directly came into contact with both the water and the manager, yet I felt no electric shock. Inomoto Azusa was puzzled. This is no mere accident. Amuro Turu's voice was laced with cold resolve, his expression as grave as the depths of the sea. This is a meticulously orchestrated murder. The target is none other than my friend, Bai Chuanjiao. Hearing the commotion, Mori Kagoro hurried down with Conan and ran Mori, only to find the scene swarming with officers. What on earth is going on? Mori Kagoro exclaimed, startled as he approached the pallid Bai Chuanjiao lying on the chair. Amuro Turu, with a serious demeanor, recounted the events to Mori Kagoro and the others, concluding with his assessment. This is undoubtedly a murder plot against the manager. After listening to Amuro Turu's account, Mori and his companions also wore somber expressions. The fact that Bai Chuanjiao experienced an electric shock while stepping in, only to have the current cease shortly after, indicated that someone had deliberately induced an electric leak to murder him. Once Bai Chuanjiao collapsed, the perpetrator swiftly removed the power source, allowing him to drown beneath the water pipe. Had Amuro Turu and the others not arrived in time, a tragedy would have unfolded, appearing to be nothing more than a tragic accident. Ran Mori looked at Bai Chuanjiao with concern, sensing that his condition was not well. Mr. Bai Chuan, in your current state, it would be prudent to go to the hospital for an examination. Mori Kogoro urged. Indeed. Do not be deceived by your apparent well-being. There could be internal issues. Hurry to the hospital for a thorough checkup. After all, you have been in contact with electricity. Even if it wasn't high voltage, it could still inflict some harm on your body. Bai Chuanjiao smiled at everyone, offering reassurance. I truly feel fine. I merely choked on some water. Now that this incident has occurred, I am more interested in discovering who the fiend that sought to harm me is. Please rest assured. I will simply sit here for a while longer to see if any clues arise. Amuro Turu felt helpless. When Bai Chuanjiao became obstinate, he found himself at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Megure Juizu approached. Amuro Turu glanced around, relieved that Matsuda Jinpei had not accompanied him this time. Amuro Turu was aware of Matsuda's transfer to the 1st Investigation Division, and he had specifically cautioned Kazami Yuya that if both he and Matsuda were involved in the same case, the Public Security Bureau would swiftly intervene, sending Matsuda elsewhere. Fortunately, Matsuda's impressive deductive skills allowed him to handle matters independently, which made Megure Juizu feel secure enough to assign him to other cases without ever crossing paths with Amuro Turu, preventing any intervention from the Public Security Bureau. However, given Matsuda's nature, once he learned of this incident, he would undoubtedly rush over without delay. Oh, by the way, Officer Megure. At that moment, Bai Chuanjiao suddenly called out to Megure Juizu. Megure Juizu looked at him with curiosity. Please do not disclose this matter to Matsuda for the time being. If he finds out, he will surely rush over in haste, potentially delaying his work. Bai Chuanjiao earnestly requested Megure Juizu. This incident was deliberately instigated by him, and Bai Chuanjiao did not wish for Matsuda Jinpei to be troubled by it. Megure Juizu regarded Bai Chuanjiao with some surprise. Do you two know each other? Bai Chuanjiao explained. We were classmates at the police academy. Amuro Turu's eyes flickered momentarily. Megure Juizu understood. I see, so you are also classmates with Hajiwara and Ida. Bai Chuanjiao smiled wryly. We used to be. The white-haired youth cast his gaze downward, concealing a complex array of emotions. Megure Juizu seemed to grasp the nature of their relationship, and after expressing understanding, he refrained from further inquiry, turning to lead the officers and detectives in inspecting the crime scene, while Inomoto Azusa and Ran Mori remained to watch over Bai Chuanjiao. Now that the water valve had been shut off, the previously overflowing torrents had finally ceased, though it was too late. The ground had already accumulated a significant amount of water, slowly flowing down the adjacent drainage channel. To err on the side of caution, the officers wading through the pooled water donned insulated rubber boots, bending down to search thoroughly, attempting to locate any suspicious power sources in the vicinity. Megure Juizu was the first to inquire of the officer examining the water pipe. What have you discovered? The officer replied. There are currently no signs of significant damage to the water pipe. It appears to have naturally fractured due to rusting, but... The officer paused momentarily, furrowing his brow. We have discovered a substantial accumulation of strong alkaline substances attached to the pipes, which is likely to accelerate the rusting and subsequent fracture of the pipes. Based on the composition, we suspect it to be a potent drain cleaner, or something similar. Certain powerful drain cleaners are rich in potassium hydroxide, which can exert a severe corrosive effect on metallic materials. If these substances come into prolonged or concentrated contact with pipes that are already aging and worn over the years, they may corrode, weaken, or even develop perforations, thereby hastening the rupture process. In light of these circumstances, it is reasonable to conclude that the pipe's fracture is likely a result of human intervention. Chapter 57. A Murder Plot Against Shirakawa Sho. 2. Shirakawa Sho sat quietly in a chair, observing the flurry of activity around him as people busied themselves in the waterlogged area. His once pallid face had regained a hint of color, and he coughed softly a few times. Ran Mori handed him a handkerchief, to which Shirakawa responded with a subdued, "Thank you, Ran." The girl's eyes still reflected an undeniable concern as she gently urged, "Mr. Shirakawa, if you feel unwell at all, please do not hesitate to inform us." With a smile, Shirakawa assured her, "Rest assured, Ran, I am perfectly fine." Takagi Wataru approached, holding a notepad and positioning himself in front of Shirakawa. Mr. Shirakawa. How are you feeling? Could we ask you a few questions? I'm fine. Go ahead and ask your questions, Shirakawa replied. Takagi continued. It has come to our attention through police investigation that the case appears to have been artificially engineered. We would like to know if you have recently offended anyone, or if there have been any suspicious individuals near the cafe lately. Shirakawa pondered for a moment before responding. I don't think so. However, Amuro Turu interjected calmly, there is something. Takagi looked over in confusion. Amuro gestured towards Megure Jiza. This relates to Ryuzu Kasataka. Takagi exclaimed. Naturally, he was aware of the issues surrounding Kasataka. It was evident that he had made a significant error in his work. And Megure had allowed him to resign without publicly revealing his mistakes due to his years of service. Ironically, prior to his departure, Kasataka had spread malicious rumors about Megure, leading some within the department to believe them, which only fueled the gossip. Thankfully, Matsuda was able to expose the truth, or the situation could have escalated further. Takagi stammered. I'm aware of this matter. I'll inform Inspector Megure right away. If this is indeed connected to Ryuzu Kasataka. He dared not imagine how furious their superior would be. As Takagi rushed off to find Megure, Amuro picked up his phone and stepped aside to call Kazami Yuya. He had been keeping a close watch on Kasataka, since the latter had inexplicably targeted Shirakawa. Although he hadn't acted directly against Kasataka, he had subtly advised the authorities to monitor him more closely. The call was answered promptly. Mr. Akai. Amuro inquired, has Ryuzu Kasataka exhibited any unusual behavior recently? Kazami hesitated for a moment before responding, please hold. This matter was not urgent enough to warrant Kazami's direct attention. So he set the phone down and began sifting through reports from his subordinates. Upon reviewing the information, he let out a low hiss. Amuro narrowed his eyes. Well? Kazami replied, Mr. Akai, it appears that Ryuzu Kasataka has been loitering around Mihan Town lately, occasionally passing by the entrance of the Café Poirot. But he does not linger and quickly leaves the street. It seemed that Kasataka was deliberately avoiding Amuro, who usually spent that time in the kitchen cleaning dishes, thus failing to notice anything amiss. Indeed. Amuro took a deep breath, attempting to temper his irritation. Why was I not informed about this? Kazami, feeling somewhat guilty, replied. I apologize, Mr. Akai. That individual has never approached the Café Poirot, merely passing by, which is why my subordinates did not consider it significant. Amuro. He had no desire to discuss anything further, merely instructing Kazami, contact the surveillance team, and ask them where Kasataka was earlier and what he was doing. Kazami, not daring to question further, quickly gathered the latest information from his subordinates. Earlier, Ryuzu Kasataka was driving but did not pass by Café Poirot. He merely drove around the back streets before leaving. Did he not exit the vehicle? Amuro queried, perplexed. Not at all, Kazami confirmed. He did not get out of the car at any point. Without approaching or exiting, how could he have retrieved the device? Kazami added. I have sent the detailed information to your email. Amuro hastily ended the call and began reviewing the contents of his inbox. Meanwhile, Conan dashed over to Shirakawa, posing his own inquiry. Mr. Shirakawa, could you please describe the situation once more? Shirakawa patiently answered Conan's questions one by one. As Shirakawa elucidated the details, Conan's expression grew increasingly grave. I understand now, thank you, Mr. Shirakawa. He turned and hurried back outside. Shirakawa harbored no concerns regarding their capabilities, reclining casually back in the lounge chair. He anticipated receiving a perfect answer soon enough. With a contented squint, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why is the little chatterbox, no, the little system so quiet? That's not like it at all. Shirakawa inquired, system? What's the matter with you? Why the silence? A lethargic mechanical voice responded, host. What's wrong? Why so quiet? The system's voice buzzed, laden with a nasal whimper. Woe is me, I am merely a useless, discarded finger. Shirakawa. The system lamented, when you are in danger, I am unable to assist you. Whoa, my golden finger system is utterly negligent. I should be sent to the recycle bin, whoa. Shirakawa. The young man rubbed his forehead, both impressed by the system's self-awareness and exasperated by its unreliable nature. Did I not say this before? I've known all along. Everything is merely a performance I orchestrated myself. He crossed his legs, his demeanor indifferent. Having such a character fixated on me is quite tiresome. Disposing of him would not be a formidable task. The system whimpered, but you nearly lost your life. Shirakawa replied, I had calculated everything. Nothing would go awry. In truth, the soles of his shoes possessed a certain degree of insulation, rendering the electrical shock less harmful to him. Even if Amuro and the others failed to arrive in time, Shirakawa could easily regain consciousness and emerge from the water. However, given the efforts already expended by others, he felt it would be inconsiderate to dampen their spirits. The system continued to whine, but why didn't you clarify things with me? Shirakawa responded, didn't I mention it? The system retorted, did you? Shirakawa insisted, I did. Several times. The system wailed, whoa, I truly am a failure. Shirakawa. He decided it was not worth his time to engage with such a foolish entity, and allowed it to wallow in its self-pity. Before long, Megure received a phone call. The contents of the conversation remained a mystery to all, but Megure's expression visibly darkened as he uttered, I understand, before hanging up. Takagi Sato. He summoned Takagi Wataru and Sato Miwako, his face stern as he relayed a few terse remarks. The two exchanged astonished glances and promptly left to act on his orders. Amuro Turu also put away his phone and remarked to the others, I will follow along to see if I can be of assistance. Without hesitation, he pursued Takagi and the others. Conan observed this scene, and his suspicions and conjectures regarding Amuro deepened, accompanied by a sense of confusion. Was Amuro's concern for the store manager excessive? Was it due to the organization, or was there another hidden reason? However, Conan did not delve into this matter immediately. He had already uncovered the truth behind the case. All the mysteries awaited his revelation. Chapter 58. A murder plot against Shirakawa Shizuku. 3. Muri Kaguru stood on the steps, gazing down at the officers searching for evidence below. Suddenly, a young boy behind him raised his hand, and a silver tranquilizer dart swiftly shot into the back of Muri's neck. Oh! Muri Kaguru shuddered, his body going limp as he leaned backward, his legs giving way beneath him, and he collapsed onto the steps. Conan hurriedly trotted forward, positioning Muri Kaguru in a manner that was not entirely unseemly, applying the voice changer and stealthily concealing himself behind the back door. Mugure Juazu noticed this and exclaimed in surprise, Muri! That posture! That state! He must have uncovered a new lead. Indeed, Muri Kaguru's steady and confident voice resonated. Officer Mugure, I believe I have discerned the trick employed by the murderer. Mugure clenched his fist. Good, then enlighten us. Now, I kindly ask everyone to exert themselves a bit more and lift all the manhole covers of the drainage system nearby. Mugure commanded, waving his hand without hesitation for the officers to comply. The drainage system of the alley relied on the channels on either side, and due to their secluded location at the back of shops, they were seldom maintained. As the officers pried them open, they unearthed heaps of filthy sludge. Before long, they stumbled upon something unusual. In the lineup of drainage channels, there was a slender dragging mark. Thanks to the slightly dry conditions of recent days, the water stain traces were exceptionally conspicuous, clearly indicating that a thin line had passed through this area. In almost an instant, they realized that this was the very electrical cord they had been desperately searching for. It appeared that someone had buried the wire beneath the drainage channel, extending it to the back door of the Poirot Cafe, awaiting connection. Let us determine where this trace leads, Mugure promptly commanded. Without needing further instruction, an officer bent down to examine it, running along the alley to its end, until reaching the conclusion of the drain. Report, Officer Mugure. The trace has vanished at the end, an officer shouted. However, they also discovered a very conspicuous scrape at the edge of the drain, smeared with fresh mud, likely left behind when it was pulled away. Yet, the electrical cord they sought had seemingly disappeared. Mugure stepped forward, crouching down for a closer look, and then shifted his gaze to the adjacent road. This road lay diagonally behind the Poirot Cafe, entirely belonging to another street. Its layout bore no difference from that of the street where the cafe was originally situated, and there was no direct intersection between the two, making them unrelated zones. Clearly, the murderer had collected the wire here before discreetly departing. Quickly, search for nearby surveillance and check the individuals who passed by at that time, Mugure instructed immediately. No. Officer Mugure, Muri Kaguru interjected in a timely manner. We should not investigate the pedestrians who passed by. His head lowered, his voice steady and resolute. Instead, we should look into the vehicles that passed. It was essential to recognize that merely possessing the wire was insufficient. A power source was also required, one capable of delivering a current strong enough to incapacitate an ordinary person. This would hardly be a portable power source. It was far more likely to be a high-voltage, low-resistance mains power source, which is typically larger in size and more conspicuous, coupled with the retrieved long wire. A passerby would not have been able to execute this without drawing attention. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that the murderer had driven away with everything. Upon hearing Muri Kaguru's analysis, Mugure experienced a moment of enlightenment. He then redirected his gaze to Chiyoda and Nobu. Chiyoda, investigate the vehicle, particularly focusing on black Jeep with the license plate ending in 436. Chiyoda and Nobu were momentarily taken aback, as was Conan, who stood behind Muri Kaguru. Mugir's instructions were alarmingly specific, as if he had already identified a suspect in his mind. Chiyoda and Nobu nodded and departed, while Conan reflected on Mugir's arrangements and expressions following the phone call, faintly grasping the implications. Officer Mugir must have acquired knowledge of the suspect through other channels. Meanwhile, Sato Miwako and Takagi were off to apprehend the suspect, with Mugir still uncertain of the method employed by the perpetrator. Now that Mori Kaguru had unveiled the case's technique, leading to the discovery of crucial clues and evidence, the case that required proving the suspect's guilt was approaching its conclusion. Finding the electrical cord from the suspect's vehicle would essentially resolve the matter. Conan felt a sense of relief. He had anticipated a lengthy process of elimination by the police, but this step had been bypassed, greatly simplifying matters. Yet, who could it be that had first learned of the suspicious suspect? Conan's gaze fell upon Shirakawa Shizuku, and upon witnessing the white-haired youth resting with his eyes closed, he shifted his focus to the individual accompanying him in the pursuit of the suspect, Amuro Turu. Only he had shown an unusually proactive disposition today, even volunteering to assist in apprehending the suspect, which seemed rather peculiar. Was it because of Mr. Shirakawa? Suddenly, Conan's eyes widened as he redirected his gaze back to Shirakawa. At that moment, Inomoto Azusa brought over a cup of warm water, which Shirakawa accepted, taking a sip and smiling in gratitude. "How is the manager feeling now?" he inquired gently. "Much better," Shirakawa replied warmly. "Mr. Shirakawa, are you truly not going to visit the hospital?" came the boy's voice, causing Shirakawa to pause momentarily. Mori Kaguru was still dozing on the steps. Why had Conan suddenly approached him? "I am still very much interested in the case details. Rest assured, once the results are out, I will go for a checkup at the hospital." Shirakawa recited his usual line. Conan raised his head, gazing intently at Shirakawa, his deep blue eyes meeting the light golden hue of Shirakawa's, akin to the profound ocean staring at the sun, disregarding its scorching rays in a quest to uncover the secrets hidden beyond the sunlight. Alas, the ocean was vast, while the sun remained distant. "I see," Conan softly replied, observing Shirakawa with a childlike, innocent smile. "That's good. I hope everything is fine with Mr. Shirakawa." Having said this, Conan darted away in a flash. Witnessing this, Inomoto chuckled. "Conan is truly full of energy." Shirakawa smiled in return. "Children are always so curious about things." The system bubbled up once more. "Conan is quite strange." Shirakawa remained silent, slowly retracting his previously crossed legs, bringing them together and tucking his feet beneath his chair. Truly, he was a remarkable detective. Having discovered the flaw in his shoes, the system inquired, "What? Nothing. Weren't you just crying? Why are you no longer in tears?" Shirakawa asked. System. After profound introspection, "I have come to realize that I am no longer the same individual I once was." Shirakawa-cho. System. "I am now determined to strive diligently, to upgrade earnestly, and to learn tirelessly, all in order to assist the host in crafting a superior criminal growth plan. I shall undoubtedly become the most formidable criminal enhancement system." Shirakawa-cho. "You can upgrade?" System. "I have just absorbed the entirety of this world's renowned detective novels, and I am now an exceptionally powerful version 20. Shirakawa-cho. The young man's face once again adopted a lifeless expression. Perhaps he had overthought it. The system was still the same system. By the way, host, should we take action against that person who intends to kill you?" The system chirped enthusiastically. "I have already researched it. There is a scene in a short detective story written by an American author that..." The system began to ramble incessantly. Shirakawa-cho. He dug into his ears and sighed. No, the system has indeed upgraded. It has become even more loquacious than before. The silver-haired youth closed his eyes, seemingly nonchalantly brushing his hand over the pocket of his coat, reclining comfortably in the armchair, ignoring the cacophony in his ears, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint, elusive smile. I hope Ryoso Nagata receives my gift before he meets his end. But you know, humans always seem to have a penchant for courting disaster." Chapter 59. Those who court disaster are forever on the road. 1. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ryoso Nagata was still driving, seeking a place to dispose of the murder weapon, contemplating that the body of that individual should have already been discovered, and that it would not be long before that group of incompetents deemed it an accidental death. A sense of satisfaction swelled within Nagata. After working diligently at the Metropolitan Police Department for so many years, to be dismissed over a trivial matter is utterly preposterous. Now, he would show them that Ryoso Nagata was not to be trifled with. The mere thought of those people being led in circles by him made Nagata unable to suppress a tune. However, at that very moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at it, Ryoso Nagata immediately answered with a smile. Hello? As expected of you. Receiving news so swiftly? I was just about to. Ryoso Nagata, you fool. Came the furious voice from the other end. Nagata was taken aback. What do you mean? The police have already discovered you and are currently on their way to apprehend you. I trust one need not elaborate on what you should do next? The voice on the other end was barely containing its rage, clearly incensed. Upon hearing this, Nagata's face drained of color. What? Impossible. How could they have found out about what I did? If you had truly executed your plan flawlessly, you wouldn't be driving that conspicuous piece of junk. Came the cold scoff from the other end. Who gave you the audacity to flaunt it around? Who in the Metropolitan Police Department doesn't know that is your vehicle? One hand gripping the steering wheel tightly, Nagata retorted, I was merely passing by. They have no evidence. Your vehicle is rife with evidence. Do you dare claim that the power box conceived by your foolish mind isn't in your car? And the wires you collected with the tires? How can anyone not see that they lay bare your crimes? Nagata's complexion turned ashen. He indeed had not exited the vehicle. The Jeep's high chassis had been modified. He had linked the power supply beneath the car, running connecting wires to the tires, embedding them within the tread to create an electric current. And due to the tire's insulation, even if there was a leak, Nagata inside the vehicle would remain unaffected. However, just to be cautious, he had even coated his tires with an insulating layer. When the water pipe burst, he started the vehicle, drove around the street in front of the Polo Cafe, turned onto the back street, and slowly approached the alley, positioning the tires on the pre-prepared wires, waiting for Shirakawa Cho to emerge. When Cho collapsed under the water pipe as he had envisioned, Nagata swiftly drove away. The distinct tread of his Jeep made it easy. As long as he applied special glue and clips to the wires and parked in the predetermined position, the thin wires would embed into the tires, automatically being rolled away by the Jeep. Thus, he had effortlessly created the illusion of mere passage without ever stepping out of the vehicle. Even if he had paused at the alley for a while, if no one noticed, it would not amount to anything significant. Nor could it serve as evidence of his wrongdoing. Nagata believed his actions to be impeccable, convinced that fate was on his side. The two store clerks had each gone upstairs, and the one responsible for turning off the water valve would undoubtedly be Shirakawa Cho. Everything was going so smoothly that he didn't even need to implement his contingency plan. Why, even so, had he been discovered? Hurry and find a way to dispose of your vehicle. Nothing can be left behind. If the police catch you in the end, keep your mouth shut. Fear and indignation flickered in Nagata's eyes. I understand this matter. It's just that if... Beep beep. The other end was already too exasperated to listen further, and hung up the phone, unwilling to spare even a word, staring at the disconnected call. Nagata's face twisted momentarily. Damn it, they truly do not regard me as a person at all. In truth, Nagata should have realized this long ago. The moment he agreed to become a pawn for those individuals, he was destined to lie prostrate and wag his tail, never to shed the skin of a mere human. The Jeep accelerated, making a U-turn at the intersection, heading in another direction. In the white Mazda, Amuro Turu was driving normally when his gaze suddenly sharpened. Watching the black Jeep pass him by, Amuro squinted. That direction. He quickly picked up his phone, notifying the police car ahead. Officer Sato, I have spotted the target driving a Jeep in the opposite direction. What? Sato Miwako responded in astonishment, then leaned halfway out of the car window to look back. All she could see was the silhouette of a black Jeep disappearing at the end of the road. He must have noticed us. Turn around and pursue. Sato Miwako commanded decisively. Takagi Wataru, who was driving, immediately began to make a U-turn. However, the Mazda behind reacted even faster, flooring the accelerator, making a wide turn on the spot, and maneuvering past the police car to chase after the black Jeep. Sato Miwako grabbed her phone, quickly reporting the unfolding situation to Megure Jiza. As Takagi Wataru drove, he rapidly analyzed the situation in his mind, confidently stating during the pause of Sato Miwako's report. He likely intends to head to that large disposal site in the outskirts. If I remember correctly, their large crusher can easily destroy any evidence on his vehicle. Sato Miwako's expression darkened as she grasped the gravity of the situation. Megure Jiza swiftly ran through the map in his mind, then said, Understood. Keep close on his tail. Do not let him escape. Roger. After hanging up, Megure Jiza wasted no time in calling Shiratori Ninzabura. Shiratori Ninzabura, also a police inspector, was already qualified to lead teams independently. When tasks within the department piled up, he would typically take others to different crime scenes. Now was one of those times, as he was accompanying Matsuda Jinpei to handle a case in the outskirts. Upon receiving Megure Jiza's call, Shiratori Ninzabura immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Got it. After a moment's contemplation, Megure Jiza added, "The person involved in this incident is a friend of Matsuda's. He is unharmed. Please clarify this to him, and reassure him not to worry too much. Keep a close eye on the suspect, Matsuda's temper. I fear he may lose his cool." Baito Ren Saburo paused momentarily, turning to gaze at Matsuda Jinpei. Having just resolved a case, Matsuda Jinpei leaned nonchalantly against the police car, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Meeting Baito Ren Saburo's eyes, he raised an eyebrow and removed the cigarette from his mouth, inquiring, "What is this? Another case?" The number of cases in the investigation division was indeed overwhelming. However, Matsuda Jinpei had adeptly acclimatized to the frenetic pace of life there, maneuvering through it with remarkable ease. Baito Ren Saburo tucked away his phone, contemplating for a moment before responding. "A case has arisen under Inspector Megure's jurisdiction. The suspect is currently heading towards the suburbs, and we must depart immediately." Matsuda Jinpei scrutinized him. "What was that look you gave me just now?" With a stoic expression. Baito Ren Saburo, who embodied the calm elegance of a conservative, was not inclined to elaborate. He simply commanded, "Get in the car." Their contrasting personalities, Baito Ren Saburo's composed demeanor versus Matsuda Jinpei's carefree and adventurous spirit, created a certain friction, despite their complementary traits. Baito found Matsuda's nonchalance excessively reckless, while Matsuda perceived Baito as overly rigid and bound by rules. Upon hearing Baito's words, Matsuda clicked his tongue and opened the driver's door. "Let us go." Chapter 60. Those who seek their own demise are forever on the road too. The black jeep sped down the highway, with a white Mazda trailing far behind. Amuro Turu fixated intently on the black jeep, his eyes reflecting the cold indifference and piercing intensity characteristic of Bourbon. Having dealt with numerous unsavory affairs as both a public security officer and an undercover agent, he pondered the implications if this individual, or indeed a hint of crimson, tinged his grayish-purple eyes as he glanced at the police car in the rearview mirror. His thin lips pressed together. He ultimately shifted the gear, maintaining a steady position. Buzz. His phone rang just then. "Hello." Amuro Turu answered. It was Kazami Yuya's voice. "Mr. Amuro, Inspector Megure has dispatched officers Baito and Matsuda ahead to intercept. You'd best steer clear." "Matsuda?" Amuro Turu paused momentarily, his gaze lowering slightly. "Understood." If Matsuda was on his way, Amuro felt a sense of reassurance. After all, he had reliable comrades, standing in the light of justice. With this thought, Amuro's heart settled a little. The Mazda's speed began to subtly decrease, creating distance between itself and the black jeep, as well as the pursuing police car. Meanwhile, Nagata Ryoso noticed something amiss ahead. It was a vehicle belonging to Inspector Megure's subordinates. They had caught up with him remarkably quickly. Nagata Ryoso took a deep breath, his hands trembling slightly on the steering wheel. Even as a flicker of regret surfaced within him, he had no choice but to press forward. After all, those individuals had no evidence against him. As long as he could dispose of his vehicle, they could not convict him. With this in mind, Nagata Ryoso forced himself to regain composure, pressing down hard on the accelerator, his gaze fixated ahead. The large shredder operated on a very fixed schedule, typically commencing at 9 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, running for 2 hours, primarily processing heavy metals, construction waste, and a portion of scrapped vehicles. Nagata Ryoso had already bribed one of the workers. He would assist in activating the crane, allowing Nagata's car to be temporarily incorporated into the machine's operation. However, while the fantasy was alluring, the reality was harsh. Upon arriving at the destruction site, Nagata Ryoso found himself completely surrounded by police vehicles. A curly-haired officer wearing sunglasses crossed his arms, his expression stern. "The occupants of the vehicle, please exit promptly." Baito Ren Saburo approached Nagata Ryoso's car, his voice cold and resolute. "Nagata Ryoso, we are fully aware of everything you have done. Step out of the vehicle now. You are only guilty of attempted murder at this moment, but should you continue to resist, your crimes will extend far beyond this." Nagata Ryoso glared at the young officer, who exuded an air of privilege and elegance, gritting his teeth, his eyes burning with resentment and malice. Baito Ren Saburo was the epitome of the sort of person he despised most. Born into privilege, a true child of fortune, his advantageous education allowing him to navigate seamlessly into the professional ranks, swiftly ascending to become one of the youngest inspectors. While others labored for a lifetime to reach such heights, he merely had to lift his foot to achieve what others could only dream of. Even more infuriating, he had the audacity to reject promotion and transfer, choosing instead to remain in the investigation division, content in his position as an ordinary deputy leader, a position that Nagata Ryoso had coveted for so long. Despite having the longest tenure and experience, He found his place usurped by this insufferably privileged professional, who arrogantly refused advancement while remaining firmly entrenched in a role he was unwilling to vacate. It was utterly revolting and hypocritical. It was clear that this man's only advantage lay in his fortunate lineage. The more he contemplated, the more the long-buried rage within Nagata Ryoso ignited, his feelings of resentment growing more rampant. Did he loathe Baito? Not particularly. Baito was merely a tool in his quest for advancement, never deserving of his regard. Did he harbor hatred for Amuro Toru? Perhaps. For that damned individual had repeatedly thwarted his plans, igniting the fuse of his unemployment. Yet deep down, Nagata Ryoso's greatest ire was reserved for the lofty figures within the Metropolitan Police Department. Although he had complied with their demands and performed their bidding, he ultimately found himself facing this dismal fate. They had never regarded him as a person, merely a disposable tool to be used and discarded. Damned be the Metropolitan Police Department, the cherry blossoms, and everything else. The flames of wrath surged in Nagata Ryoso's eyes. His mind consumed by nothing but the pent-up resentment and fury accumulated over the years. Meanwhile, Baito Saburo continued to insist, Nagata Ryoso, I shall say this once more, exit the vehicle. Matsuda Jinpei removed his sunglasses. His dark eyes fixed on the occupant of the car with an acute perception that seemed to penetrate the very soul. Buzzing. Suddenly, the Jeep revved its engine, accelerating towards Baito Saburo. Watch out. In that instant, Matsuda Jinpei extended his hand, yanking Baito Saburo's collar with great force, pulling him aside just in time. Despite Baito Saburo's considerable height, he was pulled back like a mere chick, completely unprepared for the sudden motion, landing safely beside Matsuda Jinpei. The Jeep then veered perilously close to Baito Saburo, crashing into a nearby heap of construction debris, which consisted of various hard and sharp objects. Nagata Ryoso's eyes widened in terror as he frantically attempted to steer the Jeep away, only to find both the steering wheel and brakes failing him at that critical moment. Bang! The Jeep collided with the refuse pile, producing a dull thud. Matsuda Jinpei frowned, stepping back a few paces while muttering, "Is this guy out of his mind?" Meanwhile, Baito Saburo watched the scene unfold, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Had Nagata Ryoso truly attempted to kill him just now? Why? In their usual interactions within the investigation unit, there had never been any communication, let alone enmity. Yet, at this critical juncture, the other party contemplated taking his life? Shiratori Ninsaburo found himself utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the motives behind this man's intentions. Stop staring blankly. Quickly check on the situation. Matsuda Jinpei urged as he nudged the dazed Shiratori Ninsaburo, and rushed to the side of the Jeep to assess the circumstances. Shiratori Ninsaburo, reluctantly regaining his composure, cast a glance at Matsuda Jinpei, his expression laden with complexity, before following suit. The two stood outside the car, peering inside, enveloped in silence. Perhaps it was the man's just desserts. This area was littered with discarded rebar awaiting disposal. When the Jeep crashed, a steel rod had aligned perfectly with it, resulting in a tragic outcome. A remarkably long and thick piece of rebar had pierced through the driver's seat, traversing the midsection of a middle-aged man, extending straight into the trunk at the rear. The scene was undeniably gruesome. Shiratori Ninsaburo felt a surge of anger, but upon witnessing this harrowing sight, his emotions became increasingly tangled. What astonished them further was that the man was still alive. Despite blood gushing from the wound in his abdomen, he managed to raise his hand, pleading for assistance. "Please save me." Kanto Ryoso's hands were drenched in blood, his complexion ashen and ghostly. Yet his eyes shimmered with a desperate yearning for life, his face contorted in anguish. "Save me," Kanto Ryoso uttered, each word heavy with urgency. "I know who wants to kill Shirakawa-shu. If you save me." Matsuda Jinpei furrowed his brow. "Are you implying that the mastermind behind the attempt on Shirakawa-shu's life is the one you're referring to?" Kanto Ryoso nodded fervently. "Yes, please save me." Intrigued, Matsuda Jinpei's interest piqued, yet he remained vigilant, wary of Kanto Ryoso's potential to strike back in his final moments. However, when his gaze shifted to the rear passenger seat, his expression changed abruptly. Shiratori Ninsaburo noticed it too, panic flooding his countenance as he pulled Matsuda Jinpei back. "Hurry, keep your distance." Chapter 61. The Riddler. In his relentless pursuit of a meticulously crafted plan, Kanto Ryoso had disregarded safety precautions, placing a large mobile battery within the vehicle to ensure an immediate power supply during the incident. Yet, he could never have anticipated that this very instrument of death would become his own death knell. The violent collision had severely damaged the battery's membrane, causing the internal chemicals to leak and initiate a terrifying chemical reaction. Coupled with the gasoline permeating the interior, An explosion was imminent. Both Matsuda Jinpei and Shiratori Ninsuburo observed the swelling battery in the rear seat, aware that an explosion could occur at any moment. The jeep had transformed into an unstable bomb, ready to detonate. Shiratori Ninsuburo felt an overwhelming urge to flee, seizing Matsuda Jinpei to depart immediately. Yet, Matsuda Jinpei grasped Kanto Ryoso's clothing, coldly demanding, "Who is it?" Kanto Ryoso, sensing the anxiety in their expressions, recalled the mobile battery in the back seat. His eyes filled with despair and dread. "Help me, I don't want to die. Please." His voice was laced with desperation. "Those people did this to me. Don't you want revenge?" In this crisis, Matsuda Jinpei's thoughts were remarkably clear, striking directly at the heart of the matter. Based on Kanto Ryoso's actions and character, it was evident he was a vindictive individual. Even in death, he would drag others down with him, especially the one who had orchestrated it all. Indeed. Upon hearing Matsuda Jinpei's words, Kanto Ryoso's eyes ignited with resentment, hatred and malice as he murmured, "Yes, yes, that bastard cannot be allowed to get away with this. Then tell me quickly, and I will help you exact your revenge," Matsuda Jinpei urged. "Yes, yes." Kanto Ryoso's eyes glimmered with hatred as he lunged towards Matsuda Jinpei. "Stay with me, you fool." However, Matsuda Jinpei was already on guard against such a maneuver, retreating swiftly to evade Kanto Ryoso's grasp. The sudden motion exacerbated the gaping wound in Kanto Ryoso's abdomen, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. Matsuda Jinpei halted, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he surveyed the increasingly swollen battery, ultimately deciding against advancing. He stepped back, calmly stating, "In that case, I wish you good luck." Without hesitation, he followed Shiratori Ninsuburo as they ran to safety. Only Kanto Ryoso remained, crying out, "Don't go! I have information. Don't leave. That man has been hiding within the investigation unit. Don't you want to know? If it weren't for him, old Ka." Yet. His words were cut short as the battery in the trunk erupted violently. Boom. The jeep exploded in an instant, flames consuming it along with the leaking gasoline. Kanto Ryoso did not even have time to scream before being engulfed entirely. Matsuda Jinpei and Shiratori Ninsuburo sprinted to a safe distance, turning back to witness the inferno that had become the jeep, both exhaling deeply in relief. Matsuda Jinpei, somewhat disappointed, retrieved a cigarette, muttering a curse under his breath. Damn it, why couldn't he finish his crucial revelation? Shiratori Ninsuburo chuckled in disbelief. "You were nearly blown to bits along with that man. And you're still fixated on that answer. Regardless of who it was, we will uncover the truth in due time." Upon hearing Shiratori Ninsuburo's words, Officer Curl did not respond, merely smoking his cigarette with a distinctly complex expression. Soon, Takagi Wataru and Sato Miwako arrived, gazing at the still-burning jeep in astonishment, perplexed by the transformation of events. Shiratori Ninsuburo had regained his composure and explained to the duo, "This man attempted to ram me with his vehicle, but he ended up impaling himself on the rebar instead. Moreover, I never anticipated that he carried such a high-capacity mobile power source. The battery's chemical reaction caused a catastrophic explosion, taking both him and the vehicle with it." Takagi Wataru and Sato Miwako were left in shock. "What?" Sato Miwako exclaimed. "It seems that those who harm others ultimately bring about their own demise." Matsuda Jinpei flicked the ash from his cigarette and approached slowly. "By the way, what exactly transpired? Why was he still mentioning Shirakawa before he died? That was quite some time ago, wasn't it?" Takagi Wataru responded. "Ah, it's true, Kanto Sr. almost killed Shirakawa." Cough cough. Sato Miwako and Shiratori Ninsuburo simultaneously cleared their throats. Takagi Wataru exclaimed, "What? Who did you say he tried to kill?" Regrettably, it was too late. Matsuda Jinpei surged forward, gripping Takagi Wataru's shoulder, his gaze intense. "Takagi Wataru." Cold sweat trickled down. Sato Miwako furrowed her brow, pulling Takagi Wataru closer to her side. Explaining to Matsuda Jinpei, "Mr. Shirakawa was nearly murdered by Kanto Ryoso, but he was rescued in time, and is not in serious danger. You needn't worry too much." Matsuda Jinpei shot a glance at Shiratori Ninsuburo, gritting his teeth. "No wonder you didn't tell me what was happening earlier." Shiratori Ninsuburo awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Apologies. I was concerned you might impulsively attack the perpetrator." After all, he had heard that during the explosion incident 3 years ago, Matsuda Jinpei had severely beaten the bomber. And had it not been for his companions, he might have truly sent the man to the hospital. Matsuda Jinpei interjected, "I rarely act impulsively." The two encounters he faced were both related to his friends. How could he possibly turn a blind eye? However, upon silently nodding at Sato Miwako and Takagi Wataru, Matsuda Jinpei fell into silence. Well, it certainly left such an impression. He found himself at a loss for words. After finishing his examination at the hospital, Shirakawa-ju was greeted by the sight of little pudding Conan, who was sitting and waiting for him. Shirakawa-ju paused for a moment, taken aback. Conan? Conan jumped down from the bench and approached Shirakawa-ju. Uncle Mori has gone to pay the bill. Please wait here for a moment, Mr. Shirakawa. Shirakawa-ju lowered his gaze. I see. I truly appreciate your kindness. I will reimburse him for the medical expenses when I return. It's nothing, just a small matter. Conan waved his hand, his eyes fixed on Shirakawa-ju with intensity. How did the examination go? Is Mr. Shirakawa all right? Shirakawa-ju replied. According to the preliminary assessment by the doctor, no significant issues were found. As soon as the brain scan results are available, I should be able to leave. I see. Conan extended his tone, a complex expression crossing his face. Shirakawa-ju reached out to gently pat Conan's head. His voice calm and tender. Thank you for keeping me company here, Conan. He then casually chose a seat, and Conan came over to sit beside him. The hospital buzzed with activity, yet it felt remarkably tranquil. The duo, one large and one small, sat side by side, seemingly inconspicuous. Neither spoke, simply sitting in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. What are your thoughts on the case today, Mr. Shirakawa? Conan suddenly inquired. The silver-haired youth shrugged, a gentle smile gracing his face. That was far too close for comfort. Thanks to you all, I managed to escape unharmed. As for my opinion, I have none to offer. While that fellow's methods were rather crude, I still fell for his trap, and I must admit, I do respect him for that. Really? Conan pressed further, his deep blue eyes quietly regarding Shirakawa-ju, revealing a deep-seated curiosity and confusion. Shirakawa-ju raised an eyebrow, responding with certainty. Of course. Conan pursed his lips, unsure of how to articulate his suspicions, ultimately ending the nonsensical topic in silence. How to inquire. How to ask why he seemingly conspired with Takeda Ryuzu to orchestrate his own murder, while feigning ignorance. But what could the motive be? Chapter 62. The Reunion of the Police Academy Group, incomplete version. Unfortunately, Conan was destined not to receive answers at this moment. They had not been seated for long when Matsuda Jinpei hurriedly approached them. Shirakawa-ju looked up in surprise. What brings you here? Matsuda Jinpei, with a scowl, crossed his arms. What? Such a huge incident occurs, and you didn't bother to inform me? Shirakawa-ju, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose. Not at all. I was merely concerned about it affecting your work. Matsuda Jinpei shot a glare at Shirakawa-ju, his words somewhat softened but still laced with irritation. So everything is all right? Shirakawa-ju shook his head. Nothing serious, just waiting for the brain scan. I think you should indeed have your head examined, Matsuda Jinpei remarked, poking Shirakawa-ju in frustration. Fully aware that he was still neglecting his safety and well-being. He initially intended to mention that someone wished to harm him, but upon seeing Conan, he hesitated, his words trailing off into ambiguity. Conan, filled with curiosity, could only rely on Shirakawa-ju to comprehend the situation. Shirakawa-ju sighed. There's little I could have done to prevent this. It's perhaps better to actively bait the hook, and let the other party take the bait. Matsuda Jinpei, unaware of Shirakawa-ju's thoughts, would have undoubtedly repeated his concerns had he known. He scrutinized Shirakawa-ju carefully, confirming that he was unharmed. Before sulkily sitting on the other side of Shirakawa-ju, I will wait with you. Shirakawa-ju queried. Do you have no tasks to attend to? Matsuda Jinpei candidly replied. None. Takeda Ryuzu is dead. What? Both Conan and the system exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. However, naturally, the system's voice was inaudible to others. The system was quite flabbergasted and frantic. How did he die? Oh no, does that mean our prearranged blood is lost? Shirakawa-ju's gaze flickered momentarily as he silently accessed the system panel. Hostname Shirakawa-ju. Current title. Capable newbie, theoretically promising, yet utterly inept. The system panel remained unchanged from the previous time. The silver-haired youth's eyes lingered on the title newbie, before calmly averting his gaze. This system panel seemed even more monotonous than he had anticipated. No wonder previous events had not been recorded in the system. His golden eyes shifted momentarily, and when he blinked again, the youth wore an expression of calm indifference. Conan, however, was impatiently querying, Officer Matsuda, what on earth happened? How could he possibly be dead? Matsuda Jinpei glanced at Conan. Recently he had encountered this young boy at several bomb-related cases, and the frequency had made him somewhat familiar with Conan. It was, after all, a case of his own making. Matsuda Jinpei recalled the circumstances of that day with a tinge of complexity, eventually recounting the entire story. However, he refrained from mentioning that there were others in the investigation unit who wished to harm Shirakawa-ju. As Matsuda Jinpei finished his account, Conan fell into a brief silence. The system remarked, "TSK, this guy is utterly incompetent. Dying from such an accident is a disgrace to the newbies." Shirakawa chuckled lightly. His death was rather abrupt, which certainly diminishes the enjoyment. After all, Takeda Ryuzu appeared to be someone who feared death. I had expected him to be quite resilient. Yet he even manage to consume the appetizer I provided. How disappointing. I had hoped for a few more rounds of fun. But it matters not. His self-sabotage has spared me the trouble of using my carefully prepared little gift. After confirming that there were no issues with his brain, Shirakawa and his companions prepared to head home. On the way, Shirakawa reimbursed Muriran for the medical expenses, only to be pushed by Matsuda Jinpei to return to the apartment for some rest. In the evening, Hajiwara Kenji and Idako arrived after work. Originally planning to gather on another day, they were unexpectedly reunited this night, due to Shirakawa incident, after a long time apart. Upon seeing Idako, Shirakawa smiled warmly and proactively inquired, "How is Miss Natalie faring lately?" Idako couldn't help but beam with happiness. "She is doing well. She is now 7 months along, and when I arrived, she asked me to send her regards." Speaking of his beloved, the usually rugged man radiated affection, his eyes glimmering with tenderness. It was evident that they were blissfully happy. Shirakawa, inspired by this happiness, couldn't help but smile. "That's wonderful. I apologize for not being present for your wedding. I promised to attend the baby's full moon feast." "Haha, great. I'll be looking forward to it," Idako said, patting Shirakawa's shoulder and giving it a squeeze. "You've become quite sturdy over this time. Impressive." Shirakawa laughed. "I've been practicing martial arts with Matsuda recently, so don't underestimate me." Idako was genuinely taken aback. "Not bad at all, Shirakawa. When I have some time, you should come over and practice kendo with me." Shirakawa nodded, "Sure." Matsuda Jinpei tilted his head back, reclining on the sofa with a teasing tone. "Well, you'd better be prepared. Because Shirakawa has been the worst student I've ever taught." Shirakawa retorted. "He is clearly making rapid progress." He cast a sinister grin at Matsuda Jinpei, revealing his sharp, shark-like teeth. "Matsuda, surely you wouldn't wish for your fingers to be bitten off during a brawl, would you?" Matsuda Jinpei choked momentarily before vehemently denouncing such a crude behavior. Such a disgraceful act is utterly shameful. Moreover, it easily results in losing one's teeth. Surely you wouldn't want to replace your naturally fine set with a pair of fakes, would you? Shirakawa Tsubasa ground his teeth. "I have faith in my own teeth." Matsuda Jinpei waved his fist. "And I have faith in my fists." Ida Kozai interjected, while Hajiwara Kenji facepalmed. "Matsuda-kun, Firakawa-kun. It's time for dinner. No fighting, remember to cherish and love one another." He elbowed Ida Kozai playfully. "Right, future father of our children?" Before the two children could respond, Ida Kozai turned beet red, flusteredly opening a can of juice. Dinner. This time, even Matsuda Jinpei and Shirakawa Tsubasa found themselves speechless. Indeed, Hajiwara Kenji was remarkable. With just a few words, he silenced the entire room. During dinner, the four refrained from drinking alcohol. Shirakawa Tsubasa, having nearly drowned, still felt weak and unfit for drinking, while Ida Kozai did not want to return home inebriated to care for his wife. Thus, the nonchalant Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenji indulged their companions, sipping juice instead. Despite the absence of alcohol, the atmosphere remained vibrant. Aware that Shirakawa Tsubasa had no recollection of prior events, they avoided forcing old memories upon him, instead discussing recent occurrences. However, as the conversation unfolded, it inevitably veered towards their other two friends. Upon hearing that Akai Shuichi was a rare golden-haired, dark-skinned individual, Shirakawa Tsubasa slightly furrowed his brow, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the description. A fleeting figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Curiosity about the enigmatic Akai Shuichi grew within him. What manner of person was he? He had repaid the financial assistance of his friends, yet he had yet to meet Akai Shuichi, let alone repay him. Matsuda Jinpei leaned on Shirakawa's shoulder, meticulously critiquing. "He's just a golden-haired bastard. Nicknamed the gorilla. Not only is he brutish in his actions, but he once knocked out my newly fitted false teeth during a fight. Let me tell you." Matsuda Jinpei rambled on, while Hajiwara Kenji struggled to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking, and Ida Kozai appeared on the verge of speechlessness. Shirakawa Tsubasa, oblivious, had already constructed an image in his mind of a burly man with golden hair, dark skin, and a fierce expression. Known for his rugged and unrefined demeanor. A fellow even taller and more robust than the class president. Shirakawa Tsubasa mused internally. In this light, He was entirely different from Amuro Turu. Chapter 63. They are truly remarkable individuals. After dinner, Ida Kozii, preoccupied with thoughts of his beloved at home, took his leave early. Once he departed, Matsuda Jinpei finally assumed a serious demeanor and spoke to Shirakawa Tsubasa about Ryoso Takeda's last words. It seemed that those wishing to harm Shirakawa Tsubasa were concealed within the First Investigation Division. Hajiwara Kenji stroked his chin in contemplation. Yet Shirakawa Tsubasa merely flickered his gaze, refraining from responding. Only the First Investigation Division? No, the actions they had previously undertaken could not be merely attributed to a simple investigation division. The opposing party was likely just a pawn. Shirakawa Tsubasa sighed inwardly. Oh, original host, what a mess you have left me. However, Matsuda Jinpei felt a twinge of regret and indignation. I suspect he deliberately left his words unfinished to torment us. I should have given him a good beating beforehand. Shirakawa Tsubasa remarked, in the future, when faced with such danger, prioritize safety above all. Do not take unnecessary risks. The truth lies ahead, and we will eventually uncover it. There is no need to rush. Matsuda Jinpei met Hajiwara Kenji's disapproving gaze and offered a sheepish grin. I know my limits. It was an emergency, and I had to handle it with discretion. Nevertheless, he found his interest piqued by the words uttered before Takeda's demise. Hajiwara Kenji analyzed. What did he mean by that person back then? Shirakawa Tsubasa lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his expression enigmatic. First, we must consider his identity and context. The topic he spoke of undoubtedly pertains to the mastermind behind the scenes. By addressing Matsuda and Officer Shiratori, does this imply he was reinforcing his knowledge of the matter? Ryoso Takeda believed that as long as he held enough leverage, Matsuda and the others would surely come to his aid. Thus, this incident must represent the most lethal secret of that person. And Matsuda Jinpei and Shiratori Renjiro would undoubtedly find it intriguing. Matsuda Jinpei's eyes sparkled. That person might refer to someone else within the First Investigation Division. What this fellow did to that person back then, Takeda must have been involved as well. Hence his conviction that this matter is crucial in our efforts to save him. Shirakawa Tsubasa concurred. I believe so as well. Given Takeda's statements and the ruthlessness of the mastermind, it seems likely that that person's fate was rather grim. Hajiwara Kenji pondered. According to his accounts, the officer in the First Investigation Division must hold a significant position, certainly not an ordinary officer. A grim fate likely implies death or resignation, moreover. This individual must have been involved in the case that ultimately involved Ryoso Takeda. This presents a new lead. Based on the information they had deduced, they could undoubtedly pinpoint that person by comparing it to recent cases and officers within the First Investigation Division. By seizing this lead on that person and tracing back to the one who harmed him, they would be able to unearth the mastermind targeting Shirakawa Tsubasa. Matsuda Jinpei clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming with excitement and determination. Excellent. This situation is becoming increasingly fascinating. I am eager to discover what other monsters lurk within the police headquarters' vast den of iniquity. Hajiwara Kenji frowned. However, having just joined the First Investigation Division, will directly investigating this matter not attract the attention of that individual? After all, if one is observant, they would surely recognize Matsuda as Shirakawa's peer and friend, thus taking precautions against him. Shirakawa Tsubasa nodded in agreement. Indeed, given the current circumstances, the enemy knows us all too well. I am concerned that any investigative actions on your part will undoubtedly lead to trouble. Matsuda Jinpei wished to assert his fearlessness in the face of such risks. Yet upon meeting the disapproving gazes of Shirakawa Tsubasa and Hajiwara Kenji, he swallowed his words. This was also why they had refrained from informing the class president. He was now a family man, with a pregnant wife, and they did not wish for him to become entangled in this affair, lest something irreparable occur. This path was destined to be fraught with danger. For now, they would wait for the results of the police investigation. Perhaps a breakthrough awaited them. Shirakawa Tsubasa concluded with a smile. With Takeda's years of experience, he may have hidden some evidence. Who knows what the police might inadvertently uncover? Matsuda Jinpei's eyes lit up. He downed his juice in one go and stood up, preparing to head outside. That makes sense. I need to keep an eye out. It's getting late. Shirakawa, you should rest well. Shirakawa Tsubasa replied. There's no need to be so eager. Hajiwara Kenji also rose. Then Matsuda and I shall take our leave. Please take care of yourself. He paused for a moment, and the playful glimmer in his peach blossom eyes was replaced by a hint of seriousness. Bai Chuan, I am aware that you often have your own plans and ideas about many matters. However, I implore you not to go it alone. Matsuda and I will always stand by your side. Bai Chuanqiu was taken aback. Had Hajiwara guessed something? Next time, do not take such risks. The youth with shoulder-length hair slightly blinked, his tone teasing yet laden with intricate emotions. I owe you a life, and I have yet to repay that debt. This referred to the bombing incident from 7 years ago. Bai Chuanqiu was astonished by Hajiwara Kinji's formidable insight, and he averted his gaze with restraint. That is a debt I must repay. If it had not been for them, he might have perished in the hospital long ago. Little Bai Chuan. A debt is a debt, Hajiwara Kinji said, shaking his finger with a light chuckle. You will repay yours and I will repay mine. We are destined to be entangled indefinitely. Bai Chuanqiu. He chuckled, rubbing his forehead. As expected of Hajiwara Kinji. If only your charming words could be utilized to win a girlfriend. Hajiwara Kinji. Some individuals possess high emotional intelligence and social skills, making them quite popular with women. Yet, ironically, such individuals often remain alone in the end. Hajiwara Kinji grimaced as he ruffled Bai Chuanqiu's hair and turned to leave. Get some rest. Once again, the carefully cultivated atmosphere of emotion was utterly dissipated. Bai Chuanqiu with his tousled hair sighed. The apartment door was closed, and the room fell silent once more. The youth on the chair blinked, tousled his disheveled hair, and suddenly burst into laughter. They truly are wonderful people. Chapter 64. The Request of Shiratori Ninsaburo. In the morning, upon encountering Amuro Turu at the Polo Café, Bai Chuanqiu belatedly remembered this individual. Yes, he had been quite proactive at first, but then he seemed to vanish. How peculiar. Good morning, manager, Amuro Turu greeted first, promptly explaining the events of yesterday. My car broke down on the way, and I was unable to reach the scene of the police apprehension. However, I heard that the perpetrator has already perished. I wonder what truly transpired at the scene. It is quite astonishing. Bai Chuanqiu shook his head. I do not know either. We shall await news from the police. Amuro Turu glanced at Bai Chuanqiu, then lowered his head to arrange the utensils. The manager is all right now, correct? I heard from Xiaolon that you have undergone an examination at the hospital, and fortunately, no issues were discovered. To Amuro Turu's inquiry, Bai Chuanqiu replied casually, yes, everything is fine. Amuro Turu sighed in relief. That is good. He turned away, resuming his tasks, though his expression bore a heaviness. Yesterday, after abandoning the pursuit of Nagata Ryoso, Amuro Turu had turned to search Nagata's residence, worried that someone might destroy the evidence within beforehand. Unfortunately, after a thorough search, he found nothing. Perhaps Nagata was too frightened of those individuals to leave any evidence. Or perhaps those individuals were too cautious, ensuring that nothing incriminating could be found. In any case, the lead on Nagata Ryoso had been thoroughly severed, yielding no useful clues. Amuro Turu felt a great anger inside, yet he was powerless to act or assist. The blonde staff member lowered his head, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and continued to feign indifference while attending to his tasks. Meanwhile, Bai Chuanqiu was oblivious to the complex emotions of his employee. He crouched down to pet the long-missed sergeant. You heartless creature. Did you return just to check on me after my troubles? Bai Chuanqiu muttered, gently scratching the chin of the calico cat. Meow. The sergeant was a heartless rogue, circling around Bai Chuanqiu's legs as if confirming the life signs of his human caretaker, nibbling a few bites of cat food before swishing his tail and wandering off. Bai Chuanqiu looked at the cat's retreating figure, bemused, and sighed deeply. I feel as if I have adopted a traveling flower cat. The system curiously asked. What is that? A memory from home, Bai Chuanqiu replied with a light chuckle, humorously dubbed the father who cooks and eats. In the cold, desolate little house. The unseen frog. The system. This thought made him somewhat nostalgic. The system, is it a product from the host's world? Bai Chuanqiu reflected. Indeed, if this world is an extension of mine, then it should soon have that game as well. The system. Quickly check, if it exists. We shall see whether the frog or the cat is more devoted to home. Without hesitation, Bai Chuanqiu took out his phone and swiftly found the equivalent game. The system gazed at the vibrant green frog on the screen and sighed deeply. When will the host grow up? Meanwhile, back at the police station, Matsuda Jinpei was pulled into an empty meeting room by Shiratori Ninsaburo. What's the matter? Matsuda Jinpei inquired, a hint of suspicion in his gaze as he scrutinized Shiratori Ninsaburo. Why had this fellow inexplicably brought him to a secluded place? Shiratori Ninsaburo regarded him with a particularly complex expression, causing Matsuda Jinpei's hairs to stand on end. He removed his sunglasses and shot him an impatient glare. Get to the point. Thank you for yesterday's events, Shiratori Ninsaburo said, rubbing his nose, visibly embarrassed. The young master was typically confident and self-assured. Such words rarely escaped his lips. Initially he had felt little, But upon returning home last night, the scene of the jeep barreling towards him replayed in his mind the moment he closed his eyes. Shiratori Ninsaburo had spent the night wide awake, unable to recall when he had offended Nagata Ryoso. Yet he suddenly remembered that he had yet to express his gratitude to Matsuda Jinpei. Although he was not particularly fond of Matsuda Jinpei's lax demeanor, Shiratori Ninsaburo would not overlook the act of saving him. Matsuda Jinpei was quite astonished. He tucked his sunglasses into his pocket and scrutinized Shiratori Ninsaburo once more. How strange. Has this fellow taken the wrong medicine today? Matsuda Jinpei had not forgotten Shiratori's haughty disposition, as if he were too proud to look anyone in the eye. Seeing Matsuda Jinpei's incredulous expression, Shiratori Ninsaburo felt a bit flustered. I am not so arrogant as to be oblivious to debts of gratitude. How poor must this fellow's impression of him be? Matsuda Jinpei averted his gaze. It's nothing, just a minor matter. Sometimes, malice does not require a reason. Your mere existence can be seen as original sin. Thus, never let your guard down no matter who you face. Shiratori Ninsaburo was taken aback. This fellow alright, time to work. Matsuda Jinpei waved his hand casually, strolling towards the door as he prepared to leave. Wait just a moment. Shiratori Ninsaburo suddenly called out to him. Matsuda Jinpei? Is there more? Are you particularly concerned about what Ryoso Kamtada said before his demise? Is it due to your friend who was once expelled from the police academy? Shiratori Ninsaburo inquired tentatively. The curly-haired officer's gaze suddenly sharpened, coldly fixating on the individual before him. What do you mean by that? Shiratori Ninsaburo remained unfazed by Matsuda Jinpei's imposing aura, responding instead with calm composure. Yesterday, I repeatedly pondered over Kamtada Ryoso's final words, sensing that they conceal a remarkable secret. Uncovering the truth would present an intriguing challenge for me, and I wish to investigate alongside you. The very notion that Shiratori Ninsaburo nearly faltered in his pursuit of Kamtada Ryoso is a profound disgrace. He has etched this grievance against the shadowy mastermind in his memory, vowing to exact revenge in due time. Matsuda Jinpei furrowed his brow. Shiratori Ninsaburo, brimming with pride, declared, I am the heir of the Shiratori group. Even if I were to uncover something, they would not dare to act against me. However, if you rely solely on your investigation, you will undoubtedly encounter significant obstacles. Matsuda Jinpei fell silent. Moreover, I have contemplated that if Kamtada Ryoso was striving to prove his worth before his death, then his last words must be related to the first investigation division, and that unspoken old Ka could very well refer to someone from the division. Shiratori Ninsaburo elaborated, and Matsuda Jinpei felt a surge of astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that the other's analysis would closely mirror their own from the previous night. This revelation prompted him to regard Shiratori Ninsaburo with newfound respect. Meeting Matsuda Jinpei's gaze, Shiratori Ninsaburo internally scoffed while maintaining an outward composure. So, does this validate my capabilities? To be candid, Matsuda Jinpei felt a flicker of interest. Having the Shiratori group as a backing would indeed offer considerable convenience and safety. Yet he could not guarantee the other's integrity. What if it were a trap laid by that hidden mastermind? Matsuda Jinpei refrained from giving a direct affirmation, opting instead for caution. This matter is not as straightforward as it appears. Such reasoning is something nearly everyone could conceive. Therefore, we require more substantial leads to substantiate this hypothesis. Shiratori Ninsaburo understood. I see. He turned and exited first, promising Matsuda Jinpei before leaving, I will demonstrate my sincerity to you. Matsuda Jinpei crossed his arms, his gaze indifferent. I shall await your proof. In the afternoon, the Mori family ventured out for shopping, also intending to check on Shirakawa Tsubaki's condition. I'm perfectly fine, you needn't worry. Shirakawa Tsubaki smiled in response, his eyes momentarily resting on Conan before shifting away. I heard you're planning to head out tomorrow? According to Sonoko, the elusive phantom thief kid might be scouting for next month's gemstone exhibition, so we plan to experience the Suzuki train in advance. Perhaps we'll catch a glimpse of him. Mori ran elucidated. Oh, I see. Shirakawa Tsubaki elongated his tone, noticing that Amuro Turu remained composed, calmly arranging coffee cups without a hint of change in demeanor. Conan, too, leaned over the table, seriously regarding Shirakawa Tsubaki. Mr. Shirakawa, would you like to join us? You missed the gemstone exhibition last time. This could be a chance for a closer encounter. Shirakawa Tsubaki, however, shook his head. No, I'd rather stay in the cafe. What if Phantom Thief Kid disguises himself as me again? Conan replied. I see. If he could impersonate Mr. Shirakawa, that would indeed make identification easier. Shirakawa Tsubaki vaguely grasped the unspoken implication in Conan's words, and shot him a fierce glare. Chapter 65. A conversation between Jin and Gritchett. As night fell in a certain safe house, a man, recently having purged a traitor from the organization, sat on a sofa, exuding an air of lethal intent as he leisurely lit a cigarette. Buzz. The mobile phone on the coffee table vibrated, casting a faint light that illuminated the man's profile, breaking the dimness of the room. The man exhaled a plume of smoke, his cold green eyes fixated on the phone, remaining indifferent for a prolonged moment. It wasn't until the screen dimmed and then lit up again that he languidly answered the call. Hello. Jin, why are you only answering now? Jin scoffed. Do you require something? After a brief silence, the voice on the other end softened with urgency. Apologies, Jin, I was too hasty. What is it? Jin, disinterested in small talk, crossed his legs and got straight to the point. A damned private investigator has taken something of mine from the U.S. And he has already boarded a plane. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will set foot on cherry blossom soil tomorrow. Jin inhaled deeply from his cigarette, his tone laced with mockery. A mere private investigator? What could he possibly take from you? The individual on the other end cursed softly in English. Before explaining, he is a private investigator hired to look into my daughter's infidelity, though I don't know where she found him. He not only ruined my daughter's engagement, but also made off with something of mine. Jin inquired. What is it? Gritchett, you lack sincerity. After a moment of silence, Gritchett gritted his teeth. It's a key of great importance to me. Jin, I implore you, help me eliminate him and retrieve the key. Jin chuckled derisively, flicking the ash from his cigarette, his voice icy. What kind of key? You needn't concern yourself with that. However, should you wish to escalate matters with the organization, I have my own justifications. But if you are willing to assist me, I shall offer you due compensation. Jin lowered his gaze, a feral glint flashing in his green eyes. You are aware that I will deal with Sherry tomorrow, and will not be in Tokyo. Tomorrow marks the departure time of the Suzuki train, coinciding with Sherry boarding the death train. At that moment, he and Vodka will await at the terminus in Nagoya. And once the train arrives, they will obliterate the entire platform and train with explosives, leaving Sherry no chance of escape. Compared to Gritchett's damned secret, Jin preferred to personally handle Sherry. You were not absent from the task on the train, were you? I trust in your capability to effortlessly dispose of that individual. Jin's gaze turned cold. Is it Vermouth who informed you? Gritchett, the head of the U.S. division, shares a cordial relationship with Vermouth. Thus Jin immediately deduced who had leaked the details of tomorrow's assignment. Just a transaction, Jin. Gritchett's voice was nonchalant. We can strike a deal. And I owe you a favor, which you can redeem at any time. You know, Jin, for people like us, favors are the most precious currency. The man sneered. Gritchett, I never anticipated you would utter such shameless words. It truly broadens my horizons. Favors? Such are not commodities. Yet you dare to overreach. You will find satisfaction, Jin. The voice on the other end lowered, proposing a condition. Jin's gaze flickered, though he remained insatiable. That is still insufficient. You. Gritchett realized Jin was attempting to raise the stakes, yet thinking of that item, he gritted his teeth. Fine, state your terms. Thus, Jin unabashedly laid out his demands. Despite the pain in his heart, Gritchett begrudgingly consented to the arrangement. Send me the information. I will handle it personally. The man emphasized the word personally, and Gritchett felt somewhat reassured. I understand. I await your good news, Jin. After hanging up, Jin dismissively picked up his phone and opened the materials Gritchett had sent him. In the records, there was a dark-skinned Asian man adorned with a full beard. His eyelids drooped heavily, and his inky black eyes held a sharpness that contrasted with his unkempt, shaggy hair that appeared as though it had not been attended to in quite some time. He bore no resemblance to a private detective. Rather, he looked akin to a homeless man from the streets of America. Upon meeting his gaze, Jin found himself momentarily transfixed. As he extinguished his cigarette, the man squinted, staring intently at the photograph before him, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Who was this individual? And why did he seem so familiar? It felt as if he had encountered him before. Jin searched his memory, but found no match for the face. How intriguing. He scrutinized the photograph as if it were a corpse. Regardless of whether they were acquaintances, he would ensure the individual was eliminated. The following day, Shirakawa arrived early, meticulously preparing his disguise before heading out to retrieve a vehicle. The system expressed some confusion. Host, when did you purchase a car? Shirakawa replied, it's not my car. It's one discarded by a former employer, and I'm merely borrowing it. Thus, the system watched as Shirakawa confidently made his way to a villa district, selecting a reasonably priced Jeep from someone else's garage. The system pondered. Is your former employer quite wealthy? The garage was filled with luxury vehicles, making it a challenge to find a more ordinary one, leaving the system in a state of bewilderment. The opulence of the wealthy is truly beyond comprehension. Shirakawa left behind a note, casually stating, I once assisted him with a task, so he now possesses all of this. The car serves as a token of gratitude. This statement carried significant weight, yet the system failed to grasp its underlying implications, lamenting, why did you not continue working? I believe remaining with your former employer would have been quite lucrative, rather than running a cafe and worrying daily about profits. Shirakawa mused, why do I feel as though the system is judging me? Nevertheless, he refrained from elaborating, unlocking the jeep and, upon discovering the keys, started the vehicle, gradually making his way out of the villa district. It was not until the jeep had exited the area that the villa's owner finally pulled back the curtains for a distant glance. The elderly butler slightly bowed, reporting, Sir, he chose an ordinary wrangler and left a note. The owner took the note, exhaled a long sigh of relief, and instructed quietly, ensure all records of this vehicle are erased, treat it as if it never existed, and let today's events be swallowed in silence. The butler nodded in acknowledgement. The owner ignited the note, watching it burn to ashes in the ashtray, a serene smile gracing his face, finally settled. It is best we never meet again. Shibukawa Kyuka's flight landed at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Shirakawa Ju arrived at the airport ahead of time, awaiting contact from Kyuka. Around 2:15, he received a message from Kyuka. After 3 years of separation, Shirakawa felt a wave of nostalgia. However, as he stood at the designated meeting point, he found himself waiting for quite some time without sight of Kyuka. How peculiar. Shirakawa murmured to himself, just as he received a call from Kyuka. Hello. He answered. Shirakawa. I've arrived, but I don't see you. The familiar voice came from beside him, and he turned to find a scruffily dressed man resembling a vagabond. The man raised his eyes, meeting the gaze of the sole black-haired, red-eyed youth standing before him. Both exclaimed simultaneously, Shirakawa? Kyuka? 5 minutes later, they sat in the car, exchanging glances in silence. Finally, Shirakawa could no longer contain his laughter. You've made quite the sacrifice, haven't you? Where is my gentle and refined Kyuka? What happened to him? Kyuka scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. My disguise skills aren't advanced enough for a complete transformation, so I opted for a drastic change instead. This disheveled appearance and thick beard effectively divert attention. After all, the contrast from my previous style is so stark that even those close to me wouldn't recognize me, let alone strangers. However, he hadn't anticipated Shirakawa's disguise skills to be so impressive. Kyuka scrutinized Shirakawa's face, searching for any signs of alteration, but to his surprise, the connection between his cheeks and neck appeared seamless, with no traces of disguise discernible. Moreover, the face Shirakawa had chosen bore a hint of mixed heritage, with more pronounced facial contours, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose, leaving no evidence of artificiality. Even his expressions were remarkably natural. The last time Kyuka had witnessed such skill was while engaging with the organization during a mission involving vermouth. This level of mastery in disguise was truly astonishing. I inadvertently acquired it over the years, Shirakawa replied with a smile. If you're interested, I'd be happy to teach you later. Kyuka did not decline. This skill would be invaluable to him. Alright, thank you. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Shirakawa started the car. Why don't you stay at my place for now? Kyuka hesitated. I feel like I was being watched before boarding the plane, but I'm uncertain if anyone is tailing me here. For safety's sake, I'll get off at Mihua and assess the situation. Understood. I have the items you sent me. When should I give them to you? Shirakawa inquired about the belongings Kyuka had previously entrusted to him. It's still not safe, so I'll have to ask you to keep holding on to them. Alright. Shirakawa agreed without hesitation, exiting the airport parking lot. Not long after the jeep left the parking area, a black Porsche emerged, trailing them at a distance. As Shirakawa drove, he quickly sensed something amiss. The familiar black Porsche was following them, neither too close nor too far behind. Shirakawa's eyes widened, his heart racing. What was happening? Jin was not in Nagoya but had remained in Tokyo? This diverged entirely from the main storyline. Why was he seeking out him? A mere inconspicuous figure. Kyuka also noticed. Abruptly sitting up straight. Where are the supplies? Shirakawa responded, in the drawer right in front of you. Following his instructions, Kyuka retrieved a handgun. It seemed the pursuing Porsche realized they were aware of its presence, abruptly dropping the pretense and accelerating towards them. The silver-haired man leaned out of the window, aiming a Beretta directly at the driver's seat of the jeep. The alarm blared. Shirakawa instinctively ducked, as a bullet shattered the windshield before him. Kyuka reacted swiftly, turning to fire at the driver of the Porsche. The Porsche deftly dodged, evading Kyuka's bullets and speeding directly towards the Jeep. Shirakawa's gaze turned icy. He pressed the accelerator, trying to evade the impending collision. However, the driver's skills in the Porsche were undeniably superior to Shirakawa's, as the vehicle nimbly pursued the rear of the Jeep, intending to execute a violent American-style stop. Fortunately, Kyuka was quick on the draw, raising his firearm and aiming at the assailant, while Jin targeted the Jeep's tires. In an instant, the two vehicles collided before swiftly parting ways, evading the bullets that erupted from both sides. The incessant blaring of the system alarm reverberated in Bai Chuanjiu's mind, deepening the crimson hue of his gaze, which had initially been mere camouflage, but now appeared strikingly authentic. He coldly commanded in his mind, "Silence." Instantly, the system quieted down. With a piercing glare, Bai Chuanjiu instructed, "Zhu Fu, grasp the handrail tightly." Zhu Fu Jingguang promptly seized the overhead grip. Bai Chuanjiu deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, positioning the vehicle directly in front of the Porsche and executing a sudden brake, colliding with a resounding crash. The impact was fierce, as even the most skilled drivers could falter in the face of the unexpected. The vodka driver, caught off guard, found their vehicles smashing violently against one another. Both occupants of the Jeep lurched forward, as did the occupants of the Porsche. This was precisely why Bai Chuanjiu had chosen the Jeep. Its size and durability were unmatched. With a successful strike, Bai Chuanjiu's reflexes were remarkably swift. He pressed the accelerator to continue racing forward, not daring to pause. Jin Jiu quickly steadied himself. His voice icy. "Vodka." Vodka jolted back to attention, and immediately pressed down on the gas. The man extended his arm, firing 3 shots toward the driver's seat. Clang, clang, clang. Once more, the system alarm blared, prompting Bai Chuanjiu to begin evasive maneuvers. Zhu Fu Jingguang also extended his hand, firing back to thwart Jin Jiu's impending attack. Zhu Fu counterattack. Bai Chuanjiu commanded sharply, casting a glance into the rearview mirror. Though Zhu Fu Jingguang was uncertain of Bai Chuanjiu's intentions, he valiantly brandished his weapon, continuously suppressing the pursuing vehicle. For years, Vodka had followed Jin Jiu, often perceived as his subordinate and driver. However, his exceptional driving skills were undeniable, ranking among the finest within their organization. Faced with Zhu Fu Jingguang's suppressive fire, Jin Jiu remained calm, refraining from immediate retaliation, while Vodka's reflexes were quicker, skillfully dodging Zhu Fu Jingguang's bullets with a series of deft maneuvers. Bai Chuanjiu's gaze remained fixed on the rearview mirror, absorbing every movement of Vodka, a hint of long-suppressed madness flickering in his expression. Ding. The criminal mastery talent activated. Skill acquisition in progress. Bang. Jin Jiu's bullet shattered the rear windshield, grazing Bai Chuanjiu's cheek and obliterating the rearview mirror before the Porsche once again rammed into the Jeep's rear with malicious intent. Ding. The criminal mastery talent activated. The system panel has been updated. Hostname, Bai Chuanjiu. Current title, Promising Novice Criminal, Theoretically Adept, yet Utterly Inept. Title evaluation. Possesses skills beyond those of ordinary criminals, yet is not a true criminal. The wait has been excruciating. It is recommended to restart with a different host. Talent, Criminal Mastery. Skills Mastered, Demolitions Expert, Escape Artist. Disguise Master, Speed Demon. The accelerator roars, igniting speed and passion, delivering an authentic American car chase to the fools behind, showcasing the true essence of a devil. Ahaha. Current progress, not yet updated. At last, it has arrived. Bai Chuanjiu's expression abruptly turned cold, a slight smirk gracing his lips, as the depth of his mixed heritage took on an air of inscrutability. He flexed his fingers, and in the split second before the Porsche lunged to attack, he skillfully shifted gears and accelerated, swiftly pulling away from the pursuing Porsche. Both Vodka and Jin Jiu furrowed their brows simultaneously. Odd. It felt as though a different driver had taken the wheel. "Pursue them," Jin Jiu commanded, and naturally, Vodka unleashed the full power of the engine, flooring the accelerator. Jin Jiu extended his arm, firing at the Jeep ahead. However, this time, the opponent's reflexes and skills far surpassed their earlier performance, merely shaking the rear of the vehicle without landing a single shot. A flicker of astonishment crossed the man's eyes. They had been tailing closely, with only 2 individuals in the other car, and throughout the chase, there had been no change in drivers. How is it that the driver has suddenly become enlightened? Not only were Vodka and Jin Jiu taken aback, but even Zhu Fu Jingguang in the car was utterly stunned, unable to resist glancing at Bai Chuanjiu. The black-haired youth in front of him pressed his lips together, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the road ahead, his focus unwavering as he concentrated entirely on driving. Zhu Fu Jingguang momentarily lost his train of thought, but quickly regained his composure, continuing to fire at the pursuers from behind. Zhufu. There are items in the drawer. Retrieve them and throw them at them, Bai Chuanjiu instructed. Zhufu Jingguang promptly complied, only to be astonished when he unearthed 2 grenades. These are my personal creations, with a 5-second detonation time. Without needing further explanation from Bai Chuanjiu, Zhufu Jingguang comprehended his intent, swiftly removing the safety pin, counting silently to 3, and then unhesitatingly tossing them out. Jinjiu's pupils constricted, almost instantaneously. As Zhufu Jingguang released the grenades, he fired to detonate them. Boom. The grenade exploded mid-air, but contrary to everyone's expectations, it lacked any real lethality, instead dispersing into a peculiar black smoke that enveloped the Porsche. The windshield before the two was instantly obscured, rendering their visibility of the road ahead utterly non-existent. Vodka quickly reacted, activating the windshield wipers and sprayers in an attempt to clear the glass, while Jinjiu sensed something amiss, wanting to halt Vodka's actions, but alas, it was too late. The black powder, upon contact with water, morphed into a sticky, gooey mass, firmly adhering to the glass. When the wipers swiped across, they merely smeared it further, completely obscuring the view of the road ahead. The grenade had not been intended to harm. It was merely a tactic to buy time. Fool. Jinjiu muttered under his breath. Vodka felt a chill run down his spine from the reprimand, too fearful to meet Jinjiu's gaze, and instead leaned out the window to observe the road ahead. However, Zhufu Jingguang would not let this opportunity slip by, directly aiming at Vodka's head. Vodka recoiled in fright, but his hat was shot off, and without time to mourn the loss of his headgear, he cast a questioning glance at Jinjiu. Aware that their speed was beginning to wane, Jinjiu also tilted his head to look, but could only perceive a trace of exhaust from the fleeing vehicle. Pursuing them further was entirely out of the question. Pull over, the man commanded decisively. Vodka complied immediately, pulling the vehicle to the side. Jinjiu exited the car, approaching the windshield, and ran his hand over the substance coating the glass, squinting his eyes. In Vodka's apprehensive gaze, he cautiously sniffed the substance. Ha! The man let out an incredulous cold laugh. Vodka, tentatively extending his hand, touched a portion of the substance, inhaled it, and an unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. Under the man's frigid demeanor, Vodka discreetly licked his finger. Ugh, it was sweet, with a somewhat thick sesame aroma. It seemed, perhaps, that this substance was indeed sesame paste. Their mission had failed because of this. Vodka buried his head low, wishing fervently to vanish from existence. In the jeep, Zhufu Jingguang observed as the Porsche gradually came to a halt, eventually fading into the distance, completely left behind. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, Bai Chuan, "What is that?" Bai Chuanqiao gestured towards the rear seat with a finger, saying, "Look." Zhufu Jingguang turned his head to glimpse several open packages of sesame paste. Specifically sourced low-fat instant version, he remarked, capable of simulating the force of a dust explosion, yet dissolving effortlessly in water, making it quite a challenge to clean off the glass. The effect is indeed remarkable. Bai Chuanqiao pondered for a moment before adding, "I purchased several varieties, and this one performs the best. I still have some left in the trunk. You can take some back as breakfast, beneficial for your health and cognition." "Alright, thank you," Zhufu Jingguang replied. A sudden silence enveloped them as one drove while the other gazed out at the scenery. Then, without premeditation, they both burst into laughter. "Aha!" Zhufu Jingguang felt as if it had been ages since he had laughed so heartily. Bai Chuanqiao chuckled, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his body shaking with mirth. The thought of Jin and the others' expressions upon discovering the truth was simply too amusing. Bai Chuan, Zhufu Jingguang mused, mentally compiling a list of commendations, which ultimately crystallized into a succinct, "Well done." Moreover, when did your driving skills improve so remarkably? Did you seek counsel from Hajiwara? That tailspin earlier was astonishing. Bai Chuanqiao, still smiling, replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I just picked up a few tricks." Zhufu Jingguang gave a thumbs up. Eventually, instead of driving into the city, they opted to select an open area to dispose of the vehicle. Gazing at the jeep, which had barely arrived only to be rendered useless, Bai Chuanqiao felt little pang of regret. He had foreseen this vehicle's ultimate fate long before the selection process began. Zhufu Jingguang had already cropped his hair short and shaved off his beard, revealing a refined and gentle visage. Dressed in prepared attire, he transformed back into the familiar Jingguang cat. Bai Chuanqiao looked at the youthful figure and chuckled softly, raising his arms to formally embrace Zhufu Jingguang. "Welcome back." Zhufu Jingguang returned the embrace with a smile. As they parted, Bai Chuanqiao teased, "To be honest, I scarcely recognized you just now." Zhufu Jingguang managed a wry smile, unperturbed, and candidly remarked, "My only thought right now is to find a place to take a shower." Bai Chuanqiao laughed, Then let us go to my apartment. We've shaken off those pursuers. You are quite safe now. After a moment's hesitation, Shufu Jingguang nodded, all right. The two turned and, conversing merrily, made their way down the path towards the city, leaving behind the jeep, which was engulfed in flames until all traces were reduced to ashes. When Jin arrived with vodka to find the vehicle, the once imposing jeep had long since been reduced to a mere frame, surrounded by the stench of charred debris. The man stared at the heap of scrap metal, his expression icy enough to freeze. Vodka, pinching his nose, rummaged through the wreckage and shook his head at Jin, lamenting, "Brother, there's nothing left." Jin was well aware that this would be the outcome, yet the failure ignited a fierce anger within him. Fortunately, amidst the increasingly cold and murderous atmosphere, Jin's phone rang. "Hello?" The voice of Vermouth came through. "Jin, our mission has been resolved. Where are you? Surely a simple task hasn't taken you this long?" Upon hearing the initial news, Jin's grim countenance eased slightly, but Vermouth's teasing tone darkened his expression once more. Noticing Jin's silence, Vermouth paused, then incredulously asked, "Could it be?" Jin replied, "That guy got away." Vermouth was genuinely surprised. "He's just a private detective? How could he possibly escape from you?" Jin scoffed, "Merely a private detective? That bastard, Greenchart, what did he lose?" Vermouth responded innocently, "I'm not aware of this. He didn't mention anything." Jin's green eyes flashed with cold derision as he spoke softly. "I will discuss this with him. You all may return now. By the way, are you certain Sherry is dead?" Vermouth replied casually, "Of course." With a derisive snort, Jin ended the call abruptly. "Let us go back." Vodka glanced at the pile of scrap metal. "So brother, what about this?" Jin shot him a bemused glance. "What? Do you wish to clean up after them?" Vodka promptly fell silent, lowering his head. "Apologies, brother." Soon, the two figures vanished from the ruins, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Chapter 68. The 3 Years of Shufu Jingguang. In the apartment, freshly bathed Shufu Jingguang emerged to sit beside Bai Chuan Qiao on the sofa, letting out a contented sigh. "This feels wonderful." Bai Chuan Qiao placed a stack of clean blankets on the sofa. "This sofa can be converted into a bed for sleeping. I hope you won't mind, Shufu." Shufu Jingguang chuckled lightly. "How could I? Having a place to stay is already a blessing." "Oh right, since it's like this now that item. Let us leave it here with you, Bai Chuan," Shufu Jingguang said. "I might not linger in Tokyo for long." "Where else do you plan to go?" Bai Chuan Qiao asked, a note of concern in his voice. Previously he hadn't thought much of it, but knowing that his friend was up against that organization left him feeling somewhat uneasy. In a narrative devoid of foreseeable conclusions, how could his friend stand alone against such odds? "Don't worry, Bai Chuan. The crucial item is already in my possession. My primary focus now is to investigate how to utilize it." Bai Chuan Qiao appeared puzzled. Shufu Jingguang struggled to find the right words to explain, ultimately stating succinctly, "The item I sent you is actually a key, though I am still uncertain what it unlocks. However, I now have a direction for my investigation." "A key?" Bai Chuan Qiao recalled the object Shufu Jingguang had sent him, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. If Shufu Jingguang hadn't mentioned it, he would have found it hard to associate it with a key. He promptly poked the system. "System? Could you check next door to see if there's anything related to keys in the main storyline?" "System? That is not something I can simply look into," it replied with a hint of defensiveness. "How do you know it's a key?" Bai Chuan Qiao pressed on. "How should I put this?" Shufu Jingguang pondered before recounting the events. It turned out that when Shufu Jingguang was exposed, it was indeed due to a leak from high-ranking officials in the Public Security Bureau. However, he had not anticipated that the leak was not directly handed to the organization. Rather, it was because of a hefty bribe that crucial intelligence had been disclosed to an American businessman. This businessman had connections to the CIA. In hindsight, he was likely an intelligence operative sent by the United States to infiltrate Sakura, specifically using bribery to acquire substantial amounts of official internal information. Unluckily for Shufu Jingguang, a portion of his undercover information had found its way into this leaked intelligence, reported back to the CIA's internal network by the operative. Consequently, the organization's undercover member within the CIA inadvertently discovered this matter and relayed the information back to the organization. In an unexpected turn of events, Shufu Jingguang was caught off guard. Fortunately, Shirakawa Shizuku appeared just in time to rescue him, providing Shufu Jingguang with the opportunity to follow the trail and investigate all the way to America. Disguising himself as a private detective, he embarked on a secret investigation that lasted 3 years. No one knew the difficulties he endured during that time, but it was certain that Shufu Jingguang had unearthed a significant lead and captured a substantial target. He uncovered the true identity of the head of the organization's American branch, Greenchart. Simultaneously, he obtained a crucial key. Greenchart was deeply fond of his daughter, harboring grave concerns that should anything happen to him, the organization would eliminate her as well. Thus, unbeknownst to the organization, he secretly left a key for her, intending it to serve as a safeguard for her life. Having been part of the organization for many years, Greenchart possessed profound knowledge about it. He must have realized that threatening the organization with anything would only hasten his demise. Hence, unless this key was of paramount importance, one that could entirely restrain the organization's murderous intent, he would not have taken such a risk. At this juncture, Zhu Fujingguang paused to sip some water, while Shirakawa Shizuku gazed at him in astonishment, admiration filling her eyes. It was astonishing to realize that Zhu Fujingguang was the true wolf in sheep's clothing. He had been quietly working behind the scenes, digging deeply into the matter. If such a presence had existed sooner, the protagonists would have undoubtedly caught the organization off guard and struck a fatal blow. Alas! Shirakawa Shizuku lowered her gaze to her hands, a vague suspicion brewing in her mind. Perhaps, without her as a variable, the person before her would have already. Zhu Fujingguang, oblivious to Shirakawa Shizuku's complex emotions, continued. Coincidentally, his daughter was investigating her husband's infidelity, and I seized the opportunity to approach her, successfully obtaining the items. After recounting his tumultuous experiences, Zhu Fujingguang let out a sigh. Unfortunately, their response was too swift. Otherwise, I could have retrieved some internal CIA documents. The daughter's husband was a CIA agent, and with the pretense of investigating infidelity, Zhu Fujingguang found it exceedingly convenient to gather more intelligence. Since those individuals had stolen from them in the past, it was only fitting that he return the favor. Shirakawa Shizuku exclaimed, "Brother, do you realize how formidable you are? I almost feel compelled to kneel before you. Please, spare me your modesty." She sincerely felt that Zhu Fujingguang's assignment as an undercover agent was a gross underutilization of his talents. Freed from the constraints of his undercover identity and its regulations, Zhu Fujingguang resembled a wild stallion, relentlessly extracting intelligence from others while lurking in the shadows. Poised to strike decisively, he was, in essence, the epitome of enduring hardship and waiting for the opportune moment. Accepting Shirakawa Shizuku's admiring gaze, Zhu Fujingguang felt a twinge of bashfulness, his ears flushing as he cleared his throat. "I must also thank Shirakawa for your assistance. Without you, I might not have been able to return with the items." Shirakawa Shizuku quickly waved her hands. "No need for thanks, we are friends after all. Is it truly no trouble for you? Since you've acquired such crucial leads, why not report to the higher-ups first and then devise the next course of action?" "No need," Zhu Fujingguang replied without hesitation. Realizing that his response was perhaps too resolute, he paused for a moment, then explained after a lengthy silence. "After that incident, I find it difficult to trust them now. To betray one's country and comrades for mere profit." Zhu Fujingguang's exposure was too reckless and utterly ridiculous. Consequently, his efforts over the past 4 years had all crumbled to dust. Now, as he embarks on this renewed journey, Zhu Fujingguang is determined not to expend another 3 years of effort in vain. Shirakawa Shizuku understood his sentiments and fell silent. Perhaps due to his origins in Hogwarts, he felt little attachment to this nation, rendering him incapable of comprehending the mindset akin to a collapse of faith. His own country thrived and he took pride in it, while the increasingly decaying bureaucracy here further undermined the faith of the discerning. As a person from Hogwarts, Shirakawa Shizuku lacked the position to comfort Zhu Fujingguang. He could only offer words of concern as a friend. "Then why not rest here for a few days? Wait until the attention on you wanes before setting out. I worry for your safety." "All right," Zhu Fujingguang replied. "If you need assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me." The young man with cat-like eyes arched his brows, his voice gentle and soft. "I know, Shirakawa." Chapter 69. The Private Detective from America. In the evening, upon returning to Mihua from Nagoya, Amuro Turu received an email from Rum, find this person. Photo attached. Amuro Turu felt a hint of curiosity, opening the photo to glance at it, revealing a disheveled homeless man, appearing rather unremarkable. His gaze lingered for a moment on the unfamiliar, yet piercing eyes before quickly shifting away, replying in the email, "Bourbon. Who is this individual?" "Rum. He is a private detective from America, having just arrived in Sakura today. He should be hiding somewhere in Mihua." "Bourbon. Is there only a photo? Any more detailed information?" "Rum. All his data is fabricated. His actual information is currently untraceable." Amuro Turu let out a soft hiss, sensing the complexity of the situation, and picked up the photo for a closer inspection. The thick, curly hair and beard concealed most of the man's face, leaving only those strikingly bright eyes visible, making it nearly impossible to ascertain his features, let alone deduce a physical likeness from his outer appearance. This was a clumsy disguise, yet remarkably effective. Bourbon. May I inquire why he is being sought? Rum. You only need to know that he has taken something he should not have. Find him before Jin does. This way, the benefits Green Chart originally promised to Jin can be claimed by Rum. Amuro Turu frowned. Jin was also searching for this individual? He suddenly recalled that after completing his task earlier that afternoon, Vermouth had called Jin, and after a few words, a distinctly gleeful smile appeared on her face. Could this be related? Moreover, had he taken something he should not have? His gray-purple eyes brightened suddenly. Did this imply that the individual possessed something of significant value to the organization? Bourbon. When did he arrive in Sakura? Through what means did he enter? Rum relayed the information he had gathered about him to Amuro Turu, but did not send any further messages. What was known was that this Asian man, named Xia-in, was an American private detective who had suddenly emerged in the detective circle 3 years ago. Although his deductive skills were commendable, his unkempt appearance made him less appealing, resulting in few willing to seek his services. However, he had solved several notorious infidelity cases within the aristocratic circle, creating quite a stir. Most regarded him more as a paparazzo than a detective. Green Chart's daughter sought him out for this very reason. This man rarely ventured out, had few friends, and seldom mentioned his background. However, based on his trajectory of escape back to Sakura, it was likely that he was originally from Sakura, and that name was probably an alias. To be honest, finding such an individual in Mihua now seemed almost an insurmountable challenge. Amuro Turu opened the photo, scrutinizing the man depicted within. Without a doubt, according to this fellow's elaborate disguise scheme, upon entering the city of Mihua, he would undoubtedly dispose of his hair and beard to reveal his true visage, ensuring that he would not attract undue attention while strolling through the streets of Tokyo. How then does one go about locating him? Amuro Turu picked up the pencil from the table, endeavoring to sketch a rough outline of the man's facial features, fixating on his eyes in an attempt to conjure a possible likeness. The safe house was enveloped in silence, save for the luminous light emanating from the desk lamp before him. The illumination elongated the shadows and stretched the pencil in the man's grasp, inscribing faint gray marks upon the pristine white paper. Suddenly, Amuro Turu halted his hand mid-motion. He stared vacantly at the portrait on the paper, remaining motionless for an extended period. His sketching skills were not particularly refined, a mere product of hastily acquired knowledge from his undercover training. Yet perhaps due to the profound memories etched in his heart, the likeness emerged with remarkable clarity, capturing the essence of the subject with surprising ease. The gentle upward curve of the phoenix-like eyes, the soft contours of the face, and the warm, understated smile. No matter how many times he gazed upon it, the pang of sorrow and confusion surged within him. Amuro Turu closed his eyes, massaging his temples. How could he have found himself drawing, and then? Shine? Light. Once more, Amuro Turu lifted his phone, scrutinizing intently, his eyes widening as he fixated on the single visible eye. The photograph was rather blurry, merely a grainy capture from surveillance footage, and magnifying it further rendered it virtually indistinguishable. It was nearly impossible to glean any definitive information from this image. Time slipped away unnoticed as Amuro Turu lowered his phone, his eyes slightly reddened from prolonged screen time. He shut his eyes and exhaled a deep sigh. What if? Inside the safe house, the sound of a self-deprecating chuckle escaped the man. The following day, Shirakawa Tsubasa arrived at the cafe bright and early, immediately spotting Amuro Turu. Good morning, manager. Amuro Turu greeted Shirakawa Tsubasa with a beaming smile. Good morning. Shirakawa Tsubasa glanced at him, inquiring whether everything had gone smoothly the previous day. All went well. The blonde employee cast his eyes downward, resuming his task of mopping the floor, his voice soft. Miss Inomoto and the manager worked hard yesterday. Shirakawa Tsubasa merely hummed in acknowledgement, refraining from any rebuttal, and settled into his chair, drifting into thought. Amuro Turu discreetly observed Shirakawa Tsubasa while tending to his own tasks. Good morning. Inomoto Azusa entered, greeting them both. Good morning. Shirakawa Tsubasa and Amuro Turu responded in unison. Azusa, you worked hard yesterday, Shirakawa Tsubasa remarked. Inomoto Azusa waved her hand cheerfully, full of vitality, proclaiming, Manager, if you have any tasks for me in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. She beamed, reveling in the joy of having earned 3 people's wages for the day. Shirakawa Tsubasa chuckled. Next time, I want to give you that opportunity. Amuro Turu feigned surprise, asking, was it only Miss Azusa yesterday? That must have been quite the burden. Inomoto Azusa waved her hand dismissively, donning her work apron with glee. Not at all. I was very motivated. Amuro Toru chuckled softly, though his gaze flickered toward Shirakawa Tsubasa, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. This meant that Shirakawa had indeed not been present at the cafe yesterday? The system also pondered Shirakawa Tsubasa's actions. Host, why did you not conceal your outing yesterday? Amuro Toru, that mischievous chocolate, might very well inform Jin about Shirakawa Tsubasa, and given Jin's intelligence and intuition, he might suspect the host. Shirakawa Tsubasa smirked. Just testing the waters. The system responded, huh? This Amuro Toru seems rather peculiar. As Shirakawa Tsubasa spoke, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the blonde employee. Although the latter appeared as he always did, Shirakawa Tsubasa couldn't shake the feeling that he was in a rather foul mood today. Could it be that the host wishes to portray him as a good person? The system protested. I have seen the script. He is undoubtedly a villain. A member of the organization, Bourbon. There can be no doubt. This detestable scoundrel managed to disguise himself so flawlessly that even his host wavered. Infuriating. As the host's most trusted ally, it was imperative to unmask this charlatan. Host, please remain vigilant, and do not turn a blind eye simply because of your fondness for this exceptional employee. Shirakawa Tsubasa mused. You remind me. He is indeed a valuable staff member. If he leaves, my business would suffer. Who would help me earn money then? The system sighed, feeling its heartache deepening. Did the host trust his instincts over its guidance? How disheartening. As this thought crossed its mind, the system became even more despondent. Chapter 70. A Life of Comfort. Investigations begin from all sides. Stop. Shirakawa Tsubasa had already sensed that the fragile system was about to begin its performance anew, and he quickly stifled its emotions before it could commence its lamentations. The system sniffled a couple of times. Shirakawa Tsubasa rubbed his temples in exasperation. Are all systems this human-like? The system replied, of course. Our existence is to better assist the host, so we naturally become more attuned to human nature. Shirakawa Tsubasa merely sighed. At times, it truly felt like the fatigue of parenting. Don't be sad. Let us go and have some fun by eliminating someone. Shirakawa Tsubasa suggested tentatively. The system exclaimed, really? Oh yes. Who does the host intend to target? How shall we proceed? Do you require my assistance in formulating a plan? I have thoughtfully prepared various methods for the host to ensure a flawless execution. However, while the system excitedly discussed, Shirakawa Tsubasa quietly muted it, then reclined in his chair, closing his eyes. This newly discovered feature is quite splendid. In the afternoon, the Mori family descended to purchase sandwiches. Conan entered, casting a particularly complex gaze at Amuro Toru, while his look toward Shirakawa Tsubasa was even more intricate. Shirakawa Tsubasa asked, why am I involved in this again? Did you not just return from the main storyline? Even Mori Kagoro regarded Shirakawa Tsubasa with a hint of complexity. The mustachioed man cleared his throat and addressed Shirakawa Tsubasa. Shirakawa-kun, please do not take the matter of Nagata Ryuzo to heart. What has passed is past. Shirakawa Tsubasa raised an eyebrow. Oh, so that's it. It had come to him quicker than he anticipated. It turned out that due to Nagata Ryuzo's slanderous remarks about Megure Juru, Mori Kagoro had harbored a grudge against him. And even though he had unexpectedly passed away, Mori Kagoro had continued to monitor the aftermath. Consequently, he inadvertently learned some of Shirakawa Tsubasa's past. It was also through this that Mori Kagoro and Conan discovered that Shirakawa Tsubasa had nearly become a police officer himself, only to be expelled from the police academy in the end. Nagata Ryuzo's initial targeting of him stemmed from that incident 7 years ago. Mori Kagoro had indeed not anticipated this backstory. Yet because he had first encountered Shirakawa Tsubasa before learning the details, he maintained a rather calm demeanor, and did not develop any negative opinions towards him based on this matter. Conan, however, pondered more deeply, sitting at the bar. He watched Shirakawa Tsubasa as he prepared coffee, lost in thought. So was it that Mr. Shirakawa had deliberately allowed Nagata Ryuzo to end his own life due to that incident from 7 years ago? Ryuzo Nagata, despite having graduated from the police academy over 2 decades ago, harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Mr. Shirakawa, a sentiment that seemed unprovoked by any direct influence from the latter's affairs. Furthermore, it was highly probable that Toru Amuro, the enigmatic Bourbon, had been lurking in the shadows for an extended period. How could Mr. Shirakawa remain oblivious to his presence? It was rumored that he had once been among the most distinguished of his peers during their academy days. Conan sensed that Mr. Shirakawa concealed numerous secrets that possessed an irresistible allure for a detective, inciting an insatiable curiosity to delve deeper. As for the past, it was best left undiscussed. He preferred to focus on the present. The silver-haired youth poured the extract into a coffee cup, adding a few ice cubes to the mixture, and leisurely slid it across the table towards Kogoro Mori, an unmistakable air of relief on his countenance. He hoped that past events would not tarnish Mr. Mori's perception of him. Kogoro Mori promptly seized the coffee, clarifying, "I came to learn about it by chance. One should not be defined by their past. I am well aware of the kind of person Shirakawa-kun is today, and I remain unaffected." "Thank you," Shirakawa replied with a radiant smile directed at Kogoro Mori. "Here are your sandwiches," Amuro announced as he approached, placing the prepared sandwiches before the trio. Conan averted his gaze, reluctant to meet his eyes, oblivious to the underlying tension. Kogoro Mori casually picked one up and took a bite, addressing Amuro. "Amuro, please pack the rest for us to take home." "Certainly," Amuro replied, his eyes briefly sweeping over Conan, a flicker of shadow passing through them as he moved to the other side to pack the food. Shirakawa, observing the scene, mused quietly to himself, "They are so busy, testing one another, feigning, opposing each other. But what concern is that of a mere cafe owner like me?" A subtle smirk played at the corners of Shirakawa's lips. Later that evening, upon returning to the safe house, Amuro received a message from Yuya Kazami. Indeed, after a full day of searching, the Public Security Bureau had found no trace of the individual in question. However, there were still some leads. "Mr. Akai, based on the information you provided, we located airport surveillance footage and discovered the vehicle they used to leave, along with a racing video." While listening to Kazami's report, Amuro opened the video. The footage revealed a Jeep Wrangler speeding past, followed closely by a familiar black Porsche 356A. "That car belongs to Jin," Amuro exclaimed, hastily enlarging the video. Although the Porsche had tinted windows, obscuring the occupants, he surmised that it must be gin and vodka based on the previous day's mission. In the Jeep, the passenger seat was clearly occupied by a young man named Shane, alongside an unfamiliar driver. Kazami continued, "We subsequently found a Jeep in the suburbs that had been deliberately destroyed, and it matches the one from the surveillance footage." Amuro immediately inquired, "Have you investigated the individual in the driver's seat?" Kazami's response was tinged with frustration. "I'm sorry, Akai-san. We have not been able to find any information on him. It's as if he appeared out of thin air." Amuro's expression darkened. Just like Shane, he had inexplicably emerged and vanished, leaving no trace. "Kazami?" he whispered. "What should we do now?" "They likely abandoned the vehicle there and entered the urban area via back roads. Retrieve the nearest surveillance footage from the suburbs. Even if it takes the most rudimentary method, we must uncover their whereabouts," Amuro commanded decisively. "This individual is crucial. He must be found." "Understood," Kazami responded. Meanwhile, Jin was also on the hunt for this unknown man. Vodka approached him, lowering his voice. "Boss, we've thoroughly investigated, and there has been a suspicious influx of purchases of sesame paste. This individual appears to be our culprit." Jin took the dossier, scrutinizing the image of the young man with black hair and crimson eyes, raising an eyebrow. "No information on him at all?" "Correct. It's as if he just materialized," Vodka replied in a hushed tone. The records indicated that he had visited several supermarkets to purchase various brands of sesame paste, with surveillance footage capturing his face without any disguise, suggesting he was unafraid of detection. Jin pondered for a moment before sending the photo to Vermouth. "Vermouth, can you discern if there are signs of disguise?" Jin inquired. "Vermouth, Jin, I lack the omniscient eyes. I do not recognize this individual. How could I ascertain?" "Among those skilled in disguise, do you know anyone in Tokyo?" Jin pressed. Vermouth, momentarily taken aback, soon recalled the young man from the Kaito Kuroba household. "It seems the name Kid the Phantom Thief isn't quite renowned enough, Jin. Haven't you heard? However, I've heard he recently developed an interest in a particular gemstone, leaving him little time to meddle with you." Jin frowned. "Kid the Phantom Thief?" He dismissed the notion internally. "Absolutely not him." Chapter 71. Jin, hand over the item. Unbeknownst to Shirakawa, he had nearly attracted the organization's attention due to Kid the Phantom Thief's potential interest in him. Returning home after a regular day at work, he was the first to notice the meal laid out on the table. "Oh right, there's someone else at home," Shirakawa recalled belatedly. "You're back? Perfect timing, let's eat," Shikumiai Jinguji said as he emerged from the kitchen, untying his apron. "All right," Shirakawa replied promptly. To be honest, having grown accustomed to solitude, he found it a bit unusual to have someone cooking for him. Yet he couldn't deny that Shikumiai's culinary skills were truly exceptional. More than once, Shirakawa had mused to himself how wonderful it would be if Shikumiai could work as a chef in his cafe. He envisioned transforming the Pollo Cafe into Pollo Restaurant, seizing the opportunity to promote the handsome chef and staff, which would undoubtedly lead to significant profits. A mischievous grin crept across Shirakawa's face at the mere thought. Shirakawa. Shikumiai called out curiously. Ahem, let us eat, Shirakawa said, instantly adopting a serious demeanor as he began to eat. By the way, I made some extra sandwiches. If you don't mind, you can take them to the cafe tomorrow, Shikumiai offered. Sure, Shirakawa paused, realizing that Shikumiai was preparing to go out tomorrow. The cafe certainly didn't lack sandwiches. It seemed Shikumiai was preparing them for himself. I'm going to meet someone tomorrow, Shikumiai replied, nodding. However, that person may no longer be working there, so it will take some time to locate them. Understood, Shirakawa nodded. Please be safe. The next day, while Shirakawa was still lost in slumber, he vaguely heard Shikumiai leaving the house. He yawned and sluggishly rose from bed. After tidying up, Shirakawa glanced at the packed sandwiches on the table, casually taking them as he headed out. The system today was unusually quiet, reportedly concocting a clever scheme for deception, and eagerly executing its plans. Thus, Shirakawa enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility on his way. Rising early was a rarity, and upon arriving at the cafe, he found it temporarily deserted. Shirakawa took out his keys to unlock the door, and began to attend to the cleanliness of the establishment. Just as the mop was set down, the door behind by Chuanchio was pushed open. He assumed it was either a Muro Turu or Inomoto Azusa, and without turning around, he casually remarked, "You're here? Please boil some hot water." Upon saying this, he turned his head, only to behold the familiar duo clad in black. Jin, as ever, donned a black trench coat that complemented his silver hair, his shadowy visage obscured beneath the brim of his hat, exuding an aura of danger and foreboding. Vodka, wearing sunglasses, stood respectfully behind the man, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze on Bai Chuanchio, seemingly still harboring a grudge from their last encounter. Bai Chuanchio couldn't suppress his urge to turn back, raising his eyes to glance at the clock hanging behind the counter. 6:41. At this hour. What could possibly bring Jin to his cafe? Surely he hadn't just awakened? Rubbing his eyes, he turned again, only to find vodka, much like before. Retrieving a stack of bills and placing them on the table. "Boss, 2 iced Americanos," vodka stated coldly. Bai Chuanchio was taken aback. "Oni, this is not a mere illusion. Conan is still upstairs sleeping. If he encounters them, it would be catastrophic." He fought to suppress the twitching corners of his mouth and earnestly explained to the two, "You've arrived too early. We truly have no preparations this time." The man's gaze swept across the cafe, before finally landing on Bai Chuanchio. "You must have ice water, right?" Bai Chuanchio replied, "Fine, take a seat." Jin's requests had certainly become increasingly modest. The silver-haired youth made his way to the kitchen, retrieving ice prepared a day in advance from the freezer. He used a small knife to break off chunks, then fetched 2 clean glasses to fill. Considering Jin's beretta in hand, he exercised considerable professionalism and refrained from spitting into the glasses. "Here's your ice water," Bai Chuanchio said, his expression impassive as he placed the glasses before the two, unceremoniously pocketing the bills atop them. "Consider it a tip." Jin showed no concern for such trifling amounts, and did not pick up the glass, but leisurely took out a cigarette instead. Bai Chuanchio stared at him. "Sorry, but this establishment has a no-smoking policy." Vodka sneered. "It seems you still possess quite the audacity. Didn't your brother teach you a lesson last time?" Bai Chuanchio shot him a sidelong glance. "Oh, your hand is healed? Without your brother around, do you still dare to speak here?" The sound of the man igniting his lighter seemed to serve as a command, silencing Vodka, who lowered his head, rendered mute. Bai Chuanchio discreetly clenched his fists. Why was Jin here? Had he discovered his disguise? Impossible. There was no evidence. Yet, Jin was a man who disregarded reason. Without needing proof, he could direct his suspicions towards Bai Chuanchio based solely on instinct. "I'm searching for a private detective," the man's deep voice resonated. He appeared in the United States 3 years ago, possessing considerable deductive skills, but alas, he reached too far, taking what he should not have. Bai Chuanchio raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that so?" Jin fixed his gaze on the silver-haired youth before him. "Coincidentally, we dealt with a rat 3 years ago. But an unexpected incident occurred. The rat vanished without a trace. The appearances of the two of you are mere months apart. Isn't that quite the coincidence?" Bai Chuanchio thought to himself, cursing internally. What kind of devil was Jin? How could he draw such connections from seemingly unrelated events? In truth, Jin had uncovered additional information. For instance, the original undercover information on Scotland had been sold to the CIA by his superior, ultimately discovered by the Green Charter and reported to them. Thus, there existed a connection between Scotland and the Green Charter. Jin had been meticulously reviewing the entire situation, particularly concerning Scotland and Bai Chuanqiu. He felt something was amiss. If Scotland was indeed alive, everything would make sense. Scotland had transformed into Shane, appearing near the Green Charter to investigate the events of his exposure. Little did he know that the imbecile at the Green Charter had failed to notice this, allowing Scotland to gather compromising evidence against him. As the only anomaly present at the time, Bai Chuanqiu's suspiciousness surged. Scotland had received notification abruptly, and did not even know of his exposure. Moreover, Black Rye was effectively under surveillance, making it nearly impossible for him to communicate with Scotland. Therefore, the only person who had stopped on their route was Bai Chuanqiu, the sole individual capable of saving Scotland. Jin took a drag from his cigarette, the smoke obscuring his expression, leaving only his green eyes shimmering within the haze. In retrospect, you must know that rat. Are you classmates? Bai Chuanqiu, expelled from the police academy years ago, saw his contemporaries now flourishing within the police force, scattered across various corners. I'm afraid, sir, I don't quite understand. Bai Chuanqiu replied. It seemed that the organization still remained unaware of the true identity and background of Jifuku Kagemitsu. Otherwise, Jin would have been certain of his connection to him. Thus he resolved to adamantly deny any association. Jin stared at Bai Chuanqiu, remaining silent for an extended period. Bai Chuanqiu curled his lips into a smile, his gaze unwavering as he returned Jin's stare. Behind him stood the Poulton family as his backing. Even Jin, without evidence, could not act against him. Otherwise, he would have difficulty explaining himself to Karasuma Renya. The man narrowed his eyes, clearly perceiving the fearlessness in Bai Chuanqiu's demeanor. It could either stem from a clear conscience or an unyielding confidence. Jin chuckled softly. You are a clever individual. I believe you understand precisely why I am here. The man raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he pressed his cigarette into the glass before him. The sound of fire meeting water crackling in the air. Make a deal. Return to me what that person took, and I can consider him dead. Chapter 72, Jin's Hidden Intentions. I'm afraid I don't quite grasp your meaning. Bai Chuanqiu cheerfully declined Jin's invitation. Jin appeared unperturbed, yet a glint of cold, lethal intent flickered in his gaze. He was not a man of good temper. Bai Chuanqiu had repeatedly tested his limits, and his patience was wearing thin. Once a person was dead, what could the Poulton family possibly do? Would they still seek justice for a deceased individual? The urge to kill began to swell within the man. Suddenly, Bai Chuanqiu shifted his tone. However, I must admit I am quite intrigued by the deal proposed by Mr. Jin. Jin regarded him carefully. The items you mentioned, I have no knowledge of, nor do I possess them. However, I am certain you would be very interested in something else, such as how to discreetly eliminate someone. Jin squinted, remaining silent. Vodka. Unable to contain his mirth, scoffed internally. Did he not know what kind of person his brother was? If his brother wished, he could make Bai Chuanqiu vanish from this world without leaving a trace. To kill someone was merely a matter of flicking a finger. There was no need for Bai Chuanqiu to offer advice. It was utterly laughable. Yet Jin suddenly spoke. Vodka, you returned to the car. Vodka was taken aback. Surprised, he met his brother's warning gaze, and upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly lowered his head, responding softly, understood, brother. With a sense of urgency, he left the cafe without daring to look back, swiftly returning to his Porsche. Once he departed, the cafe lapsed into silence once more. Bai Chuanqiu glanced at the clock, aware that Amuro Turu and Inomoto Azusa would soon arrive, and thus decided to speak candidly, his demeanor shifting to one of sharp intensity. Let us speak plainly. Your intention in keeping me here is hardly benevolent. I too require your assistance. State your terms directly, so we may avoid wasting each other's time, shall we? The man appraised Bai Chuanqiu from head to toe, his previously furrowed brow relaxing slightly. It was no surprise that he was the one capable of aiding Purton in ascending to the presidency. Jin drummed his fingers on the table, articulating his conjecture. I recall that the frontrunner back then was not Purton. Unfortunately, that fellow met with misfortune, perishing on his way home, deemed an accident by the authorities. Consequently, the Purton family surged to prominence, becoming the hot favorite, ultimately supported by members of their party to establish themselves as the presidential family. There was considerable speculation surrounding that incident, with the FBI and Secret Service conducting daily investigations, yet nothing conclusive emerged, inadvertently allowing the Purton family to exploit the situation and emerge as the greatest beneficiaries. It is rather fortuitous that Bai Chuanqiu arrived at the Purton household as a pet nutritionist around that time, only to subsequently depart and never return. What circumstances could compel the Purton family to actively defend Bai Chuanqiu, even reaching out to Karasuma Renya? It is noteworthy that the Purton family is also a collaborator with the Karasuma Group. Bai Chuanjiao smiled without responding, countering with a question. If it were not so, would you be sitting here, calmly conversing with me? Jin, ever proud, regarded Bai Chuanjiao with disdain, dismissing him as merely the manager of a humble cafe. He could eliminate him without hesitation, even with Karasuma Renya's oversight. Unless, of course, this individual possessed some utility. Excellent, Jin mused, a smile finally gracing his lips, albeit a disingenuous one, resembling a mask devoid of emotion. A business card was tossed onto the table in front of Bai Chuanjiao. He picked it up, raising an eyebrow at the name. Kito Kohei, current CEO of Fuji Technology Company Limited. A name and company unfamiliar to him. I was offered a handsome sum regarding the situation in Scotland, though I still feel it falls short. However, should he perish, I could acquire much more, do you understand? Bai Chuanjiao grasped the implication. Jin was evidently intent on a double-dealing scheme, engaging in a black market transaction. Bai Chuanjiao flipped the card to display it before Jin. Such matters, I presume, would not be overly challenging for you to handle, would they? Why require his involvement? Jin chuckled softly, refraining from an explanation. Instead, he stood, adjusting the brim of his hat. Focus on your own affairs. Feigning ignorance is not a wise strategy against astute individuals. Bai Chuanjiao propped his chin on his arm, watching as the man departed. Yet it proves to be quite effective, does it not? Jin cast him a sidelong glance before exiting the cafe, vanishing from the street. As the door closed behind him, the cafe fell into silence once again. Bai Chuanjiao held the business card aloft, scrutinizing it. The golden hue of his eyes revealed a glimmer of coldness. Jin was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Unbeknownst to Bai Chuanjiao, Jin had already eliminated Pisk and the Irishman prior to this encounter, becoming a thorn in the side of many within the organization. Even Karasuma Renya harbored discontent regarding Jin's actions. Numerous individuals within the organization were scrutinizing Jin, seeking to uncover his missteps. While Jin could indeed act independently, the distinction between taking action himself and enlisting assistance was significant. Moreover, some of his subordinates were exceedingly dull. If Rum were to catch wind of any missteps, Jin would find himself in a predicament. Thus, without question, a clever and self-aware agent would be an excellent choice. An agent carrying out the deed would allow Jin to evade all responsibility in the event of exposure, using the agent as a shield. Bai Chuanjiao's arrival presented Jin with an opportunity. Ding. Amuro Turu entered, the lingering scent of smoke in the air causing him to frown slightly. This scent. Good morning, Amuro. Bai Chuanjiao interrupted his thoughts softly. Good morning, manager. You're quite early today, Amuro replied, his gaze falling upon the two untouched glasses of ice water on the counter, a hint of surprise in his voice. Did you have guests? Bai Chuanjiao lowered his eyes, tucking the business card into his pocket, disposing of the two glasses of ice water as he casually replied, yes, 2 guests just left. Amuro regarded him with suspicion before withdrawing his gaze. I see. If memory served him correctly, Jin favored that brand of cigarettes. However, Amuro refrained from voicing his curiosity. He began to assist in tidying up the cups. When he picked up a bag resting on the table, he unexpectedly discovered sandwiches inside. Did the manager bring these? Amuro inquired. Ah yes, Bai Chuanjiao answered nonchalantly. The manager ordinarily did not prepare sandwiches, and given that the cafe already had his own sandwiches, there was no need to procure them elsewhere. So who had made these? Amuro pondered, recalling that Matsuda and Hajiwara could also make sandwiches, albeit not particularly well. Well, I haven't had breakfast. May I have one of the manager's sandwiches? Amuro unexpectedly asked, his request somewhat abrupt. Of course, Bai Chuanjiao nodded in agreement. In fact, he realized he had never tasted a sandwich made by Jufuku Kiku. During his hospital stay, Jufuku had naturally not brought such simple fare, opting instead for nourishing soups. Perhaps the original owner had sampled them, but he had no recollection. Thank you, manager, Amuro said with a smile, reaching for a neatly packaged sandwich. Yet, before he could take a bite, the sound of the cafe door being pushed open interrupted him. Chapter 73 Amuro Turu. Eat my sandwich. Meanwhile, Jufuki Kiku, disguised as a traveler, stood before a shop in Kabukicho, rubbing his temples in frustration. It was to be expected. 3 years had passed, and Zero's workplace had undoubtedly changed, meaning he was no longer present here. With no way to reach him by phone, and unable to find him at the usual haunts, he could not risk using old contacts to reach Zero, lest he attract the attention of the organization or the police. Sighing, Jufuku realized that he would have to locate the appropriate office for the keys before seeking out Zero. With that thought, he abandoned the idea of continuing to loiter, and chose a random place to sit down for lunch. His meal consisted of sandwiches he had prepared the day before. Gazing at the sandwich in his hand, he momentarily lost focus, nostalgia washing over him. He remembered teaching Zero how to make this sandwich, especially the ham, which he had carefully spread with mayonnaise and olive oil, complemented by his secret sauce, rendering the entire sandwich exquisitely delectable. With the addition of some lettuce and the handling of the bread being insights he had cultivated over the years. Reflecting on the matter now, it seems that Zero must have already embarked on his mission. By the time Inomoto Azusa arrived at the Polo Cafe, only Shirakawa Shizuku remained within the establishment. "Good morning, manager," Inomoto Azusa greeted. Azusa, you've arrived," Shirakawa Shizuku replied casually, her gaze catching Inomoto Azusa as she spoke. Setting down her messenger bag, Inomoto Azusa mentioned, "I believe I just spotted Amuro-kun's car at the intersection. Pay them no mind. It's just another matter involving Detective Mori." Shirakawa Shizuku waved dismissively. Amuro Turu had been whisked away by Mori Kaguru on numerous occasions, and while he was accustomed to the irritation, his annoyance persisted. "Oh," Inomoto Azusa responded, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Inside the white Mazda, Amuro Turu drove while Mori Kaguru, with a look of apology, stated, "I'm really sorry, Amuro. This is an emergency, and we needed to borrow your car." Amuro Turu nodded. "It's quite all right, Mori-sensei. When lives are at stake, I naturally must assist." In the back seat, Mori Ran and Conan supported a visibly distressed pregnant woman. It turned out that this woman had sought Mori Kaguru's assistance, offering him a substantial sum to investigate her husband, who had recently become elusive and suspected of infidelity. Unexpectedly, perhaps due to her mounting anger or the onset of labor, the pregnant woman suddenly clutched her belly in anguish, and amniotic fluid mixed with blood began to seep beneath her. This left the members of the Mori Detective Agency in a state of alarm. Mori Kaguru, quick to react, suggested they not hesitate and rush her to the hospital. However, the ambulance would take time, and every passing moment jeopardized the woman's condition. Thus Amuro Turu, having just arrived at the Polo Cafe, was urgently pulled away by Mori Kaguru. Initially Mori Kaguru only intended to borrow the vehicle, but Amuro Turu, recognizing the gravity of the situation and knowing his driving skills were superior, volunteered to take the wheel. Indeed, the Mazda sped swiftly, pushing the limits of the speed limit as Amuro Turu expertly navigated shortcuts, bypassing traffic lights. What would typically take over 20 minutes was reduced to a mere 10. Once the pregnant woman was placed onto the gurney for emergency delivery, the collective anxiety of the group was somewhat alleviated. Mori Kaguru sighed heavily on a bench. "I can't help but wonder how Ms. Kutsumi is faring. I've been unable to reach her husband." Amuro Turu furrowed his brow. Conan pondered aloud. "It seems Ms. Kutsumi's concerns regarding her husband's behavior have been validated." Mori Ran bit her lip in frustration. "If that is the case, it would imply that Ms. Kutsumi's husband is indeed unfaithful," Mori Kaguru concluded. "To be absent while his wife endures pregnancy is utterly despicable. This situation is untenable. We must find him, as we need a family member's signature, and we lack the authority to act on behalf of the patient." Mori Kaguru stood, glancing at the card labeled Fuji Technology Company Limited, murmuring, "Ms. Kutsumi provided me with this card. I shall go to their office and locate him." Given the urgency of the situation, he set aside the original case and prioritized finding the husband. "Amuro, I must ask you to drive me there." Amuro Turu nodded, understood. Without a moment's pause, the two hastened to Fuji Company. On the way, Mori Kaguru, feeling slightly embarrassed, asked Amuro Turu, "Amuro-kun, do you have any food in your car? I left in such a hurry that I barely ate, and now I'm feeling faint." Amuro Turu paused briefly before handing a sandwich from the back seat to Mori Kaguru. "Here, I happen to have a sandwich." Mori Kaguru's face brightened upon seeing the sandwich. "Thank you, Amuro-kun." "Not at all," came the reply. Upon arriving at the company and finding the appropriate person, Mori Kaguru finally learned the full story. It turned out that Ms. Kutsumi's husband was not unfaithful. Rather, he and his team had been engrossed in a significant project in preparation for their impending child, spending nearly every day in the studio to secure a better future for his wife and child. Upon learning that his wife had gone into premature labor, Kutsumi Ikuru was left in a state of panic, immediately following Mori Kaguru and Amuro Turu to the Miha hospital. Fortunately, both Ms. Kutsumi and the child were unharmed. After being assessed in the emergency room, they were transferred to the delivery room, merely awaiting the appropriate contractions to commence the actual birth. Seeing his wife arrive in haste, Kutsumi Ikuru's face lit up with surprise. Mori Kaguru quickly explained the misunderstanding, leading the couple to embrace and reconcile. Thus, the case concluded without further incident. resulting in a collective sense of relief. As Amuro Turu prepared to depart, he found that his presence was no longer required. However, before he left, Mori Kaguru casually complimented, "Amuro, today's sandwich was even more delicious than usual. Thank you for your help." Amuro Turu abruptly halted, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. What? The smile that had previously graced Amuro Turu's face slowly faded, becoming stony, akin to a malfunctioning automaton, an unsettling aura surrounding him. Mori Kagura blinked, momentarily disoriented. "I meant to say thank you, Amuro-kun. I'll remind Mr. Kutsumi to send over the car wash fee, don't worry." Yet Amuro Turu shook his head. "No, Mori-sensei. Did you not notice that today's sandwich was different from the usual?" Mori Kaguru replied, "Eh?" Seeing Amuro Turu's serious demeanor compelled Mori Kaguru to adopt a more earnest expression. He propped his chin thoughtfully, pondering aloud, I didn't really notice any difference. But I must admit, you seem to have outdone yourself today. It was particularly delightful." Amuro Turu trembled slightly. Mori Kaguru inquired, "What's wrong?" After a prolonged silence, so quiet that Mori Kaguru began to feel uneasy, Amuro Turu finally spoke, his voice hoarse, "The sandwich you ate today was not made by me." "Eh?" Mori Kaguru exclaimed, astonished, but it was clearly. "I think I understand now." The blonde youth lowered his gaze, his lavender eyes reflecting relief and gratitude. "Thank you, Mori-sensei." Chapter 74. A Murderous Commission from Jin 1. After Amuro Turu was borrowed by Mori Kaguru, Shirakawa Shizuku contemplated the business card in her hand with a serious demeanor. As a pivotal character, Jin's card surely wouldn't attract Conan and the others, would it? Cursed narrative power, always intent on complicating matters. If Conan were present, attempting to act would undoubtedly be troublesome. With this thought in mind, Shirakawa Shizuku grew restless and resolved to take immediate action. It was better to act sooner rather than later. Should she encounter Conan and the others, she would need to exert considerable effort to extricate herself from the situation. "Azusa, I have some matters to attend to. I entrust the cafe to you once again today." Alright, no problem. Having frequently manned the cafe alone, Inomoto Azusa was accustomed to the arrangement. Shirakawa Shizuku exited the Polo Cafe, promptly changing into a different outfit before appearing at the entrance of Fuji Technology Company, Limited. This company occupied a prime location in Beihudo, primarily dealing with high-tech products such as medical devices. It had already been listed in the United States last year, and was flourishing, thriving in its growth. Such an emerging tech company, if not for Jin's deliberate leak, it would be hard to imagine it as one of the organization's enterprises. The young man with raven hair and crimson eyes lifted his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion as he scrutinized the newly renovated edifice. Even though it was not the peak hour for office workers, the entrance of the building was still bustling with activity. Elite professionals, clad in tailored suits, hurriedly navigated the throng with their briefcases in tow. At that moment, the young man, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit and sporting a pair of clear glasses, seamlessly blended into the crowd with an air of confidence. Bai Chuanqiu strode purposefully towards the building, his briefcase in hand. Upon entering the lobby on the first floor, one was immediately struck by its futuristic ambience, with models of exemplary products from recent seasons displayed prominently at the entrance. Bai Chuanqiu cast a subtle glance around, noting that although this era lagged behind in certain aspects, technology firms had undeniably advanced more rapidly than their counterparts, as evidenced by the installation of electronic access controls at the main entrances. The access card, in this case, was the employee badge affixed to their chests. A slight smirk played on Bai Chuanqiu's lips as he moved with brisk yet composed steps, inadvertently colliding with an individual ahead of him. He approached the access control point, produced his employee badge, and swiped it to gain entry. The man he had bumped into, however, halted at the access control, rummaging through his pockets with a bewildered expression. How peculiar. Where is my access card?" he muttered, searching in vain, completely unaware that his access card was already in the possession of someone who had entered the elevator. Bai Chuanqiu swiftly reached out to prevent the elevator doors from closing, stepping inside and stating, 13th floor, thank you." The woman operating the elevator nodded slightly, oblivious to any irregularities. The building was teeming with individuals. Even though they all belonged to the same company, many had likely never spoken or even seen one another before. Bai Chuanqiu's presence went unnoticed amidst the crowd. The elevator soon reached the designated floor, and people began to exit in succession. Bai Chuanqiu following suit to the 13th floor. This floor housed the business reception department of Fuji Technology Company, Limited, primarily responsible for liaising with the company's operations and international projects, making it a hub of diversity and activity. Bai Chuanqiu casually wandered about, pilfering a contract from the desk of an unfortunate soul before settling into the reception area, feigning earnestness as he perused the document, appearing to wait for someone regarding the contract. Despite the constant flow of people around him, no one seemed to notice anything amiss. He remained seated for the entirety of the morning. As noon approached, employees gradually rose to partake in lunch, although many opted to remain at their desks, consuming their packed meals. Bai Chuanqiu stood up, his gaze fixed on a particular individual, stretching languidly with a hint of fatigue. It has been quite a while since I've engaged in such intense observation. It truly is exhausting. The young man with dark hair yawned. His demeanor relaxed as he strolled to a cabinet adjacent to the reception area, retrieving a piece of bread and a bottle of water, taking his time as he settled down to eat. According to the first theorem of the Conan universe, every individual harbors 3 or more adversaries. Regardless of whether they are prepared to commit murder, they ultimately become candidates for the shadows of this world. Of course, this was a jest. People are driven by desires and impulses, yet many choose the path of silence and restraint rather than embarking on an irreversible road. Selecting a worthy candidate from the vast sea of humanity requires time and effort. Fortunately, Bai Chuanqiu's luck appeared to be favorable today. After merely a morning at Fuji Company, he had identified his target. One was the secretary of Yashitate Kohei, who shared an unusual relationship with him. However, based on Bai Chuan's observations, it seemed this relationship was born from coercion. The young secretary appeared to be at her breaking point, on the verge of an outburst. Another was a shareholder of Yashitate Kohei, a balding middle-aged man seemingly ready to divest his shares, yet bound by a wretched contract that compelled him to sell exclusively to Yashitate Kohei. The latter, not one to miss an opportunity, took the chance to drive down the price, infuriating the shareholder to the point of a heated confrontation, nearly prompting Yashitate to call security to escort him out. Then there was the final individual. Bai Chuanqiu's gaze subtly landed on a young man in the corner of the employee area, his head bowed as he ate. Though he appeared to be in his 20s, much of his hair was already streaked with gray, and his expression was lifeless, devoid of any vitality, starkly contrasting with the cheerful atmosphere surrounding him. Bai Chuanqiu narrowed his eyes, contemplating. This fellow seemed merely an ordinary employee, distinguished only by a heavy aura of despondency, akin to the rest of his colleagues. Yet, Bai Chuanqiu discerned that this individual appeared to be covertly observing Yashitate Kohei. Whenever Yashitate was nearby, the young man's gaze would invariably fixate upon him, his eyes ablaze with hatred and fury. Although Bai Chuanqiu was uncertain of this man's intentions, he perceived a greater probability of this individual transforming into a shadowy figure compared to the other two, with a significant likelihood of eliminating Yashitate Kohei. Bai Chuanqiu held high hopes for him. The question remained, when would he act? And what means would he employ to absolve himself? Would it suffice to give him a nudge from behind if all else failed? Bai Chuanqiu lowered his eyes, concealing the coldness within, leisurely consuming his bread as he awaited the unfolding of events. Meanwhile, the misunderstanding between Kutsu Ichiro and Mori's party had been resolved, and Kutsu expressed his profound gratitude. "Thank you, Detective Mori. I truly appreciate your assistance." "Not at all. This is the commission fee from the lady. Please accept it on her behalf," Mori Kogoro replied, extending the money to Kutsu Ichiro. No, that's unnecessary." Kutsu Ichiro quickly waved his hand. "I truly did not contribute much to this case. I feel undeserving of it." Mori Kogoro, however, responded candidly, "It's fine. I believe in fair compensation." Kutsu Ichiro hesitated, then suggested, "How about this? Our office has been experiencing some strange occurrences lately, frequent, inexplicable power outages on our floor. We have been unable to determine the cause. Could you assist us by looking into it, Detective Mori? Consider it a commission, and the balance will be sent to you later." Kutsu Ichiro was a valued employee at Fuji Company, a skilled technician regarded as an essential asset. Even if Mori Kogoro were to visit the office, there would be no objections from management. Naturally, Mori Kogoro did not decline a profitable venture and readily agreed, "Certainly. I can go check it out." Kutsu Ichiro added, "My partner is currently in the delivery room, so I can't conveniently escort you. Instead, I will call a colleague to come down and meet you." "Not a problem." Thus, Mori's party made their way back to Fuji Company once more. Unbeknownst to Bai Chuanqiu. Chapter 75. The Murder Commission of Jin 2. In the afternoon, Bai Chuanqiu discerned an anomaly with the employee. After finishing his meal, the individual began to circle the office, assisting colleagues with organizing documents, deliberately showcasing his presence to those around him. Bai Chuanqiu's gaze followed him, and he began to formulate a general trajectory. It appeared that this individual had commenced his course of action, which delighted Bai Chuanqiu. With this development, he could simply sit back and reap the benefits. I never anticipated such fortune today. With that in mind, he decided to offer his assistance. Excuse me. Could you fetch me a glass of water? Bai Chuanqiu called out to a youthful intern who appeared somewhat inexperienced. The other party was momentarily taken aback, having not considered whether Shirakawa Qiao was a client of the company, and simply nodded in agreement. All right, please wait a moment. This was primarily due to Shirakawa Qiao's audacity, leaving them with no room for rebuttal. Shortly after the intern stepped away, they were bumped into, causing water to splash all over them. Oh dear, the intern exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone present. I'm so sorry, are you all right? Blurted the employee who had collided with the intern, their face flushed as they bowed in apology. The intern glanced down at the wet stains on their attire, not overly concerned, and waved their hand dismissively. It's fine, it's fine. Soon. A glass of clear water was placed beside Shirakawa Qiao. With a smile, Shirakawa expressed gratitude, his gaze falling on the intern's name tag as he gently remarked, "Thank you. I will remember you." Instantly, the intern, believing Shirakawa Qiao to be an esteemed guest, became excited and bowed. "You're welcome. If there's anything else you need, feel free to call for me." Shirakawa Qiao replied nonchalantly, dismissing the intern. Watching the employee disappear into the crowd, Shirakawa propped his chin up, his eyes glinting slightly. Was he attempting to leverage the time difference to have those present testify on his behalf? A clever notion indeed. I have maximized your witnesses. The rest is up to you. The young man with black hair and red eyes stroked his chin, a look of amusement on his face as a single sharp fong momentarily flashed before he rose and silently exited the company building. Before leaving, he kindly returned the name tag to the front desk's lost and found, urging them to return it to its rightful owner promptly. Upon stepping outside, Shirakawa Qiao felt significantly uplifted. It seemed this task was merely a preliminary test set by Jinjiu, and not particularly challenging. However, the simplicity of it did little to pique one's interest. Still, he was not entirely trusted. Shirakawa Qiao murmured softly, but then a smile broke across his face. It was rather intriguing. Having concluded his part, he hoped Jinjiu would not disappoint him. Not long after the young man with red eyes departed, Muri and his companions returned to the Fuji company. Juzi Ichiro's colleague had been waiting for some time, greeting Muri Kagura with a smile, and then explaining the situation to the security, using his own name tag to grant access for everyone to ascend. Recently, the building has been experiencing frequent power outages, which significantly disrupts work progress. The colleague elaborated more thoroughly than Juzi Ichiro had. Muri Kagura nodded along, while Conan wore a puzzled expression. Frequent outages? What could possibly be the cause? Conan felt an ominous premonition creeping over him. As they stepped off the elevator onto the designated floor, they overheard the chatter of other employees. Oh my god, Mr. Yashitake has committed suicide. What? When did this happen? My goodness, check the work group. Yashitake Kohei would commit suicide? I can't believe it. Hanging himself with his own computer's data cable? That's just bizarre. When did this happen? I don't know. The body was just discovered. We'll have to wait for the police to investigate thoroughly. Muri Kagura and Conan simultaneously furrowed their brows. What is going on? Another person has died? Wait, why say another? Upon returning to the apartment that evening, Shirakawa Qiao was surprised not to smell the familiar aroma of a home-cooked meal. He called out Jufu, but was met with silence. A jolt of concern shot through him, fearing that Jinjiu, this unscrupulous character, might be staging a surprise attack. He quickly took out his phone to contact Jufu Jingguang. However, the call was answered almost immediately. Shirakawa? Shirakawa Qiao exhaled a sigh of relief. It's me. I suppose I was overly anxious. Jufu Jingguang let out a soft chuckle, seemingly understanding the intent behind Shirakawa's call, and spoke quietly. I've just arrived in Mihua. What do you want for dinner? I can bring something back. No need, I'll just whip up a few dishes myself, Shirakawa Qiao replied, feeling more at ease and adopting a casual tone. Alright, then I appreciate your effort this time. After hanging up, Shirakawa Qiao hummed a cheerful tune, switched on the television, and walked into the kitchen. Behind him, the TV automatically switched to the news channel. Yashitake Kohei, CEO of Fuji Technology Corporation, was found hanged in his office this afternoon. At the age of 46, Fuji Technology Corporation is currently one of the largest tech companies in Sakura. The news channel indeed reported on the case that concerned Shirakawa Qiao. Suddenly, the report was interrupted. The reporter received breaking news. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received an update. This incident is not a suicide but rather a homicide. And the perpetrator is an employee of Yashitake Kohei's company. Reports indicate that it stemmed from the theft of the employee's achievements, leading to their family's ruin. The reporter's expression turned grave as they passionately detailed the scene, the screen frequently switching to various angles of the unfolding events. Thanks to the renowned detective Mori Kogoro, the true culprit behind this crime has been unveiled. The individual preparing dinner paused momentarily, turning to glance at the television in the living room. On the screen was Mori Kogoro, wearing a jovial expression. Well, I certainly didn't expect such a turn of events, but as a detective, assisting in solving the case is naturally my duty, ahaha. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his enthusiasm palpable, while the reporter's face was filled with admiration, earnestly probing for details about the case. Beside Mori Kogoro stood a bemused Conan, and a smirking Ranmuri. Shirakawa Chiao's eyes twitched. Hadn't they gone to the hospital today? How had they suddenly appeared at Fuji Company? No wonder that individual made a move today. It turned out the Grim Reaper had arrived. He had thought he was simply lucky to have crossed paths with them. The scene shifted, showing the perpetrator being apprehended by the police, a young man with streaks of gray in his hair, his head bowed. The numbness on his face had dissipated significantly, replaced by a hint of a relieved smile. Clearly, he felt no remorse for having killed Yashitake Kohei. His once tormented heart had finally found peace in this moment. Perhaps for the culprit, this was the best outcome, far preferable to evading the wrath of justice. Shirakawa Chiao felt a whirlwind of emotions, letting out a soft sigh. Well, I suppose you have fulfilled your own wishes. With vengeance served, the future would be less burdensome. For years, Yashitake Kohei had pilfered the research achievements of the culprit, deliberately suppressing him, isolating him from his colleagues, forcing him to toil away in the furthest corner of his workspace. In the end, he had never anticipated that taking a step back would not lead to a vast expanse, but rather a precipice. His forbearance had not improved his situation. Instead, it had brought calamity upon his family, ensnaring them in his misfortune. Sometimes, people mistakenly believe that the meek are easy to bully. In truth, they often are. Yet, once the meek lose everything, the eruption of their pent-up madness becomes a force that few can endure. Chapter 76. System. Host. Only one person remains alive. Unfortunately, the adversary's plan was not flawless. Even though Shirakawa Chiao adjusted a few witnesses to refine the scheme, he ultimately could not evade Conan's keen observations. Shirakawa Chiao felt as though he had encountered a career-defining Waterloo. Though the crimes committed by this individual were neither orchestrated by him, nor fueled by his actions, they nonetheless achieved their intended outcome, leaving an inexplicable sense of discontent. The silver-haired youth bent down, fixating on the fleeting image of Conan on the television. Unable to suppress a murmured thought, his golden eyes inexplicably tinged with a hint of crimson. It truly makes one want to test the waters. The legendary detective, the protagonist of this world, can he unravel all mysteries? With an obsessive madness gleaming in his gaze, he involuntarily extended his hand, lightly tapping the television screen, his smile morphing into something frenzied and morbid. What should I do? Shall I meticulously craft a murder for you? Let us see if you can perceive everything. Oh great detective, haha. The silver-haired youth abruptly halted, as if awakening from a dream, shaking his head vigorously. Damn it, what was I just doing? Cursed narrative power. He muttered a somewhat coarse curse under his breath. Why was he once again consumed by such chaotic thoughts? How could merely watching a news broadcast ignite the spirit of challenge within him? The power of plot is terrifying indeed. He had no interest in provoking the authority of the great detective. Although many years had passed, Shirakawa Tsubaim still recalled how in his previous world, many criticized the cases in Conan's realm for being increasingly far-fetched, rendering them utterly unbearable. Yet Conan was certainly not lacking in intellect. He was undeniably a brilliant detective, driven mad by the desire to instigate trouble. Shirakawa Tsubaim, in a fit of agitation, grasped his hair, his expression contorted with rage. Damn narrative power, get lost. He had no desire to face an early demise. Click. The apartment door swung open, revealing a man clad in a hat and mask. Upon seeing Shirakawa Tsubaim standing before the television, clutching his hair with a grotesque expression, nearly pressing his face against the screen, Jifuku Kagemitsu paused momentarily, his gaze shifting to one of intrigue as he cautiously inquired, Shirakawa? What are you doing? Ahem. Shirakawa Tsubaim cleared his throat, hastily straightening up, awkwardly wiping the screen with his hand, his disheveled hair accentuating his embarrassment as he replied, Just cleaning up a bit here. Jifuku Kagemitsu's lips twitched. Why did it seem rather forced? Haha, dinner is ready, let us eat. Shirakawa Tsubaim chuckled awkwardly, inviting Jifuku Kagemitsu to dine. Ah, I must quickly forget that. How utterly embarrassing. After the meal, the two exchanged a few casual words before retreating to their individual tasks, preparing for an early rest. Just before sleep, Shirakawa Akira suddenly recalled a pressing question. Where had the system gone for so long? Could it have failed at script theft and been ensnared in another world? If that were the case, as the host, wouldn't he need to rescue it? That is indeed a serious concern. Shirakawa Akira rolled over in bed, resting his chin on his hand, contemplating this grave issue. However, he lacked the ability to traverse worlds. If the system had gone missing, should he simply disregard it? Bang. I'm back. Suddenly, the system's exuberant voice rang out. Shirakawa Akira. Speak of the devil, and he doth appear. The little system truly cannot withstand being thought of. What news do you bring? I hope this little fool hasn't returned with a plethora of useless information. The system's mechanical voice resonated brightly. Host, I have accomplished a great feat this time, bringing back a wealth of useful information. It sounds somewhat credible. Shirakawa Akira reluctantly decided to give it the benefit of the doubt. Alright, go on. System. Host, your 5 friends are in dire straits, with only one remaining alive. Shirakawa Akira. What do you mean clarify? The silver-haired youth's expression darkened suddenly, his golden eyes emanating a chilling glow in the darkness. System. According to the timeline in the script, Hajiwara Kenji was the first to perish, followed by Matsuda Jinpei, who died avenging him. Then Jifuku Kagemitsu's undercover identity was exposed, leading to his suicide, and lastly, Idako, who met a tragic end in a car accident caused by a fatigued driver on his way home from work. The system narrated the plot it had witnessed in detail to Shirakawa Akira. His hands clenched imperceptibly. Is this truly how the narrative unfolds? He pondered carefully, aligning the events with what the system had recounted. Hajiwara Kenji's demise had occurred 7 years prior, saved by him, an outsider to the plot. As for Matsuda Jinpei, since Hajiwara Kenji was still alive, coupled with the criminal profile he provided, they had managed to apprehend the perpetrator without triggering further tragedy. The class leader's fate seemed to be influenced by the fact that both Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenji were alive, as they often reminded Idako to prioritize family, leading him to forego overtime that day to care for his wife, thus unwittingly altering the trajectory of the narrative. As for Jifuku Kagemitsu, he too was affected by his actions. Taking a deep breath, Shirakawa Akira felt an unsettling chill creeping over him, a wave of dread washing through his heart. Unbeknownst to him, the flutter of a butterfly's wings had already set the narrative in motion, rewriting the subsequent story entirely. The system seemed unsatisfied with merely delivering this news, gearing up to disclose an even more explosive tidbit. Oh host, we were mistaken all along. Upon reviewing the script, I discovered that, in fact. Thud. Suddenly, a sound of something falling echoed from outside the bedroom door. Shirakawa Akira's gaze sharpened. Disregarding the system's forthcoming revelation, he swiftly rose from the bed, his hand reaching for the gun at his bedside as he charged out. At that moment, the entire apartment was shrouded in darkness, save for a sliver of moonlight seeping in from the balcony, casting shadows in the living room where 2 dark figures were engaged in a fierce struggle. Shirakawa Akira narrowed his eyes, unwaveringly raising his gun, coldly commanding, "Do not move." Moments earlier, a white Mazda parked beneath the apartment building. Inside, Amuro Toru, clad in a hat and mask, fixated on the now darkened windows, his eyes filled with turmoil. Could it be merely a trap? He was certain he had not misidentified the scent from this morning. It was indeed the cigarette brand Jin frequently smoked. Furthermore, the 2 glasses of ice water on the table were likely meant for gin and vodka. Had Shirakawa Akira encountered Jin today? Or was he somehow connected to the organization? Impossible. Shirakawa had been his classmate for so long. If he were affiliated with the organization, they would have discovered his status as an undercover officer long ago, and wouldn't he have left him alone until now? Yet how to explain Jin's behavior? Rum had previously mentioned that Jin seemed to have investigated Shirakawa, and even interacted with him. Could it be that he had misunderstood something? What had transpired? Was the scent described by Muri-sensei also a trap set by the organization? Were they suspecting me? Attempting to test my allegiance with this incident? No, that seems unlikely. Amuro Toru's thoughts spiraled into complexity, as if 2 inner voices were at odds with one another. Time passed, and finally, the moon emerged from behind the clouds, its soft luminous glow spilling onto the ground, casting a long shadow. His grayish-purple eyes fixed on the apartment, resolute. Akai Shuichi had made his choice. Chapter 77, Akai Shuichi. Who is the gorilla? In the end, Amuro Toru chose to heed the call of his heart, and disembarked from the Mazda. Having previously visited Shirakawa's apartment, he was particularly well acquainted with the surroundings this time. As he paused at the entrance, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. If Shirakawa was still the same person he once knew, Amuro believed that he would not exploit Hiro's situation to harm him. After all, Hiro was involved. Even if Shirakawa had forgotten him, he could never forget Hiro. Would Shirakawa use Hiro's life or death as a means to test him? Unthinkable. Amuro retrieved a wire and quietly inserted it into the keyhole. A soft click echoed. The apartment door swung open effortlessly. At that moment, a figure on the sofa abruptly sat up, reaching for something beneath the pillow. As the door opened slowly, moonlight poured in, casting a long shadow of a dark figure that stretched across the hallway. Zufu Kagemitsu squinted his eyes, his mind racing to recall the events of the day. Had he been discovered by the organization? Impossible. He had been exceedingly cautious all day, taking numerous detours to ensure no one followed him here. Or was this intrusion related to Shirakawa? Instinctively, Zufu heightened his vigilance, rolling off the sofa and making his way to the kitchen. Upon seeing the overturned sofa in the living room, Amuro realized his presence had already been detected. He tightened his grip on the gun, his gray-purple eyes scanning the surroundings without blinking. In the darkness, a sudden gust of wind surged towards him. Amuro's gaze turned icy as he reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block the incoming force, which pushed him back a step, causing him to collide with the sunflower painting behind him. Thud. A faint sound of impact resonated through the air. Simultaneously, the assailant raised their right hand, aiming the gun squarely at Amuro. He tilted his head to the left to evade a potentially fatal shot, and lifted his elbow to deter the assailant from using the firearm. In such darkness, employing a gun was evidently an imprudent choice. Only close-quarters combat could yield a favorable outcome. Zufu Kagemitsu's gaze turned cold as he discerned his opponent's intentions. He swiftly retracted his right hand and lifted his leg to kick at the dark figure before him, attempting to create distance. Regrettably, the figure's reflexes were equally sharp. They bent their right arm and lifted their right knee, employing a composite block to effectively deflect the attack while closing the distance between them. Left with no choice, Zufu abandoned the idea of using a gun, and engaged in a struggle with the figure in the shadows. As their fists and feet collided, both men widened their eyes in surprise. The bedroom door swung open, and a white-haired youth, barefoot and without time to don his shoes, stood on the icy floor, brandishing a gun and coldly warning, "Don't move." Instantly, the entire apartment fell silent. The two grappling men ceased their movements simultaneously. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense to the utmost degree. Only Shirakawa's mind was racing with thoughts. My heavens! What a dramatic scene this is. It's absolutely exhilarating. Just as I return, I witnessed such a thrilling spectacle. How stimulating! The system within him screamed with excitement, urging him on. Host, take him down, seize the first blood. Charge! The grand endeavor of the little black is about to embark. Yet Shirakawa had no time to heed the system's fervor. His eyes narrowed slightly as he gradually adjusted to the darkness. Who is it? He inquired softly. Gazing at the figure, a suspicion began to form in Shirakawa's mind. Amuro? The two previously adversarial figures exchanged glances, releasing their holds and stepping back, simultaneously exclaiming, "Apologies, this is a misunderstanding." 10 minutes later, Shirakawa sat on the sofa, his eyes twitching as he regarded the two before him. So, you both infiltrated the same organization as undercover agents? Whose brilliant idea was this? His disbelief was palpable. Infiltrating a criminal organization at the same time. Surely the higher-ups must think this decision is genius? It's utterly absurd. Zufu Kagemitsu explained with a hint of resignation. I am at the Metropolitan Police Department, and Zero is at the Public Security Bureau. This arrangement was decided by the leaders of our respective departments. We had no idea it would turn out this way. By the time we realized, we were already face-to-face within the organization. Shirakawa remarked dryly. It seems they truly have a knack for talent. After scouring the entire Sakura, they ended up sending these two brothers as undercover agents. He found it hard to assess the situation. Shirakawa poked at the system again. What you didn't finish saying earlier. Could it be that Amuro Toru is actually Deguchi Rei, a contemporary of the original host, currently posing as a member of the whiskey distillery, but actually part of the Public Security Bureau? The system replied cautiously, yes. However, it appears that it may not need to say so now. Shirakawa sighed. So, aside from bringing the news of several contemporary friends' demise, what else did you discover? He asked, his voice trembling. The system remained silent. Shirakawa exhaled deeply, closing his eyes in resignation. Deguchi Rei and Zufu Kagemitsu exchanged puzzled glances. Is this shocking news? Why does it feel like Shirakawa is about to faint from anger? Deguchi Rei inquired, concern etched on his face. Shirakawa turned to Deguchi Rei, his gaze first lingering on his hair, then his face, and finally his physique. Deguchi Rei felt an inexplicable urge to puff out his chest. I had my suspicions about your identity. After all, you were exceedingly attentive towards me, and your mannerisms hardly resembled those of an organization member. Shirakawa spoke softly. However, someone misled me severely, causing me to completely overlook the connection between you and Deguchi Rei. Deguchi Rei was taken aback. Zufu Kagemitsu chimed in. Hey? Zero's characteristics are actually quite obvious, right? Blonde hair and dark skin. How could that not be distinctive? By all accounts, Shirakawa shouldn't have made a mistake. At the mention of this, Shirakawa couldn't help but grit his teeth. Do you know what Matsuda said to me? He said Deguchi was burly and crude. Standing there like a great gorilla, not only strong but also with a huge appetite, always competing with him for food. All I could envision was someone taller than the class leader. How could I possibly associate that with Amuro Toru? Deguchi Rei was speechless. Zufu Kagemitsu stifled a laugh. This was certainly in line with Matsuda Jinpei's style. Deguchi Rei fell into a deep silence, seemingly stunned by Matsuda Jinpei's antics. Hearing Zufu Kagemitsu's restrained laughter, his expression contorted momentarily. Who is competing with him for food? That curly-haired brat is lying through his teeth. Deguchi Rei's face contorted with rage. The words almost escaping through gritted teeth. Burly? Gorilla? Crude? Is he talking about me or himself? Speaking ill of me while I'm not around, is it? I've taken note of this. Matsuda Jinpei. That detestable curly-haired brat. Just wait until I catch a chance. Deguchi Rei's smile turned particularly congenial. Affectionately placing a hand on Shirakawa's shoulder, his expression darkly cheerful. Come on, Shirakawa-kun, don't be afraid. Tell me in detail how that guy has been doing lately. Is he living comfortably? I'll have Kazami go help him out. Shirakawa remained silent. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead for Matsuda, while Jifuku Kagemitsu watched with a smile. To those unfamiliar with the intricate love-hate dynamics between Akai Shuichi and Matsuda Jinpei, it might seem as if the two were sworn enemies. However, those well acquainted with them had long since acclimated to this being their typical mode of interaction. In a sense, they were more akin to soulmates. Chapter 78. The Reward from Jin. Morning, at the Poro Cafe. Inomoto Azusa was preparing the tableware when she looked up and saw Shirakawa Tsubaime and Amuro Toru entering together. Oh. The manager and Amuro-kun are together today? Inomoto Azusa expressed her surprise. Shirakawa Tsubaime nodded with a smile. Yes, we happened to run into each other on the way. In truth, the three had conversed late into the previous night, and Akai Shuichi had stayed over at Shirakawa's place. However, the conversation had primarily revolved around Akai and Jifuku Kagemitsu, leaving Shirakawa feeling like an outsider who had retreated to his room to sleep. Moreover, Shirakawa was somewhat unsure how to respond if Amuro Toru inquired about Jin, as it wouldn't be difficult for Akai's keen perception to suspect any connection between him and Jin. Thus he could only feign ignorance and retreat to his slumber. Today, Amuro Toru appeared to be in remarkably high spirits, oblivious to Shirakawa's complex emotions. He greeted Inomoto Azusa cheerfully and extended his hand. I'll handle this, Miss Azusa. You can go boil some water. All right, okay, she replied, somewhat taken aback by Amuro Toru taking on the task. Observing Amuro's vibrant demeanor, Inomoto Azusa curiously scratched her head and leaned closer to Shirakawa Tsubaime. Manager, don't you think Amuro-kun seems a bit different today? Shirakawa Tsubaime, lost in thought, replied, Manager, did you not sleep well? Today, Amuro-kun seems as if he has been invigorated, while you appear rather drained, she remarked, noticing the contrast. No, I'm perfectly fine. Shirakawa Tsubaime forced a smile. Even his usually sharp shark-like teeth dimmed slightly. That's odd, Inomoto Azusa murmured, discreetly shifting a few steps away to maintain a safe distance from the two. Meow. The lieutenant emerged unexpectedly, gracefully sauntering to the entrance. Shirakawa Tsubaime glanced over, momentarily taken aback, quickly turning his back to shield Amuro Toru from view. He said to Inomoto Azusa, the lieutenant has wandered off again. I'll take him to the back to wash him. All right. Amuro Toru glanced up briefly before resuming his tasks. Shirakawa Tsubaime knelt at the entrance, reaching out to the calico cat. Lieutenant. The cat responded with a meow, approaching and affectionately rubbing against his palm. On its back, an old newspaper was tied. Shirakawa Tsubaime's gaze darkened as he picked up the lieutenant, tucking both the cat and the newspaper into his clothing. Thank you for your hard work, Lieutenant. I'll treat you to some fish flakes later, he whispered, scratching the calico's nose, earning a satisfied purr in return. With a soft chuckle, he turned and entered the Poro Cafe. As the white-haired youth departed with the cat, a black Porsche slowly started up in the distance and vanished from sight. In the kitchen, Shirakawa Tsubaime placed the lieutenant in the sink, carefully removing the newspaper from the cat's back and unfolding it with caution. The paper was somewhat aged, with yellowed pages and tea stains, giving it a weathered appearance, as if it had been fished out of a tea puddle and dried. He had no idea where Jin had procured it. The newspaper dated back 7 years, titled Morning Star Daily, published by the Morning Star Press, which did not seem to be a particularly well-known publication, likely one of the smaller ones. The date was March 11th, just days before the original owner's car accident. On this day, the front page headline read, "Shocking! Linlu Construction in Crisis. Suspected of owing substantial salaries. Does the Baihong Bridge pose safety risks?" Shirakawa Tsubame's pupils constricted as he fixated on the article. Linlu Construction? What struck him most was not the Baihong Bridge, but Linlu Construction itself. Linlu Construction, also known as Linlu Engineering Group, was responsible for the construction of the Baihong Bridge. Merely 2 years after its completion, the Baihong Bridge collapsed due to the original owner's collision, necessitating repairs by Linlu Construction, which attributed the costs and compensation to him. During that time, the debt collectors were primarily hired by their group. A mere new overpass could not collapse so easily, there had to be issues. Yet, he was occupied with recovery at the time, and no amount of explanation could alter the conclusion, so Shirakawa Tsubame resigned himself to this reality. In other words, for the past few years, Linlu Construction had been his most significant creditor, and all the hard-earned money he made ultimately went to them. How could this not leave a profound impression on Shirakawa Tsubame? The article primarily discussed how reporters discovered that a project manager at Linlu Construction possessed assets worth hundreds of millions, despite the company's projects consistently incurring losses. While the projects were plagued by deficits, this manager earned tens of millions monthly, with an annual salary exceeding 100 million. Was there something hidden beneath the surface? The report was rife with questions and speculation, devoid of any evidence, appearing more like the newspaper's desperate attempt to fabricate sensationalism to garner attention. However, Shirakawa Tsubame noticed one detail. Continued coverage to follow. Reported by Nakabuki Shunsuke. Nakabuki Shunsuke? Was it he? One of the suspicious drivers who vanished from the police academy that night. Shirakawa Tsubame recalled that his vehicle had appeared at the police academy a day prior, but no records existed of him exiting the academy afterward. It was highly likely he left on the night of the 21st. Prior to this, Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenji had been unable to ascertain this individual's identity. Little did they expect that his true identity was that of a newspaper reporter. Reporter, Bridge. Gare accident. There was no connection. Shirakawa Tsubame would never believe it. Morning Star Press, Linlu Construction. Shirakawa Tsubame narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent flickering within. Unfortunately, so much time had passed that uncovering the individuals from that year would be quite the challenge. However, it was of no concern. He had all the time in the world. Perhaps Shirakawa Tsubame's sudden aura grew intimidating, for the system had remained silent throughout. It wasn't until he exited the washroom with the lieutenant that the system finally mustered the courage to speak up. "Host, you were quite terrifying just now," Shirakawa Tsubame replied. "Oh, really?" The system recalled the earlier scene, speaking somewhat timidly. "Was that newspaper particularly important to the host? You seem different from before. And where did it come from? Tied to the lieutenant like that?" Shirakawa Tsubame bent down, allowing the lieutenant to regain its freedom, casually replying, "It's nothing, merely Jin's reward." Oh, the system acknowledged. Then suddenly realized. Wait. It was sent by Lord Jin. It exclaimed excitedly, "You all conspired behind my back? Ah, when did all this happen? What have I missed?" Sobi. Shirakawa-jyo. Is this how private connections are utilized? Do you truly believe you are pursuing an idol? The system, however, felt an overwhelming sorrow. It had missed the opportunity to meet its idol. Sobi. Shirakawa-jyo attempted to tarnish the image of Jin. "Your idol displays a lack of decorum, smoking in my cafe." As if smoking weren't enough, he allowed a Muro Turu to catch a whiff, and now a Muro has transformed into a Kai Shuichi. He doesn't even know how to explain this matter. The system matter-of-factly stated, "A villain lacking in etiquette makes for an excellent antagonist. Truly, my Lord Jin is undeniably cool when he abandons decorum." Shirakawa-jyo. In that moment, he was unsure whether the system was genuinely praising or being sarcastic. Never mind. A system that fails to grasp the crux of the issue still provides a sense of comfort. Though my blood pressure is rising again. Chapter 79. Who is Old Ka? As the Muri family descended the stairs, they unexpectedly discovered that Polo Cafe was bustling with business today. Shirakawa-jyo, who often slacked off, was compelled to leave his boss's chair and busily scurry about the cafe. Conan, slightly taken aback, glanced at the beaming Amuro Turu, feeling somewhat perplexed. Noticing Conan's inquisitive gaze, Amuro Turu looked up and greeted him with a friendly smile, his mood evidently high. Conan. Why is he smiling at me? What does it mean? Is Bourbon done pretending? Is he planning to take action against us? A whirlwind of emotions swirled within Conan, as he remained bewildered by Amuro Turu's drastic change, and could only muster a stiff smile in return. Awkwardly following Muri ran to their seats, observing Conan's cautious demeanor. As if he dared not lift his head, Amuro Turu couldn't help but smirk. Sometimes, teasing a child can be rather amusing. Shirakawa Akira, however, darkened his expression as he patted Amuro Turu's shoulder. Please, Amuro, rein in your charm. Those few young ladies over there have already transformed into shrieking hens. Amuro Turu. He followed Shirakawa Akira's pointed direction and immediately met the gaze of several infatuated girls, who were frantically twisting about, phones raised towards him, their faces flushed with excitement. Amuro Turu. The smile on the blonde attendant's face faltered slightly. Shirakawa Akira's voice was languid. If you do not tone it down, I shall call Matsuda and the others over to supervise you. It is precisely because of this fellow that we have been overwhelmed with orders today. If you do not rein it in, it seems everyone will be exhausted in the cafe today. Amuro Turu. The smile on his face completely froze. Very well, he had now become obedient. Shirakawa Akira felt satisfied. He approached the group of young ladies, insisting they delete their photos and videos before returning. The system reappeared. Host, how could you make them delete the videos? With Amuro Turu's looks and attributes, he could undoubtedly become the face of the cafe. They should be spreading the videos to attract more patrons, transforming it into the next love internet sensation cafe, raking in profits. Shirakawa Akira sighed inwardly. I wish I could. I had considered it before. After all, they are from the waterworks, and utilizing them wouldn't cause any heartache. Plus it could effectively elevate the cafe's reputation, creating a trendy spot. However, Amuro Turu was akin to a deluded spirit. He was still the benefactor who had subsidized most of his medical expenses. Shirakawa Akira felt he had already lost his sanity, yet at the very least, he should not exploit his savior and former classmate. After all, being an undercover agent, exposing his face to the internet for the scrutiny of many carries its own risks. Therefore, when faced with this lucrative opportunity, Shirakawa Akira could only choose to tearfully relinquish it. The system, unaware of Shirakawa Akira's concerns, scolded him in frustration. Host, if you lack decisiveness, your status will be unstable. Embody the moral integrity of Kuro, becoming a paragon of ethics. Shirakawa Akira. I have a feeling you are insulting someone. Yet I have no proof. Now whenever I hear Kuro, I feel a throbbing pain in my head. It seems Kuro has become an adjective, encompassing all unfavorable evaluations. System, eh? Really? Shirakawa Akira, yes. The system pondered carefully, though somewhat perplexed, it hesitantly said. Very well then, I shall apologize first. Shirakawa Akira. You are aware of the need to apologize. Yet you still want me to lower my moral standards. Where is your own morality? Accursed double-standard system. It is utterly outrageous. The system. Finally, the seldom silent system fell into quietude. Shirakawa Akira crossed his arms and hummed. At the police headquarters. Matsuda, come here. Shiratori Ren Saburo patted Matsuda Jinpei's shoulder. Matsuda Jinpei looked up. All right. The two of them walked outside. Sato Muwako also glanced up. Somewhat puzzled. When did these two grow so close? Takagi Wataru shifted in his seat, whispering. It seems to have been since they apprehended Senior Nagata last time. Could it be that the life-saving grace has altered their perceptions of one another? Sato Muwako pondered. Quite strange. I wonder what they are up to. In the break room. It was just Matsuda Jinpei and Shiratori Ren Saburo. Once the door was closed, Shiratori Ren Saburo's expression turned serious. Matsuda, I believe I may have uncovered something significant. Matsuda Jinpei's eyes brightened. What is it? I have been contemplating who Old Ka is, as mentioned by Nagata Ryoso before his demise, and why he referred to him with such an uncommon title. Shiratori Ren Saburo began articulating his analysis. Unlike in Hogwarts, the Sakura people place great emphasis on etiquette. Even in close relationships, they would not directly use terms like Old Wang or Old Chung, but rather add honorifics after the surname or directly address by name. Therefore, the Old Ka mentioned by Nagata Ryoso before his death is likely not a name. If it is not a name, then what could it be? Shiratori Ren Saburo lowered his voice and boldly ventured his guess. He might have been referring to Old Section Chief Kurajang, Kashu? Matsuda Jinpei's pupils constricted, and he lowered his head, stroking his chin, murmuring, Old Section Chief? Shiratori Ren Saburo. I have already investigated, 9 years ago. Nagata Ryoso was involved in a mission with the previous head of the first investigation section, but an accident occurred on site, resulting in the old section chief's death. Later, this incident was classified as an accident, and the department held a large memorial service. At that time, no one detected any abnormalities. Matsuda Jinpei clenched his fists tightly. Are you suggesting that? Shiratori Rensaburo met his gaze, feeling a complex swirl of emotions. I believe Nagata Ryoso's last words were likely. If it weren't for him back then, the old section chief would not have died. And everyone involved in that case back then is a suspect. Matsuda Jinpei took a deep breath. If that is the case, then the entire first investigation section is on the brink of a monumental upheaval. What kind of case was it? What sort of accident occurred? He hurriedly pressed for answers. Shiratori Rensaburo. It was merely a case of false reporting. 9 years ago, someone informed the old section chief that Linlu Construction was involved in a murder-for-profit scheme, killing the contractor who had gone to collect payment, and disposing of the body in an abandoned building owned by Linlu Construction, intending to destroy the evidence. However, when the old section chief led a team to investigate, they discovered nothing but a long-abandoned construction site. It was nighttime, and everyone was wielding flashlights in their search. To their astonishment, the old section chief misstepped on the 13th floor and plummeted directly to the ground below. Matsuda Jinpei furrowed his brow deeply. Linmu Construction? It felt oddly familiar. Subsequently, the police conducted a thorough investigation into the individual who reported the incident, only for the caller to claim they had mistaken the situation. In truth, nothing had occurred. The police also looked into Linmu Construction, discovering that the contracting team had already received their payment, and the foreman was alive and well, negating any notion of murder or body disposal. The scene of the old section chief's fall was meticulously examined by the authorities, revealing only his footprints, with no evidence of a second person present. Ultimately, the incident was classified as an accidental mishap. Shiratori Rensaburo sighed deeply after concluding his account. In hindsight, that case is indeed fraught with uncertainties. Chapter 80. The Origins of Linmu Construction. Upon returning to his workstation, Matsuda Jinpei found himself engrossed in thoughts about Linmu Construction. He pulled out his phone and searched for the name, quickly discovering the answer. Linmu Construction Group, the largest construction company in Sakura, had previously been responsible for the Chuanbai Sports Stadium and the Baihong Bridge. Baihong Bridge? Matsuda Jinpei sat up straight, fixated on the words, as dormant memories surged forth. 7 years ago. Gentlemen, your persistent obstruction is not a viable solution, the responsible party said, visibly troubled as he faced the two men. The court's verdict had already been rendered. Their actions would only serve to harm themselves. Matsuda Jinpei maintained a stern expression, firmly blocking the entrance to the hospital room. His voice icy. Baichuan is currently in a frail state. He requires rest. Are you truly considering dragging him from his bed to demand immediate compensation? The representative replied. Well, that predicament is of his own making. Such a substantial sum cannot simply be disregarded. Your words are quite laughable. When did we ever say we wouldn't pay? Hayakawa Kenji interrupted, exasperated. We merely ask that you wait a few days. Moreover, the court has seized all of Baichuan's assets. You've already received a portion. How can you claim you haven't been compensated? The remainder must await his recovery for communication, or do you intend to harass him to death? If he dies, you will end up with nothing. The representative countered. The fact remains that Linmu Construction has commenced work, and they have fronted the compensation. Your obstinacy is unacceptable. Such a large project cannot leave everyone working for free due to his actions. Matsuda Jinpei laughed incredulously. A bridge that has been newly constructed for 2 years collapses without warning. Don't you think there is something wrong with your company? Are you not aware of the implications? That assertion is misguided. The police have never indicated that we are at fault. The quality inspection reports are all in order. Who knows how your friend was driving? Our company's willingness to cover the compensation is already generous. What more do you want? How can you be so ungrateful? I thought you were students from the police academy. Matsuda Jinpei was infuriated by the representative's audacity, but just as he was about to respond, Hayakawa Kenji restrained him. Matsuda. Hayakawa Kenji's expression was grave as he gently shook his head at Matsuda Jinpei. Matsuda Jinpei looked at his childhood friend, thinking of the frail Baichuan in the hospital room, inhaling deeply to suppress his anger. In the end, Hayakawa Kenji urged Matsuda Jinpei to remain calm, leading the representative aside, offering an envelope and repeatedly apologizing until they finally managed to send him off. So much time had passed, yet Matsuda Jinpei still recalled it vividly. He closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to settle. 9 years ago, The old section chief had died at the abandoned site of Linmu Construction 7 years ago. Baichuan had been involved in a car accident, and the Baihong Bridge, contracted by Linmu Construction, had collapsed. Just days ago, Nagata Ryuz, who had attempted to murder Baichuan, revealed unusual circumstances surrounding the death of the old section chief before his demise. Was there a connection among these events? Matsuda Jinpei felt he might have grasped the crux of the matter. Given that everything revolved around Linmu Construction, it was entirely implausible to deem it innocent. Matsuda, are you joining us for dinner after work? Sato Miwako patted Matsuda Jinpei's shoulder. Matsuda Jinpei looked up, putting away his phone. I think I'll pass. You all go ahead. Sato Miwako noticed Matsuda Jinpei's actions, her curiosity intensifying, but given their current relationship, she felt it inappropriate to inquire further. So she swallowed her question and returned to her workstation. Takagi Wataru cautiously approached. So what is going on? Sato Miwako shook her head. I'm not sure what the situation is. Takagi Wataru pondered for a moment before whispering. Matsuda might be looking into Baichuan's case. Sato Miwako's expression froze in surprise. I've thought about this matter seriously. It feels rather suspicious. Takagi Wataru scratched his head. I heard that Baichuan was driving under the influence when he crashed into the Baihong Bridge, but according to my investigation, the bridge is relatively new. Completed less than 2 years ago, it shouldn't have collapsed that easily. Moreover, Baichuan was one of the top students at the police academy before that. It doesn't add up that he would engage in such self-destructive behavior. Generally, people accept the narrative as presented, believing what the authorities declare without further verification. However, Takagi Wataru, being particularly stubborn, had quietly kept an eye on past events after interacting with Baichuan. Gradually, he began to discern discrepancies. Matsuda and Baichuan shared a close relationship, so he surmised that Matsuda must be privy to more insider information from that time, and wanted to help clear Baichuan's name. Sato Miwako also became serious. That makes some sense. Matsuda had mentioned this to her before, but she hadn't investigated deeply. Now with Takagi Wataru's suggestion, she began to sense something was amiss. So, what was the truth of that incident? If there were indeed issues, it would indicate a problem within the police force itself. Takagi Wataru thought of Baichuan, whom he had only met a few times, yet had left a profound impression on him. He lowered his head, murmuring complexly, last time, there was a case where Baichuan discovered a crucial lead. If that incident hadn't happened, he should have been an outstanding officer. Sato Miwako was speechless. Unlike someone like Nagata, Takagi Wataru fell silent. He still referred to him as senpai out of respect, but it did not imply sympathy for such a person. The police department accommodated such officers, yet neglected those who were more capable. Though Nagata Ryuzu was now deceased, he had stripped the police department of its facade, revealing its stark reality, prompting those still passionate and idealistic officers to reflect on themselves and their current state. When did the police department become populated by these inept individuals? The inaction of the police over the years had become synonymous with the department, while detectives emerged as trusted figures among the public, and officers were viewed as mere incompetents. Was this truly someone else's fault, or was it a problem stemming from within their own ranks? Takagi Wataru sighed deeply. But what could he do? He was merely a lowly officer, powerless to effect change. However, Miwako Sato suddenly tapped Wataru Takagi on the shoulder and proposed, Takagi, what do you think about joining Matsuda and the others? Takagi blinked in surprise, his eyes widening as he looked at Sato. With a determined and serious expression, Sato continued. Matsuda and Shiragain are undoubtedly investigating behind our backs. It's utterly outrageous that they haven't included us. We should confront them. The more people, the greater the strength. Takagi gazed at Sato, captivated by her resolute and formidable aura, momentarily rendered speechless. Sato, you're so cool. He stammered. What? Are you unwilling? Sato, not receiving an immediate response, furrowed her brow slightly, disappointment flickering across her face. It was understandable. The situation appeared complex and could potentially be dangerous. If I'm willing. Takagi exclaimed loudly, his excitement drawing the attention of those around them. What was that? A few fierce-looking officers stood up. That brat is eyeing our department's flower again. What an infuriating fellow. Matsuda also glanced over, raising an eyebrow. Oh, a proposal, is it? Takagi, in a panic, waved his hands. No. However, the hostile gazes around him intensified. Chapter 81. The aspiring journalist, Kuro. At 9 in the morning, Yunagakura, the editor-in-chief of the entertainment section at the Kabuto newspaper, arrived at the office as usual. Upon sitting down, he leisurely unscrewed his teacup, exhaling a plume of steam. A new day begins. Before he could take a sip of his freshly brewed tea, A junior editor rushed in, breathless. "Chief, there's big news. Hurry." Nagakura's expression shifted immediately, and he stood up. "What's going on?" The junior editor, anxious, replied. "A young man has come to sell material on Redfish. I've seen a photo. It's explosive and absolutely authentic." Nagakura's excitement surged. "Quick, take me to him." Redfish was not a person's name, but rather a codename used by paparazzi for a popular young star associated with cherry blossoms. To maintain the exclusivity and confidentiality of their news, they typically assign pseudonyms to celebrities or public figures, a habit they upheld in communication to prevent leaks and competition. This Redfish was a target they had long surveilled. There had been whispers that this young star had a girlfriend he had secretly married for years while still marketing a single persona. Media outlets and paparazzi had been following this story, yet no evidence had surfaced for a long time. Nagakura had dispatched several people to stake out, but to no avail. He had nearly given up hope, never expecting fortune to smile upon him with this newfound lead. What divine providence! He chuckled inwardly. Following the junior editor to the reception room. Inside, the atmosphere was tranquil, with only a young man seated on the sofa, appearing quite anxious. He was a young man with black hair and red eyes, wearing thick glasses, bearing the remnants of youthful innocence on his face, reminiscent of a recent university graduate. His eyes betraying a wariness of the unfamiliar surroundings. "Why you hello," he stammered, rising to bow as Nagakura entered. "Hello, hello," Nagakura replied, assessing the young man with satisfaction. Not bad, a young man indeed. Let's negotiate. Please sit down." With a warm smile, he invited the young man to take a seat and gently inquired. "May I ask what you go by?" "Just call me Kuro," the young man responded. "Kuro. Oh, quite cautious, not revealing your real name." Nagakura mused internally while maintaining a cheerful facade. "May I see your photos?" "Here are my photos, please take a look," Kuro said, extending a prepared stack of photographs to Nagakura. Taking the photos, Nagakura scrutinized them closely, the light in his eyes growing ever brighter. Based on his years of experience, he deduced that these photos were undoubtedly genuine and unaltered. "Excellent work, young man. Just starting out, I presume?" "Impressive." Kuro smiled shyly. "I'm not entirely a newcomer. I entered this field with a sense of justice, but as you can see, my current skills are limited to capturing these moments." Nagakura was momentarily taken aback by Kuro's straightforwardness, then sighed. The market is as such. People are more drawn to entertainment news than serious journalism. Nowadays, the public prefers bizarre tales over substantial reporting. The risks that reporters take to uncover the dark underbelly of the industry pale in comparison to paparazzi snapping photos of a star's infidelity. Gradually, one's aspirations diminish, and the focus shifts to mere profit. Feeling a wave of nostalgia, Nagakura remarked, "How about this? As former dreamers ourselves, I'll offer you this sum for your photos. Agreeable?" He gestured with his hands, the price being quite fair. Kuro scratched his head. "That sounds good, but could you also sign for me?" Nagakura was momentarily taken aback. "Ha!" Kuro lowered his gaze, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. "You were once the president of the Morning Star newspaper, right? I grew up reading your papers, and I vividly remember the many dark truths you exposed in the industry, which greatly inspired me to join this field." Nagakura was utterly stunned. The Morning Star newspaper. In his youth he had been ambitious, using all his savings to establish the publication and rallying a group of dreamers. In their first year, they uncovered a major story about a hospital profiting from drug addiction. Unfortunately, the very next day, their news was overshadowed by a trending celebrity, leaving them with little impact. It was then that Nagakura learned that mere dreams were insufficient. Money was essential to sustain them. Later, after a tragic loss of a companion, the Morning Star was acquired by Kabuto newspaper, and Nagakura faded into obscurity, becoming a minor editor in the entertainment section. Time had passed, and now someone was embarking on this path because of their past efforts. Nagakura's heart was a tumult of emotions. "By the way, why haven't I seen Senior Nakamura? Has he retired?" Kuro inquired quietly. Nagakura sighed. He had a misfortunate fate, dying in a car accident." Kuro's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? How could that be? When did this happen?" 7 years ago, in an accident caused by fatigue," Nagakura replied. "Oh." Kuro's voice was laced with regret. "I wondered why there hadn't been any news about him." "The past is the past," Nagakura interjected, unwilling to dwell further. He retrieved a pen from his pocket. "Where should I sign?" Kuro promptly offered his notebook. Nagakura penned a heartfelt blessing, leaving behind his name. "The money is with the person at the door. Let us leave it at that. Keep up the good work." "Thank you, Senior. I will certainly keep pushing forward." Kuro responded enthusiastically. With a surge of excitement, Xiaohui rose to bow deeply, declaring in the future, I shall strive to create significant news that truly benefits the people, just like my esteemed predecessor. Yukuro, with a heavy sigh, waved his hand dismissively, go on, go on. At that moment, he felt unworthy of being a role model for the young journalists. Xiaohui bowed a few more times before reluctantly departing from the reception room. Once Xiaohui had left, Yukuro, hands clasped behind his back, ambled back to his office. The tea on his desk had long cooled, and he found himself devoid of the earlier inclination to savor its warmth. He sat in his chair, lost in thought. Staring blankly at the surface of his desk, his emotions a tumultuous blend. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, Yukuro finally stirred. He reached out, lifting a photograph of his wife and daughter from the desk, and retrieved an SD card hidden behind the frame. As he held the card, his gaze remained fixed on the image of his beloved family, his expression a poignant mix of struggle and sorrow. After a considerable silence, he quietly returned the SD card to its concealed place behind the frame, carefully repositioning the photograph atop the desk. I am sorry, Nakaboku-kun, Yukuro silently reflected. The act of hiding such an object behind the photograph of his wife and daughter served as a stark reminder to himself. He was no longer alone. He had a beloved partner and a daughter in elementary school. His family was a beacon of harmony and warmth, a source of boundless happiness. He could no longer afford the reckless fervor of his youth, the fearless audacity that once propelled him forward. He could not perish. Nor could he allow his wife and daughter to suffer even the slightest consequence. I am sorry, Nakaboku-kun. Yukuro closed his eyes, once more offering an internal apology.